3 years post-marriage, Chu Tiankuo, who spends his days indulging in alcohol within the confines of his apartment, can only catch glimpses of Shiyu frequently trending alongside Xia Rongjie on his computer. After a life consumed by drink, ultimately leading to his demise, Chu Tiankuo finds himself resurrected on the day of his engagement, resolutely vowing to avoid repeating past mistakes. Chu Tiankuo ventures far from home to inherit the family business, embarking on a campaign against the Shi family. However, he gradually senses that something is amiss with Shiyu. Chapter 1. The Vanished Bride. In the island city, at the Shi family's villa, the chimes announcing the engagement ceremony reverberate through the grand estate, vibrant silks fluttering as guests gather in droves. Yet, amidst what should be a joyous occasion, an air of discomfort permeates, the servants of the Shi household wearing ashen expressions. Adorned in splendid attire, Chu Tiankuo traverses the bustling courtyard, anxiously scanning his surroundings. His gaze weaves through the crowd, observing familiar faces adorned with feigned smiles, all evading his line of sight. A bitter smile crosses Chu Tiankuo's lips, for he is indeed reliving this nauseating moment. In his previous life, the engagement ceremony unfolded similarly, with the bride absent, leaving him to awkwardly perform alone. While guests outwardly congratulate him on his engagement to the esteemed young lady of the Shi family, they secretly mock him for enduring such humiliation in his pursuit of their favor. Observing the small circle of friends who once reveled in Shiyu's affection, their lively chatter falters as they notice Chu Tiankuo approaching, their gazes laden with pity, compassion, and derision. As Shiyu's closest friends, they are well aware of her whereabouts today, yet they withhold this information from Chu Tiankuo. In his previous life, during the wedding banquet, they had drunkenly revealed his plight. Chu Tiankuo vividly recalls their expressions, particularly that of the pale yet defiant young man, Tang Qing, the third master of the Tang family, who had looked down upon him and said, "Old Chu, I truly admire you. Do you know why the young lady of the Shi family was absent during the engagement?" At that time, Chu Tiankuo had actually believed Shiyu's deceit, thinking she had to attend to an important order in Shanghai, unaware that Tang Qing was whispering in his ear, "Remember Xia Rongjie? He has returned, and the eldest lady is in Shanghai accompanying him for a respite." He still recalls the chilling sensation that engulfed him upon hearing those words, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him on a sweltering summer day, extinguishing his fervor and anticipation in an instant. Xia Rongjie, the sole heir of the Xia family across 3 generations, was also Shiyu's first love from high school. If Chu Tiankuo exuded scholarly sophistication, Xia Rongjie embodied a roguish charm, brimming with mischief. In his previous life, Chu Tiankuo had already relinquished his hopes for Shiyu, unaware that the entire Xia family had departed abroad. Shiyu's desire to study abroad had been sternly denied by old Master Shi, and it was only during university that their relationship flourished, culminating in their engagement. Upon learning of this news, he could scarcely recall how he managed to complete the wedding ceremony, only remembering being led by Shiyu to toast relatives, partners, and friends of the Shi family, ultimately succumbing to inebriation. Reflecting on his past life, he recalls starting from the bottom within the Shi family until he became an executive assistant, only to be relegated to the retirement department upon Xia Rongjie's arrival. He had often proposed divorce to Shiyu, yet she consistently dismissed him with excuses of company demands. Subsequently, he found himself drinking excessively in the apartment he had purchased until he abruptly returned to this moment of humiliation. Contemplating this, a cold glint flickers in Chu Tiankuo's eyes as he grits his teeth and growls, "Shiyu, Xia Rongjie, you shall pay for this." Just as Chu Tiankuo seethes with rage, Tang Qing, who had appeared ready to engage him, abruptly receives a phone call and hastens to Chu Tiankuo, speaking with a hint of sympathy. "The young lady of the Shi family cannot return from Shanghai due to pressing matters. You will have to proceed with the engagement ceremony solo. She has assured me she will return for the wedding." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo's expression shifts from stormy to serene, and he gently replies, "Inform Shiyu that her presence is no longer required. I shall not serve her any longer." With that, he removes his opulent attire and strides to the center of the stage, microphone in hand, clearing his throat to capture the audience's attention. "I sincerely apologize for the imperfections of this engagement ceremony, as the bride is unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. I hereby declare the engagement ceremony to be cancelled." The moment his words resonate, a wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd, astonished by the sudden fortitude of the Shi family's son-in-law, who could not withstand even a modicum of indignity. Whispers and exchanges erupt among the guests. As old Master Shi and Shi's parents enter, they are met with this scene, causing old Master Shi to faint on the spot. Shi Qiming quickly supports him, calling for assistance to carry old Master Shi to his quarters for the family doctor to attend to him. Xia Zheng rushes onto the stage, grappling with Chu Tiankuo, hurling accusations. "You little wretch, having been raised in our Shi household, enjoying our hospitality, how could you treat us like this?" Chu Tiankuo evades Xia Zheng's furious grasp, observing his former mother-in-law, who still maintains her lofty demeanor even in this moment. In his past life, she had always caused a ruckus whenever he contemplated divorce, often reminding him that without the Shi family, he would have perished from hunger. Reflecting on this, Chu Tiankuo seizes the microphone to rebut. Aunt Xia, I may have resided with the Shi family, but our Chu family estate is adjacent to yours. It was you who offered to raise me, and I believe the Chu Ting group has treated the Shi family fairly. Today, on the day of our engagement, Shiyu's tardiness suggests she has little regard for this occasion. With that, Chu Tiankuo relinquishes the microphone and strides resolutely out of the Shi family's grand estate. Exiting the villa, he gazes upon the opulent surroundings, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly, as if releasing years of pent-up resentment from his previous life. Since I've been reborn in this moment, I shall endeavor to completely overturn the mistakes of my previous life. Sometimes, letting go can indeed be quite liberating. Had it not been for the untimely demise of my parents and my subsequent residence within the Shi family, where I encountered that princess-like maiden, I might not have endured for such an extended period. Perhaps the profound sorrow of my past life, where despair reigned supreme, has led me to emerge from this engagement ceremony with a newfound vigor. As the tides of the Qiantang River rise, today I finally realize who I am. At that moment, the sound of his mobile phone ringing shattered his reverie. Glancing at the antiquated button phone in his hand, Chu Tiankuo shook his head in resignation. This was a birthday gift bestowed upon him by Shiyu, and though it appeared somewhat antiquated in this era dominated by smartphones, he had cherished it all the same. He pressed the answer key, and Shiyu's voice came through the receiver, tinged with a hint of inquiry and dissatisfaction. Ah Chu, I heard from others that you unilaterally canceled our engagement. Even though he had unequivocally resolved to relinquish Shiyu, the sound of her voice still ignited a flicker of anger within Chu Tiankuo. He slowly exhaled the pent-up frustration in his heart, striving to soften his tone. My little fish, aren't you too busy? We shall engage once you find the time. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice from the other end inquired. Xiao Shi, who are you on the phone with? Although Shiyu quickly covered the mouthpiece, Chu Tiankuo discerned that the voice on the other end belonged to Xia Rongjie. He then heard Shiyu's flustered voice. Ah Chu, something urgent has come up on my end. Let's talk once I'm done. Please wait at home. I will bring you a gift. Hearing the disconnection sound from the receiver, Chu Tiankuo did not hesitate to hurl the mobile phone into the nearby artificial lake. Chapter 2. The Coastal City. As night descended, the sky adorned with a myriad of stars, Chu Tiankuo drove swiftly along the road leading to the Chu family villa. The scenery outside the window raced by in a blur, yet his heart was tumultuous, filled with unquenchable turbulence. This villa had once been a sanctuary for him and Shiyu. However, due to Shiyu's misguided choices, he was compelled to part with his opulent residence at a mere fraction of its worth, selling it to the Mu family. As the vehicle gradually entered the villa's courtyard, a wave of complex emotions surged within Chu Tiankuo upon gazing at the grand estate before him. He inhaled deeply, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. Upon entering the villa, the brightly lit hall greeted his eyes. He strode directly toward the control room. With a familiar lighting system lay, a flash of determination crossed his gaze. Without hesitation, he shattered the control system for the villa's exterior lights. A bitter reminder of how he had adorned the villa with various lights solely because Shiyu had once expressed a fear of darkness, a notion that now seemed utterly ironic. Exiting the control room, his attention was drawn to the wedding photos that hung in the hall. Those images chronicled the sweet moments he had shared with Shiyu. Yet at this moment, they had transformed into a source of anguish. Grabbing a crowbar from the control room, he smashed the frames one by one until they lay in ruins. Watching the photographs burn in the fire pit, Chu Tiankuo offered a hollow smile, fully aware that he was bidding farewell to the past and embracing a wholly new future. He quickly packed his belongings and identification, then stepped outside the villa to hail a taxi by the roadside. To Island City International Airport, he instructed the driver. As he mentioned his destination, he hastily unwrapped a package in his hands, recalling it was a customized smartphone gifted to him by the eldest daughter of the Mu family on his birthday. Upon unboxing the phone, he suddenly realized he lacked a SIM card. Thus, he instructed the driver, take me to the nearest service center. The taxi sped along, and upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's request, the driver promptly turned onto a side road. After swiftly acquiring a new SIM card, Chu Tiankuo returned to the taxi, signaling the driver to continue toward the airport. Once back on a main road, he dialed the number from memory, and as the call connected and a slightly puzzled voice answered, tears welled in his eyes. Uncle, it's me, Shaoli. Upon recognizing Chu Tiankuo's identity, the voice on the other end grew markedly more animated. Shaoli, how have you been? Your aunt and I haven't heard from you in ages. Chu Tiankuo's voice quivered as he replied, Uncle, I'm returning to Linghai tomorrow. I just wanted to give you a heads up so you can prepare. Wonderful. You're finally coming back. Your aunt and I have been waiting for you all these years. With his uncle's earnest words on the line, Chu Tiankuo felt the warmth of familial care. As the taxi reached the airport, he ended the call. After securing his ticket, passing through security, and boarding the plane, he felt the aircraft gradually ascend. Gazing down at the ever-shrinking island city, he silently vowed, "Island city, Shiyu, I shall return. And are you ready to face my reckoning?" Once the plane landed, Chu Tiankuo disembarked, stepping on his solid ground and stretching languidly. Although he had heard tales of the swift flights operated by Luhong Airlines, he had not anticipated feeling the rush upon his return to Linghai. Regaining his composure, he collected his luggage and exited the airport, only to spot a familiar figure squatting by the roadside, smoking. "Uncle," he called out to the figure. The figure turned upon hearing his voice, rising to take the luggage from Chu Tiankuo. "You rascal. If you hadn't called ahead, I would have had no idea where you'd be tonight," his uncle chided. The gentle reproach warmed Chu Tiankuo's heart. He had simply wished to leave Island City in haste, not anticipating that the flight would arrive an hour early. Looking up at the scattered stars still twinkling in the night sky, he realized that if not for his family, no one would have come to wait for him at such an hour. Once they were in the car, noticing the evident despondency in his nephew, Wang Shuhan admonished, "If you found it exhausting in Island City, you could have returned to Linghai. Though the Chu Ting group has seen better days, it can certainly support you." Listening to his uncle's earnest counsel, Chu Tiankuo turned to observe his uncle's slightly plump figure and the strands of white hair at his temples. Feeling a pang of sadness, "Uncle, I understand. This time, I'm coming back to work at the Chu Ting group." Upon hearing this, Wang Shuhan felt a surge of excitement. His nephew was commendable in every aspect, save for his infatuation with the Shiyu family's daughter. Though unaware of what had transpired in Island City, he felt relief at his nephew's return to take the reins. He wondered how many more years he could endure. Good. Just come back," Wang Shuhan said, filled with contentment. As the uncle and nephew conversed, Chu Tiankuo's phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it out, puzzled, since he had only used a new SIM card to call his uncle. Answering the call, he was met with Shiyu's voice. "Chu, I'm back in Island City. Why aren't you home? I'm scared of the dark. And why haven't I seen our wedding photos? Where did you put them?" Hearing the urgency in Shiyu's words, Chu Tiankuo smiled quietly and hung up, realizing that she must have used the resources of her family to track him down. Observing his nephew hang up, Wang Shuhan inquired with concern, "Shaoli, was that the girl Shiyu? I heard from Shinian that you were to be engaged." Feigning nonchalance, Chu Tiankuo replied, "We're just having a temporary disagreement. It's not a big deal." Wang Shuhan, wise to his nephew's demeanor, pressed further, "What about Shiming? Isn't he going to intervene with his granddaughter?" With a hint of dejection, Chu Tiankuo responded, "Uncle, what has passed is past. Let us not dwell on it. I'm simply too weary." Observing his nephew's state, Wang Shuhan could only relent, muttering, "Our Chu Ting group has supported the Shi family so much over the years. Yet this is how they treat you." At his uncle's words, a spark of realization ignited within Chu Tiankuo. "Uncle, are you saying the Shi family has been supported by our Chu Ting group? I recall that our subsidiary in Island City specializes in ocean freight." Wang Shuhan, witnessing his nephew's excitement, confirmed, "Indeed, Chuli Logistics primarily handles ocean freight, prioritizing the Shi family as cargo." With this revelation, a glimmer of vengeance flashed in Chu Tiankuo's eyes. Having worked at the Shi group for so long, he knew precisely where their vulnerabilities lay. Chapter 3. Regretful Shiyu. For hours prior, Shinian, having attended her niece's engagement ceremony, returned to the Shi family's ancestral home. As Shiyu's aunt, she had been filled with anticipation for the beautiful union between Chu Tiankuo and Shiyu. However, as she returned from the side courtyard and gazed at the pitch-black Chu residence, she recalled her niece's words about how the Chu home was always illuminated at night, seemingly to guide the returning little fish to the warmth of home. Recollecting the resolute moment when Chu Tiankuo had departed the side courtyard, an ominous premonition surged within Shinian. Could the young man be contemplating something foolish? Her heart grew heavier, as if a colossal stone pressed down upon her chest. Without delay, she dispatched the steward to investigate the Chu residence. To her dismay, upon the steward's return, he reported that the house was empty and in disarray. Shinian, upon hearing this, was struck by a severe headache. She decisively instructed the steward and others to search urgently while she dialed Shiyu's number. When Shiyu received her aunt's phone call, she was joyfully toasting with Xia Rongjie. Upon seeing her aunt's name flash on the screen, an unsettling feeling gripped her heart. She feared that someone acquainted with her aunt had stumbled upon her and Xia Rongjie together and had informed her. As she answered the call, just as she was about to plead with her aunt not to disclose this matter to Chu Tiankuo, she was met with startling news. "Xiaoyu, where are you?" "I returned to the old residence, but did not see Shaoli. I sent the butler in to check, and he reported that the Chu residence is in disarray, with Shaoli also missing." Shiyu, upon hearing this, casually remarked, "Aunt, perhaps Ah Chu is merely feeling down and has gone out to drink away his sorrows." However, before she could finish her sentence, her aunt's stern voice interrupted her. Drink away his sorrows? Who would take luggage to drink away their sorrows? The butler just inquired with the security guard, who said he saw Xiao Li leaving with a suitcase. A wave of unease washed over Shiyu as she hastily ended the call and dialed Chu Tiankuo's number. Yet, all she heard was a monotonous message. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Shiyu's heart raced. Ah Chu had never ignored her calls, especially considering how eagerly he had anticipated their engagement day. Could he be contemplating something dire? The mere thought made her feel as if she were sitting on needles. Grabbing her bag, she dashed towards the hotel entrance like an arrow released from a bow. Xia Rongjie attempted to stop her, but as soon as he grasped her arm, she retaliated with a sharp slap, leaving him to cover his face in helplessness as he followed her out. By the time Shiyu arrived in Island City, Shiyan had already meticulously tracked Chu Tiankuo's movements. Upon seeing Xia Rongjie return with Shiyu, Shiyan's interest waned immediately, and she turned away to rest. The moment Shiyu reached home, still grappling with the situation, she noticed her aunt had already ascended the stairs. Casting a glance at Xia Rongjie, she dismissed him as if he were a hot potato and sprinted towards the Chu residence. As she arrived, the pitch darkness before her made her pause. Recalling her aunt's earlier message, she plunged into the villa without hesitation. Inside, chaos reigned. The kitchen bore signs of recent cooking, and the floor was littered with shattered glass. Shiyu's flushed cheeks, a result of her earlier exertion, paled to a ghostly white. In a frenzy, she fumbled for her phone, dialing Chu Tiankuo's number repeatedly. But all she received was a series of meaningless beeps. After several fruitless attempts, exasperation consumed her, and she hurled her phone to the ground. Suddenly remembering that important information was stored within, she bent down to retrieve it, only to catch sight of a wedding photo in the fire pit, still partially intact. With Chu Tiankuo's beaming smile glaring back at her, Shiyu gasped in horror, as if her soul had left her body, and fled the Chu residence like a frightened bird. Xia Rongjie, observing Shiyu's despondent figure, was about to comfort her when she slapped him again and coldly stated, "You can report to the Shiyu company by yourself later." With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Xia Rongjie stood before the tightly shut door of the Shi residence, his gaze slowly shifting to the darkened Chu residence, where an inscrutable smile began to emerge on his previously charming face. Meanwhile, inside the Shi residence, tranquility reigned until the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the calm. Shiyu burst into Shiyan's bedroom with fervor, unceremoniously pulling her sleeping aunt from the warmth of her blankets. Shiyu's eyes bore into Shiyan's as if she sought to penetrate her very soul, her voice hoarse with anxiety. "Where on earth has Ah Chu gone?" Her tone was laced with worry, and she appeared somewhat disoriented. Shiyan, startled awake, gazed at her distraught niece, a hint of a smirk curling her lips, revealing a barely perceptible trace of mockery. Rising slowly, she regarded Shiyu with her artfully adorned eyes, speaking with deliberate calm. "Xiao Yuer, if you do not truly love Xiao Li, then it would be best to let go sooner rather than later. My greatest regret in life has been agreeing to raise Xiao Li within the Shi family." Yet, to Shiyan's astonishment, Shiyu retorted with sharpness, "Aunt, are you concerned that having raised Xiao Li since childhood makes it too familiar for you to take action against him? If it weren't for Ah Chu's own declaration that I was the one he loved, perhaps you would be the one engaged to him now." With that, Shiyu let out a cold smile, her eyes brimming with disdain. Faced with her niece's unrelenting exposure of her long-hidden truths, Shiyan's fury erupted like an uncontrollable volcano. She raised her hand and struck Shiyu's youthful face with a resounding slap that reverberated throughout the room. Surprisingly, Shiyu, like a soulless automaton, did not react. Shiyan stared in disbelief, her gaze shifting to Shiyu's formerly fair cheek, now marked by a vivid red handprint. In that instant, a wave of guilt washed over Shiyan, leaving her feeling despondent and regretful. After a moment of silence, she sighed resignedly and murmured, "Perhaps we should ask the butler. You should know where Xiao Li is gone." As soon as the words left her lips, Shiyu, who had been momentarily frozen, seemed to awaken suddenly. She sprang to her feet and dashed downstairs like a gust of wind. Confronting the butler, she clutched his arm tightly, her voice urgent. "Subo, where has Ah Chu gone? And said you would know." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing, as if she hoped to receive a definitive answer from him. The butler, observing her frantic demeanor, felt a surge of affection for her. He understood his role as a witness to this relationship and felt compelled to offer some counsel. "Young miss, the reason the eldest lady has not allowed me to disclose the truth to you is that she fears you might impulsively seek out young Master Chu. However, based on my years of knowing him, his stubborn nature is not easily swayed. Therefore, if you rashly pursue young Master Chu now, it is unlikely you will receive the response you desire. The butler spoke earnestly. Yet, Shiyu seemed entirely oblivious to his words. Overwhelmed with urgency, she clung to the butler's arm, pleading, Subo, please don't say that. I don't need any outcomes. I just want to see Chu. Please, tell me where he is. Faced with Shiyu's unwavering determination, the butler shook his head in resignation. He realized that only by allowing her to face further disappointment might she come to her senses. Trembling, he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and slowly handed it to Shiyu. Young miss, this is the new phone number young Master Chu just activated. However, I must advise you, it would be best not to call this number at present. If you do, he may change his contact information, and then you will truly be cut off from him. The butler's voice trembled with emotion. When Xia Rongjie descended the stairs, she found the living room littered with broken phones, and Shiyu sat dazedly on the couch, staring out at the Chu residence. Observing her niece's lost expression, Xia Rongjie turned to Subo and inquired, Subo, how is my father? Has he woken up yet? Subo quickly leaned in to whisper, 2 hours ago. The side courtyard called to say that the old master has awakened. However, upon waking, he was quite furious and ordered that the young miss be confined, preventing her from disturbing young Master Chu. Xia Xian remarked with a hint of amusement. So that little fish has made so many calls? After speaking, she gestured toward the disarray surrounding them. Subo, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, a batch has already been cleared away. The young lady had someone purchase a number of anonymous phone cards, calling young Master Chu consecutively, yet he simply won't answer. The old man, having known young Master Chu since his youth, was aware that he was not a heartless individual. This time, it seemed the young mistress had truly hurt him. Stretching languidly, Xia Xian approached Shiyu, looking down at her with a smirk. Little fish, stop calling. Young Master Li likely won't answer calls from Haidao City. If you don't believe me, just take a look. With that, she produced her phone and dialed Chu Tiankuo's number. As Shiyu watched her previously unresponsive number finally connect, she heard a familiar voice on the other end and quickly snatched the phone from Xia Xian's hand, exclaiming, Chu, please come back. We need to have a serious talk. Before she could finish, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Staring at the phone in disbelief, Shiyu murmured, do you really dislike me so much? Just as she uttered those words, the phone rang again. Without checking the caller ID, she hastily answered, only to hear the voice of Shi Qiming. Little sister, is little fish with you? I've called home numerous times, but none have gone through. Shiyu quickly responded, Dad, it's me, little fish. There was a brief pause on the other end before Shi Qiming replied in a lowered tone, little fish, under no circumstances should you come to the side courtyard recently. Chu Logistics has just terminated its contract with our Shi group, and your grandfather is quite upset. Chapter 4. Chu Tiankuo takes action in the conference room of the shooting group in Linhai City. A solemn atmosphere pervaded. Numerous executives gazed at the newly appointed assistant to the president, Chu Tiankuo, with expressions of curiosity and skepticism. Although this young man carried himself with an air of elegance and distinction, his youth was striking for someone in such a significant position. The shooting group, despite its gradual decline in recent years, still held its ground as the foremost private enterprise in Shandong province and ranked among the top 300 companies globally. Wang Shuhan, observing the inquisitive faces of the assembled executives, cleared his throat and stated, Assistant Wang has recently encountered some family matters, which is why I have appointed him as the general manager of Chu Logistics. And this is the newly appointed assistant to the president, Chu Tiankuo. Upon hearing this, the room erupted into a cacophony of surprise. Assistant Wang was a relative of Wang Shuhan himself. It seemed implausible that he would be reassigned to Chu Logistics due to personal issues, especially since many of the executives present had shared drinks with him the previous evening. Stepping forward, Chu Tiankuo introduced himself. Hello everyone. I will be serving as the assistant to the president of the shooting group from today onward. I am here to announce a recent decision regarding the ongoing losses at Chu Logistics. Assistant Wang's directive is to terminate our agreement with the Shi group. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand shot up among the executives. A man stood, adjusting his attire, and said, Assistant Chu, I am Su Ziwen from the marketing department of the shooting group. First, allow me to welcome you to our family. With that, Su began to applaud. And soon the entire conference room joined in a resounding ovation. Once the applause subsided, Su continued, Assistant Chu, we are all aware that Chu Logistics has been suffering losses for years. However, it is important to remember that Chu Logistics deals in international shipping. And without major clients like the Shi group, we might struggle to maintain even our fleet. After Su sat down, signaling that he had finished, Chu Tiankuo merely smiled, acknowledging the validity of his point. Having spent considerable time working at the Shi group in his previous life, he understood the astronomical value of the cargo they dispatched daily. Arriving at the group headquarters early that morning, he had reviewed the financial reports of Chu Logistics from recent years and discovered that they barely managed to cover employee salaries and vessel maintenance, with the annual investments from the shooting group yielding little return. Why would the Shi group, which already possessed its own Shi group, still collaborate with us? It was entirely due to the significantly lower rates we offered compared to other logistics companies, resulting in Chu Logistics operating at a loss while serving the Shi group. In fact, there were instances where orders from Shi group were rerouted to us from the Shi group. With that, Chu Tiankuo opened a meticulously prepared PowerPoint presentation and began to elucidate. As you can see from this comparison of financial reports between Chu Logistics and Shi group over the past 6 years, the latter's financials have been exceptionally strong in the last 2 years. Yet, according to my findings, the fleet under Shi group has been diminishing. Have you all noticed this discrepancy? Upon hearing this, Su Ziwen sprang to his feet in excitement. Assistant Chu, are you suggesting that the Shi group has been acting as a middleman, accepting orders below market price, and then passing them off to Chu Logistics? Chu Tiankuo noted that, inciting a wave of indignation among the executives, who were eager to rush to Hideout City and confront the Shi group. Shi group, Wang Shuwen and his team, having just disembarked from their flight, arrived at the Shi group building. Upon seeing Shi Qiming waiting to greet them, Wang felt a wave of disdain and offered a cursory handshake. In recent years, had it not been for the shooting group sacrificing its interests in Hideout City for the Shi group, the latter would likely still be considered a third-rate enterprise. During the tenure of the former president, the Shi group's market value was even lower than that of Chu Logistics. If it weren't for the long-standing camaraderie between the elders of the Chu and Shi families, their statuses would not have been so unequal. Recognizing the formidable presence of Wang Shuwen, Shi Qiming understood that this visit was unlikely to be amicable. "Welcome to the Shi group, Mr. Wang," Shi Qiming said, extending his hand warmly in an attempt to shake hands with Wang Shuwen. Wang offered a faint smile, grasping Shi Qiming's hand, and replied, "Mr. Shi, we are here to discuss the collaborative efforts between Chu Logistics and the Shi group." A sense of urgency gripped Shi Qiming. He could surmise Wang's intentions and realize this conversation could lead to a confrontation. "Mr. Wang, we have always placed great importance on our collaboration. I wonder if the shooting group has any new thoughts or requests regarding this partnership," he inquired cautiously. Wang Shuwen regarded Shi Qiming with a slight smile, stating, "Mr. Shi, we at the shooting group have always valued our partnership with the Shi group. However, we must also ensure that our collaboration is equitable and just. We hope the Shi group will adhere to market principles in our dealings, rather than exploiting our trust for personal gain." Shi Qiming's expression shifted. He understood the implications of Wang's words. Although he felt a surge of discontent, he was mindful not to offend the colossal shooting group. "What does Mr. Wang imply?" Shi Qiming asked, seeking clarity. Wang Shuwen, however, sidestepped the question, gesturing, "Mr. Shi, shall we discuss this further in a more private setting?" Upon hearing this, Shi Qiming let out a sigh of relief. Although Wang Shuwen's entourage had arrived with a confrontational demeanor, they had not yet sought to sever ties with the Shi group. As long as there remained room for negotiation, a meaningful conversation could still take place. With this in mind, Shi Zoming gestured, "Mr. Wang, please follow me." Leading the way toward the elevator, they entered the president's private lift, where only Wang Shuwen and Shi Zoming were present. Wang fixed his gaze on Shi Zoming. Gritting his teeth, "You scoundrel, do you have any idea what you've done?" Having been in charge of the Shi group for many years, Shi Zoming was unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a manner. Anger surged within him as he seized Wang Shuwen by the collar, retorting, "Mr. Wang, it is Chu Logistics that needs the Shi group, not the other way around. In recent years, with the presence of Shi group, Mu's Maritime, and even your Lean High's Su's Oceanic, who remains dominant." As the elevator neared its destination, Shi Zoming released Wang Shuwen, who adjusted his attire and stepped out of the elevator with an expressionless demeanor. A number of senior executives from the Shi group, who had arrived early in the conference room, observed the composed demeanor of the two individuals, their expressions tinged with confusion. Wasn't the shooting group here to demand accountability? When Wang Shuwen's negotiation team followed him to the top floor, both parties entered the Shi conference room together. Before Wang Shuwen could utter a word, an assistant leaned in and whispered, "Mr. Wang, the shooting group has officially announced its termination of the contract with Shi." Wang Shuwen was taken aback. He had anticipated the contract termination upon his arrival in Island City. Yet his initial aim was to negotiate first, thereby minimizing the losses for Chu Logistics. He never expected that before discussions could commence, the other party had already declared the termination. Just as he was about to inquire further, the assistant interrupted again. "Mr. Wang, take a look at the trending headlines." Perplexed, Wang Shuwen retrieved his mobile phone. As he opened the blog, a shocking headline caught his eye. Breaking. The Shiyu heiress meets a mysterious man on her engagement night, suspected to be her fiancé. Chapter 5. A City in Turmoil. In the Shiyu group conference room, Wang Shuan slammed his phone onto the conference table, pointing an accusatory finger at Shi Zongming. Mr. Shi, you truly have a well-raised daughter. The shooting group shall no longer partake in this. Shi Zongming, bewildered, picked up the phone. Although Wang Shuan had initially come to confront him, he had still shown some courtesy. Now, in such a short span of time, why was he suddenly turning hostile? Upon examining the phone, Shi Zongming's face darkened considerably. The top 10 trending topics were all related to the Shiyu group. 1. Breaking. The shooting group announces full termination of its contract with the Shiyu group. 2. Breaking. The mysterious man the Shiyu heiress met on her engagement night is suspected to be the young master of the Xia family. A union between the two families seems imminent. 3. Breaking. 4. Trending. Sources reveal 5. Trending. Chu Logistics changes its leadership overnight. This morning, someone spotted the new general manager meeting with the president of Shiyu. 6. Trending. The Shiyu princess claims she wishes to sever ties with the Shiyu group. 7. Trending. The shooting group announces plans to invest heavily in Chu real estate. Suspected. 8. Trending. Shares of the Shiyu group plummet upon opening. 9. Trending. Insiders reveal the Shiyu heiress met her lover in Shanghai last night, leading her fiancé to angrily annul their engagement. 10. Trending. A new project by Shiyu Real Estate is suspected of cutting corners, with various units in Island City sealing off the site. Among the trending topics, one particularly weighed on Shi Qiming's heart. The Shiyu heiress's fiancé is suspected to be the newly appointed assistant of the shooting group. With a grim expression, Shi Qiming glared at the furious Wang Shuan, his typically composed demeanor completely unraveling. He growled, Mr. Wang, is it really necessary for the shooting group to escalate matters to this extent? This is tantamount to a complete severance of ties with us. Wang Shuan's expression mirrored that of Shi Qiming's discontent. If Chu Logistics unilaterally terminated the contract with Shiyu, it would undoubtedly benefit the Shiyu group, causing Chu Logistics' market value to evaporate by hundreds of billions in an instant. He had intended for a discreet termination, with everyone parting on amicable terms. But the situation had spiraled out of control. Mr. Shi, consider carefully who stands to gain the most from our termination. I'm still curious about your thoughts on this matter. With that, disregarding the stunned Shi Zongming, he departed with his team of assistants. At the Shi residence, upon waking, Shiyu encountered her father, whose face was ashen, engaged in a game of chess with her aunt. An undercurrent of tension seemed to flow between them. Unable to contain himself, Shi Zongming questioned his sister. Why do you wish to withdraw from Shiyu? You are aware that you hold 17 of Shiyu's shares. Stepping away from the management will diminish the Shi family's control over the company. Shi Nian, however, replied nonchalantly. When Brother Chu split the shooting group's absolute control over Shiyu, it was meant for us to care for Xiao Li. But today's actions from the shooting group undoubtedly bear Xiao Li's mark. So it is time for things to return to their rightful place. Upon hearing this, Shi Zongming's expression darkened. He shouted at Shi Nian, do you think that by handing over that 12 stake to Chu Tiankuo, he will secure a victory? You have been absent from a group for too long to understand the complexities of Shiyu's shareholding structure. Shi Nian remained unfazed, rising from the chessboard and leaving Shi Zongming with nothing but her retreating figure. Shi Zongming clenched his fists, frustration boiling within him. Just then, Shiyu descended the staircase and curiously inquired, Dad, what were you arguing about with Aunt? Upon seeing Shiyu, Shi Zongming's expression brightened, and he replied, Nothing. Your aunt is just being unreasonable. My dear, it would be best for you to stay away from the company for a while and rest at home. Shiyu, displeased by this admonition, responded, Dad, I am already an adult. Even Grandpa cannot restrict me. Seeing the hopeful look in his daughter's eyes, Shi Zongming felt reluctant to disclose the reality of the situation. He merely raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness before leaving the Shi residence. Before departing, he reminded the housekeeper, Uncle Sue, we will be disconnecting the internet at home for the time being. If the young lady inquires about the lack of signal, inform her that the community is undergoing line repairs. The housekeeper nodded in agreement and then asked, Young Master, what should I say if the young lady inquires about young Master Chu? At the mention of Chu Tiankuo, Shi Zongming's expression darkened immediately, and he muttered, Do not mention that ungrateful wretch to me. Meanwhile, Chu Tiankuo was visiting his maternal grandfather, Wang Jianga, with a cordial smile on his face. He offered a shoulder massage. Grandfather, how has your health been lately? Wang Jianga observed his grandson's demeanor with a nod of approval. With a smile, he replied, I am well, But you, I have been observing your retaliation against Shiyu, and you have done remarkably. Chu Tiankuo. This is merely the beginning for me. The Shiyu group has been expanding rapidly in recent years, injecting vast amounts of capital, which is quite challenging. Wang Jianga shook his head in response. That old fox, Shi Meng, is not to be trifled with. The Shiyu group, like us, has expanded rapidly on the winds of opportunity. To this day, only the Mu, Shi, and Chu families can be considered as part of the billion-dollar consortium in Island City. Curious about the trio, Chu Tiankuo asked, "Grandfather, what about the Xia family?" Wang Jianga shook his head. Do you think the Shi and Xia families are to be considered as the two billion-dollar groups in Island City merely because they are related through marriage? Let me explain. Shi Zoming's father-in-law hails from the Jiang and Xia family. During our military service, I, Shi Meng, your grandfather, and Xia Dingbei were all part of the same cohort. We fought together in the north. Back then, there were no financial conglomerates. We dismantled them. The current billion-dollar conglomerates are all products of our hard work from that time. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo expressed his curiosity. When I interned at Shiyu during university, I discovered that its primary business was ocean shipping. The others seemed to hold a minor stake within the group, which is why I targeted Shiyu Group first. Wang Jianga regarded his grandson with a sigh, recognizing that while Chu Tiankuo possessed some insights, he was still not yet ready to stand alone. He continued, "Do you know what Shi Meng did before entering the business world?" Chu Tiankuo shook his head. In his previous life, as Shiyu's assistant, the majority of the documentation he organized pertained to Shiyu Group and Shiyu Real Estate. These two subsidiaries were referred to by outsiders as the two carriages of the Shiyu Group, which is why he decided to act against Shiyu South shipping and real estate sectors initially. Before entering the business, Shi Meng was a senior engineer 20 years ago. Shiyu began as a manufacturing enterprise. Do not limit your perspective. Shiyu is a large enterprise that spans logistics, real estate, heavy industry, biopharmaceuticals, and fashion. Even abroad, Shiyu has a considerable number of subsidiaries. Even in the face of turmoil in the logistics and real estate sectors, Shiyu possesses the means to navigate through these challenges. Understanding these matters, Chu Tiankuo hastily posed the question he had been eager to ask. "Grandfather, what about the Xia Group in Island City?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jianga expressed a hint of disdain, saying, "You mean that Xiaoyu Holdings? They hardly deserve to be called the Xia family." Observing his grandson nodding in agreement, Wang Jianga continued, "They are merely a comprador group. A few years ago, during the global financial crisis, Xiaoyu Holdings invested all their assets in Europe, and they are likely still struggling to cope." Chu Tiankuo nodded, somewhat comprehending the information gleaned from his grandfather, and, combined with his previous life's experiences, he began to grasp what steps to take next. Chapter 6. Miss Mu, Island City. Chuli Law Viste. Wang Shuwan was in a meeting with the executives of Chuli Logistics when his assistant quietly approached him, saying, "President Wang, President Chu wishes to have a video call with you." Hearing this, Wang Shuwan felt a headache coming on. The headquarters had abruptly instructed all subsidiaries under the Chu Ting Group to terminate their contracts with the Shiyu Group. In recent days, Chuli Logistics had suffered a series of stock declines, leaving him, the newly appointed general manager, in a state of distress. Nevertheless, Chu Tiankuo was still his nephew, so he gestured for the assistant to connect the laptop to the projector. When Chu Tiankuo's video appeared on the screen, many executives in the room gasped in astonishment. Chuli Logistics had collaborated with Shiyu for so long that the executives were certain they would be invited to the engagement banquet of Shiyu's daughter. Consequently, many present had witnessed Chu Tiankuo unilaterally tearing up the engagement contract. Previously, several executives had believed that the contract prices signed between Chuli Logistics and Shiyu were excessively low, almost at cost price, and had made several attempts to revise them, all of which had been unfruitful. In hindsight, it made sense. The Chu family had previously been in a kinship relationship with the Shiyu family, which had allowed for favorable terms, and the current termination was indeed reasonable. Amidst the cacophony in the conference room, Wang Shuwen stood up and slammed his hand on the table, bringing immediate silence. Addressing the solemnly seated executives, he pointed to Chu Tiankuo and announced, "This is Mr. Chu Tiankuo, president of Chu Group and assistant to the president of Chu Ting Group." Chu Tiankuo, recognizing many familiar faces on the screen, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Many of you here are acquaintances of mine. During my time living with the Shi family, I had the pleasure of meeting several of you at their banquets. Isn't that right, President Su and President Wang?" The two executives named by Chu Tiankuo instantly broke into a cold sweat. During their tenure at Chuli Logistics, they had indeed crossed paths with Chu Tiankuo at the Shi family's old residence, and at that time, they had been puzzled, wondering why the Shi family only spoke of one daughter. Reflecting on it now, they recalled that when the president of Chu Group had encountered difficulties, his only son was rumored to have been fostered by the Shi family, though they had paid little attention to it then. Realizing this, their faces blanched. Since this president had now pointed them out, it implied that he was aware of their connections with Shi Zoming. Noticing the two men slumped in their chairs, Wang Shuwen understood that they must have done something that his nephew was now privy to. He shook his head, giving him a look of helplessness, then turned to the computer screen, asking, "Shaoli, do you have any matters to discuss?" With a smile, Chu Tiankuo replied, "I recall that Chu Li Logistics holds shares in Shirsha 7. I now wish to transfer them to Chu Ting Group." Upon hearing this, President Su turned pale, and observing his predecessor's discomposure, Wang Shuwen realized the matter was precarious. He assured Chu Tiankuo, "Please allow me to resolve the myriad affairs at Chu Li Logistics first, and then I will look into the matter of the Shirsha shares." After this exchange, Chu Tiankuo agreed, and the video call was terminated. Reflecting on the diverse scenes within Chu Li Logistics, Chu Tiankuo recalled the information he had previously researched, feeling a twinge of frustration. Just as he was deep in thought, an assistant knocked and entered. "President Chu, here are the housing options selected for you by the company, along with vehicle options. Please indicate your preferences, and we will make the arrangements immediately." Receiving the tablet from the assistant, Chu Tiankuo noted that a Mercedes S would suffice for the vehicle. However, upon reviewing the housing options, he felt an immediate headache coming on. The choices included Huipai Gardens, hillside villas, and private estates, each located on the outskirts of the city, which would undoubtedly subject him to the morning rush hour when commuting to the office. Recognizing the astute young man before him as his uncle's arrangement, Chu Tiankuo inquired, "Is there no apartment closer to the company? I currently cannot justify such a large residence for myself." The lifestyle assistant, adjusting his glasses, considered for a moment before leaning in to say, "President Chu, would a 220 square meter apartment work for you? This unit is from a previous project by the group and is only 4 kilometers from our headquarters." "That sounds good. Please proceed with the arrangements," Chu Tiankuo replied. After the assistant exited the office, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling traffic below, feeling a wave of nostalgia. In his previous life, Shirsha had become a colossal entity that commanded admiration after several years of development. Yet now, the present Shirsha had provided him with an opportunity to sever its wings of ascension. As he pondered, Chu Tiankuo inadvertently dozed off, awakening to find a blanket draped over him, mistakenly believing it to be the work of the lifestyle assistant. Upon stepping out of his office, he noticed all the employees on this floor staring at him, prompting him to curiously glance at the secretary in the adjacent office, asking, "Sisterly, is there something wrong with my attire?" Li Meng, taken aback by Chu Tiankuo's inquiry, replied blankly, "President, you are always dressed impeccably." With his secretary's reassurance, Chu Tiankuo proceeded towards the president's office, but he observed that the employees along the way would step aside and laugh upon seeing him, leaving him utterly perplexed. After Chu Tiankuo departed from the 21st floor, several assistants congregated in Li Meng's office, teasingly remarking, "Sisterly, why didn't you give him a heads up about the lipstick mark on President Chu's face?" Li Meng recalled the earlier instructions from the stunning beauty, her face breaking into an ant-like smile as she playfully admonished the teasing assistant. "Oh, Xiao Wu, we must not disturb the romance between lovers." Wu Jinxian, filled with envy, exclaimed, "That fiery beauty from earlier is President Chu's fiancée? I never expected such a refined gentleman to have such a striking fiancée." Just then, the lifestyle assistant, who was well-versed in the situation, approached, his face stern as he inquired, "Sisterly, was there something I missed earlier?" Seeing the serious expression on Wu Huanfei's face, Li Meng smiled and replied, "President Chu's girlfriend just visited. We were discussing her identity." Upon hearing that it was Chu Tiankuo's girlfriend, Wu Huanfei's expression shifted dramatically. As the capable aide assigned to Chu Tiankuo by Wang Shihan, he was well aware of the recent events surrounding his side and quickly asked, "Did they have a quarrel?" Wu Jinxian looked at her brother, puzzled, reaching out to touch his forehead, and curiously asked, "Why would President Chu argue with his girlfriend?" The older Chun Xilan, noticing that Wu Huanfei seemed to possess knowledge that the rest did not, quickly interjected, "When President Chu left just now, he appeared to be groggy. He likely didn't encounter that beauty." Upon hearing this, Wu Huanfei immediately relaxed, rushing towards the elevator while exclaiming, "As long as they didn't meet, that's good." As long as they didn't meet. The rest of the office watched Wu Huanfei leave, filled with curiosity, and began speculating about what had transpired with Chu Tiankuo earlier. Chapter 7. The Windfall. The shooting group, with its towering edifice, stands majestically amidst the bustling metropolis. Sunlight filters through the glass facade, cascading onto the luxurious carpet of the 24th floor president's office. As Chu Tiankuo stepped into his office, before he could even settle in, Wu Hanfei rushed in. An expression of acute anxiety etched across his face. Just as Wu Hanfei was about to express his concerns, He caught sight of Chu Tiankuo still standing in front of the sofa, and upon noticing the prominent lip print on his forehead, he could no longer contain his laughter. With a scowl, Chu Tiankuo glared at his personal assistant, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "What? Do I appear amusing to you?" Wu Hanfei, promptly straightening his attire, handed Chu Tiankuo a mirror with utmost seriousness. Confused, Chu Tiankuo accepted the mirror, only to behold the glaring red lip mark on his forehead, which rendered his expression as dark as a stormy sky. Setting the mirror aside, Chu Tiankuo dashed into the lounge within the office, desperately scrubbing at the lipstick stain on his forehead. Frustrated at the stubborn mark that refused to budge, he shouted, "Assistant Wu, come in and lend a hand." Wu Hanfei entered the lounge, his gaze falling on Chu Tiankuo's forehead, which was reddened from his vigorous rubbing. He immediately dialed the secretary's office downstairs. "Sister Chun, do you have any makeup remover? Please bring it up to the 24th floor." When Chun Xiaolan arrived to assist Chu Tiankuo in removing the lipstick stain, she teasingly remarked, "President Chu, you truly are a youthful charmer. Within mere days of joining shooting group, you already have a stunning beauty pursuing you." Upon hearing Chun Xiaolan's words, Chu Tiankuo's face darkened instantly. He had always maintained a principled life, entirely free from romantic entanglements. How could anyone travel such a distance to pursue him? It must be a prank by someone else. Wu Hanfei, overhearing this, swiftly pulled Chun Xiaolan out of the president's office. As she was being led away, she protested, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Dear Wu, open your eyes. I am your sister Chun, not literally." Hearing Chun Xiaolan's outburst, Wu Hanfei's face turned dark as well. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one president's office on the 24th floor, half the company would probably know about his affection for Secretary Li by tomorrow. Once they reached the elevator, Wu Hanfei whispered, "Annie, please refrain from making any wild statements. President Chu has recently endured a setback." Chun Xiaolan's eyes lit up at this. Her interest piqued as she inquired, "Is there truly a woman who does not fancy such a dashing gentleman as President Chu?" Realizing he had unwittingly walked into a trap, Wu Hanfei quickly retorted, "Annie, I implore you, do not speak carelessly. If President Wang finds out it was me who said something, he will surely send me off to Africa to mine." Chun Xiaolan, upon hearing this, patted Wu Hanfei's shoulder reassuringly and said, "Little Wu, there is nothing wrong with mining in Africa. Each day you would be surrounded by so much gold. How delightful." With that, she laughed and stepped into the elevator. As she entered, she turned back and added, "The lovely lady visiting this afternoon mentioned her surname is Mu." Upon discovering that the visitor was not Shiyu, Wu Hanfei let out a sigh of relief. As long as it was not Shiyu, there was no cause for concern. Just as he was about to return to the president's office, the elevator doors opened once more, revealing Wang Shuhan stepping out. Observing Wu Hanfei standing idly at the elevator entrance, Wang Shuhan inquired, "Little Wu, why are you not in your office, but here in mine?" In a hushed tone, Wu Hanfei replied, "President Wang, while I was out arranging accommodations for President Chu this afternoon, I overheard the secretarial office mention that a lady would be visiting our company to see President Chu." Upon learning about the female visitor, Wang Shuhan contemplated the improbability of the Shi family sending Shiyu, and he instantly relaxed. He addressed Wu Hanfei, "Little Wu, our group has ceased to entertain visitors from the Shi family. Do not let your thoughts dwell on that matter." Wu Hanfei was about to bring up the lipstick stain issue when Chu Tiankuo emerged and spotted his uncle, promptly approaching him. "Uncle, I was just looking for you. I have something to discuss." Wang Shuhan responded, "Whatever it is, you decide. It is a rare occasion for you to alleviate my burdens. I seldom get the chance to take a break." It was a jest. After eagerly awaiting his nephew to take the helm, he would never disrupt his nephew's decision-making. As Chu Tiankuo stepped forward, he began, "Uncle, I have been reviewing the subsidiaries of Wang and Chu corporations over the past few days and discovered that our Wang corporation possesses a plethora of steel mills, while Chu corporation has thermal power plants and aluminum factories." With this, Chu Tiankuo led his uncle into the office, and once they were both seated, he continued, "We could significantly increase the export of steel to foreign markets, set Chu Li logistics vessels in motion, and during their return, transport crude oil." Wang Shuhan interrupted, "Our steel mill's annual export capacity cannot support the fleet of Chu Li logistics." Chu Tiankuo, with a smile, countered, "Our prices are substantially lower than those of foreign competitors. Even with shipping costs, we make hundreds of dollars in profit per ton. As long as we secure more production lines before our competitors impact the foreign market, we'll be just fine. Furthermore, whether we transport crude oil or grains upon our return, there will still be a profit to be made, especially since we have numerous refineries and gas stations that can utilize those materials." After contemplating Chu Tiankuo's proposal, Wang Shuhan looked at him and said, "Since you have devised a plan, let us proceed with it. Thank you for your support, Uncle," Chu Tiankuo replied with a smile, pouring a cup of tea for his uncle. After Wang Shuhan took a sip, he stood up to leave, but Chu Tiankuo stopped him. "Uncle, this is your office." Hearing this, Wang Shuhan slapped his forehead, realizing that he had been so preoccupied with plotting revenge against the Shi family that he had lost track of his thoughts. He quickly added, "You see, your grandfather called me over earlier and scolded me. I'm still a bit dazed." Chu Tiankuo suppressed his laughter and stood, saying, "Uncle, you should return to your work. I am off to check on the apartment that Xiao Wu arranged for me. It is rare that I have a light day today." With that, he exited the office. As he approached the elevator, his phone suddenly rang. Chu Tiankuo, puzzled, picked it up, noting that this number was one he had just acquired the day before, known to only a select few. Upon seeing that the call was from a number registered in Island City, he grit his teeth and answered, "Hello? Is this President Chu? I am Lu Shucheng," came a somewhat hoarse voice from the other end. Chu Tiankuo pondered for a moment. This was the general manager of Chu Realty, whom he had instructed to contact him. "Hello, Manager Lu. President Chu, we have begun negotiations regarding the plots of land you mentioned. However, we discovered several smaller real estate companies also attempting to purchase properties in that vicinity. These plots are slated for a significant municipal project in Island City, encompassing subways, hospitals, schools, and other community facilities. By the end of this year, a new district is expected to emerge in Island City." Chu Tiankuo contemplated briefly before stating, "Manager Lu, regardless of the challenges you face, we cannot afford to lose any properties near those plots." Hearing this, Lu Shucheng's voice noticeably faltered, and he hesitated, saying, "President Chu, I met with several companies this afternoon, but they are unwilling to budge." Chu Tiankuo interjected, "If they refuse to negotiate, we shall pressure them out. If they remain obstinate, we can directly acquire shares in their companies, expanding our Chu Corporation subsidiaries." "Understood, understood," Lu Shucheng replied, and Chu Tiankuo nodded with satisfaction. Last time, this project had significantly increased the market values of the Shi, Mu, and Xia families by a third. Now, he would claim it all for himself, delivering a substantial blow to the Shi family's future development. As Chu Tiankuo indulged in his musings, the elevator reached the 21st floor. Upon exiting, he noticed several secretaries and assistants casting glances at him, their expressions a mix of amusement and restraint, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, fair hands reached from behind, covering his eyes, accompanied by a playful voice that chimed, Shaoli, guess who I am?" In Chapter 8, titled Old Friends. Chu Tiankuo was taken aback by this unexpected endearment. He did not recognize the voice, yet it seemed the speaker was intimately familiar with him. "Who are you?" he inquired, regaining his composure as he attempted to identify the owner of the voice from his memories. The hands withdrew, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage. The woman's lips curling into a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Shaoli, it's me, Mu Qingqing. Surprised, are we?" she teased, her playful demeanor directed at Chu Tiankuo. Although he acknowledged her resemblance, he discerned that she was not the same person he once knew. Nevertheless, he responded politely, "It is Miss Mu. How may I assist you?" Mu Qingqing pouted, dissatisfied with his formal tone. "Shaoli, why are you so distant? I specifically came to see you." Chu Tiankuo raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that his awareness of her intentions was precisely why he maintained such a demeanor. After all, who in Island City did not know that the second daughter of the Mu family was a spirited troublemaker, unafraid of anything? At that moment, Wu Han hastily approached, visibly relieved upon seeing Mu Qingqing. He explained to Chu Tiankuo, "Mr. Chu, this is the second daughter of the Mu group, here to discuss a potential collaboration." "Qingqing, it has truly been a while," Chu Tiankuo remarked with a slight smile, appearing more amiable. Mu Qingqing, upon seeing his smile, beamed back, "Indeed, it has been too long. I have missed you." Chu Tiankuo chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further. He was acutely aware that Mu Qingqing's presence here must serve a deeper purpose. As anticipated, her subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. "Shaoli, I have come to discuss a collaboration." Chu Tiankuo nodded, gesturing towards his office to indicate they should converse further there. Once they entered the office, a cluster of curious onlookers congregated in the secretary's area, beginning to chatter. Chen Xiulan, with keen interest, remarked, "Have you noticed? This beauty is a twin." Wu Jinxian scrutinized Chen Xiulan thoughtfully before resting her chin on her hand, affirmatively stating, "From my observations, these two beauties are on par with Sister Lan." Chen Xiulan, upon hearing this, raised her eyebrows and playfully tugged at Wu Jinxuan's chubby cheeks, chiding, "You cheeky girl. How dare you jest about your elder sister?" "Ow, Sister Lan, I didn't mean to offend. Let go of me." Wu Jinxian mumbled through her pinched cheeks. After releasing her, Chun Xilan affectionately ruffled Wu Jinxuan's hair, saying, "Now, let us discuss those two beauties." At that moment, Wu Han, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Wasn't the visitor looking for Mr. Chu this afternoon, Miss Mu Qingqing?" Li Meng checked the visitor records and clarified, "The one who came earlier was named Mu Chanshan, a striking lady." Chun Xilan provocatively asked, "Who do you think is the elder sister, and who is the younger sister among these two beauties?" Wu Han raised his hand, stating, "The previous Miss Mu Qingqing is the second daughter of the Mu group, while the one you mentioned, Miss Mu Chanshan, is the eldest." Upon hearing this, the excitement dissipated, and everyone returned to their respective desks to attend to their tasks. Wu Han looked around, bewildered, unsure if he had misspoken. Wu Jinxian rubbed her cheeks and glared at her brother, saying, "What was once an amusing guessing game has been ruined by you." Wu Han shrugged his shoulders, and just then spotted Chu Tiankuo appearing out from his office, beckoning him inside with urgency. Inside the office, Mu Qingqing had elaborated on the collaboration details. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo agreed. Seeing his acceptance, Mu Qingqing's face lit up with joy, for she knew her objective had been achieved. Gazing at the beaming Mu Qingqing, Chu Tiankuo, feeling a tinge of exasperation, remarked, "For such a trivial matter, why did you, Miss Mu, need to come in person? A simple phone call would suffice." Approaching Chu Tiankuo, Mu Qingqing draped her arms around his neck and whispered softly in his ear, "How would you know that I came to discuss business? Perhaps it is because I missed you?" The warmth of her breath sent a rush of color to Chu Tiankuo's cheeks, prompting him to step back hastily and call for Wu Han to enter. Once Wu Han arrived, Chu Tiankuo sighed in relief, believing that with another present, this little imp might temper her behavior. Observing Wu Han's puzzled expression, Chu Tiankuo instructed, "Assistant Wu, please arrange for a meeting. I have verbally agreed to a contract with Miss Mu. Coordinate with Chu Li Logistics to engage with the Mu group for further discussions." Wu Han nodded affirmatively. "Understood, I will take care of it." As Mu Qingqing watched the two engage in their exchange, she felt as though she had become invisible and promptly rose to leave. Chu Tiankuo hurriedly stood to see her off. Upon exiting the office and witnessing the numerous secretaries observing them, Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with mischief. She grasped Chu Tiankuo's hand and said, "Shaoli, if you face setbacks, it's all right. Just know that I've always been waiting for you." Her words detonated in the secretary area like a bomb, triggering a flurry of keystrokes as the secretaries began to gossip amongst themselves. Chu Tiankuo's expression shifted. His jaw clenched as he pointed towards the elevator, enunciating each word Mu Qing. Before he could finish, Mu Qingqing had already dashed to the elevator, blowing a kiss in his direction and declaring, "I will always be waiting for you." She then stepped inside the elevator, disappearing from sight. Chu Tiankuo turned to face the inquisitive secretaries, his expression darkening as he asserted, "Do not believe her. She is simply jesting." With that, he returned to his office. Gazing out at the bustling cityscape, he felt a cool detachment within. Seated in his spacious office, the vibrant urban life outside contrasted sharply with the calm atmosphere within. His gaze was profound. Mu Qingqing's unexpected appearance had disrupted his previously serene existence. He recalled her exquisite features and the playful glimmer in her eyes, understanding that the second Miss Mu was far from a mere ornament. Her personal visit indicated a more profound purpose. Taking a deep breath, he let his fingers dance across the desk. He picked up a document, scrutinizing its contents with care. The terms proposed by the Mu group appeared unusually lenient. His fingers glided over the text, each word seemingly laden with significance. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the office door. Chu Tiankuo looked up to see Wu Han standing outside, a hint of confusion on his face. He gestured for Wu Han to enter and resumed his focus on the document. "Mr. Chu, regarding Miss Mu's collaboration proposal, I have arranged for the personnel at Chu Li Logistics to engage with the Mu group." Wu Han's voice resonated within the office. Chu Tiankuo nodded in acknowledgement without lifting his gaze. "Excellent. I trust your judgment." He understood that this collaboration presented a significant opportunity. Securing this deal could swiftly turn Chu Li Logistics' fortunes around. However, given the Mu group's esteemed position in Island City, they needed to tread carefully. Wu Han nodded in agreement, then hesitated before speaking again. "Mr. Chu, I sense that Miss Mu may harbor some special feelings for you." Upon hearing the words, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow slightly. He lifted his gaze to meet Wu Hanfei's. "Are you suggesting that her demeanor towards me is of significance?" Wu Hanfei nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, she appears to exhibit a remarkable interest in you," and her parting words left much to be pondered. Chu Tiankuo deeply esaling sao. He was aware that Mu Qingqing's actions were indeed perplexing, yet he understood more profoundly that she was not an individual to be trifled with. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing out at the urban landscape beyond. Night had descended, and the city was aglow with lights, as if cloaked in a resplendent garment. He murmured the names of Mu Corporation, Freight, and Sure Corporation, meticulously recalling every detail that surfaced in his mind. Chapter 9. A Chance Encounter. Chu Ting Building. Chu Tiankuo exited his office and glanced at the still bustling secretary's office. Raising his hand to check the time, he realized it was already 8:30 in the evening. Approaching the office, he clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. It's time to clock out. Why linger for overtime? He jested. Instantly, the office erupted in chatter, with secretaries chiming in. President Chu, we noticed you hadn't left yet. Our duty is to assist you. If you remain, how can we depart? The audacious Wu Jinxian trotted over to Chu Tiankuo, her curiosity evident as she inquired, President Chu, which of those two sisters from this afternoon is your girlfriend? Observing the folly of Wu Jinxian, Chen Xiaolan couldn't help but shake her head, pondering how this batch of newcomers at Chu Ting Group seemed to be a collection of troublemakers. As an exemplary administrative secretary, she promptly pulled Wu Jinxian aside while signaling Chu Tiankuo, indicating that Wu Jinxian was not entirely sensible. Chu Tiankuo regarded the lively secretary's office and clapped his hands once more, stating, All right, everyone, I am new here and still learning the ropes. After a brief pause, he continued, As a gesture of goodwill, I invite you all to a sumptuous feast. Are you serious, President Chu? Du manque qu'idiot, het, skepticism evident. As one of the two long-standing members of the secretary's office, she recalled that during her tenure with Wang Shihan, he only took male secretaries to social events after work, let alone treated everyone to a meal. Chu Tiankuo smiled, responding, Sisterly, I'm just getting acquainted with everyone. It would be splendid to break bread together. Who knows how long we might be working together? As the secretary's office buzzed with excitement, Wu Hanfei stepped in, surveying the animated scene before addressing Chu Tiankuo. President Chu, are you preparing to leave? Your driver and bodyguard are already awaiting you in the underground parking lot. Upon Wu Hanfei's remark, the previously vibrant atmosphere in the office abruptly stilled. He then added, You mustn't play favorites. The assistant office will also be collaborating with you for an extended period. Chu Tiankuo, bemused by Wu Hanfei's antics, conceded, Very well, let us include everyone and make it a lively affair. As soon as his words were uttered, the previously stifled atmosphere transformed into a jubilant one. Wu Jinxian, with tears of joy in her eyes, exclaimed to Wu Hanfei, Brother, I never imagined you could be so witty. Wu Hanfei's expression darkened at her words, questioning whether she was truly his sister, as he had merely intended to share a jest with the secretary's office. At this moment, Chen Xiaolan intervened to smooth things over. Ladies, since President Chu is so generous, shall we indulge in some exquisite yin family cuisine? Hooray! Long live President Chu! The cheers from the secretary's office reverberated. Yet Chu Tiankuo swiftly made his way to the elevator, declaring, Whoever leaves last turns off the lights. Laughter and merriment filled the 21st floor of Chu Ting Building. Island City, Chu Residence. The night was deepening, yet the lights in the Chu residence remained bright. Shiyu sat in Chu Tiankuo's bedroom, having found herself at a loss due to the sudden disconnection of the internet between the Shi and Chu residences. She idly surveyed her surroundings. The bedroom was elegantly arranged, each detail reflecting Chu Tiankuo's character. However, at this moment, it appeared somewhat disheveled, with clothes strewn about and books haphazardly placed on the shelves, evidence of the owner's hasty departure. Shiyu's gaze fell upon a delicate little box on the bedside table, containing the wedding ring she had previously custom-made with Chu Tiankuo. Gently lifting the box, she traced the intricate designs with her fingers, a wave of inexplicable emotion flooding her heart. Ah Chu, did you leave in such haste? Shiyu murmured to herself, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Or perhaps you no longer wish for me? Recalling the surveillance footage from the courtyard, where Chu Tiankuo had left without a backward glance, Shiyu felt a pang of trepidation. Exiting the bedroom, she observed the empty hall. The shards of glass that had once littered the floor had been cleaned up by the Shi family servants, and the carpet had been replaced with a new one. As she touched the vacant wall, she unconsciously traced her fingers downward. This wall had once displayed their wedding photos, now marred by gaping holes. Remembering the scene she had seen in the kitchen, she felt a deep, heart-wrenching pain. Wandering aimlessly out of the Chu residence, she unexpectedly encountered her dear friend Tang Tong, who was anxiously waiting at the entrance of a Shi residence. Shiyu greeted Tang Tong, but her friend, clearly agitated, exclaimed, Xiaoyu, Look at how shameless those two sisters from the Mu family are. The whole of Island City knows you and Chu Tiankuo are betrothed since childhood. Even if you're not formally engaged now, you two are destined to marry. Their actions are utterly disgraceful. Observing her friend's fury, Shiyu quickly reassured her. What happened? Did they say something disparaging? Tang Tong produced two freshly printed photographs, handing them to Shiyu. Upon viewing them, Shiryu's slender frame trembled slightly, and her complexion grew pale. Forcing a smile, she remarked, "Look at this one. Ah Chu is clearly asleep on the sofa. He must have been the victim of a prank. And this one of Qingqing, who in Island City doesn't know her temperament." She was undoubtedly teasing Ah Chu. Watching her best friend attempt to defend the indefensible, Tang Tong felt a surge of frustration. Now you don't even know where Chu Tiankuo is. They so swiftly conspired together, and you still think it was unplanned? Just as Shiryu was about to offer a feeble rebuttal, Tang Tong's phone rang. "Hello? What are you doing so late?" "Tang Tong Ansua, Popa." "Little sister, I just spotted Chu Tiankuo in Linhai City." "Second brother, you must intercept him." "Tang Tong et glim et secondly." After hanging up, Tang Tong eagerly pulled Shiryu along. "My brother is on a business trip to Linhai with Xia Rongjie, and they just happened to come across Chu Tiankuo." Before she could finish, Shiryu's face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. She understood the catalyst of her conflicts with Chu Tiankuo. She knew that if Xia Rongjie met Chu Tiankuo, it would be an explosive encounter. Quickly grasping Tang Tong's arm, she implored, "Tong Tong, call second brother and tell him not to disturb Ah Chu. He only needs some time to clear his mind in Linhai." Tang Tong, noticing her friend's desperate expression, though confused, complied and dialed her brother. As she heard the busy signal on the other end, she voiced her confusion. Why isn't he answering? Hearing this news, Shiryu felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt, collapsing to the ground. Tang Tong rushed to support her, holding her tightly in her embrace. "Shiryu, please don't scare me. I'll call my brother right away." Chapter 10, A Confrontation. As the night descended, the ambience of Yan's private kitchen was illuminated by soft lights, enveloped in tantalizing aromas. This was a gathering place for the elite of Linhai. Xia Rongjie and Tang Xian stepped into this restaurant, rich in antiquity, as they were guided by a waiter towards their reserved private room. Suddenly, their attention was captivated by voices emanating from another room. Inside, Chu Tiankuo was engaged in lively banter with a group of new colleagues, the atmosphere warm and congenial, his face radiating a long-lost sense of ease and joy. Chun Xiaolan, her exquisite features graced by a faint blush, raised her glass in a toast to Chu Tiankuo. "Mr. Chu, we welcome you to join our family at Shooting Group." Chu Tiankuo reciprocated the gesture, lifting his glass and downing the contents in one swift motion. Observing this, the others present followed suit, raising their glasses in homage to him. "Mr. Chu, I am Lu Yutong from the Secretariat." "Mr. Chu, I am Lu Jilan from the Secretariat." The toast continued in succession, and soon, Chu Tiankuo's gaze became somewhat hazy, intoxication creeping in as he silently cursed himself for forgetting that this life was not the same as his past one. His current body had yet to acclimate to excessive drinking. Noticing Chu Tiankuo's movements becoming sluggish, Chun Xiaolan revealed a smile laden with inscrutable meaning as she approached him with her glass in hand. "Mr. Chu, everyone is quite curious about your past experiences." Outside the private room, Xia Rongjie wore a knowing smile, tinged with provocation and pride, as he gently patted Tang Xian's back, signaling him to move forward. Tang Xian ended his phone call and followed suit into the room. Their strides were steady, each step seemingly proclaiming an air of undeniable authority. "Ah, is that not the esteemed young Master Chu?" Xia Rongjie's voice cut through the laughter and conversation within the room, striking a jarring note. He deliberately slowed his pace, stopping before Chu Tiankuo, his eyes gleaming with the triumph of a victor. Chu Tiankuo looked up, his gaze locking with Xia Rongjie's. And in that instant, the air thickened, the surrounding chatter fading slightly, maintaining his rare composure. He allowed a slight smile to curve his lips as he regarded the two newcomers with a hint of scorn. "Is that not young Master Xia? What brings you from the island city to our Linhai domain, rather than waiting to live off the generosity of others?" The term living off generosity seemed to strike a nerve with Xia Rongjie, prompting his voice to rise slightly. "Living off generosity? Mr. Chu, you exaggerate. I am merely curious as to how someone of your former grandeur has now humbled themselves to dine with such common folk." Xia Rongjie surveyed the attendees, noting their unremarkable attire, clearly indicative of mere workers. Upon glimpsing Chun Xiaolan, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. Before he could finish, the atmosphere within the room plummeted to icy silence. Chu Tiankuo's new colleagues exchanged glances, bewildered, while he remained unflustered, gently lifting his glass in acknowledgement to Xia Rongjie, his eyes flashing with a barely perceptible sharpness. "Young Master Xia, life is but a game of chess, where wins and losses can shift in an instant. Today, you may perceive me as defeated. However, it appears you are overly enamored with your past victories, forgetting that the road ahead is long and fraught with uncertainty." Chu Tiankuo then moved beside Xia Rongjie, whispering in his ear, "Young Master Xia, I wonder if your Xiaoyu Holdings has resolved its outstanding debts in Europe. The implications of his words were layered and pointed. The onlookers could not help but nod in silent agreement, while Xia Rongjie's expression subtly shifted, quickly regaining his composure. He understood that any confrontation between them here was futile, merely leaving behind a parting remark of "we shall see" as he attempted to pull Tang Xian away. Unexpectedly, Tang Xian shrugged off Xia Rongjie's grip and approached Chu Tiankuo, disdainfully surveying the numerous bottles strewn across the table. It seems our young master Chu has been reduced to such dire straits after leaving the Shi family, resorting even to drinking this unknown liquor. He glanced around the room, then picked up a bottle and inquired of the waitress who had guided them. "Excuse me, but I presume this wine is not from your establishment?" The waitress, observing the opulence of Tang Xian's attire, replied, "Indeed, sir. I have never seen this type of bottle before. Perhaps it was brought in by this gentleman. Who would have thought our young master Chu would sink so low as to smuggle in wine to such a venue?" Unafraid of the repercussions from Yan's private kitchen, Tang Xian paused, then mockingly added, "Ah, but young Master Chu, having left the Shi family, likely has little opportunity to visit such upscale places anymore. Whether or not he gets blacklisted is of no concern, is it?" His words struck like an invisible blade, piercing directly at Chu Tiankuo. The atmosphere in the private room became palpably charged, enveloped in an unspoken tension. Chu Tiankuo's gaze flickered between Tang Xian and the empty bottles, holding back the urge to rise in defense while gently restraining Chen Xiulan, seemingly unhurried to engage in a rebuttal. Not necessarily. A familiar voice drifted in from outside the room, capturing everyone's attention. It was Su Ziwen. Upon seeing Su Ziwen, Tang Xian immediately set down the bottle and approached him. "Mr. Su Viting, I am Tang Xian." Su Ziwen nodded. "Tang Xiao, what a coincidence. I did not expect to see you in such a setting." As it turned out, Su Ziwen had also accepted the invitation from Tang Xian and Xia Rongjie to dine at Yan's private kitchen that evening. The Tang Corporation was indeed a formidable enterprise, and their visit to Linhai was related to issues concerning Chuli Logistics, with Chuli Logistics having severed ties with the Shi family. The Shi group was overwhelmed with orders, prompting major companies from the island city to seek collaborations with Shooting Group in Linhai. However, upon arriving at the private kitchen and witnessing this altercation, Su Ziwen prioritized Chu Tiankuo over the orders from the Tang Corporation, promptly interjecting. Su Ziwen picked up a wine bottle, sniffed its opening, and exclaimed to Chu Tiankuo, "A century-old treasure from the Chen family, truly a testament to Mr. Chu's esteemed reputation." He then turned to Tang Xian. "This is no mere unknown liquor. It is widely known that Yan's private kitchen is celebrated for its culinary masters, several of whom are national banquet chefs. Among them, Master Yin Zongming, who specializes in Huayan cuisine, has a daughter married to the head of the Jiangling Chun family. Thus, Yan's private kitchen has since acquired a collection of exquisite wines, with the century-old Chun being the most distinguished. Today, Mr. Chu is indulging in the century-old Chun, not the nameless drink you referred to. Furthermore, Mr. Chu is not just the assistant to the president of Shooting Group. He is also the president of the Chu family. To insult our president in such a setting, I believe any discussions regarding our cooperation are now moot." Without waiting for Tang Xian's response, Su Ziwen strode out of the private room. Hearing this, Tang Xian's face turned pale as he murmured, "How could someone who relies on the Shi family have such influence?" Chapter 11, Night Talks. Yan's private kitchen. Observing the dazed Tang Xian, Chu Tiankuo stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "Have you forgotten what my childhood nickname was?" After patting Tang Xian's shoulder, he extended his hand toward the exit. Xia Rongjie, seeing Tang Xian frozen in place, forcibly pulled him along. The waitress who had guided them hurriedly followed, calling out, "Sir, you're going the wrong way. The private room is inside." We're not going. Xia Rongjie barked back without glancing over his shoulder as he dragged Tang Xian along. Once they were outside the room, Tang Xian regained his senses and said, let us go. As Chen Xiulan exited the private room, she observed the retreating figures of the two and leaned against the door, greeting the manager of the floor, who promptly rushed over. "Miss Second, do you have any instructions?" Chen Xiulan gestured toward the retreating figure of the waitress and said, "Old Huang, assign her to the kitchen. She lacks the slightest discernment. How could she possibly greet guests at the front desk?" Manager Huang glanced at the private room Chen Xiulan was leaning against and recalled the earlier commotion on this floor, causing his expression to shift instantly. He hurriedly inquired, "May I ask which esteemed guest Miss Second is hosting today?" Observing Manager Huang's demeanor, Chen Xiulan smiled enigmatically and simply replied, "The president of the Chu Corporation," before turning and entering the private room. Inside, as Chu Tiankuo was being inundated with drinks, Chen Xiulan seized Wu Hanfeng's arm and remarked, As your life assistant, why aren't you shielding our President Chu from a few drinks? At this rate, he won't be sober tomorrow. Wu Hanfeng, somewhat bashful, replied, when I joined President Chu, General Manager Wang instructed me not to block his drinks. Besides, after President Chu's two rivals were ousted, he seemed quite elated. Chu Tiankuo, observing the two in hushed conversation, raised his glass and declared, You two, cease your whispers, tonight. We shall drink until we drop. The atmosphere in the private room grew fervent, with colleagues cheering loudly. In another private room, Tang Xian was drowning his sorrows alongside Xia Rongjie. Tang Xian scrutinized the pretentious Xia Rongjie and taunted, There's no one else here. You know very well how we frolicked when I visited Europe last year. Xia Rongjie lit a cigarette, exhaled slowly, and then curiously asked, Old Tang, how did Chu Tiankuo suddenly transform into the president of the Chu Corporation? Tang Xian, slightly vexed, set down his glass, gazing at the charming Xia Rongjie, and pondered for a moment before responding, I almost forgot you were a transfer student. Your family arrived in the island city too late. Are you aware that the two prominent families here were the Chu and Mu families? Xia Rongjie extinguished his cigarette, took a sip from his glass, and coughed as the liquid went down the wrong way. He covered his mouth and set the glass down, saying, I remember that the Xia family entered the island city when I was 12. Tang Xian, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked while you arrived just in time. He had already changed his name. Did you know Chu Tiankuo's childhood nickname was Chu Li? Upon hearing this, Xia Rongjie expressed surprise. Chu Li? As in Chu Li Logistics? Indeed, the year your family arrived in the island city, Chu Tiankuo coincidentally changed his name, and that was also the year his parents met with misfortune, Tang Xian continued. A trace of irony in his tone. Perhaps he had been with the Shi family for too long. Long enough for us to forget he was the heir of the Chu family. Hearing this, Xia Rongjie narrowed his eyes and, lifting his glass with ambiguous intent, said, Since he is now the president of the Chu Corporation, collaboration with Chu Li Logistics is out of the question. Tang Xian took a gloomy sip and was about to speak when he noticed a waiter bringing in dishes, promptly silencing himself. In Chu Tiankuo's private room, the guests had nearly reached their limit. Chun Xiaolong leaned in close to Chu Tiankuo's ear and whispered, President Chu, it's time. Everyone is quite intoxicated. Chu Tiankuo watched as Wu Jinxian, already tipsy, giggled foolishly, while Wu Hanfeng was grasping Li Meng's hand, murmuring, Sisterly, how do you think our old Wu treats you? The secretaries nearby, reveling in the chaos, clapped and chanted, Get together, get together. Observing the wild antics in the private room, Chu Tiankuo, rubbing his temples in distress, asked, Secretary Chun, I'm new to Lehigh. Are there any hotels nearby? He then gestured toward the disarray caused by Wu Hanfeng, exasperatedly adding, Please arrange our accommodations. I will cover all expenses. Chun Xiaolong, her own intoxication evident, added an alluring flush to her already exquisite features. President Chu, there's a complimentary villa behind the Yin family's private kitchen. Allow me to arrange for them to be taken there. Chu Tiankuo surveyed the chaotic private room and instructed Chun Xiaolong, You handle the arrangements. I'll keep an eye on them. Pointing at the already amorous Wu Hanfeng and Li Meng. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Xiaolong hurriedly exited the room to beckon Manager Huang. Old Huang, quickly arrange for everyone to be settled. After issuing her command, she went to pull Li Meng away from her embrace with Wu Hanfeng. Li Meng, reluctantly brought back, protested. Hey, don't think you can separate me from my husband. Hearing this, Chun Xiaolong glanced at Li Meng, who was still clinging to Wu Hanfeng, and pulled out her phone to capture the moment. Chu Tiankuo, after several unsuccessful attempts to detach Wu Hanfeng from Li Meng, called out, Lu Ge, please come up and assist. The summoned bodyguards chuckled at the sight, amused by the usually serious assistant Wu's drunken abandon. Wiping sweat from his brow, Chu Tiankuo observed the procession of employees being escorted away by waitstaff. Suddenly realizing he was left alone in the private room, he quickly made his way to the door, only to collide with Chun Xiaolong, who had just finished arranging accommodations. Rubbing her forehead in discontent, she exclaimed, President Chu, I was just about to deliver good news when you knocked me off my feet. Chu Tiankuo, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I apologize. I noticed no one was leading me to my accommodation, and I became a bit anxious. Chun Xiaolong tugged at Chu Tiankuo's sleeve, guiding him back into the private room as they meandered through a winding path. Observing the elegant and antique villa, Chu Tiankuo mused, I had no idea the Yin family's private kitchen was accompanied by such a splendid Huizhou-style architecture in this charming villa. Upon entering the villa with Chun Xiaolong, Chu Tiankuo increasingly sensed something amiss. It felt less like a guest house and more akin to a young lady's boudoir in a prominent family. As they settled into their seats, Chun Xiaolong deftly retrieved the tea set, preparing tea with fluid motions that exuded grace. The gilded decor is splendid indeed. The Huizhou merchant's vie for Luan tea, Chu Tiankuo remarked. Miss Chun, you appear less like a pragmatic administrative secretary and more akin to a lady raised in a merchant family, he added. Chun Xiulan, with a playful glint, responded. Why doesn't Tea President Chu simply say that I am indeed a lady from a merchant family? Taken aback by her words, Chu Tiankuo burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 12. The source of substantial funds in the Jianghuai villa. Chu Tiankuo scrutinized Chun Xiulan, noting the familiar contours of her features, and inquired, Are you the second miss of the Chun family from Jiangling? Chun Xiulan playfully asked, Why not the eldest? Recalling the stern demeanor of the eldest sister from his childhood. Chu Tiankuo couldn't help but touch his nose and say, I lived with the eldest Chun for a time when we were young, and she certainly did not possess your mischievous spirit. As Chun Xiulan carefully scrutinized the young man before her, she initially perceived him as a refined gentleman, far from the playful character described by her elder sister. Over time, she realized that this individual had merely concealed his true nature beneath a facade. When we first met, you didn't seem as carefree as my sister described. You were entirely the product of a noble upbringing, she noted. Upon hearing the words, noble upbringing, Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed. Since childhood, Xia Zheng had always brought him along to various banquets, subtly flaunting the fact that she had nurtured the Chu heir. However, after each banquet concluded, Xia Zheng would adopt a completely different demeanor, laden with scorn. She believed that the Chu family had opportunistically seized a large share of the Shi family's assets during their crisis. In his past life, after their marriage, he had failed to return the 31 shares held by the Chu family to the Shi family. From that moment on, Xia Zheng had been particularly harsh toward him. After he proposed divorce, she frequently stormed into his residence, vocally berating him, claiming she had raised him, and that she had married him off to her only child. Now that he held shares in the Shi family, she felt he had grown wings and was eager to leave her. Xia Zheng had failed to consider the scandalous rumors circulating about Shiyu and Xia Rongjie. She was neither deaf nor blind, so how could she tolerate such a situation? Upon this contemplation, Chu Tiankuo's fist clenched tightly, and his expression turned icy, his words causing the temperature in the secluded courtyard to drop several degrees. I find myself rather grateful for the years spent within the Shi family. Without Xia Zheng's guidance, I would not be the person I am today. Chun Xiulan, observing the current demeanor of Chu Tiankuo, could not help but curl her lips and remarked, Is Mr. Chu intending to enact a domineering CEO narrative in my Jianghuai courtyard? Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo regained his composure, donning once again that refreshing demeanor akin to a gentle spring breeze, and inquired, Might I ask what Miss Chun intends by ushering me into your chamber? Upon hearing this, Chun Xiulan realized that they were getting to the crux of the matter. With a playful glint in her eye, she leaned closer to him, whispering in his ear, Guess who I saw entering Tang Xian's private room? Feeling the almost intimate closeness of Chun Xiulan, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow and subtly leaned back, attempting to create some distance. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Xiulan took advantage of the moment, pressing closer still, and as she felt the precariousness of her chair, Chu Tiankuo instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Murmuring near her ear, Miss Chun, you seem rather lacking in confidence regarding your allure, or do you believe that I, a young man brimming with vigor, pose no threat to you? Feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, Chun Xiulan's expression tightened, realizing she had miscalculated. Both had indulged in ample libations, their bodies aflame with warmth. As she observed the gradual reddening of Chu Tiankuo's eyes, she hastily attempted to push him away, but found herself unable to summon the strength. Resignedly stating, Mr. Chu, my grandfather visits this courtyard daily to feed the fish. If you wish to avoid having the union of the Chu and Chun families trending on social media tomorrow, it would be best to release me. Chu Tiankuo gazed at the exquisite beauty in his arms, feeling a dryness in his throat. Noting her alarmed expression, he playfully responded, I believe a union between the Chu and Chun families would be rather advantageous. Your family's numerous wineries and farms abroad would provide ample resources for my logistics operations. Realizing she had fallen into his playful trap, Chun Xiulan effortlessly extricated herself from his grasp, smoothing her attire and resuming her composure as she seated herself opposite him. While a union between the Chun and Chu families would indeed be a formidable alliance, should the Shi and Shao families join forces, it would likely render all a Mr. Chu's strategies futile. Chu Tiankuo, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and inquired, Are you referring to the Lanling Shao family? Chun Xiulan nodded, stating, I just saw Shao Tian's enter Tang Xian's private room. The Shao family's overseas logistics are not inferior to yours. Upon hearing Shao Tian's name, Chu Tiankuo's fingers began to tap rhythmically on the tea table. The Shao family possesses numerous mining operations abroad, and their maritime freight services have flourished in recent years. If the Xiao family's capital and logistics were to be injected into the Shi family, they could potentially replicate the swift development of the past. After a prolonged silence, Chu Tiankuo finally spoke. The Lanling Xiao family indeed possesses substantial cash flow, but Xiao Tiankuo is not one to overlook the Shi family's vulnerabilities. He would not invest recklessly. Noticing Chu Tiankuo's growing confidence, Chen Xiaolan felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm, stating, "There are unsavory dealings between Shooting Group and the Xiao family regarding investments in the Binhai district. Perhaps the Xiao family may indeed choose to invest in the Shi family." The mention of the Binhai district sparked interest in Chu Tiankuo's eyes. In his previous life, the Binhai district had met an untimely demise, with only a third of it completed before the state abandoned its plans in favor of coastal and island cities. In his past life, Shiyu had suffered greatly in the Binhai district project, ultimately resorting to selling off part of the Shi family's shares in the old Chu residence to resolve the matter. When the state later embarked on the second development of the island city, the Shi family capitalized on the opportunity, emerging as one of the first trillion-yuan conglomerates. It was during this time that the tumultuous divorce proceedings between him and Shiyu gained widespread attention, primarily because Shiyu had agreed to publicly refute the rumors if he signed the divorce contract, leading them to maintain the facade of a loving couple for a period. He vividly recalled how the blogosphere buzzed for an entire month with headlines proclaiming how sweet their journey from childhood friends to a loving couple had been, with a considerable fan base supporting their on-screen romance, further ignited by the Shi family's burgeoning success. Reflecting on the prospect of publicity, Chu Tiankuo's eyes lit up as he regarded the inebriated Chen Xiaolan, whose beauty rivaled that of blooming peach blossoms in spring, her skin as radiant as white jade. Though it is often said that beauty lies in the essence rather than mere appearance, the woman before him exuded an innate nobility, her features strikingly exquisite. Chu Tiankuo silently recited a calming mantra, asserting the planning functions of the Binhai district overlap excessively with those of the island city and coastal regions, rendering it akin to a delicacy that is tasteless yet too precious to discard. I would estimate that completing even a third of it would be remarkable. Rather, it would be prudent for Shooting Group to abandon the Binhai district project. If our two families were to collaborate, we could acquire land around the coastal and island cities, which I believe will see significant development in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaolan fell silent. Her sister had also predicted that the nation's future focus would remain on the island city and coastal areas. The geographical positioning of the Binhai district suggested that once completed, it would only attract high-tech companies, failing to foster substantial overseas logistics conglomerates. Though Chu Tiankuo's proposition was alluring, Chen Xiaolan understood that acquiescing would lead the Chen family to become overly reliant on the Chu family, prompting her to decline. "I apologize. While your plan is enticing, the Chu family has made too many enemies, and the Chen family prefers not to become entangled." Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed slightly. The Shi family currently relied heavily on the Chu family, while the Xia family had long since faded into obscurity. He pondered what the Chen family might be wary of. Observing Chu Tiankuo's momentary daze, Chen Xiaolan realized that he was only skimming the surface of the information at hand and prompted him. "Mr. Chu, have you considered that the Xia family is incurring continuous losses in Europe, while the Shi family is entirely dependent on Chu logistics for their annual financial reports? Why then are these two families steadily progressing? Are you suggesting that the Shi and Xia families are benefiting from some obscure cash flow?" Chapter 13, Xiao Tiankuo, Jianghuai Courtyard. The morning sun streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow in Chen Xiaolan's chamber. She gently opened her eyes, resembling a flower awakening in the dawn. Exuding en enchantinora. Slowly, she stretched, akin to a languid kitten, her arms reaching upward, fingers curling slightly as if to capture that delightful warmth of sunlight. Her delicate skin, illuminated by the light, appeared as smooth as mutton fat jade. As she stretched, her body naturally unfurled, her silhouette graceful, reminiscent of willow branches swaying in a gentle breeze. The ribbon around her waist danced lightly, adding a touch of vitality and elegance. With her head slightly tilted back, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over the pillow, glimmering with a lustrous sheen. A faint smile graced her lips, hinting at a sense of contentment and ease. Her eyelids half closed as if still immersed in the remnants of a beautiful dream. Each movement was imbued with elegance and grace, as if a splendid painting were unfolding before one's eyes. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, with only her captivating form captured in the sunlight, prompting Chu Tiankuo to marvel at the unique charm of Chen Xiaolan. As she fully awakened, she sat upright, smoothing her hair with her hand, her gaze gradually becoming clear. It was then that she noticed Chu Tiankuo standing nearby, and she could not help but exclaim, "What are you doing here?" Chen Xiulan's voice carried a hint of inquiry. Chu Tiankuo looked at her with a touch of helplessness, recalling how it was she who had insisted on drinking together the previous night. Sister, our clothes are perfectly intact. It was you who insisted on sharing drinks with me. Chen Xiulan's face flushed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment as she awkwardly adjusted her clothing, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem. Chu Tiankuo stood nearby, his expression a mix of confusion and awkwardness. Glancing at the frozen figure of Chu Tiankuo, Chen Xiulan commanded, "Leave." Reluctantly, Chu Tiankuo exited Chen Xiulan's boudoir, and just as he closed the door, he was met with the icy gaze of a strikingly handsome man. Xiao Tiankuo, who had spent the previous night at the Yin family's private dining establishment after accepting an invitation from Tang Xian and Xia Rongjie, had decided to stay in the rear villa to rest. Rising early that day, he intended to visit Chen Xiulan, only to find Chu Tiankuo emerging from her room. Instantly, his countenance darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Xiao Tian's steps became heavy, each stride seemingly laden with suppressed power. His gaze fixed intently on Chu Tiankuo, as if attempting to penetrate his innermost thoughts. Chu Tiankuo felt a pang of regret over his lengthy conversation with Chen Xiulan the previous evening. He had assumed the warm beverage on the stove was tea, only to discover it was warm yellow rice wine. Having already consumed a significant amount of white liquor, he had succumbed to slumber at the table. Now, confronted by a young man's scrutinizing stare, he wondered if this was perhaps one of Chen Xiulan's suitors. Thus, he approached Xiao Tiankuo, seeking clarification. Upon reaching Xiao Tiankuo, Chu Tiankuo extended his hand in introduction. "Hello, I am Chu Tiankuo." Xiao Tiankuo appraised Chu Tiankuo carefully, taking his hand while teasingly remarking, "Ah, you're the Chu Tiankuo whose fiancé was taken from him?" Upon hearing Xiao Tiankuo's unrelenting mockery, Chu Tiankuo narrowed his eyes, his expression frosty as he retorted, "So it is Mr. Xiao from the Xiao family. I have long heard of you." Observing the shift in Chu Tiankuo's demeanor, Xiao Tiankuo chuckled. "It is rumored that the esteemed Miss Shi has strayed, prompting the young Master Chu to storm out of the engagement banquet. Yet, here we are, merely days later, and the young Master Chu seems to have found new affection." Chu Tiankuo glared at Xiao Tiankuo, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "What does the Xiao family intend? Are we to go to war? Have we not already begun?" Replied Xiao Tiankuo, still bearing that infuriating smile. In response, Chu Tiankuo straightened his attire. Gazing at Xiao Tiankuo with derision, "The Xiao family has already suffered setbacks in the Binhai New District project. Do you truly wish to provoke the Chu family anew?" Xiao Tiankuo chuckled heartily. With the dissolution of the engagement between the Chu family and the Shi family, the outcome of the Binhai New District is still uncertain. "Let us await the outcome then," Chu Tiankuo declared, raising his palm. With a sharp clap, their hands met, and Xiao Tiankuo turned without hesitation to depart. Just then, Chen Xiulan emerged from her chamber, now dressed, and upon seeing Chu Tiankuo standing in the corridor, she inquired curiously, "What are you doing standing there?" Chu Tiankuo gazed at Chen Xiulan, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Clad in a qipao, her alluring figure was unmistakably accentuated, her hair elegantly styled, revealing her exquisite visage. He jested, "I just encountered your admirer, Xiao Tiankuo, and made a bet I cannot possibly lose." Chen Xiulan, observing the confident demeanor of Chu Tiankuo, could not help but express her admiration, asking what sort of unwinnable wager could bring such joy to our esteemed Mr. Chu. Chu Tiankuo set laisu, zeppling non jialen. As for the Binhai New District project, I had already intended to relinquish my stake, hence my assertion of an unwinnable bet. Besides, the Shi family, lacking the financial backing of the Chu family, cannot sustain this venture. Chen Xiulan regarded the self-assured Chu Tiankuo, who truly radiated brilliance. His inherent charm was further magnified by his confidence. She promptly took hold of his arm, guiding him outside the villa. "Enough of this place. I do not wish for news of our overnight stay together to spread like wildfire." Chu Tiankuo glanced at his watch, noting the early hour of 6 o'clock, and with a hint of exasperation remarked, "While you slept in a bed, I was sprawled over a table and now suffer from aches." Chen Xiulan cast an admonishing glance at Chu Tiankuo, then softly chided, "Someone is taking advantage while pretending to be a victim. If you had lingered any longer, my grandfather would have caught you in the villa." Chu Tiankuo, observing Chen Xiulan beside him, could not help but comment, "Did you not say Xiao Tiankuo was a remarkable individual? How is it that upon meeting, he seems so ordinary?" Chen Xiulan skipped ahead, leaving him with a teasing remark, "I won't tell you." In the spacious and bright hall of the Yin family's private dining establishment, a group of burly, serious-looking bodyguards were gathered, relishing a lavish breakfast. Their movements were swift and efficient, as if they had long been accustomed to this high-paced lifestyle. At that moment, Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiulan entered the hall side by side. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the bodyguards, who paused in their activities, exchanging knowing glances before breaking into ambiguous smiles. Chu Tiankuo scanned the hall, noticing two groups of bodyguards occupying distinct areas, clearly delineated. He turned to the bodyguard captain, Lu Meng, and inquired, Lu, what is going on here? A fleeting, barely perceptible smirk crossed Lu Meng's typically stern face, so quickly that Chu Tiankuo questioned his own perception. Lu Meng chuckled softly, lowering his voice. Young master, you may not be aware, but while the Yin family's establishment may not rival the top-tier restaurants along the coast in scale, its reputation is unparalleled. Particularly, the accompanying hotel attracts a steady stream of guests nightly. However, there are always reckless individuals seeking to make a quick fortune. They are well aware that the truly affluent patrons reside in private villas, and thus they set their sights on the ordinary guests. He continued, every morning, there are always some desperate souls attempting to kidnap these guests while they remain in slumber. As another group of bodyguards took their seats in silence, Chu Tiankuo frowned. So that explains the daily congregation of bodyguards. He then turned to Chun Xiulan, asking, surely this won't adversely affect the Yin family's business? Chun Xiulan replied with pride. Thanks to Grandpa Wang, who has introduced us to numerous retired veterans, we have ensured safety. Having bodyguards is quite reassuring. Lu Meng interjected. And some are here to keep their mistresses safe from the main wives' wrath. Lu Ge, you speak nonsense. Chun Xiulan shot Lu Meng a disapproving look. Ha ha ha. Chun Xiulan cast a reproachful glance at Chu Tiankuo. What is so amusing? Seeing Chu Tiankuo still chuckling, Chun Xiulan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she pulled him out of the dining establishment, only to be met with a barrage of flashing cameras. Lu Meng, observing the reporters encircling them, muttered a curse under his breath and shouted, there are reporters outside. The two groups of bodyguards rushed out, surrounding the pair, while Wu Hanfei, just roused from sleep, surveyed the scene and spotted Chun Xiulan in Chu Tiankuo's embrace, his head spinning. He dashed outside, shouting at the reporters, everyone, hand over your storage cards and film. If a single photo leaks, prepare for a lawsuit from the Chu Ting Group's legal department. As Wu Hanfei emerged before the crowd, the reporters' attention was instantly captivated. Whispers of excitement and anticipation rippled through the throng, as if they had stumbled upon a significant news scoop. Look, it's Wu Hanfei, the assistant to the president of the Chu Ting Group. One reporter murmured, prompting curious glances from those nearby. This was indeed a major story. How could he possibly be here? Another journalist displayed a look of bewilderment as he swiftly seized his camera, poised to capture this pivotal moment. Who was it that they had surrounded? Could it be the president of the Chu Ting Group? Wasn't that individual known for his virtuous persona? Some junior reporter's eyes lit up with curiosity. It couldn't possibly be. I have seen the president of the Chu Ting Group, who is already in his 40s, while the two who just emerged appeared to be merely in their 20s. The reporter who revealed Wu Hanfei's identity speculated, his gaze shimmering with intrigue. The journalists whispered among themselves, exchanging their observations and conjectures, eager to unearth more information. For the Chu Ting Group is the leading enterprise in Linghai City. If they could uncover any tidbits, it would undoubtedly make the front page. Could it be the heir of the Chu Ting Group? One reporter ventured, prompting the others to turn their attention, snapping shots at the bodyguards. Wu Hanfei, witnessing this commotion, felt a twinge of discomfort. These journalists were utterly relentless in their pursuit of a sensational story, showing no fear even of the legal department of the Chu Ting Group. Observing the situation, Wu Hanfei instructed Lu Meng, Brother Lu, please escort President Chu to the car. I will handle this. He then turned to the security personnel stationed at the entrance of the private dining establishment, gesturing for them to come closer, and whispered, it's not just our President Chu who is surrounded by reporters. Your second miss is also caught in this. Upon hearing this, the security personnel froze momentarily, quickly signaling to their colleagues, control them, prevent any photographs from circulating. The security team surged forward, forming a human barrier that gradually enclosed the bodyguards surrounded by reporters. The journalists exchanged glances, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes. The stern-looking security personnel loomed like an impenetrable wall, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The reporters clutched their cameras tightly, as if they were their last line of defense, yet faced with the intimidation from the legal departments of the Chu, Yin, and Chun families, their courage began to wane. Finally, one reporter exhaled a resigned sigh and slowly extended his camera. The transfer of the camera unfolded like a silent drama, devoid of words, with only the tense atmosphere hanging in the air. Subsequently, other reporters followed suit, one by one relinquishing their cameras. Throughout this process, the expressions of the security personnel remained cold and serious, their eyes vigilant like hawks, scrutinizing each reporter. The journalists appeared dejected and helpless, as though they had lost a vital tool and their right to witness the truth. The entire scene was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the faint sounds of cameras being handed over, a noise that resonated like a clarion call, striking at the hearts of all present. Inside the Yin family's private dining establishment, a stunning beauty stood silently on the second floor, issuing commands to the manager beside her while observing the commotion at the entrance. Manager Wu, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the elegant figure, thought to himself, cursing the fool who dared to disrupt the young Mrs. Enjoyment, for they would surely suffer the consequences. Miss Chen's gaze traversed the doorframe, landing on the spectacle outside, her eyes betraying a hint of aloof indifference. Her arms were gently crossed over her chest, as if to shield herself from external disturbances. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, brushing softly against her fair skin, emanating a delicate fragrance. As the breeze swept through, her hair danced lightly, adding a touch of vivacity to her presence. Observing Chen Xiaolan and Chu Tiankuo, encircled by bodyguards, her lips curled into a subtle smile, a knowing smirk that suggested she was fully aware of everything transpiring outside. Her beauty exuded an ineffable confidence, rendering onlookers utterly captivated. Little did they know, that young brat also sought to encroach upon my family's prized possession. Chapter 15. The thunderous fortune of the group. In the bustling business district of Island City, a piece of gossip inexplicably circulated, suggesting that the Shiyu Group was in negotiations with the Shao Ocean Logistics Group regarding logistical matters. In the Shiyu Building's conference room, Shiyu Zhongming glared at the executives present, hurling the materials in his hand at them while berating, "We haven't even engaged with the Shao Group, yet the rumors are rampant. Can't you keep your mouths shut?" Noticing the silence among the executives, Shiyu Zhongming glanced at his watch, realizing that prolonging the stalemate would yield no benefit. He decided to hold a press conference to quell the rumors. "You discuss how to resolve this," he declared before storming out of the conference room with his assistant. Observing the departing figure, several familiar board members huddled together to strategize their public relations approach. Cheng Hua stretched lazily, expressing his distress to see Huaifei, alas. Shiyu Zhongming's daughter is quite the troublemaker. Now we all face this embarrassment. Wang Lei chimed in, "Indeed. It's her issue, yet she's the one throwing a fit. It's infuriating." Si Huaifei glanced at the stocks that had plummeted since opening, lamenting, "Since we've invested, we must continue to see it through." Cheng Hua, with worry etched on his face, remarked, "I hope this incident resolves swiftly, otherwise it will have a significant impact on the group." Wang Lei, surveying the now empty conference room, whispered, "This issue originates from the Shiyu family. After all, it's his beloved daughter who has provoked the Chu family's president. We must find a way to appease his anger and handle the situation appropriately." Si Huaifei recalled the failed investment with a sense of despair, muttering, "It's all hindsight now. We knew from the outset that the Shiyu's Ocean Logistics was merely a house of cards, entirely reliant on Chu Logistics." Cheng Hua bitterly retorted, "Had it not been for the signals from the Shiyu side, indicating that the president of Chu was their son-in-law, I wouldn't have made further investments these past few years." Wang Lei chuckled, recalling old Ma's parting words during the recent high stock prices. "We all remember what he said when he left, but at the time, no one believed him." Cheng Hua and Si Huaifei reminisced about how another investor, Ma Zhongxin, had swiftly cut his losses when the Shiyu stock was high, pouring all his cash flow into Chu Logistics, while they had mocked old Ma for his folly. They recalled a lengthy discussion that night, where old Ma had earnestly warned, "Do you know what I saw when the Shiyu's young lady got engaged? I saw her enter a hotel with another man." Witnessing them enter a hotel under the Shiyu Group's banner, he had known things would go awry. Given the size of the Chu family, severing ties with the Shiyu would merely be akin to slicing off a piece of decayed flesh, and the Shiyu family would inevitably face disaster without the Chu family's support. Cheng Hua couldn't help but complain. Does the Shiyu family genuinely believe that their union with the Chu family is a done deal? Do they think they can bully us just because the Chu heir grew up in their household? That's the son of Chu Chun. At the mention of Chu Chun, the atmosphere grew tense. They were all too familiar with the era of Chu Chun. Those who dared to obstruct him had been crushed like ants. The momentum was overwhelming and unstoppable. It was only because Chu Chun had invested in the Shiyu family that they had followed suit. Si Huaifei interjected, "Enough complaining. Let us think of a solution." Although the shareholders harbored dissatisfaction, they understood Shiyu Zhongming's position and power within the Shiyu family, leaving them to silently lament while hoping to swiftly devise a solution to stabilize the Shiyu family's stock prices. In the spacious and well-lit conference hall, the press conference of the Shiyu Group was underway. Journalists settled into their seats, pens and cameras at the ready to document this significant occasion. Shiyu Qiming ascended the podium, clad in an exquisite suit, his demeanor grave yet confident. After nodding to the reporters, he began to elucidate the reasons behind the backlog of orders at Shiyu Group. Shi Qiming elaborated on the surge in market demand alongside certain challenges within the supply chain, emphasizing that Shiyu Group has been diligently addressing these issues and has implemented a series of measures to ameliorate the situation. Shiyu Logistics is a partner one can undoubtedly rely upon. Our professional team and efficient operations will robustly support our order processing. We shall endeavor together to ensure timely delivery of orders, meeting our clients' expectations, stated Shi Qiming. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Shooting Group, Chu Tiankuo switched off the projector and smiled at his assistant secretaries, saying, "It seems that the Shi family is truly in a hurry. Holding a press conference at this juncture serves no purpose other than to stabilize stock prices, failing to resolve any actual issues." Su Ziwen rose to speak. Chairman Chu, according to our investigations, Shiyu Group's monthly outbound volume is merely 42.17 million tons, whereas they have amassed orders totaling 1.79 billion tons during this period. Chu Tiankuo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What about the recent orders from Xiaoshi's Ocean Logistics?" Su Ziwen was taken aback, as the Xiaoshi Group was not under his purview. A lady seated beside him adjusted her glasses and stood up, introducing herself. "Chairman Chu, I am Lu Yaowen, the vice president of the marketing department." Chu Tiankuo gestured for Lu Yaowen to continue. "Our investigations reveal that Xiaoshi's Logistics are currently at full capacity and cannot spare any resources to assist Shiyu Group, due to the surge in foreign trade orders in recent years. Both the Hu family in Shanghai and the Bao family in Hong Kong have also been unable to allocate any capacity to aid Shiyu Group over the past 3 months." Satisfied with this information, Chu Tiankuo nodded, recognizing that only the 4 major logistics companies could assist the Shi family in fulfilling their orders. Other ocean logistics companies simply lacked the necessary capacity. The first strike would be against Ocean Logistics, and the second would target the Shi family's real estate. Chun Xiulan, her gaze cold and unwavering, stared directly at the self-satisfied Chu Tiankuo, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she retorted, "Chairman Chu, you're truly heartless. How can you be so callous toward the former lover?" Chu Tiankuo's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Regarding Chun Xiulan with a semblance of a smile that held a hint of ambiguity, he then discreetly extended his hand beneath the table, grasping Chun Xiulan's hand, and lowered his voice, "I am wholly devoted to my beloved, without reservation. Just look at the rapid development of Shiyu Group in recent years. The Chu family has contributed significantly." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiulan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She forcefully withdrew her hand from Chu Tiankuo's grasp, bowing her head to mutter, "Lothario." Observing her embarrassment, Chu Tiankuo straightened his demeanor and solemnly remarked, "I have pondered for quite some time, but I have yet to discern the source of funds for the Xia and Shi families." Chapter 16. Grandfather. The conference room was thick with tension as Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiulan engaged in playful banter until 2 distinct coughs pierced the air. The sound struck like thunder, shattering the previous commotion. The two ceased their antics, exchanging glances, their faces painted with embarrassment. A hint of panic flickered in Chun Xiulan's eyes, as she seemed to realize the impropriety of their behavior. The source of the coughs stood at the door, tall and imposing, with a serious demeanor. His penetrating gaze fixed firmly on the two, conveying an unspoken warning. Upon lifting his gaze, Chu Tiankuo exclaimed, "Grandfather." Chu Zhe entered the conference room with a stern expression. At this moment, only he, Chu Tiankuo, and Chun Xiulan remained. The secretary and supervisors had exited while the two were engaged in their discreet antics. Observing Chun Xiulan's flushed face and Chu Tiankuo's awkward demeanor, Chu Zhe spoke with a grave countenance. "You just parted ways with Shi Meng's granddaughter, and already you have a new target? It seems you are truly unwilling to languish in solitude." Hearing this, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow, sensing that his grandfather's tone was less a comfort and more an admonishment. Although dissatisfaction welled within him, he respectfully inquired, "Grandfather, what brings you here so suddenly? Your health has not been well. Such long journeys are detrimental to your recuperation." Looking at the robust, spirited elder before him, who appeared anything but the frail figure tormented by illness, it was difficult to imagine that he had been battered by affliction. Chu Tiankuo vividly remembered that in his previous life, his grandfather had fallen ill shortly after his marriage and had held his hand, expressing his regrets regarding Shiyu. The thought stirred a profound sense of sorrow and guilt within him. Chu Zhe regarded his grandson with satisfaction, having only this one descendant. He took pride in the accolades that refer to Chu Tiankuo as the jade tree of the Chu family. However, he maintained a facade of sternness, stating, "What discord has arisen between you and Shi Meng's granddaughter that led to the cancellation of your engagement?" Upon hearing his grandfather mention Shiyu, a wave of bitterness washed over Chu Tiankuo. He paused briefly before responding, "Grandfather, my engagement to Shi Yao has long been a mere formality. She has always harbored feelings for another, and I cannot accept such a marriage." Chu Zhe frowned at this answer, clearly dissatisfied. He scrutinized Chu Tiankuo, saying with gravitas, "As a descendant of the Chu family, matters of marriage cannot be trifled with. Moreover, the Shi family shares a profound bond with us. Your actions could lead both families into an awkward predicament." Chu Tiankuo remained silent, assisting Chu Zhe to a chair and then standing attentively beside him. Chu Shi, sensing the shift in atmosphere, sighed deeply and gazed at Chu Tiankuo. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Chu Tiankuo nodded resolutely, affirming, "Yes, grandfather. I have made my decision." After a moment of silence, Chu Zhe responded, "Very well. Since you have decided, I shall not press further. But remember, whatever choice you make, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities." Surprised by his grandfather's understanding, Chu Tiankuo looked at him with gratitude. Seeing the affirmation in Chu Zhe's eyes reassured him that his grandfather genuinely cared. Chu Zhe coughed lightly and imparted wisdom. "You have not engaged in business affairs for some time. Your timing in taking action against the Shi family is rather crude. Although Xia Rongjie is lacking in substance, his financial backers are formidable." Chu Tiankuo felt a flicker of excitement at his grandfather's words. Recalling Chen Xiulan's earlier warning about the powerful figures backing the Shi and Xia families, was his grandfather about to enlighten him further? Observing the surprise on his grandson's face, Chu Zhe furrowed his brow, for as the head of the Chu family, displaying emotions was a grave mistake. He admonished, "If this is all you have to say, I will not reveal to you what lies ahead. I fear you may suffer greatly as a result." As he spoke, he turned to Chen Xiulan, who appeared as timid as a quail, jesting, "Isn't this the granddaughter of Chen Jiangling? What do you think? Does my grandson's grandfather speak the truth?" Before Chen Xiulan could respond, the conference room doors swung open dramatically, and a portly man burst in, loudly exclaiming to Chu Tiankuo, "Cousin, I heard you called off your engagement with that woman from Shiyu. Let me tell you, she is no good. I've heard rumors that she has been flirting with other men in Shanghai." Upon finishing his words, Hu Tingshan, observing the calm expression of Chu Tiankuo, expressed his dissatisfaction with the response and asked with genuine concern, "Cousin, what troubles you?" Chu Tiankuo looked at his impulsive cousin and gestured toward the chair nearby. Hu Tingshan focused his gaze and noticed an elderly figure seated there. Without further contemplation, he strode forward, pointing at Chu Zhe, and exclaimed, "You old man." As he exclaimed, his knees buckled, and he knelt before Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe, looking down at the kneeling figure, expressed his discontent, saying, "Is this how Ko Haoqi and Hu Mingwa have raised you?" Hu Tingshan, with a beaming smile, clung to Chu Zhe's arm and playfully whined, "Grandfather, after hearing the news from Shanghai, I rushed to Island City, and upon confronting Shiyu, I gave him a good scolding. When I learned that cousin was in Linhai, I couldn't help but feel anxious." At that moment, Hu Tingshan's twin brother, Hu Tingyu, entered the room and, upon seeing his brother on the floor, calmly addressed, "Grandfather." Gazing at the two plump figures, Chu Zhe rubbed his bald head and chided, "Speak plainly. Why are you both stammering? You two are clever enough, and this old man won't be easily deceived." Hu Tingyu helped his brother to his feet, and then turned to Chu Tiankuo, stating, "Cousin, we received news that Xia Rongjie seems quite interested in ocean shipping, and we plan to confront him at the customs." Observing the confidence of his two hefty grandsons, Chu Zhe cautioned, "Years ago, Xia Huaichu was known as the smuggling king. If it weren't for your uncle consolidating the ocean transport industry in Island City, the domestic logistics sector might not just have 4 giants, but 5. Realizing he had spoken too much, Chu Zhe stood up to stretch, signaling Chen Xiulan to accompany him outside, thus providing space for the 3 brothers. Chapter 17, Arrival Without Weakness. In the Shao Corporation building, Xiao Tianze perused the documents in his hand and inquired of his secretary, "Are you saying that the Chu Corporation's bid has decreased by another billion?" The secretary confirmed, "Yes, Mr. Xiao. Additionally, both Qin Corporation and Co Corporation have withdrawn from the competition." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianze inhaled deeply, gesturing for the secretary to leave as he reclined in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Co Corporation and Chu Corporation are connected by marriage, and as he pondered this connection, Xiao Tianze recalled seeing Chu Tiankuo exiting Chen Xiulan's chamber earlier that morning. His hands tightened slightly as he calculated the situation. For the coastal development project worth hundreds of billions, losing $1 billion was still manageable. It was merely a preliminary taste. The time for solicitation had not yet arrived. Contemplating Co Corporation's vast construction team and Chu Corporation's immense financial resources, Xiao Tianze felt a pang of discomfort. In recent years, Chu Corporation merged with Wang Corporation to form Chu Ting Group, with Wang Shuhan steadily establishing a formidable presence. Seated in his spacious office, Xiao Tianze was engrossed in the documents when a soft knock interrupted his thoughts. He lifted his head, irritation lacing his voice. "Come in." The secretary gently opened the door and entered, respectfully informing Xiao Tianze, "President, a guest has arrived." Xiao Tianze nodded, signaling for the secretary to usher the visitor in. A moment later, a figure entered the office. Xiao Tianze set aside the documents and looked up to see Xia Rongjie, dressed impeccably in a suit, confidently approaching him with a charming smile. Rising from his seat, Xiao Tianze took 2 steps forward to shake hands with Xia Rongjie, warmly greeting Mr. Xia. "Long time no see. Welcome," Xia Rongjie replied. "Mr. Xiao, it's a pleasure to see you again." After exchanging pleasantries, once the secretary had discreetly closed the door, Xiao Tianze regarded Xia Rongjie with disdain, asking, "Young Master Xia, I have made my refusal clear. I wonder if you have any further insights?" Xia Rongjie smirked and produced a document from his briefcase, presenting it to Xiao Tianze. Upon glancing at the proposal, Xiao Tianze's brow furrowed. The offer was indeed enticing, yet its limits were rather modest. He gently closed the document and pushed it back towards Xia Rongjie, stating, "Young Master Xia, while everyone may refrain from voicing it, we are all aware of the nature of your business. My apologies." Xia Rongjie's confident facade faltered momentarily before he forced a smile. "Mr. Xiao, would you reconsider? This is a multi-billion order." Xiao Tianze retorted without mercy, "Young Master Xia, if you possess the time to visit various companies, you will be better off returning to your master and begging for favors." At this, Xia Rongjie's countenance darkened, and he stiffly remarked, "I recall that Xiao Corporation primarily operates in Europe." With a sly smile, Xiao Tianze replied, "Xiao Corporation has the largest luxury goods company in the world. While we could forfeit Europe, Europe cannot afford to lose Xiao Corporation. Young Master Xia, please leave." With that, Xiao Tianze gestured toward the door, clearly indicating it was time for Xia Rongjie to depart. Defeated, Xia Rongjie rose, leaving with a parting threat, "You are not the only ocean logistics provider in the country. Indeed, not only Chu Corporation, but both Xiao Corporation and Su Corporation will not take on your orders. As for the others, even your master would find it futile to approach them." Xiao Tianze replied, watching as Xia Rongjie exited in a hurry. The front desk staff observed Xia Rongjie's retreating figure, whispering to each other, "He resembles a dog. Just a stray hound." Xiao Tianze's voice chimed in from the side, prompting the 2 staff members to glance over as he appeared on the first floor. Meanwhile, at Chu Ting Group, in the conference room, Chu Tiankuo examined the documents brought by Hu Tingyu, appearing bewildered as he scrutinized the data. "How did Xiaoyu Holdings acquire so many biotechnology companies?" he inquired, puzzled. With a cheerful demeanor, Hu Tingyu produced a document, which Chu Tiankuo accepted and noted it was yet another biotechnology firm. "Cousin, we initially thought Xia's company was merely a branch of the Jiangsu Xia family while it was in Island City. It's surprising they continue this approach abroad." Hu Tingshan remarked dismissively as he reviewed his brother's findings. Hu Tingyu, still smiling, elaborated, "The Jiangsu Xia family possesses many ocean logistics companies, collectively rivaling any of the 4 major logistics firms. However, seeing Xia Rongjie recently engaging in ocean logistics, we can infer they have lost contact." As Chu Tiankuo contemplated the myriad of biotechnology companies under Xiaoyu Holdings, observing their locations, he murmured, "Each of these companies is operating at a loss in research and development. Why hasn't Xiaoyu Holdings cut their losses?" Pondering further, he recalled that the Xia family had never returned to the domestic market, despite holding stakes in numerous biotechnology firms, and none were represented by domestic pharmaceutical companies, which piqued his interest. Xia Huaichu initially operated large-scale flights, but was overthrown by a junior of my father's in the 1990s. I know my father well. He would not leave anyone without a way out. Otherwise, Island City would have been divided between the Mu and Chu families." As Chu Tiankuo continued to piece together the strands of information in his mind, his eyes brightened. Noticing from Hu Tingyu's documents that Shiyu Group had a cargo ship arriving that evening, clearly marked as Xia's goods, he hurried to the secretary's office. Approaching the duty officer, Lu Zhilan, he instructed, "Sister Lu, please inform Uncle Wang that he should check all the ships arriving at Shiyu Group today." Though Lu Zhilan was puzzled, she nonetheless called Wang Shuwen. On the other end, Wang Shuwen, preoccupied with someone else, spoke in a hushed tone. Chu Tiankuo observed the hesitant Lu Zhilan and gestured for her to hand over the phone. He began speaking, "Uncle, it's me, Xiaoli. Just now." Sister Lan felt a bit shy to mention it, but our Chuli Logistics has some acquaintances at the customs in Island City. Let's have them conduct a thorough inspection of the cargo arriving from Shiyu Group today. What? Wang Shuwen expressed mild surprise at Chu Tiankuo's arrangement and swiftly replied, I'll go inform them right away. After hanging up, Chu Tiankuo held the receiver with a puzzled expression. It had sounded as if Wang Shuwan was amidst a gathering, surrounded by at least 30 to 40 individuals. He transferred the receiver to Lu Jilan, and just as he placed the phone down, it rang again. Lu Jilan, perplexed, answered, then stood up to stop Chu Tiankuo, who was heading back to his office. Mr. Chu, the front desk says there is a visitor. Did the visitor provide a name? Chu Tiankuo inquired. He said his name is Xiao Tiankuo. Please have him come up. Chu Tiankuo chuckled self-deprecatingly, glancing at the sun at its zenith, and mused. Have you noticed? He truly is an opponent without any weaknesses. Chapter 18. The thunder has struck. Xiao Tiankuo surveyed the bustling individuals on the 21st floor and remarked, damn it, which company has an executive assistant with 50 people to manage his work? Isn't that just nurturing a giant baby? Wu Hanfei, who was leading the way, stumbled at his words, instinctively leaning back. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and adjusted his posture, silently pondering. These second-generation heirs are undeniably problematic, outwardly glamorous, yet internally chaotic. Chu Tiankuo is like this, and so is Xiao Tiankuo, he thought mischievously, considering the potential for these two to become good friends. Chu Tiankuo stood at the office door, gazing towards the elevator with a heart full of doubt and vigilance. Recalling his morning meeting with Xiao Tiankuo, he could not help but reflect that this was a man who instilled a profound sense of pressure. Chen Xiaolan had spoken of Xiao Tiankuo with great admiration. Could this sudden visit indicate that he had discovered something? Chu Tiankuo pondered various possibilities. Had Xiao Tiankuo devised new plans or strategies? Had he uncovered his own oversights and weaknesses? Or did he harbor other motives? His mind raced, attempting to derive answers from past experiences. However, the more he contemplated, the heavier his doubts became. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Chu Tiankuo resolved to remain calm and vigilant, regardless of Xiao Tiankuo's intentions. He decided to maintain his composure and prepare for potential challenges and uncertainties. As the elevator doors opened, Chu Tiankuo noticed the suddenly peculiar expression on Wu Hanfei's face, leaving him somewhat baffled. Nevertheless, he hurriedly approached Xiao Tiankuo and extended his hand. Mr. Xiao, it's been a while. Xiao Tiankuo responded with a broad smile. Mr. Chu, our previous parting has truly haunted me. Chu Tiankuo did not engage further, gesturing toward the office. Please, after you. The two entered Chu Tiankuo's office, and just as Wu Hanfei intended to follow, he was met with a closed door. Observing the firmly shut door, he could not help but rub his nose and headed towards the secretary's area. He had just established a relationship with Li Ming and was eager to spend some quality time with her. Inside the office, Xiao Tiankuo found a comfortable spot on the sofa and casually reclined. Chu Tiankuo, witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, felt an exasperated frown forming. Hey, you know this is my office, right? Xiao Tiankuo, with a carefree attitude, replied, you, the host, aren't even offering me hospitality. I've been busy all morning and finally have a moment to rest. Chu Tiankuo, seated across from the sprawled-out Xiao Tiankuo, scrutinized him for a moment, noting that this man was not lacking in appearance and could certainly be considered a dandy. He directly inquired, you came to find me within mere hours. Have you made any discoveries? Xiao Tiankuo nodded, recognizing the similarity between them, and said, Xia Rongjie just came to see me, and I turned him down. Oh, is Mr. Xiao here to demonstrate his authority over me? Chu Tiankuo replied with a hint of disdain. Observing Chu Tiankuo's striking pose, Xiao Tiankuo remarked with amusement, they say Mr. Chu is a pampered nobleman, but in my eyes, you're more of a thick-skinned, shrewd politician. In response, Chu Tiankuo shifted the topic. As for the Binhai district, we shall grant you this opportunity just this once. Xiao Tiankuo chuckled dismissively. Even if Mr. Chu were to refuse, the Binhai district would still belong to us. However, what about Xia's goods? Chu Tiankuo retorted. As for Xia's goods, I dare say that even without my intervention, Mr. Xiao would not allow them to enter the country. Xiao Tiankuo nodded enigmatically, rising to stroll around Chu Tiankuo's office. Glancing at the money tree, he whimsically remarked, I must say, Mr. Chu, your gardening skills are quite commendable. To his surprise, Chu Tiankuo gazed at him skeptically, as if to say, you wouldn't dare to water my plants with boiling water, would you? Xiao Tiankuo, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, replied, do I look like that kind of person to you? Yet, Chu Tiankuo nodded. Indeed, very much so. I sensed at the moment you walked in. You are nothing more than a dandy. Xiao Tiankuo retorted without holding back. Likewise, Mr. Chu, you may conceal it, but that scent of scum is unmistakable. Chu Tiankuo, glancing at the sky, playfully suggested, since the Binhai district is already a done deal, how about allowing me to have a piece of land? The dandy with a thick skin and dark heart, Xiao Tiankuo, had a glint of cruelty in his eyes as he tightly gripped the wooden stick in his hand, as if to unleash all his fury upon the money tree. His movements were swift and decisive. Each swing of the stick was accompanied by a fierce wind. He raised the stick high and, with lightning speed, struck down on the trunk of the money tree, producing a resounding thud. The leaves of the tree fluttered in the air, as though lamenting in pain. Yet, the handsome man did not cease his rampage. He forcefully kicked the flower pot of the money tree, causing it to teeter precariously. The soil within the pot scattered, and the money tree trembled beneath his feet, seemingly bereft of life. Ha ha! How could Chu Tiankuo ever be my match? Xiao Tiankuo, lost in his delusions, laughed maniacally, completely oblivious to the astonished onlookers. Eventually, it was Chu Tiankuo who could no longer contain himself, clearing his throat twice to interrupt Xiao Tiankuo's fantasies. Awakening from his reverie, Xiao Tiankuo glanced at the people standing in the office, coughed to alleviate the awkwardness, swiftly straightened his attire, and asked earnestly, "Mr. Chu, in the middle of the day, aren't you going to treat me to a meal?" Chu Tiankuo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "With so many people here, I intended to take you out for a meal." At the island city customs, the vice president of Shiyu Group was watching as ship after ship queued for inspection. With each bad news that arrived, the vice president's body grew weaker until he collapsed to the ground, although he was unaware of how the information had surfaced, stating that all ships belonging to Shiyu Group arriving today would be subject to customs inspection. He never anticipated that the inspection would yield such significant consequences. An accompanying employee rushed over and said, "Chizong, most of the ships arriving today are declared as grain shipments, but after inspection, many have been found carrying prohibited drugs, along with a considerable amount of gold and foreign currency." Qi Mingyuan trembled as he rose, pointing at the ships arriving today. "Whose orders are these?" The young employee checked the documents and, trembling, replied, "Chizong, these orders were all placed under the name of the eldest young lady and were expedited back." Upon hearing the news, Qi Mingyuan hastily exclaimed, "Quickly inform the president and have him negotiate with the customs officials." Chapter 19. The Sea Shiyu Group in the Shur building. Shi Zongming stared blankly at his phone, lost in thought, when Qi Mingyuan rushed in, his face etched with anxiety. "President Shi," he said, "what was the purpose of your summons to the customs today? All the vessels arriving at the port have been seized by customs." Shi Zongming's expression changed dramatically, and he asked in disbelief, "What? How could this happen? Is there an issue with the cargo we transported?" He had received word earlier that the Chu family was planning to take action against them, but he believed that despite Shiyu Group's financial discrepancies, the cargo itself was beyond reproach. Furrowing his brow, Qi Mingyuan replied, "President, the situation is dire. The ships arriving today are laden with the young lady's goods, yet they are interspersed with a significant quantity of contraband." At that moment, despair washed over Shi Zongming. The Shiyu Group was already precariously positioned due to the termination of collaboration with the Chu family. Should this incident come to light, it would spell catastrophe for the company. Qi Mingyuan, throwing up his hands in resignation, admitted, "President, I truly cannot handle the customs situation alone. It necessitates your personal intervention." Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Shi Zongming decisively replied, "Very well, I will immediately arrange the necessary matters. Furthermore, you must do everything in your power to contain this information. It must not be allowed to spread. As long as the outside world remains oblivious to this incident, we still have a chance to rebound." Qi Mingyuan nodded in understanding, assuring that he would strive to maintain effective communication with customs. He then suggested, "President, should we consult the young lady to ascertain if there was an error on her end? After all, these goods originated from her hands." Shi Zongming frowned, resting his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. His gaze wandered, as if grappling with some weighty consideration. After a moment, he slowly said, "I will ask her later. You go handle the customs matters first." With that, he fell silent, remaining seated in quiet reflection. Seeing this, Qi Mingyuan refrained from further comment, nodding as he departed with his assistant team towards Haiguang. Within the confines of his office, Shi Zongming sighed deeply. What a cunning tactic to undermine us. He then picked up his phone and called the family residence. Upon hearing Su Bo's voice on the line, Shi Zongming cheerfully requested, "Uncle Su, please have a young lady take the call." "Hello, Dad, what's wrong? Do you have news from Chu?" came Shiyu's voice from the other end. Suppressing his mounting frustration, Shi Zongming inquired, "Little fish, who did you assist in checking the cargo of the ships returning to Shiyu Group?" After a moment of thought, Shiyu replied, "I happened to encounter Xia Rongjie in Shanghai. He asked for my help, so I arranged for over a dozen ships for him." As Shiyu spoke, the realization that the Shiyu family's fortunes were slipping through his fingers ignited Shi Zongming's anger, prompting him to shout into the phone, "Shiyu, what were you thinking? For the sake of a Xia Rongjie, you severed our collaboration with the Chu family, resulting in the seizure of Shiyu Group's vessels. Do you have any idea how much damage this has caused the company? Hearing the desperation in her father's voice and recalling the recent silence from Chu Tiankuo, Shiyu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Dad, I didn't know. Xia Rongjie told me it was related to the Xia family's plantation in Africa. I was just trying to help. Moreover, it was my mother who arranged for me to meet him, and now even Chu is angry with me. Interrupting her, Shi Zoming retorted, Daughter, stop thinking about your Chu. The Chu family has been relentless in their attacks on us. They're trying to destroy our family. Shiyu's voice trembled as she replied, Dad, I truly had no idea there were issues with Xia Rongjie's cargo. It was all arranged by my mother. Understanding that his daughter was not one to lie, Shi Zoming's thoughts turned to his wife, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Little fish, just stay home and rest. With a heavy heart, Shi Zoming set down his phone, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. His secretary entered, stammering, President Shi. The customs officials have arrived. The customs officers stood at the door, their expressions grave and filled with suspicion. Confused, Shi Zoming regarded them, silently speculating on their purpose. The team leader stepped forward, politely nodding to Shi Zoming before they shook hands. Taking a deep breath, Shi Zoming rose to greet them warmly. Captain Shi, what brings you here? Unfazed, Captain Shi replied coolly, We would like you to accompany us for a moment, President Shi. In the customs conference room, Captain Shi sat at a long table while Shi Zoming faced him. Clearing his throat, Captain Shi began, I believe you understand the nature of our visit? Shi Zoming nodded, hesitatingly responding, Is it regarding the seized cargo? Captain Shi affirmed with a nod, fixing his gaze on Shi Zoming as he pressed. Are you aware of what we discovered on the Shiyu Group's vessels? Shi Zoming hesitated slightly before falling silent. Observing his reticence, Captain Shi leaned forward, intently fixing his gaze on Shi Zoming as he insisted, President Shi, it would be wise to be forthcoming. All the cargo has been declared by the Shiyu Group. If you clarify matters, there may still be a way out for your company. Unmoved, Shi Zoming remained silent, aware that he lacked sufficient information and that speaking too much could jeopardize his position. The conference room fell into a heavy silence. Seeing Shi Zoming's steadfastness, Captain Shi shook his head and exited the conference room. At the door, he turned to Shi Zoming, saying, President, I hope you will reflect carefully. If you persist in your obstinacy, it will not bode well for either of us. With that, he closed the door behind him and turned to find the director waiting. Noticing the director's presence, Captain Shi promptly reported, Sir, he hasn't said a word. The director chuckled, It's odd for him to speak at all. Do you know who tipped us off about the Shiyu Group situation? Staring in confusion, Captain Shi received a reassuring pat on the shoulder from the director, who continued. It was one of the 4 major logistics groups in the country. They informed us at the customs office about what was being transported on Shiyu Group's vessels. Captain Shi was taken aback. What? That's over 1,000 tons of contraband drugs, several tons of gold, and a significant amount of cash. If they know about it, how can Shiyu Group still operate? The director sighed. Haven't there been enough troubles for Shiyu Group recently? First, they falsified their financial reports. Then they faced a backlog of millions of tons of cargo, and now this smuggling scandal. Little Shi, orders have come down to seal Shiyu Group. You're to lead the operation and assign the credit to your subordinates. The director turned and left. Chapter 20. Shi Meng's call in Island City. News broke suddenly, sending shockwaves through the entire business community. The Shiyu Group, a leader in the country's second-tier logistics industry, had been seized by customs, along with 1 million tons of cargo. In just half an hour before the market closed, Shiyu Group's market value evaporated by over 4 billion. At the Shijia Villa, Shi Meng set down his phone, looking sternly at Xia Zheng, who had her head bowed. Tell me, what was really on that ship? Xia Zheng's complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes brimming with despair and regret. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she yearned to articulate something, yet found herself unable to utter a word. Tears swirled within her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and splattering onto the documents clutched in her hands. Her fingers were clenched tightly, nails digging deep in her palms. As though this act could alleviate the anguish within, Xia Zheng's body quivered faintly, as if she might collapse at any moment. Her heart was laden with remorse and self-reproach, longing to express herself, but finding the words eluding her. Witnessing her distress, Shi Meng refrained from reprimanding her, instead instructing the butler beside him to take the documents from Xia Zheng's grasp, his anger erupting instantly. You, how could you be so foolish? It was your father's discovery of something monumental that led to Xia Huai Chu's disgraceful exit from Island City. How dare you accept orders from his family? Upon finishing his words, Shi Meng's facial muscles stiffened, his gaze becoming vacant, and the wrinkles on his forehead deepened with profound concern. His lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to speak, but no sound emerged. Then his body began to sway ever so slightly, as if he too might succumb to the weight of the moment. As time passed, his pallor intensified, and his breathing grew increasingly erratic. Xia Zheng, witnessing her father's distress, approached him anxiously, exclaiming, "Dad, please don't scare me." The medical team, standing nearby, sprang into action, administering emergency care to Shi Meng. Only when the respirator was activated did his condition stabilize. Once Shi Meng removed the respirator, exhaling a few breaths of stale air, the vitality he once possessed seemed to diminish rapidly, leaving him aged in an instant. "Back when I fought alongside your father, Chu Zhe, Wang Jiangge, and 2 other old comrades on the battlefield, we entrusted our lives to one another. I never imagined that Xia Dingbei would fail so utterly in raising his daughter." Shi Meng pointed at Xia Zheng, disappointment etched on his face. "How could you be so short-sighted? To gamble the future of the Shi family for such a trifling sum." With these words, Shi Meng appeared crestfallen. While Xia Dingbei might have faltered in raising his daughter, Shi Meng lamented his own shortcomings in guiding his son. His deep affection for his youngest child led him to entrust the Shi family to him. Little did he know that within just a few years, the Shiyu group would conceal fraudulent financial reports while slashing the RD budget, oblivious to the fact that the bedrock of the Shi family lay in heavy industry and advanced technology. Xia Zheng regarded the elderly man before her, understanding the profound impact the situation had on him. Yet she suggested, "Dad, perhaps I should call my father and ask if he has any solutions." At her words, Shi Meng nodded, feeling equally lost amidst the turmoil. The recent dissolution of the engagement between Chu Tiankuo and Shiyu had already broken this old man's heart, and now this greater blow had left him utterly drained. Seeing Shi Meng's assent, Xia Zheng hastily dialed Xia Dingbei's number. As the authoritative voice on the other end of the line resonated, tears began to flow from Xia Zheng's eyes. "Hello, Dad, it's Xia Zheng." Hearing the sobs emanating from his daughter, Xia Dingbei swiftly inquired, "Zheng, why are you crying? Did that scoundrel Shi Zhongming wrong you?" "Dad, I've caused the Shiyu group to be sealed by the Customs General Administration." Upon hearing Xia Zheng's confession, Xia Dingbei fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is Shi Meng beside you? Pass the phone to him." Xia Zheng quickly handed the phone to Shi Meng, saying, "Dad, my father wants to speak with you." Shi Meng took the phone and said, "Dingbei, Xia Zheng has landed us in deep trouble this time. What exactly has she done? I heard that Chu Zhe's grandson broke off his engagement with Xiaoyu these past few days. Is this also Xia Zheng's doing?" Shi Meng replied, anger bubbling within him. "Dingbei, you have failed in raising your daughter. Xia Zheng, in her pursuit of minor gains, has allowed Xiaoyu to associate with Xia Huaichu's grandson, and even facilitated the Shiyu group in transporting goods for the Xia family." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Dingbei fell silent on the other end, only to erupt in a fury moments later. "What? You mean Xiaoyu was absent on the night of the engagement because she was with Xia Huaichu's grandson? Moreover, the Shiyu group has transported a shipment of goods for the Xia family? How dare she?" Hearing Xia Dingbei's frantic voice, Shi Meng responded with a sense of sorrow. "Thousands of tons of contraband drugs and materials. There's no one who can assist us now." After collecting himself, Xia Dingbei continued, "Old Shi, tell me, how many times has the Shiyu group transported goods for the Xia family?" Shi Meng glanced at Xia Zheng, who replied truthfully, "This is the first time, Dad, I assure you." After hearing her words, Xia Dingbei took a moment to compose himself, then stated, "Old Shi, contact that Chu brat. I'll reach out to Old Xiao and Old Su. We must ensure they allow the Shi family to pass this time. As for the Shiyu group, you can hand it over to the Chu family." With that, Xia Dingbei ended the call. Xia Zheng, eager to understand the rationale behind transferring the Shiyu group to the Chu family, looked at Shi Meng, who seemed to read her thoughts. "Are you wondering why we are handing the Shiyu group over to the Chu family? To be frank, if we do not relinquish the Shiyu group, what leverage do we have to salvage the Shi family?" With that, Shi Meng picked up the phone to call Chu Tiankuo. At the Yin family's private dining establishment, Chu Tiankuo was hosting Xiao Tian Su. Noticing the familiar number on his phone, he answered with a complex expression. "Hello, Mr. Shi. Xiaoli, can you accept me calling you that?" Shi Meng's voice came through the line. Hearing the elder's tentative tone, Chu Tiankuo replied resignedly, "Mr. Shi, please just say what you need." "Xiaoli, I discussed it with your grandfather Xia. We will be transferring the Shiyu group to your Chu family. I hope you can spare Shi Meng this time." Taken aback, Chu Tiankuo realized the old man was surprisingly decisive. Trouble had struck the Shi family, and now it was at his doorstep. "Mr. Shi, let us not beat around the bush. We both know what the Xia family's goods entail. Out of respect for you, I will let the Shi family off this time, but as for the Shiyu group, we will not be taking it." "Xiaoli, I will ensure that all shares of the Shiyu group are retrieved and then handed over to your Chu family. This matter is settled. Without waiting for Chu Tiankuo's response, Shi Ming ended the call. At the dining table, observing the stunned Chu Tiankuo, Xiao Tian Su taunted. Could it be an old flame-s call that has you so contemplative? It was Mr. Shi's call. This time we have triumphed. Mr. Xiao, let the Shi family off the hook. They currently lack the capacity to contest for the Bohai New District project. In Chapter 21, The Young Presidents. At the Yin family's private dining establishment, Xiao Tian Su continued to mock Chu Tiankuo vehemently, feeling that despite his extensive efforts and dedication, the ultimate beneficiaries were the Chu family. However, Chu Tiankuo merely smiled faintly, responding with indifference, even without your interference. The Shi family would still find themselves under my control. Just as he was about to speak further, his phone rang unexpectedly. He answered with mild curiosity. Hello? On the other end, a voice with a strong Hong Kong accent replied in Mandarin, Ali, it's Bao Hao Chun, long time no see. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chu Tiankuo's expression turned immediately troubled. He and Bao Hao Chun had grown up together, living in close quarters for many years. Their families had once allied to pressure Xia Huaichu's faction into submission, with their boats reporting any sighting of the Xia family's large vessel to the Coast Guard. Thus, the heirs of both families had spent considerable time together. Bao Ge, ever since you went abroad for your studies, we haven't seen each other again. Why do you suddenly have time to call me today? Chu Tiankuo asked with great curiosity. Hey, little brother, I just thought I'd give you a call to catch up. Let me tell you, your brother is now the executive president of the Bao Group. From now on, we must look out for each other. Bao Haochen's voice brimmed with excitement and pride. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo felt a wave of disbelief wash over him and replied helplessly, Brother Bao, you didn't meet a good buddy from the Northeast during your studies abroad, did you? Bao Haochen, taken aback, expressed his confusion. Huh, how did you know? Chu Tiankuo smirked and answered, haha, isn't it because you used to speak with a hint of a Hong Kong accent, but now you have a thick Northeast dialect? Brother, you've changed quite a bit. Bao Haochen chuckled lightly before continuing. All right, just want to give you a heads up. The Jiangnan Xia family has already called, so I can't help you get back at him this time. Chu Tiankuo, grinning, replied, Brother Bao, the Shi family has also called me, so I'll let go this time. When you come High, I'll host a banquet in your honor. Well then, little brother, let's plan to reunite when we have the chance. Bao Haochen nodded in agreement. As the call ended, Chu Tiankuo exhaled a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, Hu Tingshan's phone rang next to him. Glancing at the screen, Hu Tingshan quickly answered, Suge, it's been a long time. What do you need? Oh, you're looking for my cousin, he added, handing the phone to Chu Tiankuo. Brother, Su Huanshan is looking for you. Chu Tiankuo took the phone with a puzzled expression, wondering why Su Huanshan, the young heir of the Su group, would contact him out of the blue. Hello, this is Chu Tiankuo, he responded hesitantly. This is Su Huanshan. I have news for you. Today, I officially assumed the position of president of the Su group. So I wanted to let you know. Su Huanshan's voice was clear on the other end, plunging Chu Tiankuo into deeper confusion. What on earth is happening today? One after another, people are taking on the role of president and notifying me. Chu Tiankuo couldn't help but murmur inwardly. After hanging up, he found Chun Xiaolong looking at him in surprise, tugging at his sleeve and presenting the phone screen, which displayed a headline. Breaking news. Today, the 4 major ocean logistics giants in the country simultaneously changed their leaders. The most striking among them was the Chu Group, as this afternoon, former President Chu Tiankuo successfully took over as the new president, becoming the new leading figure of this industry giant. Meanwhile, the largest shipping company in the harbor welcomed a generational transition, with Bao Haochen, the eldest son of the Bao family, successfully taking over the reins from his father. On another front, Xiao Tiankuo, the acting president of the Xiao Group, was officially confirmed this afternoon, taking full control of the group's operations. The Su Group, Shanghai's largest ocean shipping company, experienced a power transfer as well, with the former president's second son, Su Zilin, stepping back to make way for the more capable third-generation heir. Su Hunshan. Whether this new president can lead the Su Group to greater heights remains to be seen. Additionally, another piece of hot news emerged, according to reliable sources. The ownership of the third-largest ocean logistics company, Shiyu Group, was officially transferred to the Chu Group today, indicating that the Shiyu Group will completely withdraw from the ocean logistics sector and its future development direction is highly anticipated. After reading the news, a smirk crept onto Chu Tiankuo's face as he gazed intently at Xiao Tiankuo and slowly said, Congratulations, President Xiao. You have smoothly taken over the Xiao Group. In response, Xiao Tiankuo's eyes flickered with disdain as he coldly retorted, Even if I'm only the acting president, I still control the overall direction of the Xiao Group's development. Moreover, wasn't it you, President Chu, who managed the Chu group as an assistant to the president back in the day. Chu Tiankuo shook his head gently and replied calmly, "That is not quite the same, you know. Given the current circumstances, the media would much rather witness a fierce rivalry among the four of us, a battle of titans." At this, Xiao Tian's couldn't help but burst into laughter, a hint of contempt on his face as he said, "In my opinion, the current situation is merely a replay of the encirclement of Xiaoyu Holdings and Xiahai Shipping from over a decade ago. It's a pity those unscrupulous media outlets only know how to sensationalize without delving into the intricate relationships among our four logistics companies." Suddenly, a list handed to him by the customs in Island City popped into Chu Tiankuo's mind, causing a wave of apprehension to surge within him. He furrowed his brow and advised Xiao Tian's, "President Xiao, you must always take a strong team of bodyguard with you when you go out. Otherwise, with the Xia family's methods, they might retaliate swiftly." Remembering the Xia family's previous underhanded tactics, even Xiao Tian's frowned. The Xia family had resorted to unscrupulous means and had thus been suppressed by major domestic groups. Now, as they sought to make a comeback, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Though he felt a tinge of fear, Xiao Tian's stubbornly asserted, "The Xia family is merely a rat in the gutter. Just look at whether Xia Huaichu dares to return to the country. If not, we can contact above and eliminate his protection." As the sky darkened, the private dining room of Yan's family restaurant was filled with merriment. Chu Tiankuo and Xiao Tian's continued to drink, and when the liquor flowed freely, Xiao Tian's bluntly asked, "Old Chu, from the moment I met you, I knew you were a man of questionable character. I just don't understand how you managed to get into trouble with that little vixen Shiyu." Chu Tiankuo, stunned by the remark, gazed blankly at his wine glass and chuckled softly. "Is it true that childhood sweethearts cannot compete with fate?" Xiao Tian's glanced at Chun Xiulan, who was sitting next to Chu Tiankuo, and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you must treat Xiaolan well in the future." Startled by the comment, Chu Tiankuo wore a victorious expression and said, "Then I shall thank President Xiao for your blessing." Just then, feeling a twinge of pain at his waist, he noticed a delicate hand pressed tightly against his shirt. Just as he was about to extricate himself, the door to the private room swung open. A young man strode in, exuding an icy aura that seemed to chill the entire room. Tall and clad in a meticulously tailored suit, he emanated a domineering presence. His features were sculpted with precision, and his piercing eyes conveyed both indifference and disdain. His lips were tightly pressed, and his slightly raised chin bore a hint of scorn. His hair was impeccably styled, each strand seemingly narrating his meticulousness and pride. He stormed into the room like a gust of wind, heading straight for Chu Tiankuo without a word. Grabbing him by the collar, his eyes scanned the nearby Chun Xiulan with hostility before he contemptuously exclaimed, "Chu Tiankuo, do you dare defy the marriage contract with my sister just because of this woman?" Faced with this sudden confrontation, Chu Tiankuo was momentarily taken aback. But upon recognizing the intruder, he immediately roared in anger, "Xia Linsong." At that moment, Chu Tiankuo's gaze locked onto the man before him like two swords. Fixated on Xia Linsong, Shiyu's elder cousin. More importantly, Xia Linsong was the first male of their generation to successfully take over the family business. Reflecting upon the lucrative ventures monopolized by the Shi Group in a past life, many of these opportunities were merely dismissed by the illustrious young Master Xia. At that moment, Xiao Tiansu, who had remained silent beside him, finally rose to his feet. With a swift motion, he pried open Xia Linsong's grip on Chu Tiankuo's collar, responding in a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, articulating each word with precision. "Mr. Xia, I urge you to be mindful of your words and actions. We are in Linhai, not Jiangnan." Xia Linsong's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze playfully sweeping over Xiao Tian's, as he delicately wiped his hand that had just been touched by Xiao, half smirking as he remarked, "Ah, it is Mr. Xiao. I wonder why Mr. Su and Mr. Bao are absent." At this juncture, Chu Tiankuo, having regained his composure, fixed his intense gaze upon Xia Linsong, his expression ominously dark. He took a deep breath and in a solemn voice queried, "Mr. Xia, do you truly disregard the bond we once shared?" Xia Linsong tilted his head slightly, leaning closer to Chu Tiankuo's ear, and lowered his voice, speaking slowly, "Were it not for my sister, I would scarcely deign to cast a glance in your direction." He then straightened his posture, his eyes sharp and resolute as he declared, "I have journeyed from Jiangnan today solely to witness firsthand how you have systematically driven the Shi Group to the brink of ruin over the years. However, to me, it appears that what you rely upon is nothing but power. Your endeavors are dictated by fortune, rife with opportunistic tendencies. Before long, I shall personally assume control of the Xia enterprises, and then I shall truly experience your extraordinary methods. Until that time, I shall bide my time and observe." With that, Xiao Linsong turned and departed. Observing his retreating figure, Chan Xiaolan voiced her confusion, if he merely came to deliver a threat. It hardly aligns with Xiao Linsong's character. Chu Tiankuo, adjusting his attire, interjected, perhaps the Xia's breeding base has successfully restored some ancient formulas. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare confront us without utmost confidence. The room fell into a contemplative silence, acknowledging that not only was the Xia family a millennia-old lineage of medicine, but also a globally renowned pharmaceutical enterprise with profound connections. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Chu Tiankuo spoke up, as long as Grandfather Xia disapproves. Xiao Linsong cannot meddle in the Xia pharmaceutical company. At most, he can only impose on our logistics. However, Xiao Tiansu regarded Chu Tiankuo with suspicion. Something felt amiss. Earlier, he had been on guard when Xiao Linsong burst in, yet now, after his departure, he seemed to relax entirely. Just as Xiao Tiansu was about to voice his concerns, Xiao Linsong re-entered the private room, handing his phone to Chu Tiankuo and stating, previously, "You ended the engagement without a word. Xiaoyu has been quite unwell during this time. I hope you can clarify things with her." Chu Tiankuo slowly extended his hand, gripping the phone tightly as he listened to the voice on the other end, which carried a hint of trepidation. "Hello? Is this A Chu?" Taking a deep breath, Chu Tiankuo endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he responded, "It's me." The caller hesitated briefly before continuing, "Hey Chu, since you ended the engagement, I've thought a great deal about it. I realized that at the time. However, Chu Tiankuo would not grant him the opportunity to continue, decisively interrupting, "No need for explanations. What is lost is lost." His tone was resolute and unyielding, allowing no room for negotiation. Yet, the caller wished to convey more, but Chu Tiankuo had no desire to listen further. He shook his head gently, murmuring, "Shiyu, we are no longer children. We ought to understand that there is no remedy for regret in this world. Let the past remain in the past. We must look forward." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tiankuo unhesitatingly hung up the phone, denying the other party any chance for a response. He then turned to face the patiently waiting Xiao Linsong, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination as he stated solemnly, "I comprehend your intentions. Let us settle the matter concerning the Binhai New Area project, once and for all." Xiao Linsong fixed a piercing gaze upon Chu Tiankuo, visibly irked by his nonchalance, yet his composure prevented him from resorting to vituperation. Instead, he merely replied coolly, "We shall see the outcome at the bidding conference." Chapter 23. The Tactics of Xia Rongjie. In Shanghai, amidst the vibrant nightlife, Xia Rongjie was entertaining a middle-aged man over drinks. Observing as the man imbibed copiously while berating Su Huanshan, a confident smile adorned Xia Rongjie's devilishly charming face. He patted Su Zilin on the shoulder and said, "Old Su, allow me to introduce you to someone." Su Zilin, bleary-eyed from drink, swatted Xia Rongjie's hand away, murmuring, "Who is it? All I desire is to drink. Why does the old man not believe in me?" Preferring to hand over the CEO position to that extravagant youth, Su Huanshan, Xia Rongjie, displaying a keen understanding of his friend, replied, "Mr. Su has been out of the business world for too long. He has forgotten that it is now the domain of the youth. Su Huanshan, a notorious playboy in Shanghai, knows nothing." Upon hearing Xia Rongjie's words, Su Zilin felt as though he had found a confidant and began to confide. "You know how long I've been the vice president? A full 7 years. Ever since my elder brother's incident. The old man has insisted I remain as vice president of the Su family." As if seeking catharsis, Su Zilin downed another drink and continued, "I have only just managed to earn the respect of the company's veterans. Why should that Su Huanshan, without a word, simply return to reclaim the CEO position?" Xia Rongjie merely smiled, remaining silent, before standing to open the door of the private room to bring someone inside. Su Zilin looked up, his drunken stupor dissipating almost instantly. The newcomer was none other than Su Minghua, the illegitimate son of the Su family patriarch. With a complex expression, Su Zilin remarked, "Third brother, I didn't expect you to come." Su Minghua, nonchalantly taking a seat beside Su Zilin, lit a cigarette and said, "Second brother. Upon hearing that little brat, Su Huanshan, inherited the Su family, I flew back from the island. The old man is truly something. When we were young, all the good things were given to the elder brother. Now that he is gone, he hands over the Su family to that little brat." Su Zilin, caught off guard by the drastic change in his younger brother, was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how he could speak so audaciously in public. Observing Su Zilin's bewilderment, Su Minghua's eyes glinted with disdain. The old man favored his legitimate offspring, and the elder and second brothers had always lived better than him. After growing up, they entered the Su family one after the other. If the second brother's abilities were not lacking, The old man would not have replaced him with the younger Su Huanshan. He was merely the offspring of a concubine from the island, receiving a meager allowance each year without ever being permitted to partake in family business. Thinking of this, Su Minghua extinguished his cigarette and tempted Su Zilin, saying, "Second brother, I've recently discovered a lucrative opportunity. With young Master Xia's assistance, it is already stabilized and is on the rise, albeit not as grand as the Su family." Su Zilin gazed at Su Minghua in astonishment. The brother he remembered was a hopeless, weeping fool, yet now he had a business of his own. Eagerly, he inquired, "What business is it?" Su Minghua understood his thoughts. Was he not merely contemplating taking over this business and sidelining him? Thus, he replied, "I have partnered with young Master Xia to establish an ocean logistics company. We have already secured a deal with Amazon in Europe, consistently shipping goods back and forth, ensuring a profitable venture." Upon hearing about the transportation of goods for the Xia family, Su Zilin hesitated momentarily. In recent years, with the rise of e-commerce, being in the logistics industry was acutely aware of the profit margins involved. He had contemplated getting involved before, but was ousted by the old patriarch before he could act. Su Zilin, still uncertain, remarked, "The four major logistics companies have already declared that anyone daring to transport Xia family goods will face severe consequences." However, Xia Rongjie chuckled and replied, "Though the alliance of these four giants is formidable, if we operate discreetly, who would suspect that it is the Xia family's goods? Moreover, the Xia Biological Company in Jiangnan has extensive resource gardens abroad." After careful contemplation, Su Zilin ultimately allowed his greed to overshadow his reason, whispering fiercely, "All right, I agree. There are elder members of the Xia family who are also on my side. We shall coordinate our efforts with the necessary personnel and vessels." Just as the three had forged their alliance, the door to the private room swung open, and Su Huanshan entered with his bodyguards. He approached Su Minghua directly and stated, "Third uncle, grandfather wishes to see you." Upon hearing that his father wanted to meet him, Su Minghua stood up somewhat unsteadily and followed Su Huanshan out. Xia Rongjie, feeling slighted by Su Huanshan's disregard, rose with indignation, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, you are being exceedingly dismissive. Although Vice President, Su has stepped down from the presidency. He is nonetheless your uncle. Such behavior is rather disrespectful." Su Huanshan, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of derision on his otherwise indifferent face and replied, I was unaware that there were others present. May I ask who this esteemed gentleman is?" "Xia Rongjie," he responded. Su Huanshan retorted mockingly, "So you are Xia Rongjie. I wonder how you feel knowing that so much of your cargo has been confiscated. I dare say your esteemed grandfather may lose a few years off his life over this." Recalling the batch of goods transported by Shiyu Group, which he had initially intended to declare under the name of Chuli Logistics due to their close collaboration with the Shi family, he found himself thwarted when Chu Tiankuo's jealous subordinate discovered his intentions, causing Chuli Logistics to abandon their partnership with the Shi family. Frustrated with himself, Xia Rongjie ached to slap his own face, yet he maintained his composure in front of the peer Su Huanshan, retorting, "Mr. Su, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own affairs rather than others. The Su family's overseas logistics primarily operate in Europe. Are you not worried that your vessels may be unable to dock there?" Su Huanshan stepped closer to Xia Rongjie, a mocking smile gracing his handsome features. Leaning in, he whispered, "It seems you have become quite adept at executing your master's orders, Xia. Perhaps you should test whether my Su family ships can indeed dock." With that, Su Huanshan turned on his heel, leaving Xia Rongjie seething, hands clenched tightly. Meanwhile, in Island City, Shiyu had just emerged from the emergency room. Upon seeing the pale-faced Shiyu, Xia Zheng instantly felt her strength wane. Just then, Shi Zhongming, having just exited the General Administration of Customs, arrived at the hospital and witnessed the scene, collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Xia Zheng glanced at her unconscious daughter and then at her husband, who had fainted and was overwhelmed with distress. The family's butler, Su Bo, hurriedly approached the emergency doctors, asking, "Director Su, how is our young lady's condition?" Su Huanjia pinched the bridge of his nose, observing the worried Su Bo, and reassured him. "Miss Shi is merely suffering from stress and anxiety. There's nothing serious. A period of rest will suffice." Chapter 24. The Unsettling Shiyu. It hurts. The pain was nearly unbearable. Shiyu longed to awaken from this nightmare. She couldn't fathom how she returned home only to find Chu's lifeless body. Entirely unaware that he had mentioned the divorce proceedings to her multiple times, all she remembered was her cousin warning her about the grave troubles facing the Xia family, suggesting that she lower her guard against Xia Rongjie, with the intent to dismantle the Xia family entirely. After successfully uprooting several families in Island City that collaborated with the Xia family, She returned home to find the Moose sisters clearing out her apartment. The sight of stacked liquor bottles and numerous printed divorce agreements made her feel as though her world had crumbled. Suddenly, Shiyu jolted awake. Beads of sweat soaking her forehead, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. She unsteadily sat up in bed, scanning her surroundings only to realize she was in an unfamiliar place. Struggling to rise, she was met with the concerned face of Su Bo, who said, "Miss, Master Chu has returned to Lin Hai and will not be back for the time being. You must rest and recover." Upon hearing that Chu Tiankuo had returned to Lin Hai, Shiryu's struggles intensified, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "Su Bo, please don't deceive me. Chu is clearly, yet she couldn't bring herself to utter the word dead." Su Bo, puzzled, looked at his young lady and turned on the television. The evening news was broadcasting a report about various large domestic groups changing leadership, with Chu Tiankuo prominently featured. Shiryu stared in disbelief at the date on the screen, realizing that today was the day of the incident involving Chuli Logistics. A significant amount of contraband had been discovered on the vessels returning to port, leading to the forced bankruptcy of Chuli Logistics, with the Shur family stepping in to take over their fleet, effectively replacing the Chu family as one of the new logistics giants. However, why was the news reporting that Shiryun Logistics had been found with a large quantity of contraband, leading to its bankruptcy and the fleet being taken over by the Shur family? When had Chu inherited the Chu Ting group? Wasn't Ti Wangyu the successor? As Shiryu pondered these questions, her mother suddenly rushed over, crying out, "My poor daughter, how could you be so heartless as to leave me and your father behind?" Confused, Shiryu wiped her mother's tears, bewildered as to why this affluent woman was weeping so openly in public. In a daze, Shiryu gently pushed her mother away, signaling that she was fine, and softly reassured, "Mom, I'm okay. Please don't worry." Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Xia Zheng sighed in relief, yet her gaze remained fixed on Shiryu. After scrutinizing her daughter's slightly pale face, Xia Zheng took a deep breath, striving to appear composed, then turned to Su Bo, saying, "Su Bo, please check on Zoming's condition and let him know that our precious daughter is safe. At this moment, I have some heartfelt words to share with her. I hope you can excuse us for a while." Xia Zheng's piercing gaze remained locked on Shiryu's face, as if she aimed to uncover the secrets hidden within her daughter's delicate features. Shiryu, feeling her mother's intense scrutiny, became somewhat flustered and instinctively touched her cheek, questioning, "Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something strange on my face?" In response to her daughter's inquiry, Xia Zheng did not provide a direct answer, but pressed further, "Little fish, what did Lin Song say to you earlier? Why were you unconscious when we entered?" Her voice carried a hint of urgency and concern. Shiryu, upon hearing this, lightly tapped her forehead, striving to recall the events that had transpired. Gradually, the scene of her phone conversation with Chu emerged in her mind, the resolute tone from the other end tightening her heart. However, the thought of Chu being safe and sound brought a flicker of relief to Shiyu's heart. Remembering that Chu was alive, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her voice involuntarily rose a notch. "Mom, I just spoke with Chu." Yet, Xiaojing's expression darkened, her brows knitting together, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She parted her lips and murmured, "What? You've been in contact with that Chu Tiankuo? His breaking off the engagement must be a source of great embarrassment for you." Upon hearing her mother's words, Shiyu's smile instantly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Xiaojing. Her lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Indeed, how could this world Chu have broken off the engagement with her? Reflecting on the blissful moments that had commenced after their wedding in her previous life, Shiyu felt a pang of sadness. She also speculated about her own circumstances and wondered, could it be that Chu? At that moment at the dining table, Chu Tiankuo was sneezing repeatedly. Xiao Tian's looked at him with a face full of disdain and sarcastically remarked, "I wonder where Chu has racked up another romantic debt," making the girl go on and on. Chu Tiankuo retorted, "I am a person of integrity, unlike some." Hearing this, Xiao Tian's, feeling vexed, raised his wine glass and inquired, "What exactly are your plans? It's apparent to anyone with eyes that the real estate industry is profitable. Yet you choose not to involve yourself in the vast opportunities of the Binhai New District, instead competing with those small real estate companies for land." Chu Tiankuo fell into a moment of silence. He could not disclose to Xiao Tian's that he was a reborn individual aware of which plots would appreciate significantly. Instead, he lifted his glass and drank it all in one go, then stated, "The Binhai New District holds little significance for the Chu Corporation's development. It is more beneficial to secure a few smaller orders to keep our construction team occupied." Xiao Tian's scrutinized Chu Tiankuo's face intently, seemingly trying to glean something from his expression, but Chu Tiankuo remained composed, as steady as a deep pool. In the reception room of the Chu Ting group, Xia Linsong sat on the black sofa, his handsome features conveying an intimidating seriousness. "What exactly do you want?" he asked directly as Chu Tiankuo entered, skipping any pleasantries. Chu Tiankuo, seated on the sofa, regarded Xia Linsong with a slightly sullen expression. "Yesterday you came to threaten me, and today you inquire about my intentions. Does the esteemed Xia have such abundant free time?" Xia Linsong scoffed derisively. "What? If I hadn't shown up yesterday, would you have still intended to take action against our Jiang and Xia family?" Chu Tiankuo pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Observing this, Xia Linsong sighed, understanding the underlying reasons for Chu Tiankuo's demeanor, yet lamenting that he hadn't even given Shiyu a chance to explain. With a hint of pleading in his expression, he said to Chu Tiankuo, "Xiaoli, we grew up together. I hope you can, for my sake, have a proper discussion with Xiaoyu. You and Xiaoyu have been childhood friends. Previously, Uncle Chu highly regarded her. Now, you've unilaterally canceled the engagement without providing her an explanation. I fear you may come to regret this." Before he could finish, Xia Linsong's phone rang. Glancing at the message, his grip tightened around the phone, knuckles turning pale with tension. "Young master, the young lady fainted again this morning in the ICU." The image displayed was of Shiyu being wheeled into the emergency room by doctors, the electronic clock on the wall showing it was just past 8 in the morning. Chu Tiankuo smiled bitterly to himself, recalling how pitiful he had been in his previous life, witnessing the Chu family's half-century of toil reduced to mere sustenance for the Shi family. Why should I regret? He opened his eyes, casting a cold gaze at Xia Linsong. Noticing the frigid expression on Chu Tiankuo's face, Xia Linsong furrowed his brow. Having grown up together, he understood Chu Tiankuo's stubborn nature. He anticipated it would be this obstinate. "Young Master Xia, since Shiyu did not appear at my meticulously arranged engagement banquet, what is there for me to regret?" Xia Linsong leaned back in despair, tossing his phone onto the table as he shouted at Chu Tiankuo. "Just because she had something to attend to and couldn't show up, you treat her this way? After speaking with you on the phone yesterday, Xiaoyu fainted and is now in the emergency room. What exactly do you want? Are you trying to drive her to her death?" Chu Tiankuo found himself at a loss, having merely facilitated the transportation of goods for the Shi family. He had not yet unleashed any other means against them. Just then, Wu Hanfei rushed in from the conference room, clutching a laptop, exclaiming, "President Chu, it's bad. The matter between you, Miss Shi, and Sister Chun has somehow leaked, and it's creating quite a stir." Chu Tiankuo snatched the laptop, took a glance, and smashed it in frustration, prompting Wu Hanfei to hurriedly fetch another. The blog was ablaze with 5 shocking headlines. 1. Southern Weekly, according to insiders, during last month's engagement banquet between the eldest son of the Chu family and the daughter of the Shi family, the young master of the Chu family unexpectedly annulled their engagement on the spot. Accompanying the article was a video of Chu Tiankuo angrily confronting the Shi couple as he left, clearly captured by a photographer at the banquet. 2. Urban Daily. Journalists learned from informants that on the night of the engagement banquet, the daughter of the Shi family secretly met with her former lover. The article was accompanied by photos of Shiyu drinking with Xia Rongjie in a hotel, taken from multiple angles, indicating several cameras were used. 3. Southern Weekly. Reporters learned from insiders that the reason the Shi family's shipping fleet was acquired by the Chu family was that, following the annulment of the engagement, the Chu family colluded with several large logistics companies to suppress the Shi family's operations, leading to the young lady's suicide attempt, complete with images of Shiyu being rushed into the emergency room. 4. Southern Entertainment News. Reporters on the ground reported that after canceling the engagement, the Chu family's eldest master spent an entire night with a beautiful woman in a top-tier club, emerging hand in hand the next day. The photo was taken when Chu Tiankuo was surrounded by reporters outside a private restaurant. 5. Southern Entertainment News. Insiders disclosed that the reason the eldest master of the Chu family successfully engaged with the daughter of the Shi family was that he had employed coercive methods to snatch her from someone else. "How dare they concoct such lies about me?" Chu Tiankuo exclaimed in anger upon reading the last article. Before Wu Hanfei could respond, Chu Tiankuo's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was Su Huanshan calling. "Hello, President Su, what can I do for you?" The indifferent voice of Su Huanshan came through, yet his words hinted at keen interest. "President Chu, you made the front page of every blog today. Our employees are all discussing your entanglements with the Shi family." Realization dawned on Chu Tiankuo as he remembered that Shanghai was the stronghold of Southern media, and Su Huanshan undoubtedly had seen the reports. In this report, there is also mention of President Su. If it weren't for his collaboration in suppressing the Xia family, how could the Shiyu group have been handed over to our Chu family by the Shi family? Su Huanshan inquired with keen interest. "To be candid, have you identified those who conspired against you?" Chu Tiankuo, with a hint of disdain, replied, Who else could it be? It's merely Xia Rongjie's petty tricks. The masters behind those newspapers are, after all, kin to the Xia family. I never anticipated that you would awaken to this. Previously, I believed you were utterly oblivious. Su Huanshan remarked with some surprise. Chu Tiankuo dismissed it, saying, only Xia Rongjie could conjure such schemes. On the day Shiyu was staying at the Shi family's hotel, which is under Shirenyan's domain, it's inconceivable that someone would be lurking to gather dirt on Shiyu. It must have been premeditated. What do you plan for retaliation? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo suggested, the cost of our soap factory in Africa is exorbitant. How about we procure a batch of free materials to produce high-quality soap for our workers at the African mines? In Chapter 26, The Vengeful Young Masters. In a spacious and bright conference room, Xia Linchong wore a smile, observing the recently hung-up Chu Tiankuo with great interest, a fleeting, indescribable emotion crossing his beautiful eyes. However, before Xia Linchong could speak, Chu Tiankuo's phone rang again. Glancing at the number on the screen, a subtle smile crept onto his lips, suggesting a deeper meaning. Hello, Li Zai, do you know who is secretly stirring up trouble? Came the somewhat anxious voice of Bao Haochen from the other end. Yes, I do. What, Brother Bao? Are you planning to take action? Chu Tiankuo replied with a relaxed tone. Of course. The moment I take over the family business as president. They dare to act so recklessly. If we don't show them a thing or two, do they really think the Bao family is easy to bully? Bao Haochen's voice carried a hint of anger. Chu Tiankuo feigned indifference, saying, as for Xia Rongjie and his backer, Brother Bao, would you be interested in opening a soap factory? Upon hearing this, Bao Haochen was evidently taken aback, and after a moment of silence, he slowly responded. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Just because they slandered us, we should send them to the soap factory? This is a life-and-death struggle, my friend. Chu Tiankuo emphasis sedio sili. Bao Haochen cautioned, but their strength internationally, I fear it could escalate into a deadly confrontation. Brother Bao, this isn't our revenge. It's the woofing pirate group holding the cards. Chu Tiankuo said earnestly. Bao Haochen, upon hearing this, immediately responded with excitement. I understand now. It's all the woofing pirate group. Looking at the recently hung-up phone, Chu Tiankuo turned to Xia Linchong beside him and asked, I wonder if Brother Xia is interested in joining in. Xia Linchong stood up, regarding the affectation of seriousness on Chu Tiankuo's face, and patted his shoulder, saying, if you promise to have a good talk with Xiaoyu, I'll give you 1,000 units of soap materials. Without waiting for Chu Tiankuo to react, Xia Linchong strode out. After Xia Linchong left, he shook his head and smiled, thinking, truly, the young are fearless. When Chun Xiulan re-entered the conference room, she found Chu Tiankuo sitting silently, the slanting sun casting reflections upon him, as though he were deep in thought. Chun Xiulan naturally took a seat beside him, observing Chu Tiankuo closely. When he was lost in contemplation, he truly was captivating. Perhaps he had been pondering for too long, as Chu Tiankuo shifted his numb body and turned back, only to find Chun Xiulan staring at him. Instinctively, he took a step back and, feeling somewhat awkward, asked, what brings you here? Chun Xiulan, with a cheerful smile, stood up and handed him a document. An invitation from Zhuzhou Daping? What does Xiao Tianza intend to do? Chu Tiankuo inquired, puzzled by the invitation tucked within the document. Chun Xiulan playfully corrected him. You've guessed wrong. This invitation was issued by Su Huanshan. Zhuzhou Daping is a premier club established by Chu Tiankuo's elder cousin, Chu Tianqing, after his company's transformation, specifically catering to top-tier figures within the logistics industry. Initially, Chu Tianqing aimed to provide jobs for employees laid off during the company's transition. But after several technological innovations, he unexpectedly developed numerous ecological farms. The finest materials from these farms were delivered to Zhuzhou Hotel, and over time, the originally chain-operated Zhuzhou Hotel evolved into a premier club within the logistics industry, Zhuzhou Daping. Although Zhuzhou Daping welcomes all guests, receiving an invitation signifies a significant event within the logistics sector. As night fell, the airport lights appeared particularly hazy in the rain. Raindrops pounded the ground and the windows of the waiting hall, forming streaks of water. On the tarmac, the silhouette of an aircraft emerged and vanished within the curtain of rain. The rain washed the plane's exterior, enhancing its luster. Puddles on the runway reflected the lights, creating radiant halos. In the distance, a plane accelerated down the runway, its thunderous roar piercing the rain as it ascended into the dark sky. On a private jet, Chu Tiankuo was discussing Su Huanshan's intentions with Xiao Tianza. Xiao Tianza set down the documents in his hands and looked at Chu Tiankuo, inquiring, do you truly not want the qualifications for Benhainu area? Chu Tiankuo shifted his gaze from the window and confidently replied, a gentleman's word is his bond. Observing Chu Tiankuo's clear stance, Xiao Tianzi couldn't help but click his tongue. This was a financial allocation worth hundreds of billions, and he was simply letting it go. Through the past few days of observation, Xiao Tianzi found that, aside from being a well-dressed predator, Chu Tiankuo was never one to go back on his word, and he casually handed over the bidding documents from the Xiao family to Chu Tiankuo. After receiving the bid documents and examining the figures, Chu Tiankuo frowned and looked up at Xiao Tianzi, who appeared sincere, tossing the documents back. Don't pretend to be innocent with me. I'm curious, without the Chu family, and with the Shi and Hu families as competitors, why would you still offer such a low price? I've calculated this thoroughly. This price is merely a loss leader. Xiao Tianzi chuckled, retrieving another document from his briefcase and handing it to Chu Tiankuo. Upon receiving it and scrutinizing the contents, Chu Tiankuo noted the announcement for the Binhai New Area tender, with Tang Construction from Island City prominently listed. Tang Construction is merely a construction company valued at several billion. Can they handle such a substantial project as the Binhai New Area? Yet Xiao Tianzi straightened his expression and said earnestly, I admit that Tang Construction is indeed insignificant, but they have backing. Hearing this, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that behind Tang Construction's bid is the manipulation of Xia Rongjie? Xiao Tianzi nodded. Tang Construction is just a small firm. Even if they were allowed to operate freely, how much market share could they capture? However, this time, they have changed their usual approach and are coming in forcefully, indicating someone is supporting them. The Binhai New Area is a duty-free zone established by the authorities, serving as a window for imports. Should it fall into the hands of Tang Construction, that window would be left unguarded against the Xia family's interests in Europe. As he spoke, Xiao Tianzi couldn't help but express some doubts. Xia Huaichu will never return to the country in his lifetime. I never anticipated his grandson would be such a formidable opponent. Chu Tiankuo felt a headache coming on as he thought of his adversaries. Remembering the information at home, Xiao Tianzi expressed disdain. Xia Huaichu has seen the elder from the Linqiao Hu family retire and has sent his grandson to take the lead. If Xia Rongjie establishes a foothold, it could spell trouble. Indeed, we are a nation of over 1 billion people. If the forces behind the Xia family manage to breach our defenses, we may find ourselves repeating past mistakes. Chu Tiankuo remarked with a hint of lament. Let us interrupt his outstretched hand, making it clear that the Dragon Kingdom is not akin to Daqing. Chapter 27, Convergence. Amidst the picturesque setting of Jiuzhou Dupu, pavilions and towers are artfully arranged, and the artificial hills and water pools reflect each other's charm. Guests, adorned in splendid attire, congregate in groups of 3 to 5. Ancient architecture encircles a tranquil lake, where a gentle breeze causes the lotus leaves to sway gracefully. In the pavilion on the central island, musicians are performing melodious ancient tunes. The garden is suffused with a delicate aroma of tea and blossoms, while guests stroll along winding paths, savoring the beauty of the surroundings. As night falls, lights illuminate the entire garden. Under the luminous glow, Chu Tiankuo, Xiao Tianzi, Bao Haochen, Su Huanshan, and Xiao Linchang arrive in unison. The guests present, upon witnessing the 5 esteemed individuals, are taken aback and soon engage in fervent discussions, recognizing them as the titans of the shipping industry. Prior to the banquet, the 5 had convened briefly to confirm that Su Huanshan would be the spokesperson for this gathering. Su Huanshan approached the stage, offering a slight bow to the guests in attendance, and began, esteemed colleagues and revered elders, today, I shamelessly take the liberty of borrowing the esteemed ground of General Chu to announce a matter of significance, and I hope for your understanding. Not at all. It is indeed an honor for us to be invited by you, General Su. The guests exchanged glances, inwardly speculating. Given the current circumstances, it seems these 5 companies have likely conspired privately. This banquet may not merely be a simple gathering. Perhaps there are unspoken conspiracies lurking beneath the surface. One voice chimed in. Indeed, it remains unclear what significant decision Su's company intends to announce to gather logistics groups from across the nation. Speculation and discussion erupted. Another questioned, could it be related to the recent leadership changes among several major groups? Are they attempting to assert dominance over us by summoning everyone here? As this remark reverberated, the banquet hall became a cacophony of whispers, the atmosphere turning palpably tense. Su Huanshan's words acted like a stone cast into the lake, stirring ripples of unrest. Observing the tumultuous hall, Su Huanshan tapped the microphone and commanded in a low voice, silence. Instantaneously, silence enveloped the banquet hall. Su Huanshan's stature commands a reverence that renders him untouchable among these industry leaders. Gazing at the varied expressions of the group leaders, he solemnly declared, in the coming 3 months, we hope that none of your vessels will transport goods belonging to the biological companies under Shiyu Holdings when returning from Europe. Upon hearing this, The group leaders exchanged glances, bewildered. Previously, transporting materials for Shiyu Holdings was a lucrative opportunity for many small logistics companies. Now, if they are prohibited from doing so, how will these smaller firms survive? At that moment, an elder logistics executive stood up, his face a mask of confusion as he queried, "General Su, your request seems rather unreasonable. The prices offered by Shiyu are significant. How can we simply abandon them?" His words ignited a powder keg, prompting other executives to echo his sentiments. Indeed, the orders from Shiyu Holdings are vital for our survival. Without these orders, how can our companies continue to exist? You have already monopolized the rights to a vast array of return shipments. Now, to sever our access to Shiyu's goods as well. Where are we to earn our livelihoods? Some even lamented. Some individuals are born with a golden key, utterly oblivious to the struggles faced by small logistics firms. It appeared that several assistants from the back had been quietly taking note of those who spoke out, indicating that these individuals were among the logistics companies most deeply entwined with Shiyu. Wu Hanfei whispered a few words to Chu Tiankuo, who furrowed his brow and promptly stood, approaching the stage to take the microphone from Su Huanshan. He directed his inquiry towards the first outspoken logistics executive. "You must be General Sun of Linsha Logistics, correct?" The expression of General Sun shifted, and he ultimately forced a facade of calm. "Yes, I am." "What guidance do you have, General Chu?" Chu Tiankuo, fixing a piercing gaze upon General Sun, and inquired. "According to our investigations, the financial reports of Linsha Logistics over the past few years have been dismal. Why did Linsha suddenly expand its scale starting 2 years ago?" Caught off guard, General Sun stammered, "I secured a loan from the bank to facilitate the expansion." "Oh, is that so? May I inquire from which bank you obtained this loan?" Chu Tiankuo pressed, watching as General Sun began to falter. "It was from—" General Sun glanced at the numerous local bank managers entering the banquet hall, his words failing him. Observing General Sun's silence, Chu Tiankuo smiled and elucidated. General Sun's logistics group has been receiving investments from several small consortiums since 2 years ago. The shareholders behind these consortiums are numerous, but ultimately, most of their shares are held by subsidiaries of Shiyu Holdings. As Chu Tiankuo's words reverberated through the hall, an uproar ensued. Many executives who had recently stood alongside General Sun exchanged incredulous glances, rendered speechless. They were all too familiar with the tumultuous history of Shiyu Holdings and the significant upheaval following the crackdown, which saw a dramatic surge in wealth and the subsequent storms that followed. Was it not due to the death of the granddaughter of the Hu family at the hands of Shiyu's young master in Island City? Had it not been for the pressure from the elder behind Shiyu, who forbade the Hu family from retaliating, the situation might have turned catastrophic. Why was Shiyu's Huai Chu so determined to pave the way for Shiyu's young master, if not for the sake of a single grandson? Recalling the recent turmoil, the group leaders instinctively distanced themselves from General Sun, as if he were a harbinger of disaster, an esteemed elder, willing to sacrifice his own promotion to dismantle a peer, would not hesitate to bring ruin upon those who dared to defy him. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, and the group leaders, who had previously formed a circle, swiftly dispersed at an unseen signal. Meanwhile, a group of men in suits approached General Sun, and before they could speak, a contingent of police officers stormed in. The men in black suits addressed General Sun. "Are you Sun Qiming? We have received a report accusing you of treason. Please accompany us." The police officers, witnessing General Sun already in handcuffs, shouted, "We are with the narcotics unit. Sun Qiming, we have received reports of your drug trafficking. Please come with us." The head of the black-suited men felt a headache coming on as the narcotics team burst in, and he hurriedly consulted with the team leader before the narcotics unit withdrew from the venue. General Sun, his eyes vacant, stared at the internal security personnel, his face pale and his gaze filled with dread and despair. He attempted to resist, but the elite guards, skilled in combat, swiftly subdued him, rendering him unconscious before dragging him out of the hall. The entire process was executed swiftly and efficiently, without any chaos. The attendees silently observed the scene, stunned into silence. Chu Tiankuo surveyed the now quiet hall, aware that it was time to proceed to the next phase. Chapter 28. The Five Peaks Pirate Group. In the tranquil Jiuzhou Dupu, the invited executives gazed as Sun Zongming was taken away by internal security, rendered speechless by the gravity of the event. Just because he had dared to challenge Su Huanshan, internal security had promptly arrived. This was indeed a clear show of force. Su Huanshan lightly tapped the microphone and continued. "We are all aware of the challenges that each of you presidents face. If the logistics group is truly on the brink of collapse, our 5 companies can unite to invest or even acquire it, ensuring that none of you will suffer loss." As soon as these words were uttered, a commotion erupted among the presidents in the hall. What had initially seemed like a warning now appeared as an outright threat. Investment? Such sweet words were hardly credible. After all, we are speaking of 5 colossal groups. Their scale is astonishing. With just a little effort, it remains uncertain who would ultimately command this company. Su Huanshan gazed at the tumultuous assembly, inwardly lamenting his youth and lack of experience. Had his grandfather been present, those ineffectual individuals would likely not have dared utter a word. If the purpose of today's gathering is merely to merge us, why not state it plainly, Mr. Su? Someone called out loudly. Indeed, we are all prominent figures in our respective fields and well-known locally. Mr. Su's vague statements hardly seem to regard us, another echoed. Exactly. Even Mr. Su's uncle would show us some courtesy. Yet here we are, receiving nothing but unilateral decisions. Another voice chimed in, filled with indignation. It is clear that this banquet harbors ill intentions. Rather than endure this humiliation, we might as well leave and see how they manage without us, someone proposed. In an instant, numerous presidents began to whisper amongst themselves, their agitation spreading like wildfire, rendering most attendees restless. Observing the cacophony below, Su Huanshan felt compelled to withdraw. His assertive style risked derailing the proceedings. Meanwhile, the other 4 men observed the scene with growing concern. Xiao Tiankuo, surveying the crowd, inquired of his secretary, "What is happening? Haven't we yet identified the individuals backing their group?" The secretary's delicate features were knitted in frustration. The gathering had been organized too hastily, and they had only compiled a rudimentary list of attendees. Mr. Xiao, it is not that our office lacks diligence. Rather, the affiliations of these groups are exceedingly complex, making it difficult to untangle, she replied, somewhat disheartened. Xiao Tiankuo retorted, "Then what use is it for us to support you with such expenditure if you cannot surpass the old woman selling ice pops at our building's entrance?" The secretary, lowering her gaze, muttered, "Who doesn't know that the ice pop vendor outside our building is actually our second largest shareholder?" Perhaps her voice was too soft, as Xiao Tiankuo failed to catch her words and glared at her, demanding, "What did you say?" "Calm down, old Xiao," interjected Chu Tiankuo, stepping in to mediate. He swiftly pulled Xiao Tiankuo onto a nearby sofa and explained, the previous mention of Sun Zoming was merely bait. The real catches are yet to be revealed. It's understandable that we cannot clarify everything at once. Xiao Linchong added with a hint of sarcasm, "As a competent president, one should cherish loyal subordinates. This young lady has been working diligently. You ought to show some understanding." Chu Tiankuo gestured toward the adjacent lounge and remarked, "There are over 100 analysts there. If they haven't provided answers, why make it difficult for the secretary? Old Su is losing control down there. I'll go relieve him." With that, Chu Tiankuo exited the lounge just as he encountered Bao Haochen, who handed him a grim-looking document. Chu Tiankuo pulled out, skimmed through it quickly, and soon understood. The ruckus was orchestrated by several subsidiaries. Having grasped the situation, Chu Tiankuo made his way to the banquet hall, took the microphone from Su Huanshan, and began to call out names. "Is Jiang Li, president of Gialisi Logistics under Wang Wushan Holding Group, present?" A gaunt man stepped forward, his expression grim. "Is Su Meiling, president of Miao Miao Freight Group under Lanxiao Holdings, here?" As this name was mentioned, the crowd turned their attention forward, realizing that Miao Miao Freight was a premier logistics company under one of the 4 major groups, unexpectedly a subsidiary of Lanxiao Holdings, which ranked among Su's top companies. Su Meiling stood awkwardly at the forefront, her makeup dampened by perspiration, likely due to the gathered crowd or the insufficient air conditioning in the hall. Noticing the 2 individuals who had stepped forward, Chu Tiankuo took a deep breath and continued. "Is Li Qingdu, president of Dongtai Logistics under Shooting Holdings, and Sheng Zhizheng, president of Qian Logistics under Jiuzhou Holdings, also here?" A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd as the 2 young presidents emerged. Both Shooting and Jiuzhou Holdings were part of the Chu family conglomerate, leading to speculation about Chu Tiankuo's intentions. Was this a mere display of power? "Also, Mr. Bao Yulin of the Bao family, please step forward." With Bao Yulin joining the ranks, the atmosphere in the banquet hall reached a fever pitch. It seemed the 4 major logistics firms were ready to make sacrifices. Observing the 5 individuals who had stepped forward, Chu Tiankuo remarked playfully, "Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. After tonight, you will each receive a gift from your respective company presidents. I trust you will appreciate it." At these words, Jiang Li clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, while Su Meiling exhaled in relief. Bao Yulin, however, fainted on the spot, and the 2 young Chu presidents wore expressions of defiance. "Are we being dismissed just for opposing Su Huanshan's suggestion? What does this mean, tyranny?" Li Qingdu questioned Chu Tiankuo from the stage. In contrast, Sheng Zhizheng maintained his composure, stating, "As president of Jiuzhou Holdings, Mr. Chu has no authority to interfere in our personnel matters." "Who says he lacks the authority?" I believe he is entirely correct. A voice echoed from outside the banquet hall. The Assembly of Presidents turned to see none other than Chu Tiankuo, president of Jiuzhou Group, entering. Upon spotting Chu Tiankuo, Sheng Zhijing could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and collapsed, joining Bao Yulin on the floor. Chu Tiankuo strode to the stage, took the microphone from Chu Tiankuo, and proclaimed, "Today, as the host, I hereby announce the formal establishment of the Wufeng Logistics Group, merging the 5 logistics subsidiaries under the 4 major groups." In the opulent banquet hall, following Chu Tiankuo's announcement of Wufeng Logistics, the atmosphere momentarily froze before erupting into fervor. After 2 decades of immersion in the business world, Chu Tiankuo commanded a presence that the other 5 young masters lacked. Now, with his declaration, the many presidents in attendance eagerly participated. As Su Huanshan observed the sudden shift in momentum, his brow furrowed. It was remarkable how someone who was not even involved in the logistics industry could garner such esteem among these presidents. However, the moment had arrived for him to take the stage. After adjusting his attire, he stepped forward and began to articulate, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that the offer from Shiyu Holdings is indeed enticing, yet I implore you to maintain a perspective on the broader picture. The shipping market is currently in a state of flux, necessitating our prudence. While the profits from Shiyu Holdings goods are substantial, the inherent risks cannot be overlooked." At this juncture, the president of a logistics group interjected, inquiring, "Is that what you mean, Mr. Su?" Su Huanshan responded with a faint smile, saying, "Much like the recently apprehended Mr. Sun, what was his charge?" Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed through the room, contributing to the ongoing discourse about global warming. Sensing that a singular answer might not suffice, Chu Tiankuo grasped the microphone and remarked, "Do you all recall the recently restructured Shiyu Group?" The president who had interrupted previously spoke up again. Could it be that the investigation into Shiyu Group is also related to the Shi family? Observing this president, it was evident that he was a leader among the smaller logistics companies. Chu Tiankuo briefly reflected before smiling and saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this is Mr. Chui Jinggang, president of Weihang Shipping." Chui Jinggang nodded. As a contemporary of Chu Chun, he did not view Chu Chen's son as a hollow figure, but rather, he found Chu Tiankuo more formidable than Chu Tiankuo. While Chu Tiankuo might have been entrenched in the system for too long, employing grandiose tactics in business warfare, Chui had heard whispers of the earlier farce between the Chu and Shi families, and he knew that Chu Tiankuo's methods were lethal. With a sigh, Chu Tiankuo continued, "I believe we are all aware that our Chu Li Logistics has taken over the fleet of Shiyu Group." Chui Jinggang replied slowly, "We have indeed heard some rumors, but wasn't that merely an act of reparations from the Shi family to the Chu family?" Chu Tiankuo gazing at the middle-aged president before him, who seemed to be cultivating an air of calm. Chui Jinggang's demeanor did not reflect the boldness one would expect from someone who had once commanded fishing boats against adversaries. Instead, he appeared to be a person of considerable refinement. Recognizing the challenge posed by Chui Jinggang, Chu Tiankuo empathetically stated, "The island city's customs authority discovered over 1,000 tons of contraband materials aboard Shiyu Group's vessels, while the Shi family had declared them as foodstuffs in Europe. Consequently, major logistics firms have begun sending personnel to investigate the true nature of Shi's business in Europe. Perhaps you could inquire with Mr. Su, who might also possess insights." After a brief pause, Su Huanshan nodded and solemnly declared, "Recently, our Su family has found evidence in Europe indicating that the goods transported by Shiyu Holdings Biological Company are not the ordinary medical supplies they claim, but rather contraband." This revelation sent shockwaves through the banquet hall. Contraband? This was a monumental revelation. If the authorities were to catch wind of this, it wouldn't merely result in fines. At worst, their operating licenses could be revoked. Chui Jinggang promptly questioned, "Mr. Su, is what you say true? If this news spreads, won't those of us transporting goods for Shiyu Holdings be doomed as well?" Su Huanshan, with unwavering conviction, nodded and stated earnestly, "You may consider me too young to be trustworthy, but I assure you I, Su Huanshan, would never fabricate lies, nor would I falsely accuse anyone over trivial disputes." At that moment, the previously jovial atmosphere in the banquet hall turned somber and heavy, as each attendee fell into deep contemplation, pondering the repercussions this incident might entail for them. Meanwhile, Su Huanshan and Chu Tiankuo stood silently on stage, patiently awaiting the audience's response. Finally, under the mounting pressure of reality, numerous logistics executives began to express their positions. "From this day forward, we shall refuse to transport goods for the Shi family. Mr. Chu, might you consider injecting capital into our companies? Given our smaller scale, losing a client as significant as the Shi family may jeopardize our continuation." Others echoed in agreement. "Indeed, our company finds itself in a similar predicament." In an instant, The banquet hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, each clamoring for clear answers. Chu Tiankuo and Su Huanshan exchanged relieved smiles. Recognizing the need to effectively consolidate the operations of hundreds of logistics firms that manage numerous vessels daily, lest the Shi family exploit any vulnerabilities. Chu Tiankuo cheerfully remarked, "This must be President Huang of Minport Express. As for investment, it is certainly feasible. We cannot allow our shipping compatriots to depart without proper arrangements for their return." The moment he spoke, laughter erupted among the executives, seemingly unfazed by the recent dismissal of 6 presidents. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Xiao Tiankuo and others observed the situation solidifying, prompting them to step out and engage with the logistics company owners. In a luxury hotel in Shanghai, under the covert control of the Shi family, Xia Rongjie was attending to Tang Xian and Su Minghua. Tang Xian regarded the overly attentive Su Minghua with disdain, clearly unimpressed. Xia Rongjie, noticing Tang Xian's demeanor, understood that success often necessitated subduing one's subordinates. With a gentle chuckle, he addressed Tang Xian. "Are you aware that your perceived greatest rival, Xiao Tiankuo, has left the bidding site in Binhai District?" Tang Xian was taken aback, then explained, "I have been busy arranging the integration of the construction teams you provided, but their varying skill levels may hinder our competitiveness against the Xiao family." Xia Rongjie dismissed this notion. "I already know the base price from Xiao Tiankuo. We cannot possibly lose." Chapter 30 Binhai District. In a private room, Tang Xian stared in awe at Xia Rongjie. After all, it was the Xiao family, one of the leading enterprises in the private sector. To have access to their base price must mean that Xia Rongjie had infiltrated Xiao Tiankuo's inner circle. Tang Xian gave Xia Rongjie a thumbs up and excitedly remarked, "Old Xia, you truly possess remarkable skills to ascertain Xiao Tiankuo's figures." Reflecting on the prices set by Xiao Tiankuo, Xia Rongjie nonchalantly replied, "Xiao Tiankuo is simply too greedy. Aside from the few key structures in Binhai District, altering the materials slightly would still yield substantial profits." Being in the construction industry, Tang Xian quickly grasped the implication of Xia Rongjie's words, and with a hint of concern, he remarked, "If this comes to light, our Tang family." Xia Rongjie noted Tang Xian's hesitance, his eyes flashing with a hint of disdain, yet he comforted him. "Once the Tang family secures the bid, we will primarily undertake the construction of those key structures and the port, while the remainder can be outsourced to those expendable contractors. But that is a project worth over 100 billion. I have heard there will be additional local government funding. Similar-sized companies scoff at the idea of handling the leftovers. Where we find subcontractors." After hearing Xia Rongjie's words, Tang Xian remained unconvinced. The Tang family was not like the Chu family. With ample subsidiaries to support the parent company, all of Tang's subsidiaries revolved around the construction sector. If the authorities were to investigate, the Tang family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Observing Tang Xian's cautious demeanor, Xia Rongjie began to regret his choice of partner. Yet, Xia Rongjie failed to consider that, in such a vast construction market, few owners would dare to collaborate with the Shi family. As Xia Rongjie was lost in thought, the door to the private room swung open, and a dejected Su Zilin stepped inside. Upon seeing Su Zilin, Xia Rongjie's eyes lit up. After all, Su Zilin held a construction company that rivaled the Tang family's. With this in mind, Xia Rongjie hastily rose to greet Su Zilin, inquiring, "Brother Su, what troubles you so greatly?" Beside him, Su Minghua chimed in, "Indeed, second brother, it was merely a scolding from the old man. Don't take it to heart." After taking a seat, Su Zilin downed a glass of liquor and lamented, "Third, do you think the old man has forgotten about his brothers? Why is it that, at the behest of that brat, Su Huanshan, I am barred from involving myself in the Binhai District?" Su Minghua, noticing Xia Rongjie signaling him, quickly grasped the implication and added fuel to the fire. "That little rascal Su Huanshan is in cahoots with the likes of Xiao Tiankuo, Bao Haochen, and Chu Tiankuo. Surely he is making concessions for the Xiao family." Xia Rongjie responded, "Not long ago, the Chuko and Sure families were all vying for the Binhai District project. Now, all of them have retreated at the mere suggestion of Chu Tiankuo, clearly out of respect for Xiao Tiankuo." Su Zilin raised his glass with a wry smile, saying, "So, according to young Master Xia, it seems the Binhai District is indeed a possession of the Xiao family." Upon hearing this, Xia Rongjie urgently signaled Su Minghua, who promptly understood the cue and interjected, "That may not necessarily be the case. Just before you arrived, second brother, we were discussing this matter. Young Master Xia intends to assist young Master Tang in the competition for the Tang family." Tang Suan, aware that Su Zilin was the person Xia Rongjie had put forth to withstand the storm, expressed his concerns. "Although we, the Tang family, are confident in securing the bid, our scale is too small and we fear we may delay the scheduled timeline. If we win, we could entrust most of the residential projects to your brother's Su family. Su Zilline's eyes brightened momentarily, but then dimmed again as he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Even if Brother Tang entrusts the project to me, what can be done? Our patriarch has yet to speak. The subordinate construction companies would not dare proceed." Su Minghua, sensing Su Zilline's interest yet aware of his fear of their patriarch, provocatively said, "Second brother, the old man suppresses you precisely because he fears that your achievements might threaten that brat Su Huanshan." At this, Su Zilin slammed his hand down on the table, shattering his glass. Grasping the shards, blood began to flow from his clenched fists, and he trembled uncontrollably, clearly infuriated. Witnessing Su Zilin's reaction, Xia Rongjie was taken aback and shouted, "Get a doctor. Minghua, quickly go to the next room and summon the medical team." As he arranged for help, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Minghua, who had accompanied him long enough to understand the unspoken message, and strode out to fetch the medical team. Turning to Tang Xian, Xia Rongjie gestured and complained, "Since President Su is unwilling to involve himself, young Master Tang, do not press him further." Tang Xian, an experienced player in this game, immediately understood Xia Rongjie's intent, raised his glass, and, looking somewhat apologetic, said, "President Su, I spoke out of turn. I shall punish myself with 3 drinks." Whether it was the provocation or the pain in his palm, Su Zilin gritted his teeth and retorted, "Young Master Tang need not punish himself. I was merely too cautious. If young Master Tang does secure the Binhai New District project, Zilin Construction will certainly lend our full support." A devilish smile crept across Xia Rongjie's face as he poured another glass and handed it to Su Zilin, proclaiming, "To our collaboration. Cheers." In a conference room prepared for guests, Chu Tiankuo, Chu Tianxing, Xiao Tianci, Xiao Linchong, Su Huanshan, and Bao Haochen sat in line. Old Sving Su Hunshan, who was gazing intently out the window, Xiao Tianci could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Old Su, our objective has been achieved. There's no one else in the room. So why the pretense?" Su Huanshan, however, replied with a brooding demeanor, "I can't shake the feeling that we must not underestimate our opponents. Due to the heavy rain, I was delayed in arriving. We only discussed our goal, but I didn't explain the true purpose of gathering everyone." Xiao Tianci, perplexed, noted that among the 6 CEOs present, he and Chu Tianxing were the busiest, yet the other 4 bore expressions of concern. Observing the somber atmosphere, Xiao Tianci jested, "Haven't we already accomplished our goal? Why do you all still look so glum?" "We are pondering who the ghost lurking among us might be," came the reply. Chapter 31. The Hidden Figures. In the conference room, a single remark from Chu Tiankuo sent ripples through the group. Xiao Tianci furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his gaze as he surveyed the otherwise composed faces around him, silently musing. Why do they speak of ghosts among us? What could be the reason behind this? Chu Tianxing, stroking his chin thoughtfully while observing the others, speculated. Perhaps there are unusual signs or feelings that have led them to this impression, but what could it be? His gaze swept across the assembly, seemingly in search of answers. Sensing Xiao Tian's confusion, Su Huanshan somberly remarked, "I doubt any of you, apart from President Bao, are aware that I have a younger uncle." Xiao Tian's bewilderment deepened as he turned to Su Huanshan, asking, "Old Su, don't you only have one second uncle? Where did this younger uncle come from?" "I am aware of the illegitimate son of the Su family's patriarch," Bao Haochen interjected, glancing at the perplexed Xiao Tianci, who felt a sense of nostalgia. Rising to stand beside Xiao Tianci, Bao Haochen enviously patted his shoulder and remarked, "You should consider yourself fortunate. You're the only male heir of the Xiao family's 3rd generation. Otherwise, someone else would be seated here with us today." When it comes to family feuds, Bao Haochen was most qualified to speak. The Chu brothers wielded considerable power and wealth, their assets well prepared. Xiao Linchong, with his exceptional skills, overshadowed his peers. While the Su family patriarch's adherence to tradition meant that Su Huanshan, as the eldest grandson, was destined to inherit the family business. Though Bao Haochen was also the eldest grandson, it was evident that his grandfather favored his father less, and he had to struggle to assume the presidency of the Bao family, a far cry from the ease with which Xiao Tianci took over the Xiao family. Observing the pensive group, Xiao Tianci curiously inquired, "Are you suggesting that Xia Huaichu is a commercial spy embedded among us? If that were the case, I would have already identified them." His words, akin to a stone cast into a lake, stirred a wave of skepticism among the others, who turned their expectant gazes towards Xiao Tianci, eager for a reasonable explanation. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Xiao Tianci confidently stated, "After I declined Xia Rongjie's proposal for collaboration, several of our subsidiary projects were targeted by some obscure companies. That was when I initiated an investigation. Do you know what I discovered?" With a dramatic pause, Xiao Tian's continued. I reviewed our company's surveillance footage and found a secretary behaving rather suspiciously. Thus, I dispatched someone to inquire about this secretary, only to learn that one of our supervisors had recently become particularly invested in the business of our subsidiaries. As he spoke, Xiao Tian's cast a mysterious glance around the table, sensing a certain distinction between himself and the others. Chu Tiankuo interrupted the deliberately mysterious Xiao Tiansu and said, "Enough of the theatrics. A supervisor from the headquarters certainly would not have access to the confidential matters of the subsidiaries. There must be someone else behind him." Seeing that the others remained unmoved, Xiao Tiansu, realizing he could not sway them, continued, "Thus, we focused our observations on this supervisor, and by following the clues, we apprehended one of our vice presidents from the Xiao Corporation. Reflecting on that vice president, Xiao Tiansu said with some emotion, when I first entered the Xiao Corporation, it was this vice president who guided me into the industry. I never expected to end up capturing him. How did you handle him?" Su Huanshan asked in a low voice. "Handle him? Why should we? Wouldn't it be better to provide Xia Rongjie with some false information?" Xiao Tiansu question. A hint of confusion in his tone. Xiao Linsan scoffed, "How naive. It must have taken you years to ascend to vice president in your Xiao Corporation. Hasn't it? With such a deep-rooted problem, why wait for his backers to trigger an explosion?" Chu Tiankuo attempted to mediate, saying, though Xiao's words may be harsh, "Old Xiao, you indeed should have taken precautions earlier. You must understand that after I reviewed your bid, it quickly found its way onto Xia Rongjie's desk. The several presidents dealt with tonight were also our former employees." And then what? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tiansu fell into silence, then explained, "If I had dealt with him now, it would jeopardize the Binhai New Area project." The attendees then realized that while he spoke of mentorship, he was really contemplating business. The topic soon shifted as Bao Hao-chan spoke up. Although Xia Huaichu was once a stray dog cast out by the Big Circle gang, his wife is quite formidable. Chu Tianxing interjected, "That cannot be right. I recall that Deng Li was merely a third-tier star, and her father was just the chairman of a small company." Bao Haochen clarified, "But her grandfather is impressive. The underworld of Hong Kong is filled with his disciples, and even the four top inspectors respected Deng Li's father." Chu Tiankuo asked, "Are you suggesting that Xia Huaichu's rise in smuggling on Hong Kong Island was aided by Deng Li's influence?" Bao Hao-chun snapped his fingers in agreement, saying, "Precisely. Initially, with powerful forces and financial backing, Xia Huaichu attempted to act recklessly, but was swiftly dismantled by the authorities. Though Xiao Tiansu feigned a casual demeanor, his profound family background prompted him to inquire, is this about the raw materials and the shorting of the Hong Kong dollar?" Chu Tiankuo engaged further. "It was during that time that my father took action against Xia Huaichu's smuggling operations." Bao Haochen noted that Su Huan-san. Although your uncle's affairs were discreetly arranged by old Su, they could not escape the notice of the discerning individuals in Hong Kong. Moreover, the rats in their sewers remain unrepentant, still relying on their old tricks. Having just apprehended a few presidents, we must now proceed with extreme caution." Su Huanshan acknowledged with a nod, stating solemnly, "Today's logistics meeting, though somewhat rushed, will likely lead Xia Rongjie to believe that we established Wufeng Logistics solely to prevent his goods from docking." Chu Tianxing cheerfully reminded, "Elder Gu who signed a document before retiring, which Xia Huaichu must have learned about, prompting him to desperately recruit allies in the logistics sector." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo frowned, realizing the immense consequences of a mere document signed at Elder G's level. Considering this, he turned to his elder brother and earnestly asked, "Brother, what do you mean?" Chu Tianxing chuckled lightly and replied, "If the Xia family wishes for their goods to reach Longhua, they must create an opening at the port." Binhai New Area, Chapter 32, Severing the Extending Tendrils. Inside the conference room of Jiuzhou Dupu. The Binhai New Area is a project that was initiated by the state 3 years ago. The delay until this year for bidding is merely a manifestation of the rift between the Hu faction and the Li faction, Chu Tianxing stated. As the most concerned president regarding the Binhai New Area, Xiao Tiansu remarked, "The Xiao Corporation has been attentive to the Binhai New Area since the year before last. However, the planning has been stalled at the upper levels until recently, when the funds for the Binhai New Area were finally secured." Chu Tiankuo added this time, "The public bidding includes the local government buildings, the port, and several large residential complexes, while the Tang family is sharpening their knives, likely with the port in mind." Xiao Tiansu candidly replied, "Our intention in undertaking the Binhai New Area is also related to the port issue. Our bid this time was not aimed at profit. We simply hope to recoup our expenses from future projects." Chu Tiankuo nodded, analyzing gravely. The construction aspect of the Xiao Corporation encompasses a series of upstream projects. with all raw material supplies primarily sourced from the Xiao subsidiaries. Given such circumstances, if the costs align with the bid, the Tang family can only focus on reducing material expenses. Upon hearing this, Xia Rongjie scoffed. Previously, a high-end residential complex in Hangzhou was constructed by the Tang family. But upon inspection, it failed to meet standards, ultimately being taken over by the Ko family. Chu Tiankuo interrupted Xia Rongjie, stating, although Hu Lao's disciple is currently managing the Binhai New Area project, considering my long-standing relationship with him, I find him untrustworthy. Chu Tiankuo frowned, incredulous, and asked, are you suggesting that he may have been bribed by the Xia family? Chu Tiankuo nodded, explaining, Liu Xia was a student of Hu Lao during his teaching years at Qi University, and he has lived a very frugal life for many years. However, recently he has been spotted several days in the Jiuzhou Dupu courtyard in the capital. Had I not returned to the capital at that time, I might not have discovered this. Chu Tiankuo's brows furrowed tightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhang Xinzi, who had been suppressed by Elder Hu for years in frontline training, had finally risen to prominence but could not withstand the allure of the Xia family's temptations. As the members began to ponder, Xia Rongjie disdainfully remarked, why dwell so far back? If you truly wish to secure this entirely, why not directly contact Elder Hu and have Liu Xia replaced? Liu Xia is a significant official. Without concrete evidence of his bribery, how can we easily remove him? Chu Tiankuo countered. Xiao Tianzi nodded in affirmation, stating, Liu Xia is not someone who can be easily dealt with. However, it would still be prudent to request a change in leadership. Very well, let us proceed with that. Having succinctly concluded this matter, Chu Tiankuo and Chu Tiankuo left the conference room and entered Chu Tiankuo's office, where they took their seats. I heard you are to be engaged to the second miss of the Jiangling Chun family. Is that true? Before Chu Tiankuo could swallow his tea, Chu Tiankuo's words startled him, causing him to spit it all out. Cough, 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 cough. Chu Tiankuo coughed violently, taking a long time to recover. Brother, who told you that? Chu Tiankuo asked, perplexed. Chu Tiankuo, observing his brother's disarray, rubbed his nose and said, during dinner with Miss Chun yesterday, she mentioned that the pigs of the Chu family are about to root through the cabbage of the Chun family. Chu Tiankuo's lips twitched. The intimacy he displayed with Chun Xiulan was merely the photo from yesterday that had trended online, but anyone with discernment could tell that he maintained a respectful distance from her. Seeing the change in his brother's expression, Chu Tiankuo realized he might have acted impulsively. Ever since his brother had called off the engagement, he had been troubled. Without someone to manage matters, finding a suitable lady from a respectable family was no easy task. Gazing at the fragrant tea on the table, Chu Tiankuo lost all interest. He placed the cup down forcefully and stood up, preparing to leave. Chu Tiankuo hurriedly grasped the departing Chu Tiankuo, exclaiming, Brother, is it not too unfeeling to leave without uttering a word upon arriving here? Chu Tiankuo, with a hint of resignation, replied, Elder brother, do not be swayed by the whispers of the outside world. Observing his younger brother's somewhat sullen visage, Chu Tiankuo realized that he was genuinely infuriated and quickly added, I merely wish to inquire how you plan to deal with those two individuals. Recalling the hidden thorn that Xia Huaichu had planted within the Chu family, Chu Tiankuo replied coldly, I will arrange for someone to investigate Li Qingdu. Once the truth is unveiled, he shall be sent to where he belongs. Chu Tiankuo nodded in response, relieved that at least there was no hint of misplaced compassion. He continued, let us handle Xingzi town in the same manner. After being nurtured by the Jiuzhou group for so long, to betray us over a trifling sum is indeed a waste of the years we have invested. As he spoke of his disdain, Chu Tiankuo could not help but spit in contempt. From its inception, the Jiuzhou group had engaged in poverty alleviation efforts within the country, and Xingzi town was one of the beneficiaries. Recognizing the rarity of a golden phoenix emerging from the mountains, Chu Tiankuo had placed him in a subsidiary of Jiuzhou, only to discover that he had excelled. Consequently, he had facilitated his promotion, never anticipating that this act of charity would yield a treacherous ingrate. Observing Chu Tiankuo's furious demeanor, Chu Tiankuo understood that Xingzi town was his favorite protege, yet deep affection often breeds deep resentment. Such a traitor would surely face the most severe repercussions from both families. Stepping out of the office, Chu Tiankuo entered the lavish banquet below, where the hall was awash in vibrant lights and exuberant laughter. There sat Xia Rongjie alone, nursing a drink. What has happened to Mr. Xia? He appears drastically different from before, Chu Tiankuo mused, noting the frigid aura that now surrounded him, making him seem almost unapproachable. A few CEOs from Jiangsu and Zhejiang were whispering among themselves, hesitant to approach Xia Rongjie. Chu Tiankuo took a seat beside him, raising his glass in invitation, and asked Mr. Xia what transpired. In just an hour, Your demeanor has transformed, now embodying the domineering CEO. Xia Rongjie tilted his head back, the strong liquor sliding down his throat, searing his chest. At that moment, Su Huanshan pulled Chu Tiankuo aside and whispered urgently. News has just come in that shareholders from the Xia and Shi families sold their shares to the Tang family. Chu Tiankuo was taken aback. Aside from the immediate family, shareholders from the Xia and Shi families held scant shares, and such reckless entry into the fray would likely result in the two families mercilessly stripping them bare. Sensing the bewilderment on Chu Tiankuo's face, Su Huanshan continued with a tone of sympathy. The Xia family may have to relinquish half of their logistics company, while the Shi family's construction group is also facing division. The onslaught is fierce and must be driven by some ulterior motive. It seems we have a significant fish within our ranks. Those who dare to reach out shall have their claws severed, Xia Rongjie intoned coldly. Chapter 33. A reunion with Shiyu. The banquet hall of Jiuzhou Duping was ablaze with lights, replete with fine wines and sumptuous dishes. The CEOs, clad in their finest attire, exchanged laughter and pleasantries, creating an atmosphere devoid of the recent turmoil involving the 6 sanctioned CEOs. Nearby, a group of young executives gathered, their glasses clinking merrily, the liquid inside sparkling enticingly as they downed drink after drink. However, amidst the revelry, Chu Tiankuo suddenly noticed an unexpected presence before him. Staggering slightly, he approached, and upon hearing a soft "Ah Chu," he confirmed his eyes did not deceive him. She was indeed here, though her presence was ill-timed. "Shiyu, how dare you appear before me?" Chu Tiankuo rasped, his voice tinged with disbelief. Their long-awaited reunion brought an overwhelming joy to Shiyu. Yet she was met with a chilling indifference from Chu Tiankuo. The sight of his cold demeanor caused her heart to ache, making her realize that Chu must have felt similarly when he saw her with Xia Rongjie. "Ah Chu, please let me explain. My relationship with Xia Rongjie enough." Chu Tiankuo interjected sharply, his sudden elevation in tone drawing the attention of the attending CEOs, who paused to observe the unfolding scene. Not wishing to expose their disarray to the gathering, Chu Tiankuo seized Shiyu's arm, leading her toward the second floor, leaving behind a cacophony of whispers. Was that not the eldest daughter of the Shi family beside Mr. Chu, just now? Someone gasped in surprise. Another, resolute in their assertion, responded, "Absolutely. I witnessed her attending an event with Mr. Shi in Island City. There is no mistaking it. She is indeed the Shi family's heiress." This is sensational. The former betrothed couple's unexpected encounter is truly a remarkable piece of news. Another exclaimed. Yet, a cautionary voice quickly interjected, "Hey, do you wish to court danger?" You know how much chaos erupted after the blog leaked information about the heirs of the 4 logistics groups. Of course, we are aware. The blog faced a concerted backlash from the 4 companies, causing its stock prices to plummet. And now, the Chen family is rolling out a new terminal social media product to capture the market share from the blog, a worried individual chimed in. You see, the Chen family's communication platform boasts over 100 million users. Their aggressive promotion of this new product clearly aims to push the blog out of the market. Another added, echoing the concern. You lot have been out of the capital for too long. Your information is lacking. Let me enlighten you. Earlier today, the president of the blog was apprehended by the internal guard for treason. A cold voice suddenly cut in. As the words settled, a collective gasp echoed throughout the banquet hall, silencing the previously lively discussions and rendering the CEOs mute. At that moment, Cui Jinggang approached, glass in hand, and, observing the hushed crowd, remarked with a scoff, "As for this matter, it is said by the Su family and the Shao family. It is something none of you should discuss. The lessons from the blog are still fresh in our minds. I urge everyone to be mindful of your words." As the commotion subsided, upstairs in the lounge, Chu Tiankuo and Shiyu found themselves seated apart. Shiyu stood, attempting to approach him, only to hear Chu Tiankuo's icy voice. "If you truly wish to talk, refrain from any antics." Ignoring his warning, Shiyu lunged toward him, only to be forcefully shoved onto the sofa by Chu Tiankuo. Just then, Xia Rongjie entered, witnessing the scene and seething. "Chu Tiankuo, have you lost your mind?" Unfazed, Chu Tiankuo calmly adjusted his attire, retorting coldly, "Perhaps you should ask your sister whom she was with during our engagement." At his words, Shiyu's breath hitched, her complexion paling as she hurriedly pleaded, "Ah, Chu, let me explain." Chu Tiankuo brusquely interrupted. "Enough, your explanations are excessive. We can engage as ordinary business partners. But any further relationship is out of the question." Though his tone remained composed, the tension in his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Just then, several other CEOs entered, and noticing the standoff, Xiao Tian's broke the tension by jesting. Who would have thought that Mr. Chu, while enjoying the feast, would still be eyeing the pot? Not only did you steal my beloved Miss Chen heir, but you are also flirting with your ex-fiancé. Perhaps sure you believed that Chu Tiankuo's simmering anger would afford her some leniency, but as for Xiao Tian's, she felt no obligation. Infuriated by Chu Tiankuo's aloofness, sure you seized the opportunity to vent her frustration, leaping up to berate him. You are truly a pest. Who do you think you are? Although Chu and I have annulled our engagement, we are not yet broken up. Do not attempt to associate yourself with Miss Chun Er or Miss Chun San in relation to Chu. Do not overstep your bounds. The icy voice of Chu Tiankuo resonated from behind Shiyu. Taken aback, Shiyu quickly retorted, Indeed, Chu is right. You must not go too far. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was brusquely interrupted by Chu Tiankuo. I am speaking to you, Shiyu. Xiao is my friend. What gave you the right to be here? A jolt of alarm coursed through Shiyu, and with trepidation, she turned to face him, only to find his expression devoid of warmth, a mask of indifference. Her complexion paled significantly, resembling a blank sheet of paper, her lips quivering as she attempted to force a smile, though it appeared painfully rigid and unnatural. Chu, are we not in a relationship? She stammered. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Chu Tiankuo's eyes as he coldly responded. A relationship? Everything between us into the night you stood me up. I would rather we had never crossed paths. Sure you felt as though she had been struck with a heavy blow, her body trembling as if it had lost all support. Suddenly, her legs weakened, and she began to sway backward on the brink of collapsing. Thankfully, Xiao Linchong reacted swiftly, reaching out to steady her and preventing her from falling to the ground, averting an embarrassing situation. At that moment, Shiyu appeared utterly frail and helpless, as though all her strength had abandoned her. Observing his fainting sister, Xiao Linchong shouted at Chu Tiankuo, What do you want, Chu? My sister only wishes to speak with you. How could you inflict such harm upon her? Meanwhile, Chu Tiankuo emanated an air of chill, sitting there with a furrowed brow. They had been in love for 3 years and married for 3. Enough time to erode countless sentiments. Though he was unaware of Shiyu's thoughts, he was certain she was not as fragile as she seemed at that moment. Chapter 34. An Unpleasant Parting. The atmosphere in the spacious, brightly lit lounge was taut with tension. Xiao Linchong's countenance was dark as he tightened his grip around Chu Tiankuo's neck, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared intensely at him, as if he intended to consume him whole. Chu Tiankuo exerted all his strength to pry apart Xiao Linchong's iron-like fingers, lowering his voice to say, If Mr. Xiao wishes to condemn me, why dirty your hands in the process? Everyone knows that your esteemed company boasts a notorious slave-catching team that has garnered fame in the New World. At that moment, Xiao Linchong's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse with rage. If anything were to happen to my sister, I would pursue you to the ends of the earth and ensure you pay dearly. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a faint, almost inaudible voice suddenly emerged from behind Xiao Linchong, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Brother, please let go of Chu. It was Shiyu, her face as pale as a ghost, her body swaying precariously, clearly in a state of extreme weakness. Hearing her voice, Chu Tiankuo turned to look at Shiyu, a complex wave of emotions surging within him. The woman before him, who had once made him feel inadequate, now appeared so foreign. What had transformed this once proud woman into someone so humble and desolate? The expressions that had never graced Shiyu's face in the past were now painfully evident. Chu Tiankuo's heart tightened, but he quickly suppressed the feeling. Recalling the desolate emptiness of his previous life, he did not wish to endure such despair again. Shiyu, it is too late. The water has been spilled. His voice was hoarse. As if expecting this outcome, Shiyu managed a bitter smile, her already pale face losing even more vitality. Brother, let us go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linchong lifted Shiyu into his arms and hurriedly exited the lounge. Watching Xiao Linchong's retreating figure, Chu Tiankuo clenched his fists, realizing that he had allowed himself to be affected by Shiyu's plight, perhaps forgetting the pain of past wounds too soon. In his previous life, a disheveled existence had accompanied him for 3 years. 3 years, 1,000 days and nights. Spent in the company of alcohol, his heart had long since died, grown cold, and rotted. He was no longer the defeated man who had failed in both love and career. Now, he was the president of the Chu Corporation, the head of the Chu Group, and the honorary president of Woofing Logistics. His current identity was manifold, so much so that he no longer needed to glance back at the failures of his past life. Chu Tiankuo quickly adjusted his mindset and turned to the 3 who had just entered, inquiring, Why are you not enjoying the festivities downstairs? Have you come to witness my misfortune? Xiao Tian's, regarding Chu Tiankuo with a nonchalant expression, retorted, There are no outsiders here, so why put on a facade? If you feel like crying, just let it out. Chu Tiankuo maintained his composure, approaching Xiao Tian's and pulling at his tie, whispering, "Do not compel me to eliminate you during my happiest moment." With that, he slammed the door behind him. Watching Chu Tiankuo's departing figure, Xiao Tian's stood momentarily stunned. Glancing at Bao Haochen and Su Huanshan, who were lounging against the sofa and wall, muttering to himself, "Did he just threaten me?" With a look of pity, Bao Haochen approached Chu Tiankuo, patting him on the shoulder. "Take heart. You should be grateful he restrained his impulses. Knowing him, he could have genuinely done something to you." Su Huanshan, abandoning his earlier cold demeanor, suppressed a laugh. "You truly are a brave soul, daring to pat a tiger's backside when it is enraged." Once they finished their banter, the two strolled out, arms around each other's shoulders, laughing as if they had witnessed something particularly amusing. Left alone in the expansive lounge, Xiao Tian's could only shrug, bewildered, wondering whom he had offended. At the top of Jiuzhou Dupu, in Chu Tianqing's office, he was hosting a mysterious guest. She was clad in a perfectly tailored business suit, the classic black and white palette, accentuating her noble yet graceful demeanor. The collar of her exquisite shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing just enough of her porcelain skin and hinting at the delicate curve of her collarbone. Her figure was elegantly proportioned, the hem of her skirt fluttering gently as she walked, exuding confidence and poise with each step. Her bright eyes were as deep as autumn waters, shimmering with intelligence. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, sometimes styled into a neat bun, highlighting her competence as a professional woman. Her lips were often adorned with a gentle, warm smile, radiating both approachability and a hint of distance. Her mannerisms revealed profound depth and refinement, embodying both the gentleness of femininity and the decisiveness of a leader. Chu Tianqing regarded this enchanting woman with a serious expression, saying, "Miss Chun, your place is in the capital, not here." Chun Xiaomei stretched, her alluring curves subtly visible, and chuckled lightly. "My sister's rumored boyfriend is downstairs. I fear he might not be able to resist and take advantage of our family's resources." Furrowing his brow, Chu Tianqing replied gravely, "I trust you are aware of the character of the Chu family's offspring. While we cannot claim to be entirely above reproach, we do adhere to certain principles of propriety." Chun Xiaomei nodded lazily, her ruby lips parting slightly. "The Chu family's young men are indeed well-mannered, but I have faith in Shaoli. However, I remain unconvinced of Shaolan's resolve." Speaking of her sister, a hint of exasperation crossed Chun Xiaomei's face. Her sister was quite the beauty, and with Chu Tiankuo being such a notorious heartthrob, she feared her sister might easily lose her composure and end up with him. With a teasing glint in his eye, Chu Tianqing remarked, "I recall you once mentioned marrying Shaoli when you were young. What happened to that sentiment in adulthood?" On Chun Xiaomei's delicate visage, a fleeting blush appeared, but she quickly adopted a serious demeanor and addressed Chu Tianqing. "Though Shaoli possesses keen insight, the adversary he has chosen is a formidable giant. To speak candidly, the Chu family stands no chance of victory. Our Chun family is far too diminutive, and in the face of such a tempest, we are destined for capsizing." Chu Tianqing took a sip of tea, his expression unyielding, and remarked calmly, "If the Jiangling Chun family, a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, claims to be small, then tomorrow, the riverbanks of the Yangtze will be choked with the entrepreneurs leaping into its depths." Chun Xiaomei retorted without hesitation, "To fend off external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. If one cannot sweep their own doorstep, how can they hope to conquer the world? Given the multitude of city foxes and social rats within, I fail to see any possibility for the Chu family to prevail. Previously, I might have pessimistically asserted that perhaps a decade would not suffice, and a century would yield no success. However, I can now tell those individuals, behold, in today's era, the dynamics of offense and defense are shifting." Chapter 35, Severance. In the office, Chun Xiaomei and Chu Tianqing faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension and confrontation. Chun Xiaomei's demeanor was resolute and composed, her gaze piercing, exuding an undeniable assertiveness. In contrast, Chu Tianqing appeared confident and at ease, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he possessed complete mastery over the situation. "You are merely apprehensive that those individuals might exploit their capital to besiege the Chun group, jeopardizing our financial stability," he stated in a calm and sensible tone. Chun Xiaomei furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly regained her composure, asserting, "I believe now is not the opportune moment to strike against them. Shaoli is simply too hasty." Her voice was clear and powerful. "Chu Tianqing's I understand your concerns, yet the battle has already commenced, and the abyss looms behind us. No one will retreat at this juncture." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaomei's elegant brows knitted together. From Chu Tianqing's words, it was evident that the most formidable support for those individuals was likely already within his grasp. I do not know the basis of your confidence, but do not underestimate your adversaries. Chu Tiankuo exhaled slowly. He had assumed that Chen Xiumei, as the eldest of the Chun family, managed affairs with meticulous care, believing she was never lacking in boldness. Yet now it appeared that her delicate sensibilities perhaps deterred her from entrusting the family's future to the ephemeral nature of commercial warfare. Recognizing that dry information would fail to sway Chen Xiulan, Chu Tiankuo took a sip from his teacup before revealing a significant piece of news. Although Lu Xinjie holds a prominent position in Binhai City, the district head of Binhai New area is another individual, surnamed Ma, hailing from Steel City. Chu Tiankuo set down his cup and fixed his gaze firmly on Chen Xiulan. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiumei's eyes brightened, clearly intrigued by the information. She leaned forward slightly, tentatively inquiring, "Is it true that 800,000 workers depend on their livelihoods?" Chu Tiankuo nodded with calm assurance, affirming her suspicion. He then took a deep breath and declared, "This operation aims to make it abundantly clear that this is not a place for them. They should depart as far as possible." His voice resonated with confidence and determination, as if the dawn of victory was already visible. Chen Xiumei scrutinized Chu Tiankuo, her eyes brimming with inquiry, and cautioned, "Do not underestimate them. They are far from ordinary. Even our Chun family has suffered significant losses at their hands." Chu Tiankuo, intrigued, noted that the Jiuzhou group had only captured Qingzi town, which was inconsequential. Yet from Chen Xiumei's tone, it seemed the Qin family had endured considerable setbacks. What transpired? The Jiang and Xia family was compelled to sever half of their logistics company, while the Shi family lost half of their construction firm. Their intentions are crystal clear. I am perplexed as to what they see in your Qin family. Chen Xiumei shot a glance at Chu Tiankuo and remarked, "While our Qin construction may not rival that of the Shi family, many upscale communities are constructed by our Chun construction group. The enemy's target is unmistakably aimed at our construction capabilities." Chu Tiankuo nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to offer Chen Xiumei some words of reassurance to bolster her confidence, Chu Tiankuo rushed in breathlessly. "Brother, I recall that before our father passed, he entrusted a portion of his shares in the Shi family to Jiuzhou Group for safekeeping. Do those shares still exist?" Recognizing the urgency in his younger brother's demeanor, Chu Tiankuo picked up his phone to call his vice president. "Hello, Lao Wu. I remember our group holds 37 shares in the Shi family on behalf of the estate." "Mr. Chu, that share." Vice President Wu's voice faltered over the line. Sensing something amiss from his most trusted subordinate's tone, Chu Tiankuo pressed, "What is going on? Speak plainly." "That share was lost when the young master gambled in AO City," Wu replied, somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo felt as if all strength had been drained from him. Slumping into his chair as he uttered, "Very well, instruct Chu Shiping to await my return at home." After hanging up, disregarding the presence of others, he looked up at Chu Tiankuo and said, "Tiankuo, the shares entrusted to me by our uncle were not safeguarded on your behalf." Observing his suddenly despondent older brother, Chu Tiankuo, surprisingly, did not react with anger. Instead, after confirming his own thoughts, he stated, "This was anticipated. Shi Nian had contacted me, mentioning that Shi Zongming had no interest in the shares he possessed, leading me to suspect that there must be some discrepancies with the shares held by the Chu family." As he spoke, Chu Tiankuo moved closer, plopping down beside Chen Xiumei, slowly lighting a cigarette, and exhaled a puff of smoke before continuing. "At that time, the Shi family sought development, and the Chu family invested to acquire 39.72 of their shares. Now, with the 37 on your side taken by someone else, I suspect that Chuli Logistics has diminished by 24.1. I have yet to investigate the other subsidiaries, but surely there will be some omissions." At this point, Chu Tiankuo couldn't help but chuckle with a hint of derision. Alas. Shi Zongming was clever for a moment, yet he fell prey to other schemes. They covet the shares held by our Chu family, only to have the fruits of their labor snatched away. Chen Xiumei observed the eloquent Chu Tiankuo, his handsome features shrouded in smoke, and teasingly remarked, "Xiao Li, how is it that you're so adept at stirring trouble now?" Chu Tiankuo felt a delicate hand exploring his waist, and turning to see someone beside him, he winced as a sharp pain shot through his side, exclaiming in surrender, "Miss, please spare me." Chen Xiumei's eyes sparkled with mirth, evidently amused by Chu Tiankuo's grimace, and she withdrew her hand, covering her mouth as she giggled. "Chu Tianxing, Bemut, Inquit." The individuals targeting the Shi and Xia families are indeed the financial backers of Xia Huaichu. I understand their aim in severing the engineering teams of various groups. But why target the logistics of the Xia family? Chu Tiankuo rubbed his side, feeling a bit more relaxed, and said, "What Su Huanshan did not finish explaining earlier, I shall clarify for you. Su Huanshan's uncle is a ne'er-do-well, a playboy who once provoked the wrong crowd and was sent to Hong Kong by Old Master Su. However, he has recently resurfaced alongside Xia Rongjie in Shanghai. Having navigated the industry for many years, Chu Tiankuo quickly grasped the implications and stated, "Are you suggesting that the newly established logistics group in Hong Kong, Su's Ocean, is merely a pawn in Xia Huaichu's strategy?" Bingo, precisely. In a dimly lit room, Tang Xian was on the phone, speaking in hushed tones, unaware of the unfolding drama. Chapter 36, Retribution. In the dimly lit room, Tang Xian hung up the phone, lighting a cigarette with a self-deprecating smile. Such a grand gesture. The Tang family truly cannot digest this. Before Tang Xian could extinguish his cigarette, Xia Rongjie burst into the room. Observing the haze of smoke that enveloped the space, Xia Rongjie couldn't help but furrow his brow. He waved his hand to disperse the smoke lingering before him and took a seat opposite Tang Xian. "Young Master Tang, soon the Binhai New District will be firmly in your family's grasp. Why indulge in such excessive smoking?" After extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, Tang Xian frowned and replied, "Young Master Xia has lofty ambitions, but how do we prepare for the retaliation from the Shi family?" Xia Rongjie scoffed at this remark, stating, "In the game of kings, the victors write history. Shi Zoming ought to comprehend this principle. Besides, merely extracting a few construction teams from a near-bankrupt concept real estate firm does not threaten the foundation of the Shi family. Why would he lower himself to seek revenge? Shi Zoming may not, but young Master Xia has ruthlessly carved a piece from the Xia family's logistics company," Tang Xian remarked, reflecting on the audacity of Xia Rongjie's recent undertakings. Xia Rongjie, recalling the fleet handed over reluctantly by Xia Linchong, smugly declared, "Xia Linchong is ambitious yet inept. He barely qualifies as a guard dog. You need not fret about his revenge. The Xia family's pharmaceutical endeavors abroad have already been thoroughly undermined by us." Tang Xian paused momentarily, contemplating the appalling quantities of medication involved abroad, and suddenly grasped why the Jiangnan Xia family's pharmaceutical ventures lagged behind their European counterparts. These are but castles in the air. While young Master Xia remains unperturbed, our Tang family cannot afford such luxury. Rising, Xia Rongjie patted Tang Xian's shoulder and said, "Rest assured, young Master Tang, once the Tang family successfully completes the Binhai New District project, we shall undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the top real estate companies in the country. At that time, the Xiao family, the Shao family, and the Shi family will be mere hounds." Little did he know, Tang Xian stood up disdainfully and retorted, "If young Master Xia's formidable ally is Secretary Liu from Binhai City, I fear the support may be inadequate. Without the Binhai New District project, our Tang family has no need to offend the Shao or Shi families." With that, Tang Xian gestured toward the television, where the news was being broadcasted. Xia Rongjie turned to watch as the anchor announced, "This afternoon, Vice Mayor Ma Fuchong of Gangcheng has been appointed as the district chief of Binhai New District. This exemplary official, hailing from a working-class background, will oversee the development of Binhai New District." Xia Rongjie stared incredulously at the television, questioning, how could someone like him hold a government position in Longhua? Tang Xian scoffed and whispered in Xia Rongjie's ear, "Perhaps young Master Xia has been overly influenced by Western education and does not grasp the history of this ancient nation. The saying, a million laborers depend on their daily bread. If you understood this, you would not wonder why this individual has made such rapid advancements in a short time." Dejected, Xia Rongjie slumped back onto the sofa, coldly stating, "Our Xia family shall unconditionally inject 2 billion euros into your Tang family. You must secure the Binhai New District this time." Tang Xian paused, a smile creeping onto his face as he turned away from Xia Rongjie. His change in demeanor was merely a ploy to extract greater benefits from the Xia family. "I believe we can bring in a few more families to form an alliance to counter the market monopolies," Tang Xian suggested, piquing Xia Rongjie's interest. However, having spent much of his life abroad, Xia only had connections with heirs from Island City. Currently, only the Tang family was willing to collaborate, as the Shi family had already issued a warning. If any family from Island City allied with the Xia family, they would face repercussions. Realizing this, Xia Rongjie lamented, "But I have no connections with them." Tang Xian approached to console him. "We can organize a banquet. I will introduce young Master Xia to them." Good. Yet, before the banquet could commence, the retaliatory strikes from several families arrived swiftly. That afternoon, while Tang Xian was in his bedroom watching the news, he was suddenly stunned by a report from Island City. "Our station has recently received explosive news. The Tang Construction Company's project in Hangcheng has encountered a major setback. After multiple inspections, it failed to meet standards and has been handed over to the Ko family's Hausher Construction for reconstruction." This was followed by shocking news from the Hong Kong Customs, revealing that the Su family's logistics company in Island City had repeatedly violated regulations. using e-commerce as a guise to smuggle weapons and contraband. Such audacious acts are truly appalling. Following a search of the Su family estate in Hong Kong, the police seized a considerable cache of weapons and drugs, providing irrefutable evidence of the Su family's illicit activities. At noon today, the police in the capital issued a statement announcing the rapid arrest of Sun Qiming, president of Linsha Logistics, on charges of smuggling and drug trafficking. During interrogation, the suspect, Sun Zongming, did not deny his crimes and has been detained in accordance with the law. The Sun Qiming case has triggered a chain reaction, leading several domestic mid-sized logistics groups to change their leadership, likely due to the fallout from his case. Lastly, a sensational piece of news broke. Su Minghua, the illegitimate son of the Su family in Shanghai, has been cast out by the family. Does this signify that internal strife within the Su family has reached a boiling point? The situation remains murky and thought-provoking. Tang Xian trembled as he switched off the television, the harrowing details of the Sun Qiming case echoing in his mind. Grasping his phone to call Xia Rongjie, he was interrupted by a call from Tang Tong. Confused, he answered, only to hear Tang Tong urgently say, "Second brother, did you see the message I sent you on the terminal? Is that person the one you were drinking with before?" Tang Xian, puzzled, hung up and opened the terminal, clicking on Tang Tong's message. Upon seeing the news displayed on the Weibo app, he frowned, realizing that the Chun family had developed to this extent. After the app finished downloading, he was met with a wanted notice featuring Su Minghua. Su Minghua, male, wanted for smuggling weapons, rape, drug trafficking, and other crimes. Seeing this wanted notice, Tang Xian felt a chill run through him. They had yet to commence their collaboration, and already a crucial piece on the chessboard was about to be lost. The swift and ruthless retaliation from the five families was unexpected. Within the Jojo Dupu, Su Huanshan was enjoying lunch in a lounge. They had partied late into the night yesterday, causing everyone to sleep in until noon. Observing Chu Tiankuo, who had been eating continuously since entering, Su Huanshan asked helplessly, "You've already had 8 bowls. Don't you want to control your figure?" Chu Tiankuo, unbothered, replied, "I'm not the president of a trendy company, needing a pretty exterior to attract fans." Su Huanshan frowned, seemingly sensitive to the term internet celebrity. In the previous life, the internet industry had flourished, and the influencer economy began to emerge. Chu Tiankuo and Shiyu were the golden couple carefully crafted by the Shi family during that time. The stark contrast of a child raised in the Shi household marrying the Shi family's eldest daughter ignited a market frenzy, causing the Shi family's stock prices to soar. Subsequently, the Shi family adeptly leveraged their childhood friendship and romantic narrative, crafting them into an image of a loving couple, achieving great success through a series of promotional strategies, thus reaping the enormous benefits afforded by the influencer economy. At this moment, Chu Tiankuo was observing the 5 young presidents seated at the table, each handsome and distinctly charismatic. Compared to the others, Chu Tiankuo appeared as a privileged scion cultivated by a prominent family, while Su Huanshan resembled the domineering CEO from a female-oriented novel. Bao Haochen appeared as a vibrant and ambitious young elite. Xiao Tian's was as eye-catching as a peacock displaying its plumage, and Xiao Linchong seemed to embody the lofty status of a noble heir. At this moment, Chu Tiankuo proposed, "Why don't we take a group photo and post it on the company's social media? This could help the Chung group attract some attention." As soon as he finished speaking, his suggestion rippled through the group like a stone cast into still waters. However, unexpectedly, Bao Haochen, who typically played the role of the peacemaker, stepped forward to voice his dissent. "No, absolutely not. Although our names have been circulating, very few photographs of us have actually surfaced. Only Li Zai has been exposed by that fellow, Xia Rongjie, resulting in a photo remaining online." His tone was resolute and final, leaving no room for debate. Faced with Bao Haochen's cryptic demeanor, Chu Tiankuo felt a surge of curiosity and pressed on. "Brother Bao, we live in an age of information explosion. Seeking fame or visibility is quite normal. There's no need to be so secretive, is there?" At that moment, Xiao Tian's chimed in with a teasing smile, saying to Chu Tiankuo, "Old Chu, perhaps Brother Bao is worried about being overshadowed by us? After all, we are all prominent figures." He then playfully winked at Bao Haochen. Su Huanshan seized the opportunity to interject as privileged science. "It would be wise for us to remain low-key at this juncture. We should refrain from exposing ourselves too readily. If we become too brazen and Xia Huaichu gets hold of our photographs, it could lead to significant trouble." Xiao Linsong also spoke up in agreement, stating, "I concur with Xiao Su. These are extraordinary times, and it is not suitable for us to flaunt our presence. Xia Rongjie is currently actively maneuvering among various factions. Should we thwart his ambitions, he might resort to drastic measures." Xiao Linsong's words rendered the previously lively atmosphere abruptly silent, as everyone fell into contemplative silence. Bao Haochen had already noted that Xia Huaichu hailed from the underworld, employing unscrupulous methods that left many aghast. Seeing that no one, except for Xiao Tiankuo, supported his idea, Chu Tiankuo resigned himself to taking a selfie, registering a social media account, and posting the photo online. In his previous life, many company presidents thrived on social media, engaging with fans and cultivating a devoted following. Although Chu Tiankuo was reluctant to pursue this path, the rapid development of the country made the internet an exceptionally cost-effective means of promotion. Chu Lily, just a simple breakfast. Image, photo. JPG, reflecting on the explosive growth of the influencer economy in his past life. Chu Tiankuo stroked his chin, recalling that the Chu Group had a subsidiary dedicated to live streaming platforms. Without hesitation, he dialed Chen Xiulan. "Hello, Secretary Chen." A groggy voice responded from the other end. Laced with irritation, "Who is this disturbing my dreams?" Chu Tiankuo glanced at his watch in disbelief. It was indeed 2:37 p.m. How could she still be asleep? Chu Tiankuo. Who is Chu Tiankuo? Let him die. Chen Xiulan replied, still half asleep. The lounge was not particularly spacious, and, as the presidents were all from prominent families, they had been taught decorum from a young age, maintaining silence during meals. Chen Xiulan's exclamation echoed through the lounge. "Ha ha! Sorry, old Chu, I couldn't hold it in." Xiao Tiankuo laughed uncontrollably, slapping the table. The others also stifled their laughter, chuckling quietly, as he observed his companion's unrestrained amusement. Chu Tiankuo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Listening to Chen Xiulan's subconscious mumbling on the phone, he quickly ended the call. Realizing he couldn't take the shortcut he desired, he dialed Chen Xiumei instead. "Mei Jia, it's me, Xiao Li. What brings the president of the Chu family to seek me out?" Chen Xiumei's languid voice came through, tinged with playful teasing, prompting a wry smile from Chu Tiankuo. "Mei Jia, I've registered on your Chen Group's social media, and I'd like to apply for personal verification." Chen Xiumei sounded surprised, seemingly puzzled about what kind of verification Chu Tiankuo was referring to. "What verification? Our social media platform has just been developed. We don't have that many functions yet." Chu Tiankuo internally groaned, realizing that the early version of their platform lacked the features of the more mature iterations from his previous life. "Mei Jia, I mean, if we presidents join in, can we have our real positions verified under our accounts?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiumei quickly grasped his intention and excitedly exclaimed, "Great. I'll have the project team add that feature right away." "Xiao Li, that is a brilliant idea. With so many online scams, this will help protect users from being deceived." "All right, thank you, Mei Jia," Chu Tiankuo replied hurriedly, but before he could finish, she had already hung up. After putting down his phone, he noticed the other four looking at him with curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Is there something on my face? Why are you all staring at me?" Xiao Tiankuo exclaimed in amazement, "Old Chu, we thought you were joking, but you actually went ahead with it." Xiao Linsong nodded in agreement. "Xiao Li, I didn't expect you to actually follow through." Feeling somewhat bashful, Chu Tiankuo responded, "In this era of rampant online growth, perhaps it's time we set aside our previous notions and closely observe the internet." Chapter 38. The obvious effect. Previously, communication was not as developed. But with the advent of telephones, distance became irrelevant. Connecting was merely a moment away. Moreover, online shopping has begun to encroach upon traditional sales methods, with many urban dwellers preferring to shop online. As those involved in logistics, you must have noticed the surge in online orders over the past 2 years. Have you all noticed that the Chen Group's communication platform boasts over 200 million registered users, all of whom have verified their identities? That is an immense pool. What if the Chen Group transferred half of those registered users to the social media platform? 100 million people. Our subsidiaries encompass a vast array of businesses, and at least 1/5 of that user base could be our potential clients. If the president of a product manufacturing company engages with you online, wouldn't that ignite your desire to purchase? Just as the current online trend suggests, in the past, travel was slow and letters were distant. One could only love one person in a lifetime. Now, with the internet, the world is small, and while love is easy, holding on is difficult. Now that communication methods have evolved to this extent, consider how, in the past, negative news could only be confined to a locality, whereas today, in an era devoid of information barriers, even a minor piece of negative news can cause our company's stock prices to fluctuate. The Shiyu Group serves as a cautionary tale. Chu Tiankuo's words resonated with a thunderous clarity, leaving the four present in contemplative silence, each wearing a different expression. Among them, Xiao Tiankuo furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a deep contemplation of the implications of Chu Tiankuo's statements. Su Huanshan maintained a serious demeanor, perhaps weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Bao Haochen, seated in the corner, crossed his arms, his gaze inscrutable as he pondered his thoughts. Xiao Linsong appeared astonished. clearly taken aback by Chu Tiankuo's assertions, perhaps questioning their veracity. In that moment, myriad thoughts swirled within them. Some contemplated whether Chu Tiankuo had overstated his case. Others worried about future developments, while a few silently reflected on the suggestions he had proposed. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, shrouded in silence, as no one dared to speak, allowing the quiet to envelop them. In the private room, everyone harbored their own thoughts, silently consuming the meals before them. Meanwhile, a seemingly innocuous tweet from Chu Tiankuo sent ripples across the social media landscape, especially following the urgent verification granted to him by the Weibo project team. The tweet read, Chu Tiankuo, president of the Chu Group, president of the Chu Court Group, honorary president of Woofing Logistics. Li Tianxia, steadfast as a mountain, acknowledged, I admit, he is indeed our company's president. Verification, supervisor of the Chu Court Group. Mu Aichen, isn't that my beloved little Li? Verification, executive president of the Mu Group. Wang Shihan, my nephew, pardon his awkwardness. Verification, president of the Wang Group, former president of the Chu Court Group. May, take me out for a meal sometime. Verification, president of the Chun Group. One by one, these figures, usually seen only in the news, came to life before you, providing a platform for interaction that sent Weibo users into a frenzy. Chu Tiankuo appeared almost unreal, diligently responding to the myriad comments from netizens. Xiao, President Chu, I would like to inquire if the Chu Group will continue to vigorously develop the logistics industry. Chu Lily, we are currently negotiating with major online platforms to enhance domestic logistics speed. Happy little whirlwind. President, will I ever get to eat the same meal you are enjoying now? Chu Lily, this is a business meal from Jiuzhou Daping, available at a buffet style for just 688 per person. Jiuzhou Daping is a national chain. With hard work, you can visit their establishments during breaks for a taste. A little tip, they offer free samples of 4 dishes. Flying Laser, President, I work in the construction industry. Is your construction team still hiring? My time at the Chu Group 2 years ago was the most worry-free period of my life. Chu Lily, currently, we are not hiring, but you could submit your resume to Chu Court Real Estate. You never know what might happen. Dynamic Future, President, I am a graduate from Lanxiang and New Oriental. Do you have any recommendations for good employment directions? Chu Lily, I suggest you consider live streaming on Weibo, perhaps excavating and cooking. As Chu Tiankuo continued to reply to the curious comments from netizens, an increasing number of users flocked to his Weibo, eager to leave messages. Facing hundreds of thousands of comments, he felt a mix of amusement and despair, questioning why he had committed to responding to each one. However, having made a boastful promise, he persevered, navigating through the sea of comments. Were it not for the experimental phone gifted by Mu Chanshan, he might have been overwhelmed by the deluge of information. An idea sparked in Chu Tiankuo's mind, prompting him to call Chun Xiaomei. Hello, Mei, are you at the Chun Group's Weibo project team right now? Hearing the weary tone in his voice, Chun Xiaomei teased, Oh, our president Chu ISNT, busy charming your little fans. How come you have time to deal with us old-timers? Realizing she was poking fun at his responses to others, Chu Tiankuo replied, Mei, let us have dinner at Jiuzhou Daping tonight. With a smile in her eyes, Chun Xiaomei replied playfully, You little rascal. Why didn't you mention it when I was at Jiuzhou Daping last night? Well, Mei, I didn't think of it back then. Having discerned his intentions, Chun Xiaomei asked with feigned resignation, All right, spill it. Given your habit of calling only for a purpose, what do you want this time? Embarrassed, Chu Tiankuo admitted, I hope you can add another lottery platform for the project team. I can't keep up with all the comments. Fine, I understand your request. Your suggestion is quite useful. Just this afternoon, dozens of CEOs from $100 billion groups reached out to me through various channels, seeking Weibo verification. Chun Xiaomei recalled, her excitement evident. The terminal Weibo, having been established less than a month ago, had just entered the market, and the original blog owner was already ensnared in their scheme. While the blog itself went offline, initially lukewarm, today, Chu Tiankuo's tweet revitalized the terminal Weibo. Now, the Chun Group's assistant team calculated that if the subsidiary developing terminal Weibo went public, its valuation would soar to the 100 billion level, nearing $1 trillion. Meanwhile, the Chu Court Group soared on the stock market, experiencing a surge shortly after Chu Tiankuo began responding to netizens' comments, resulting in a remarkable trading halt. Chapter 39. The Ascendant Chu Group before the screen. Chu Tiankuo surveyed the torrent of messages on Weibo, a resigned smile gracing his face. He understood that even if he responded until dawn, he would never manage to reply to every comment. Gently tapping the screen of his phone, he scrolled through the comments, each one representing the anticipation and support of a netizen, feeling their enthusiasm and sincerity. His phone buzzed beside him, picking it up. He heard Chun Xiaomei's voice on the line. Xiaoli, the feature you requested is complete. You can directly use the terminal assistant. Excited, Chu Tiankuo responded, great. Thank you so much, May. After hanging up, he glanced at the screen, where the numbers continued to climb, and checked the time. It was already 8 in the evening, and the count had skyrocketed to 1,000,000. With a sigh of resignation, he remarked, I am truly touched by everyone's enthusiasm, but human resources have their limits. I can no longer respond to each comment. To express my apologies, I will select a lucky fan from this post to receive a set of our Chu group-developed studio apartments. The announcement of the apartment giveaway sent the already vibrant Weibo into a frenzy, with netizens buzzing with excitement. Wow, this is thrilling. President Chu is truly amazing. I must win. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave, as users expressed their anticipation and exhilaration, some even speculating about the surprises the apartment might bring. I am ready. I must win. This is my closest chance to my dreams. Please, please. Chu Tiankuo understands us so well. I have to win this time. Users encouraged one another, eagerly hoping to be the fortunate winner. The entire Weibo platform buzzed with the electrifying emotions of the netizens, all eagerly awaiting the moment of the draw, hoping to become the lucky recipient. The next day, as Chu Tiankuo emerged from the side courtyard, rubbing his eyes, he was met by the penetrating gazes of several other CEOs. Puzzled, he pondered what might be amiss. He had checked his reflection before leaving and found nothing particularly striking. Xiao Linchong approached him, fixing him with an intense stare as he inquired, how did you manage it? Chu Tiankuo, bewildered, replied, what do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. The stock price of the Chu Group has skyrocketed, hitting the limit right after market opening. In just 2 days, the market value of your group has inexplicably surged by $100 billion, Xiao Tian's clarified. Embarrassed, Chu Tiankuo scratched his head, a hint of shyness evident as he said, I just chatted with the netizens connecting with the grassroots, that's all. As they watched him feign innocence, the other four exchanged exasperated glances. In a scathing tone, Xiao Linchong remarked, if President Chu's fans were to see him in such a state, they would surely flock to someone else. Speaking of fans, Chu Tiankuo, somewhat smug, retorted, hey, believe it or not, even if the 5 of us were to make an appearance together, I would still be the one who attracts the most ladies. Su Huanshan interrupted Chu Tiankuo's daydreams, saying, were it not for your numerous layers of charisma, how could you possibly captivate so many superficial women? Recalling the barrage of affectionate comments under Chu Tiankuo's Weibo post from the previous evening, they all began to question the sanity of the world. Is it not true that the people of Long will have always been known for their reserved nature? Why then, on the internet, are these young women so fervent? Bao Haochen analyzed, take someone like Xiao Li, a young master, who perfectly meets the standards some women seek. It's entirely normal for him to attract female fans. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian chuckled and said, speaking of meeting women's criteria, it is more accurate to say he embodies the archetype of a scion that has persisted for millennia. In recent years, the online perception of second-generation wealthy individuals has not been favorable. Now that old Chu has emerged, those same people are chasing after him. Xiao Tian's words seemed to resonate, as all 5, including Chu Tiankuo, nodded in agreement. Given the domestic landscape, most enterprises are led by middle-aged individuals, and among them, well-preserved executives are all too rare. With Chu Tiankuo's sudden emergence as a hot topic, his striking image has drawn a plethora of admirers to the Chu Corporation, which consequently has seen its stock rise dramatically due to fan enthusiasm. Observing the consensus among his companions, Chu Tiankuo reminisced and suggested, how about we take a photo together to promote you all as well? Xiao Tian, chuckling, declined, old Chu, you've gained over 1 million followers in just a day. Aren't you worried your fans might fall for us and abandon you? Chu Tiankuo shook his head and replied, today's netizens can have countless crushes. As leaders of multi-billion-dollar corporations, we must tread carefully. The Chu Corporation could soar to new heights on this wave of popularity or plummet due to a mere hint of negative press. Given our position, it is imperative to exercise prudence. The tides of the times are rising, and those who adapt will thrive, while those who resist will perish. We must focus on perfecting even the smallest details. Issues such as employee wages and welfare can significantly enhance your company as public relations. After all, we still have a duty to serve the public. Chu Tiankuo's words left Xiao Tian pondering deeply. After a moment, he spoke, for this upcoming gathering at Juzhou Dupu, we have kept the news under wraps. Let us establish our presence on Weibo to ignite interest in our collaboration. The others nodded in agreement, and Chu Tiankuo proposed, when we head to the lounge for a meal, let us hire a professional photographer to capture us. Sounds good, replied Hushang. Xia Rongjie, observing the trending topics on Weibo and glancing at the stock value of the Chu Corporation, furiously smashed his cup against the computer screen. Originally, the blog was a covert asset of their group, a mouthpiece for their interests. However, due to the revelation of some minor internal matters concerning the Chu family, Chu Tiankuo and his associates had taken drastic action against the blog. Meanwhile, the Chen family swiftly launched their own Weibo platform to fill the void left by the blog, while Chu Tiankuo and his companions boldly established their presence on Weibo, further fueling its popularity. Today, the photos of the five were prominently displayed online, which Xia Rongjie perceived as a provocation, a challenge to the Xia family's control over new media. After venting his frustration, he began contemplating countermeasures. In the Binhai New district, the Xia family had invested heavily, yet the situation had devolved into chaos. While the Chu family continued to assert their dominance, he needed to quell their arrogance. Lost in thought, Xia Rongjie caught a whiff of something burning and looked down to see his damaged computer emitting smoke and flames. Chapter 40. Counteraction. When the raging fire in Xia Rongjie's room was finally extinguished by the hurried arrival of the staff, he, once disheveled and covered in soot, now bore a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Ever since learning that the Chun family had seized control of new media, the market value of the Chu Corporation had skyrocketed by over 100 billion in just 2 days. This revelation made Xia Rongjie realize that if his own Xia family could replicate this success, it might very well alter their fate on the mainland. As thoughts surged like a tidal wave, Xia Rongjie decisively dialed an international number. "Hello, grandfather." On the other end of the line, a low and gravelly voice resonated, akin to sandpaper scraping against glass. "Ajia, what is it at this late hour?" The elderly man's voice carried a hint of fatigue. "Grandfather, may I inquire if the development team for the blog is still operational?" Xia Rongjie asked respectfully. "Oh, that project team is still intact. They're all top-tier talents. But regrettably, we had to make some tough choices to preserve the more critical aspects," Xia Huaichu sighed in response. "Then, grandfather, could you arrange for the person in charge of the blog project to get in touch with me?" Xia Rongjie pressed eagerly. "Hold on, I will arrange that shortly. Your methods have been rather immature. That young man from the Chu family did not wish to breach the rules, which is why he let you off this time. Remember that," Xia Huaichu promised while analyzing Xia Rongjie's recent issues. "Yes, grandfather, I understand. I will not be defeated by him again," Xia Rongjie replied with unwavering resolve. After hanging up, a hint of shame flickered across Xia Rongjie's charming face, as he seemed reluctant to accept his defeat to Chu Tiankuo. Upon entering a new private room, he picked up his phone and murmured, "If only it weren't unsuitable to appear on a platform controlled by the Chen family. You wouldn't have gotten ahead this time." Soon, his phone rang, and Xia Rongjie answered. "Hello, this is Xia Rongjie." "Mr. Xia, I'm the supervisor of the blog. My name is Wu Gaofei," came a youthful voice from the other end. Xia Rongjie cut to the chase. "How long would it take for you to recreate a platform similar to the blog?" After a moment of silence, Wu Gaofei responded. "The original version of the blog is still on our computers. It just requires minor adjustments. A few days will suffice." Xia Rongjie nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "In that case, how much funding will you need?" After a brief calculation, Wu Gaofei reported, "Mr. Xia, we only require 50 million. We can complete it in 2 days. But due to the blog's issues, we lack the arrangements for launching the program." Quickly, Xia Rongjie sent a message to finance and stated, "All right, I will arrange for the finances immediately. I expect to see the new blog completed in 2 days." Wu Gaofei, thrilled by Xia Rongjie's agreement, eagerly responded, "Great, great. Mr. Xia, I will arrange for the team to get started right away." Watching the call end, Xia Rongjie approached the window, gazing out at the bustling traffic, confidently declaring, "Even if you manage to eliminate the blog, I can still create a new one. What does it matter if the officials oppose public sentiment?" If Chu Tiankuo were aware of Xia Rongjie's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly advise him, "Don't be foolish. Public opinion is one thing, but the authority of the officials is another." Meanwhile, Chu Tiankuo, having capitalized on a recent wave of new media, was already contemplating new avenues for profit. With 4G technology on the horizon next year, internet speeds would increase, transforming many smartphones into miniature computers. In his previous life, those apps that integrated new media, short videos, and live streaming had become instant hits upon launch, attracting swift investments and proving to be lucrative ventures. Behind oneself lie several formidable conglomerates, accompanied by powerful project teams and substantial cash flow. Given the fervent market conditions at that time, this represented a surefire lucrative venture, with several groups backing him. One could easily utilize each conglomerate for holding shares, thereby circumventing the risk of external capital undermining his influence once the project scaled up. Without hesitation, Chu Tiankuo seized his phone and dialed Wu Hanfei's number. "Hello, is this Assistant Wu?" Chu Tiankuo inquired directly. "How many technology companies does our group actually have under its wing?" Wu Hanfei, caught off guard by the unexpected question, quickly regained his composure through years of professional experience and provided an accurate response. "Currently, we fully control 8 technology companies. in addition to a few others where we hold minor stakes. After reflecting on the report for a brief moment, Chu Tiankuo seemed to ponder something significant. Moments later, he decisively issued an order. Arrange for the project teams and key members of those companies to be notified. Once I return to Linhai, they should gather at the Chu Ting building for a meeting. Understood, Chu General, Wu Hanfei replied succinctly. After hanging up, Chu Tiankuo slowly lit a cigarette and reclined languidly on the sofa, delving into a reverie concerning the evolving market trends of recent years. In a spacious and well-lit office, Chen Xiaomei leaned back slightly in her comfortable chair, attentively listening to her subordinates as they detailed the latest developments regarding the blog project team. A confident smile graced her lips as she had been closely monitoring this particular team. It is worth noting that the blog project team comprises elite talents from the industry. From inception of the Terminal Weibo project, Chen Xiaomei had her eyes set on this exceptionally skilled group, endeavoring to recruit them for her own team. However, it was perplexing that these individuals seemed largely indifferent to financial incentives. As time passed, and the blog's founder was apprehended, she began to comprehend that some individuals could indeed remain unmoved by wealth. Ultimately, it was due to their substantial backing and support from wealthy patrons that they were able to maintain their footing more firmly than the average individual. Today, upon hearing reports of a sudden influx of capital into the project team, they had resumed their work. Thus, Chen Xiaomei realized that Xia Rongjie still sought to seize a share of the pie from the Chen family. However, times had changed. The previous user base of the blog barely surpassed 10 million, while now, her own company's Terminal Weibo boasted an active user base exceeding 50 million. It could be said that the current market landscape no longer had room for any similar social platforms. Chapter 41. The Issues of the Chu Family. In the conference room of the Chu Ting building, Chu Tiankuo was convening a meeting with the general managers of the subsidiaries under the Chu family. Observing the seated managers, he wore a grave expression. The discovery was startling. Since his return from Jiuzhou, he had initiated an inquiry into the shares held by the Chu family in Sure Corporation. He uncovered that several subsidiaries under the Chu family had collateralized their holdings in Sure Corporation over the past 2 years, citing betting agreements as reasons. Yet the Chu family had inexplicably lost these contracts. Addressing the assembled individuals directly, Chu Tiankuo stated, "You are all the trusted aides of my father. Today, I have summoned you, firstly to introduce myself as the newly appointed president of the Chu family, and secondly, for reasons that I trust you all comprehend." Hearing this, the managers exchanged glances, quickly grasping the implications of Chu Tiankuo's words. They were all from subsidiaries that held shares in Sure Corporation. Fang Buqian, a veteran who had served under the presidencies of both Chu Zhe and Chu Chun, understood that Chu Tiankuo had gathered them to seek accountability. He rose without hesitation, saying, "We understand your concerns, Chu General, but such betting agreements are commonplace in business competition. If you were to hold us accountable for a minor contractual dispute, how will any future managers of the Chu family dare to compete with foreign capital?" Chu Tiankuo regarded Fang Buqian's preemptive retort with a hint of derision and signaled to Wu Hanfei, who promptly understood his intent and nodded in acknowledgement. As Wu Hanfei began his preparations, Chu Tiankuo approached Fang Buqian, smilingly stating, "If I recall correctly, you were among the first employees when the Chu family was established. Were you not?" A self-satisfied smile spread across Fang Buqian's face as he replied, "I joined Chuzhe Transportation under the original president in 1982. It has been 30 years since." Chu Tiankuo nodded knowingly and remarked, 30 years. One would expect that even a domesticated animal nurtured for 30 years would know how to protect its master. I never imagined that after 30 years of high salary, we would have nurtured a proverbial wolf with eyes turned upward, one who has forgotten its roots." Upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's unrelenting scorn, Fang Buqian, regardless of his cultivated composure, could not help but rise in indignation. Pointing a finger at Chu Tiankuo and retorting, "I have been diligent since joining Chuzhe Transportation in 1982, even foregoing my father's funeral to serve. Not even the former president would have insulted me so mercilessly. Yet here you are, a mere prodigal son, treating me with such disdain. I resign. Anyone who wishes to stay may do so, but I will not." With that, Fang Buqian exhaled deeply and turned to leave, only to find that Chu Tiankuo's bodyguards had blocked the conference room's door. Observing the situation, Fang Buqian turned back to Chu Tiankuo, who remained unfazed, and mockingly said, "Little Chu General, having not served under the former president, you seem to have learned some underhanded tactics from Sure Corporation. What, do you intend to imprison me?" Chu Tiankuo shook his head at Fang Buqian, who was ignorant of the impending disaster, reflecting on how some individuals fail to recognize their own standing. Did they truly believe their actions went unnoticed? Chu Tiankuo had merely ordered a cursory investigation, yet the findings were astonishing. He had not anticipated that these individuals would act so boldly, without any pretense of concealment. Chu Tiankuo signaled to Wu Hanfei, who adjusted his glasses and approached Fong Buqian, stating, "Mr. Fong, do you truly believe you can walk away so easily? Do you think the Chu general is unaware of your actions? Take a look at this document." Fong Buqian took the document from Wu Hanfei's hand, retrieved his glasses from his pocket, and examined it closely, only to turn pale and collapse to the ground. Wu Hanfei's cold, unyielding voice then echoed over him. "Mr. Fong, regarding the betting agreement with the Japanese Mitsui Heavy Industries in 2008, why did all orders from Chu Corporation after August suddenly transfer to Mitsui Heavy Industries? I hope you can provide an explanation." One point of inquiry remained. The shares held by Chu Corporation and Sure Corporation, valued at $2.5 billion. Why was the collateral on the other side of the betting agreement merely a dilapidated building owned by Mitsui Heavy Industries domestically? The intricacies of this matter remain for you to clarify for the Chu general. Furthermore, in the winter of 2007, why did your son receive multiple transfers of $10 million from Citibank, with the sender being Mitsui Heavy Industries? And during the subprime mortgage crisis, how did you resolve the over $100 million your son lost in the United States? In the year 82-89, when the annual salary was 36,000 yuan, it rose to 180,000 yuan by 1998, and by 9903, it had escalated to 500,000 yuan. Yet, despite these figures, your salary and bonuses have not sufficed to cover the debts your son incurred in the land of the Stars and Stripes. Given these matters, I implore you to provide us with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we may have no choice but to compel you to take a journey within those walls. Upon hearing Wu Hanfei's words, Fong Buqian let out a bitter laugh, feeling somewhat powerless as he replied, "What more can I say? It is precisely due to my son's debts that I had to turn to Mikasa Heavy Industries." Noticing Fong Buqian's obstinate demeanor, Wu Hanfei pressed on then. "Could you elucidate the substantial remittances in euros that your ex-wife has been receiving annually since 2004? Furthermore, in the past 2 years, you've purchased numerous trusts in Europe for your grandson. I'm intrigued. With an annual salary of 80 million plus 40 million in bonuses, how could you afford to acquire trusts worth over 100 million each year?" Fong Buqian stared blankly at the eloquent Wu Hanfei. He had indeed contemplated alternative cooperative avenues with Mikasa Heavy Industries, yet his sense of complacency had led to this precarious situation. However, the Chu family's influence had yet to extend to Europe or the land of the Stars and Stripes. Observing the dazed and helpless Fong Buqian, Chu Tiankuo's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he stated, "Earlier, you questioned me, and now I return the inquiry. You did not attend your father's funeral, not due to a lack of time, but because you lacked the face to confront your father. He was once a heroic figure. Had he known that the invaders they expelled were casually dispensing small sums, and that you, his son, would relinquish our interests in exchange, he might well have disowned you from the family lineage." Seeing Fong Buqian unresponsive to this tirade, Chu Tiankuo waved his hand at Wu Hanfei, who instantly understood the intent. He called for the bodyguards at the door to notify the internal security. Upon their arrival, they hoisted the collapsed Fong Buqian and began to drag him out. As they approached Wu Hanfei, a glimmer of amusement crossed his eyes, and he leaned toward Fong Buqian's ear to whisper, "What a coincidence. Your son's vessel heading to Europe has been beset by pirates at sea. Your ex-wife, along with your son and grandson, is now untraceable." Chapter 42, A Lesson to the Impudent. Upon hearing Wu Hanfei's words, Fong Buqian immediately struggled against the grip of the internal security, attempting to lash out at Wu Hanfei. However, the internal security was far beyond the reach of someone accustomed to a life of luxury, their hands gripping him like iron claws, rendering his efforts futile. Finding his movements severely restricted, Fong Buqian yelled at Chu Tiankuo, "President Chu, spare my wife and children. I will tell you anything you wish to know." It was Xia Rongjie. "Mikasa Heavy Industries is backed by Xia Rongjie. Spare my family, President Chu. My grandson is merely 2 years old. He knows nothing." Witnessing Fong Buqian's desperate outburst, Chu Tiankuo's face momentarily contorted with disdain, and he gestured towards Wu Hanfei. Wu Hanfei understood immediately, stepping forward to strike Fong Buqian's jaw. Offering an apologetic smile to the head of internal security, Captain Hu, this man is far too noisy. He is oblivious to the gravity of his situation and has chosen his own demise." Captain Hu chuckled amiably at Wu Hanfei's words. Not at all. We encounter individuals like him quite frequently. Those who have committed treason yet still seek to extricate themselves." As Fong Buqian continued to squirm, a flash of aversion crossed Captain Hu's eyes. He instructed the 2 guards restraining Fong Buqian, "Take him away. Detain him for now." With that, they exited the conference room. leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. The remaining general managers exchanged uneasy glances, each reluctant to speak. Observing the stifling atmosphere, Chu Tiankuo expressed his irritation. Gentlemen, are you still unwilling to confess to your transgressions? Among them, the general manager of Charm Machinery rose to speak. President Chu, our company does not hold shares for the Sher family, nor have we engaged in any dealings that would harm the company's interests. Why have I been summoned here? Gazing at the seemingly innocent individual, Chu Tiankuo turned to Wu Hanfei in confusion. Wu Hanfei retrieved his computer and began to investigate, stating, President Chu, this individual is Hai Ningning, the general manager of Charm Machinery. She has exploited her authority to embezzle company assets, thereby harming the company's interests. Accompanying her in this wrongdoing are Li Xiao from Chuxia Refrigeration and Zhang Ziyong from Chuyuan Steel. As he spoke, Wu Hanfei pointed out each individual. The other two maintained their composure, while Hai Ningning, visibly impatient, retorted, President Chu, if you're attempting to establish authority, then the earlier Mr. Fong would have served as an excellent example. However, you cannot accuse us of unfounded crimes. If we have obstructed others, you may remove us at once. But we will not admit to actions we did not commit. The other two chimed in. Indeed, Hai's words ring true. We have not committed the acts Assistant Wu has alleged. Chu Tiankuo rose, fixing his gaze on the three with an unyielding demeanor. You believe I am unaware of your machinations? You think that since I have just taken over the shooting group, I lack the time to cleanse the remnants of the Chu family? Do you truly believe I am ignorant of your collusion with those external processing factories? It is no coincidence that I summoned only the three of you. Your schemes are glaringly obvious, all directed towards the same goal. As he approached Hai Ningning, he inquired, Pray tell, Ms. Hai, if your husband was thriving at Charm Machinery, why did he resign? Why did he leave with an entire sales department for Ludong Province? Hai Ningning, unflinching, replied, President Chu, we are discussing my affairs, not my husband's. Chu Tiankuo, clearly exasperated by Hai Ningning's brazen demeanor, retorted, Do you truly think I am unaware of where the downstream market of the kitchen machinery industry lies? Do you think I do not know of your collusion with your husband to sell your own manufactured kitchenware under the guise of Charm Machinery? You believed I was oblivious to your duo operating under the Chu family's name to seek out processing factories in Xingfu, did you? Had it not been for a comment on my Weibo from a local business owner in Xingfu, I would not have been aware of your dealings. Upon further investigation, I discovered that it was not merely one subsidiary engaged in such practices. All subsidiaries related to kitchenware and steel coils were similarly implicated. The manufacturing sector in Xingfu represented a crucial strategy following my acquisition of the shooting group, intended to alleviate the supply shortages faced by the Chu family as subsidiaries. Yet, I was blindsided to find that the subsidiaries had already targeted that area. As he surveyed the assembly of schemers, Chu Tiankuo could hardly contain his rage, trembling at the thought that while they operated under the company's banner, using its accounts, the profits were siphoned away, leaving only the tax obligations to the company. It was utterly intolerable to him that they would use the company's name and channels while pocketing the profits for themselves. Addressing the three who still stubbornly resisted, Chu Tiankuo sighed, Since you were so adamant in your silence, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, he signaled Wu Hanfei to proceed. Wu Hanfei activated the conference room projector, displaying the evidence gathered by their team over the past few days, each incriminating piece laid bare on the screen. The color drained from the faces of the three as they beheld the damning evidence. Observing the three individuals trembling involuntarily, Wu Hanfei mockingly remarked, Originally, President Chu had the benevolence to resolve matters amicably, allowing you to return the misappropriated funds and leave unscathed. Yet, it appears your resolve is as unyielding as your tongues. Despite President Chu's clear intentions, you remain obstinate. As he spoke, Wu Hanfei made a gesture of helplessness towards them and called out to the bodyguard at the door. Brother Wang, please let Captain Wang and his team come in. Soon, the bodyguard ushered in a squad of police officers, and the leading captain turned to Wu Hanfei, eyeing the three who stood frozen in place. Assistant Wu, are these the three suspected of embezzlement? Upon Wu Hanfei's nod, Captain Wang waved his hand decisively. Take them away. Several officers swiftly placed handcuffs on the trio and escorted them out of the conference room. Chu Tiankuo, glancing back at the defiant individuals, let out a cold snort and exited the room. Wu Hanfei observed the distressed expressions of the trio, shaking his head. Today, Chu Tiankuo's intention had been to eliminate them all at once, but their stubbornness necessitated the use of more forceful measures. Do you truly believe that by gritting your teeth and refusing to yield, you can escape culpability? Every misdeed you have committed has been meticulously uncovered by the Chu Corporation's assistant team. Should you have any doubts, kindly direct your gaze to the large screen. Chapter 43. the fleet about to set sail. In the conference room of the Chu Pavilion, Wu Hanfei was presenting the myriad of offenses committed by the remaining three. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention here. Wu Hanfei pointed to the projection screen, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. This is a record of Chairman Wang of Chu Han Logistics misappropriating company funds through his position. Manager Li of Qingli Logistics. You have accepted bribes and secretly leaked company secrets. As for Director Zhao from the Chu headquarters, your audacity knows no bounds, as you conspired with external forces to seize company assets. As the faces of the three darkened further, Wu Hanfei scoffed, "Gentlemen, you ought to be grateful to President Fang. Had it not been for his blatant actions, we would never have pursued this matter." The spectacle was indeed shocking. Qi Guangting, seated nearby, gradually rose, pointing a finger at the three with an expression of profound disappointment, shaking his head in exasperation. Wu Hanfei's gaze remained fixed on the standing general manager, a hint of reverence evident in his eyes. He respectfully bowed and addressed him, "Old Qi." Qi Guangting, his face a mask of anguish, extended a trembling finger towards the seated trio, vociferously denouncing them. "How can you be so ungrateful? The company painstakingly nurtured you, yet you stoop to such despicable acts." Wu Hanfei silently observed the furious Qi Guangting, berating the trio as if they were wayward children. Suddenly, he leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper, "Old Qi, it seems your own indiscretions have also come to light." Upon hearing this, Qi Guangting's expression changed dramatically, though he quickly regained his composure. Forcing a smile as he addressed Wu Hanfei, "Assistant Wu, please don't make baseless accusations. I, Qi, have always acted with integrity and would never engage in actions detrimental to the company's interests. You are not entirely alone. You have quite a few illegitimate children from these past years." An aged voice interjected. Qi Guangting turned pale upon recognizing Xia Rongjie entering the conference room, fear palpable in his voice as he stammered, "Lucien, what brings you here?" Xia Rongjie, observing Qi Guangting's ashen countenance, expressed her disdain. "Previously, Xiao Wu informed me of your transgressions against the company, and I was skeptical. However, the documents that have come to my attention have left me with no choice but to believe." Wu Hanfei seized the opportunity to interject, "Please, Elder Xia, do not be angered. President Chu is equally powerless against these treacherous individuals. As you can see, the internal security has already been summoned." Xia Rongjie chuckled. "I never anticipated that once we old-timers stepped aside, these unscrupulous individuals would run rampant." Wu Hanfei nodded, surveying the room before finally resting his gaze on the pallid Qi Guangting, gently articulating, "Old Qi, your contributions to the company over the years have not gone unnoticed. However, today's events are indeed disheartening. Your actions have not only compromised the company's interests, but have also betrayed President Chu's trust in you." Qi Guangting, drenched in sweat, tremulously queried, "Assistant Wu, do I still have a chance?" Wu Hanfei sighed and shook his head. "Old Qi, your actions are now laid bare. However, President Chu, considering your past contributions, is willing to extend an opportunity for redemption, provided you cooperate with us and make amends. Perhaps there can still be a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope crossed Qi Guangting's eyes as he hastily nodded, "I am willing. I will cooperate." As Qi Guangting and the others were led away by the police, Wu Hanfei subtly expressed his gratitude to Xia Rongjie, "Elder Xia, thank you. These old rogues would never acknowledge their wrongdoings without firm pressure." Xia Rongjie laughed heartily. These vermin had already begun their schemes. The former president showed them leniency, but I never imagined they would become so brazen. As their conversation continued, Xia Rongjie remarked, "If the Chu Corporation manages to take control of the leaders of 8 companies in one day, will it affect the company's stock prices?" Wu Hanfei shook his head, affirmatively stating, "Elder Xia, President Chu had already devised a strategy for this. The internal issues within the Chu group are far too grave. This outcome is the best we could hope for." On the top floor of the Chu Pavilion, Chu Tiankuo was marveling at Su Huanshan. "What winds have blown our esteemed Su over here?" Su Huanshan, his expression solemn, sat across from Chu Tiankuo, sipping from his glass, and replied, "My uncle was rescued from our Su family estate by others." Taken aback, Chu Tiankuo inquired, "Surely not. Is there still someone capable of rescuing a person from your family shrine in Shanghai?" Su Huanshan, now wearing a grave expression, continued, "I have come to Lehigh today to avoid disaster. Shanghai is the stronghold of those people, and breaking ties with our Su family. Rescuing someone from our family courtyard is only to be expected." Chu Tiankuo, momentarily stunned, gazed at Su Huanshan. The Su family was a prominent force in Shanghai, and now they were suffering setbacks on their own turf. Doesn't the Su family have its own security company? What the old man? Su Huanshan's expression darkened. The old man is unharmed, but the elite from our security company are all involved in the selection process. This time, they simply fell victim to an oversight. Chu Tiankuo patted Su Huanshan on the shoulder, attempting to offer comfort. Our Chu group has numerous subsidiaries. We can select a team of elite security personnel from Wang's security company to protect you. Upon hearing this, Su Huanshan scoffed, his voice laced with indignation. We simply did not expect that they would be so shameless. The individual in a high position actually took matters into their own hands. If they dare to act against our Su family, they can forget about their goods reaching Europe. Su Huanshan's face was filled with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with conviction. Chu Tiankuo maintained his composure, gently patting his shoulder, and spoke soothingly. Old Su, do not be agitated. Establishing 5 Peak Logistics is our new beginning. Once our fleets set sail, we can sever their supply lines overseas, and then they will face the consequences. Hearing Chu Tiankuo's words, Su Huanshan gradually relaxed, though a glimmer of unresolved resentment lingered in his gaze. He took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and resolutely declared, "You are right. We must not act rashly. I shall endure this momentary frustration and wait until our fleet is at sea before we take action." Observing the now placated Su Huanshan, Chu Tiankuo attempted to soothe him, saying, "Who are the culprits targeting your esteemed Su family this time? Let's first reap some interest." The Southern Holiday. Chapter 44. A Move. The Chu Ting building towered high into the sky, piercing the clouds, its top level resembling a realm above the clouds, offering a panoramic view of the city's bustling vibrancy. Upon hearing the name Southern Holiday, a slight smile of intrigue graced Chu Tiankuo's lips as he remarked, "Without the support of new media platforms, can they truly remain so vivacious?" Beside him, Su Huanshan sullenly took a sip of his drink, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. In those years of poor information flow, it was merely luck that allowed these fools to thrive and amass some wealth. Now, they are simply attempting to deceive the ignorant populace, hoping to assault our Su family estate. Chu Tiankuo was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He had not anticipated that Southern Holiday would resort to such despicable tactics, rallying readers through their magazine to attack the Su ancestral home. Such behavior was indeed contemptible. In such matters, one need only report to the authorities. Why allow oneself to be stirred by anger? Chu Tiankuo. However, Su Huanshan contemplated the situation in Shanghai, snorting coldly as he remarked, "It is said that the esteemed Minister Li in Shanghai is the mastermind behind Southern Holiday." Initially finding this matter rather absurd, Chu Tiankuo now felt increasingly incredulous, exclaiming in astonishment, "Minister Li, the successor of Minister Hu, I never imagined his stance to be so biased." Su Huanshan's gulp. Shallow minds cannot fathom depth. The ignorant cannot strategize. A frog in a well cannot discuss the pleasures of the EC. Chu Tiankuo. It is natural for one to harbor desires. To be born with a penchant for gain is inherent to human nature. Yet one must discern what is right and what is wrong. Upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's words, a flicker of amusement appeared on Su Huanshan's otherwise stern countenance, suggesting that the Chu family had grown discontent with Minister Li. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo elucidated, however, due to recent events concerning Xiaotians. We have already consulted Minister Hu. Moreover, Minister Li holds significant power. We cannot recklessly take action against him. Su Huanshan sighed, acknowledging the weight of a minister's position. Meanwhile, Chu Tiankuo reflected on the intricacies of human nature, recognizing that individuals are complex beings, not easily encapsulated by a singular perspective. Even a notorious tyrant may be a devoted husband and father. Recalling Minister Li's information, Chu Tiankuo noted that the Chu family had seldom interacted with him. They were not of the same faction, yet they had ample justification to confront Southern Holiday. With this in mind, Chu Tiankuo picked up his phone and dialed Chen Xiaomei. "Hello? Meijia. What is the matter? Do you have any brilliant ideas to share with me?" Chen Xiaomei's languid voice emanated from the other end of the line. Chu Tiankuo chuckled softly, recognizing that in his previous life, he had shown little interest in the internet. These functionalities were developed by Chen's project team, and he merely happened to be aware of them. "Meijia, I'm not a software developer. I can only offer a few suggestions. So, what thoughts does our great genius have?" Chen Xiaomei teased. Chu Tiankuo replied helplessly, "Nothing much. I merely wish for you to provide me with a few trending topics." "All right, I will arrange that immediately." Chen Xiaomei's eyes brightened at this. Recalling that the previous blog had a trending function, though no one had previously taken the initiative to control it. Deep analysis of Southern Holiday's deceptive media. 1. The power outage in Star Spangled Country supermarket. Southern Holiday once reported that during a power outage, the supermarket was engulfed in darkness. And then the store's announcement echoed the owner's words, stating that all items in customers' hands would be given to them. However, once power was restored, the owner discovered the cash register overflowing with bills ranging from tens to hundreds of dollars. I recall a certain reporter from Southern Holiday tearfully exclaiming, "What an honest, polite, and friendly society." Yet, this is paradoxical. It is plausible that the editors at Southern Holiday have never operated a supermarket. During a power outage, how could the announcement still be heard? Moreover, most large supermarkets have generators, so the situation described by Southern Holiday is implausible. Even in Star-Spangled Country, with electricity and surveillance in place, instances of $0 purchases do occur, and if there were cash at the register, it would likely not remain unclaimed. 2. Power outage for life. There was once a sparrow ensnared by exposed 50 kilovolt high-voltage wires by the roadside. I truly lack the interest to continue. I will post this nauseating article on my Weibo. Interested fans can search for it themselves, but I must say, the sparrow endured under high voltage for a full half hour before rescue attempts commenced. Is such a creature truly an ordinary sparrow? I would even believe it is a demon. Chu Tiankuo's blog post thrust Southern Holiday into the spotlight, employing simple dialectics to unveil the subservient nature behind their articles. Netizens, experiencing an awakening, suddenly perceived a ray of light amidst the darkness. Their mouths agape in astonishment, faces etched with disbelief. The initial trust and admiration for Southern Holiday's articles swiftly transformed into respect and agreement with Chu Tiankuo's statements. "So that is how it is," exclaimed a netizen, breaking the silence. "I can't believe I didn't notice the absurdity of this article's logic before." Others chimed in, expressing their realization of having been misled. Grateful for Chu's reminder. It seems we can no longer blindly trust these so-called authorities. We must cultivate our own judgment and not simply follow the crowd. Some netizens, who were already attentive to this matter, began to add layers of insight beneath Chu Tiankuo's Weibo post, stripping away the veneer of Southern Holiday's deceit. Enlightened netizens engaged in fervent discussion, igniting a widespread online debate about truth and lies, while Southern Holiday found itself ensnared in a whirlpool of public opinion. In the Southern Holiday building, the editor-in-chief glared at the trending topics on Weibo, inquiring, "Who knows why the Chu family is targeting us?" "Chief, there are rumors circulating that the leaders of the 4 major logistics families are interconnected," a hesitant editor replied. Reflecting on previous actions, the editor-in-chief sighed in resignation. "In that case, you may leave for now. We must devise a counter-strategy." After dismissing the editor, the chief closed the door with a dark expression. Once inside the office, he turned to an individual lurking in the corner, stating grimly, "Is this what you refer to as a minor issue?" Chapter 45, A Call from Shanghai. In a small courtyard within a coastal village, situated in a remote area surrounded by single-story homes. The nearby villagers were well aware of the elderly gentleman who had recently moved into the quaint abode by the sea. The elder possessed a genial disposition, likely of some standing, as many villagers had come to extend their congratulations on the day he arrived. As a result, the villagers were generally cautious about allowing their children to disturb the owner of the small courtyard. While they may not have extensive knowledge, they exhibited the typical calculations of petty bourgeoisie. They understood that if their children caught the elder's attention, future opportunities could be significantly improved. Yet, they were equally wary of uttering a single misstep that might invite misfortune. Nevertheless, perhaps due to the elder's solitary existence, he seemed overly lonely and often welcomed the village children into his courtyard, infusing life into the otherwise tranquil space. In the eyes of the world-weary elder, humanity is a complex creature, capable of both malice and kindness. Perhaps a person who appears benevolent may one day draw a knife and deliver 2 fatal blows. However, children are different. They're like the sun rising at 8 or 9 in the morning, warm and pure, evoking a unique sensation. In the eyes of the children frolicking in the small courtyard, the elderly gentleman before them appears to be a kindly and benevolent figure. The only peculiarity is that he never permits the children to play with his pets. Xiao Wei, it's time to come home for dinner." A middle-aged woman entered the courtyard, calling out to Xiao Wei, who was intently observing the little panda in its cage. Noticing the old man relaxing in the shade, the woman approached him with a smile and respectfully inquired, "Oldly, are you keeping cool here? My child often visits you. I truly hope we're not being a bother." Oldly squinted slightly, gazing at the smiling mother of Xiao Wei, and replied with a chuckle, "Not at all. Not at all. With these children around, I feel as if I've regained my youth." Perhaps influenced by old Li's demeanor, Xiao Wei's mother couldn't help but murmur, "At your age, how can your family allow you to live here alone?" Upon hearing this, old Li's previously relaxed expression abruptly stiffened. Yet his tone remained unchanged as he replied, "The children are busy. I am not yet at the point of being unable to care for myself. I don't require their assistance just yet. Observing the old man's sudden rigidity compared to before, Xiaowei's mother felt a pang of guilt and said, "Oh dear, my mouth just can't seem to stay shut." As Xiaowei's mother was apologizing, Xiaowei approached, pointing at a nearby dog cage with curiosity. "Grandpa Li, is that a husky?" "Isn't it said that they are quite foolish? Why is it so well behaved here with you?" Old Li chuckled as he stood up, affectionately ruffling Xiaowei's hair. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in our capacity to suppress our desires. If animals learn to restrain their instincts, then even a wolf can transform into a dog. Xiaowei blinked his large eyes, seemingly striving to comprehend Old Li's words. Eventually he nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion, yet he sensed the profound meaning contained within. Observing this, Old Li's eyes shimmered with gentle warmth as he softly told Xiaowei, "Whether human or animal, understanding and respect are paramount." Pointing to the dog cage, he continued, "Take this husky, for instance. Here I provide it with what it desires, suppressing its natural instincts. Over time, it learns that only by being docile will it receive food. It learns to control its nature, evolving from a wolf into a dog. As for what you refer to as foolishness, that is merely its instinctive camouflage. There is no inherent foolishness in this world, only a lack of understanding and guidance." Listening attentively, Xiaowei's mother felt a surge of admiration. Recognizing that Old Li's words extended beyond the treatment of animals, they encapsulated a philosophy of human interactions. Gratefully, she turned to Old Li and whispered, "Your words are truly enlightening, Old Li. As parents, we must also learn to impart understanding and respect to our children, not only to guide them, but to teach them the essence of empathy." Old Li smiled faintly, revealing a hint of melancholy in his gaze as he remarked, "Indeed, educating children is a profound endeavor, yet ultimately, it is about instilling in them the ability to suppress their desires. In doing so, no matter where they tread in the future, they will possess clarity of heart and walk further along their path." Perhaps sensing the conversation had drifted, Old Li observed Xiaowei's somewhat perplexed expression and recognized that the child was beginning to grasp his message. Reflecting on his own life, he realized he had weathered many storms but had made significant errors when it came to educating his own child. With this thought, Old Li felt a wave of weariness wash over him. "It's getting late. Xiaowei, hurry back home to eat with your mother. Come play with me again when you have time, and remember to listen to your mother." "Okay, Grandpa Li, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come back to play when I have time." Xiaowei nodded vigorously, waving goodbye to Old Li as he followed his mother out. Old Li watched with a smile as Xiaowei's figure disappeared from view. Once they had exited the courtyard, he couldn't help but think, "I'm getting old, yet I find myself longing to take on a protege." Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he moved towards his recliner, just as his phone rang. Gazing at the number displayed, Old Li furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased by the incoming call. "Hello, Dad, it's me, Li Chun." Upon hearing this name, Old Li's expression instantly became complex. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "What is it?" "Dad, I heard you recently moved to a remote village. How are you doing?" Li Chun's voice came through, tinged with trepidation. "I'm doing quite well. It's peaceful here, perfect for retirement," Old Li replied curtly, striving to maintain an even tone. "Dad, I know you've never liked me, but as your son, you cannot turn a blind eye to my plight." Li Chun's voice was laced with urgency. Old Li closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he attempted to steady his emotions. "Li Chun, do you know what the gravest mistake of my life has been? It was bringing you into this world and failing to educate you properly." His voice carried a tone of weariness and resignation as he continued. "What trouble have you gotten into this time that you're calling me?" "Dad, it seems the Chu family is coming after me. Uncle, who has already called to warn me." "Dad, I know I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes." Li Chun's voice was filled with regret and anguish. "Dad, please speak to Uncle Hu on my behalf." Chapter 46, Pleading. "Li Chun, this is the last time." Old Li interrupted. "You are an adult now. You must take responsibility for your choices. I only hope you can genuinely recognize your mistakes from the depths of your heart and strive to correct them." "Dad, I will. I truly will." Li Chun's desperate voice echoed. "All right, that's enough for now." Old Li ended the call and placed his phone back in his pocket. He closed his eyes, leaning back in his recliner, as if contemplating something. In the Chu building, Chu Tiankuo was watching the morning news with Su Huanshan. Observing the editor of Southern Holiday being arrested for illegal assembly, Chu Tiankuo chuckled. I didn't expect Old Li to be so decisive. Su Huanshan, his face initially somber, revealed a hint of a smile as he commented on the image of the arrested individual on television. Ultimately, Li Chun's ascension was a calculated move. The Su family is a leading enterprise in Shanghai. Being bullied in such a manner, I suspect Old Hu had a hand in it. Chu Tiankuo exhaled a sigh. glancing at the revitalized Su Huanshan, teasingly saying, "Your Su family doesn't necessarily have to be in Shanghai. Why place the headquarters there?" Su Huanshan, fixated on Li Chun, who was holding a press conference on the television, scoffed, "My great-grandfather was among the first to govern Shanghai. His grave is there, and we need to visit and pay our respects." Chu Tiankuo observed the spirited Su Huanshan and quietly remarked, "Given the current situation, it seems old who intends to keep Li Chun suppressed in Shanghai for an extended period. Your Su family 1T have it easy." In response, Su Huanshan wore a cryptic expression, saying, "Let us not discuss politics. Let us not discuss politics." Noting Su Huanshan's abrupt change in demeanor, Chu Tiankuo felt perplexed. Although they were allies, competition still existed between their families, and there were many secrets Su Huanshan could not disclose. Just as Chu Tiankuo prepared to head downstairs for a meeting, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he picked up, puzzled. "Hello, Grandpa. Xia. Please come and pick me up. I need you to take me somewhere." The voice of Chu Zhe emanated from the other end of the phone. Yet Chu Tiankuo sensed a hint of displeasure from his grandfather. Despite his inner confusion, Chu Tiankuo acquiesced, saying, all right, Grandpa. I shall come to fetch you shortly." With that, he heard the beep of the call disconnecting, indicating that his grandfather had hung up. With a puzzled expression, Chu Tiankuo tucked his phone away and made his way to the secretary's office, calling out for Chun Xiulan. Chun Xiulan, with her graceful demeanor and light steps, approached Chu Tiankuo like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and a gentle smile graced her lips, exuding an aura of tranquility and elegance. Observing her attire today, she resembled Mi Fei, a figure from mythology, stepping out of a painting. Chu Tiankuo found himself momentarily entranced by her charm, lost in thought. "What's this? Are you mesmerized?" Chun Xiulan teased. Noticing Chu Tiankuo's dazed expression, startled by her sudden question, he quickly regained his composure, touched his nose, and exclaimed, No. As the ancients often said, as graceful as a startled swan, and as elegant as a gliding dragon, seeing you today truly feels as if Mi Fei has graced the mortal realm." Delighted by Chu Tiankuo's flattery, Chun Xiulan playfully linked her arm through his and said, "Come now, I suspect Grandpa Chu is growing impatient." Chu Tiankuo said, surprised at her insight, pondering how she could discern his intentions without him uttering a word. Sensing his bewilderment, Chun Xiulan smiled mischievously. "Grandpa Wang informed me that there's a gathering at the Wang family estate today and requested that I accompany you." Feeling a bit awkward, Chu Tiankuo cleared his throat and inquired, "The Wang family estate? I wasn't aware of this. Just follow me. There's no need for so many questions," she replied, leading him into the elevator. As the two stepped inside, the secretaries in the office surged towards Li Meng's desk, chattering excitedly. "Sister Meng, do you think Sister Lan and President Chu are a couple?" Wu Jinxian asked, her wide eyes filled with curiosity. Beside her, Lu Zhilan could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, "President Chu and Sister Lan truly are a match made in heaven. It's like a real-life version of the dominant CEO falls in love with me. But aren't they from different backgrounds and engaged to others?" Wu Jinxian countered, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "I believe I heard my brother refer to Sister Lan as Miss Chenair." "Ah, that certainly adds intrigue to the story." Another secretary interjected. "Speaking of dominant CEOs, the one who just entered President Chu's office, General Su, is indeed a true embodiment of that title. Indeed, Su's company is hardly inferior to our Chu group." The others chimed in agreement. Realizing the conversation was veering off course, Li Meng knew she had to intervene to prevent tomorrow's gossip about Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiulan from spiraling out of control. Taking on the authoritative demeanor of an elder sister, she silenced Wu Jinxian and stated, "President Chu had to attend an impromptu banquet today and, lacking a companion, brought along Miss Chun." With that, she glanced at the gathering of beautiful secretaries and quipped, "As for me, with Wu Hanfei as my jealous partner, accompanying President Chu is out of the question, but perhaps some of you may still have the opportunity." As her words faded, the clustered secretaries hurried back to their desks, their interest waning. Meanwhile, in the vehicle accompanying Chu Zhe, Chu Tiankuo observed the convoy gradually departing the bustling urban landscape. Fixing his gaze upon the serene figure of Chu Zhe, who was resting with his eyes closed, Chu Tiankuo buried his questions deep within, pondering the day's events. As the convoy slowly exited the vibrant city, the roads narrowed, and towering edifices faded into the background, replaced by lush greenery that enveloped them like a verdant tunnel. As they approached the village, the road twisted and turned, becoming increasingly serpentine. The drivers navigated the curves with practiced ease, maintaining a steady pace. The scenery transformed. No longer were they amidst the clamor of city streets, but rather in the tranquil embrace of rural beauty. In the orchards flanking the road, diligent farmers toiled, creating an atmosphere of serene harmony. Eventually, the convoy arrived at its destination. Gazing out at the village, Chu Tiankuo noted the absence of urban clamor, replaced by the gentle sound of waves lapping at the shore and the calls of seagulls. The arrival of their convoy stirred a sense of excitement in the small village, prompting curious villagers to emerge from their homes to observe the unfamiliar vehicles. As the convoy halted before the modest courtyard of Old Master Li, a young woman named Xiao Wei peered out with curiosity, observing the bodyguards disembarking from the cars. She remarked to her neighbor, "Hey, second sister-in-law, didn't I tell you? Old Master Li is certainly not an ordinary person. Just look at this convoy. It's clearly from affluent circles." The second sister-in-law nodded in agreement, pointing at Chu Tiankuo's vehicle. "That car, I know it. It's a BMW, worth several million." Their conversation did not disturb the convoy, but inside, Chu Tiankuo, witnessing the gathering crowd of villagers, turned to Chu Zhe, puzzled, and asked, "Grandpa, why are we here?" Taking a slow breath, Chu Zhe replied somewhat gloomily, "Li Jinhua wishes to have a word with us. I initially didn't intend to come, but today I wanted you to see what Li Jinhua has in mind." Understanding dawned upon Chu Tiankuo, who realized his grandfather's intentions. Relationships grow weaker with disuse. By bringing him along, it was clear that Old Master Li sought to plead a case, and Chu Zhe, not wanting to sever their ties, had chosen to use him as a diplomatic tool. In the tranquil courtyard, Old Master Li sat contentedly at his handcrafted fishing platform, rod in hand, patiently awaiting a bite. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the peace. Old Li, I'm here. Let us see what you have to say, you old rascal." It was none other than Chu Zhe, having arrived at the entrance. At that moment, Old Master Li had been about to savor a cup of fragrant tea, only to be startled by Chu Zhe's bellow, causing him to cough and sputter as he struggled to regain his composure. Chu Zhe pushed the door open just in time to witness this amusing scene, and he couldn't help but exclaim, well, the esteemed official of Tongfeng Pavilion and the Grand Governor of Africa finds himself in such a predicament. Old Master Li slowly set down his teacup, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Noticing Chu Tiankuo following closely behind, he realized that Chu Zhe had no intention of severing ties today. "Ah, little Chu, it has been years since we last met, and now you speak to me with such disrespect?" Old Master Li remarked with a smile and a warm tone. Chu Zhe chuckled awkwardly, then pointed toward Shanghai, expressing indignantly, "Humph, if it weren't for your esteemed household as overseer mishandling matters, how could Su, as your former subordinate, possibly have faced such treatment? Pray, evaluate the situation and see what your son has been up to." Old Master Li frowned, sensing from Chu Zhe's words that his wayward son might have engaged in more than just trivial exchanges with outsiders. Realizing this, he inquired, "Little Chu, I'm aware he angered old Hu, but what else has transpired? Please enlighten me." Upon hearing this, Chu Zhe thought, well, who would have guessed? Even he was unaware of his son's antics. Reflecting on Li Chun's recent mischief, he felt a surge of indignation. "Old senior, regardless of how esteemed Su may be as a leading figure in Shanghai's private sector, he merely aimed to discipline your unruly son. Yet now, just because of a word from your son, his subordinates have rallied a mixed crowd of uninformed citizens to storm Su's manor. What a scandal!" Li Jinhua slammed the table and rose to inquire, did he truly act in such a manner? Chu Zhe nodded emphatically and replied, "Absolutely. The entire Shanghai Bund is abuzz with rumors. Otherwise, President Hu would not have personally come to investigate this matter." Upon hearing this, Li Jinhua fell into a contemplative silence. Despite the fact that these four large logistics groups are privately owned enterprises, a significant portion of their operations is intricately linked to the state. Should the Su family be driven out of Shanghai, it would undoubtedly pose a substantial impediment to future planning. At this juncture, Chu Tiankuo interjected, "Old Li, if it weren't for the Su family's swift response, we might have been facing a colossal scandal." Li Jinhua gazed intently at the grandfather and grandson before him, acutely aware that they too felt a sense of sorrow for the impending demise of their own kin. After all, these four logistics conglomerates have consistently cooperated with directive from above. Yet now, there are those inciting the masses to storm their residences, nearly resulting in casualties. Historically, the four logistics groups have been unwaveringly dedicated to their superiors. If the higher-ups remain indifferent to this situation, it is likely that morale will plummet, leading to disarray. "I will find a way to transfer him out of Shanghai. Chu Zhe, I assure you, this shall be the final time." Li Jinhua spoke with a trace of anguish in his tone. Observing the torment etched on Li Jinhua's face, Chu Zhe recognized the depth of his suffering. After all, the elder had devoted his life to the nation, only to see his reputation nearly tarnished by his own son in his twilight years. "Old senior, Our purpose today is not merely to discuss this. We seek a guarantee. For individuals of their stature, external goodwill is always welcome. Yet the incessant disturbances caused by Li Chun in recent years have left him utterly fatigued. Very well, tell me what sort of guarantee Su Yinzhou seeks. With a slight smile, Chu Zhe responded, Old Senior, in truth, Old Su simply wishes for your son to adhere to the rules. After all, it is unbecoming for one to personally intervene in such trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Li Jinhua furrowed his brow and retorted, by all reasonable standards, such matters should be addressed directly by Su Yinzhou himself, rather than delegating you to make decisions on his behalf. With a courteous smile, Chu Zhe explained, You are aware that old Su's health is currently poor, limiting his mobility. As long as you can restrain your son from further reckless behavior, we can let this matter pass. After expressing these sentiments, Chu Zhe bowed an apology to Li Jinhua and then left the small courtyard, leading the bewildered Chu Tiankuo with him. Once in the car, Chu Zhe's expression turned as cold as ice, his gaze piercing as he admonished Chu Tiankuo. Do you not understand that one must exercise caution in conversing with these old foxes? Taken aback by Chu Zhe's sudden reprimand, Chu Tiankuo stared blankly at him, stammering, Grandfather. I merely felt at a loss for words when it came time to explain. Seeing the innocent look on his grandson's face, Chu Zhe's anger subsided somewhat. Yet he maintained a stern demeanor as he inquired, Are you implying that today, when it was Li Jinhua seeking leniency for Li Chun, we ended up making the concessions? Chu Tiankuo, perplexed, asked, Grandfather, if elder who intends to suppress Li Chun in Shanghai, it is detrimental to our plans. Even old Li suggested he be transferred. Why did you refrain from speaking up? With a resigned sigh, Chu Zhe replied, Do you think I do not wish to remove Li Chun? However, we are currently in a confrontation with the Xia family. We cannot afford to make enemies unnecessarily. Shanghai serves as the foundation for the Xia family's consortium, and your principal battleground will inevitably be there. Originally, Li Chun's defection to them would have been unfavorable for you. Yet now his actions against old Su have ensnared him in his own web. While Li Jinhua may have been inept at educating his children, his integrity is commendable. Since he firmly asserts that Li Chun must not act rashly, it is reasonable to conclude that the individual will not stir up further trouble for the time being. Henceforth, one need only navigate the intricacies of business. That, indeed, is the crux of your concern. After imparting this wisdom, Chu Zhe slowly closed his eyes, lapsing into silence, while Chu Tiankuo appeared lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the Lin International Hotel in Shanghai, the grand lobby was ablaze with light, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and excitement. Xia Rongjie, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, stood tall, his charming visage seeming to freeze into a smile as he prepared to welcome a distinguished guest from afar. In the opulent hall of the Lin International Hotel, Xia Rongjie was dutifully fawning over a gentleman. He bent slightly at the waist, his hands fidgeting nervously, his tone dripping with sycophancy. The man stood rigidly, arms crossed, his expression impassive as he regarded Xia Rongjie, who kept his head bowed, incessantly flattering him with a somewhat obsequious smile. Lin Xiao, grant me one more opportunity, Xia Rongjie implored in a high-pitched, ingratiating voice, as if attempting to capture Lin Xiao's attention. However, Lin Xiao appeared indifferent to Xia Rongjie's flattery, offering nothing more than occasional nods and perfunctory responses. Undeterred, Xia Rongjie redoubled his efforts, as if believing that even the slightest acknowledgement from Lin Xiao could be his salvation. Observing the now empty hall, with only the hotel manager lingering nearby, Lin Xiao's countenance grew slightly darker. Although they were all employees of the Lin family, the meeting with Xia Rongjie was shrouded in secrecy. One could never be too cautious about the potential for loose tongues that could lead to trouble. As he gazed upon the obsequious Xia Rongjie, a flicker of disdain crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. He then signaled to the butler beside him and strode directly into the hotel. As Lin Xiao departed, Xia Rongjie initially intended to pursue him, but was intercepted by the butler, who impassively stated, Young Master Xia, our young master has just endured a lengthy flight of over 10 hours and is currently fatigued. He will summon you for a meeting once he has rested. With that, the butler escorted Lin Xiao's assistant and security team into the hotel. Upon reaching the hotel manager, the butler pointed at Xia Rongjie and instructed, arrange a suite for him. Our young master will require his services once he awakens. The manager nodded, respectfully accompanying the butler to the elevator, assuring him, rest assured, Lin Lao, I know how to accommodate young Master Xia. The butler gave a slight nod and closed the elevator doors behind him. As the doors slowly shut, the manager approached Xia Rongjie with a flattering demeanor, eagerly suggesting, Young Master Xia, our young master is staying on the 22nd floor. Perhaps I could arrange for you to have a suite on the 21st floor? Xia Rongjie, confronted with the manager's obsequiousness, recalled how haughty the butler had been towards him earlier, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. While the Lin family may not be significantly larger than the Xia family overseas, domestically, the Xia family still relies on the Lin family's goodwill to thrive. Thinking of how the Lin family's butler had gazed upon him as if he were an insignificant insect, Xia Rongjie clenched his fists. Were it not for the butler's esteemed standing with the Lin family's patriarch, he would have ensured that the butler understood the might of the Xia family. Observing Xia Rongjie's disgruntled expression, the manager discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he had not slighted this individual, as he had no one to shield him from the Xia family's retribution. With this thought in mind, the manager swiftly directed a nearby server, admonishing, "What are you all standing around for? Don't you see that young Master Xia has baggage? Hurry and assist him." The nearby server, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly approached, wheeling a luggage cart beside Xia Rongjie, while the manager took the lead, guiding them into the elevator. As the two parties were settled, the manager couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, collapsing onto the sofa as if released from a heavy burden, murmuring, "Please do not involve me in such matters again. It is truly terrifying." At the entrance of the Wang family estate, vehicles streamed incessantly, and the air was filled with lively chatter. Chu Zhe and Chu Tiankuo had just returned to the city from the small courtyard, and their convoy headed straight to this location. The once tranquil and serene courtyard had transformed into a cacophony of noise, where Chun Xiu stood at the entrance, warmly welcoming guests. Upon spotting Chu Tiankuo, she momentarily abandoned her demure facade, hastily pulling him to the doorway and whispering fiercely in his ear, "Had I known it would come to this, I should have accompanied you and Grandpa Chu to the countryside." Who could have anticipated that upon arriving at Grandpa Wang's house, both Sister Wang Yu and Brother Wang Yu would be absent? Consequently, Grandpa Wang assigned me the task of hosting the guests, and my smile has nearly become frozen. Gazing at Chun Xiu, whose forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, a wave of sympathy surged within Chu Tiankuo. Instinctively, he reached out to gently wipe the perspiration from her brow. However, Chun Xiu appeared oblivious to his gesture, maintaining her smile as she continued to scan the doorway. Just as Chu Tiankuo contemplated making another move, Chun Xiulan's lowered voice broke through. "If you wish to avoid being engaged to me on the next auspicious day, it would be wise to adhere to the rules." Chu Tiankuo's hand froze midair, and he awkwardly retracted it, observing Chun Xiulan's serious and slightly warning expression, which provoked a wry smile within him. Reflecting on their recent interactions, it seemed they had grown increasingly familiar with one another. With a resigned shake of his head, he pondered why he could not seem to restrain himself. Casting a haughty glance at Chu Tiankuo, Chun Xiu gracefully turned and glided towards another courtyard, leaving him to smile and greet the guests alone. Inside the old residence, several elderly gentlemen were gathered around a chessboard, sipping tea, but the tranquil and elegant atmosphere was disrupted upon Chu Zhe's arrival. Observing Chu Zhe's impetuous demeanor, Wang Jianggu remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Old Chu, after all these years, you could at least temper your enthusiasm in front of the younger generation. Why do you still carry on with such fervor in front of us old-timers?" Chu Zhe raised his teacup and took a hearty sip, retorting to Wang Jianggu, "My dear-in-law, you ought to properly instruct Xiao Li. The lad almost jeopardized our grand plans due to his misplaced sympathy for Li Jinhua." At this, Su Yinzhou, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and fixed his gaze on Chu Zhe, inquiring, "How is old Li's health?" Chu Shi, observing Su Yinzhou's frail appearance, chuckled derisively. "At least from close perspective, he looks at least a decade younger than you. It's a pity you are so close to Xia Dingbei yet do not take better care of yourself." Su Yinzhou could only smile wryly at this. For despite his aged appearance, Xia Dingbei, after all, was a master of traditional medicine and had significantly improved his health. Wang Jianggu, however, smiled knowingly and commented, "Old Chu, do not let appearances deceive you. Have you heard of the longevity associated with turtles?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zhe seemed relieved and continued, "Li Jinhua just mentioned transferring that little rascal Li Chun away from Shanghai, which I rejected. We will proceed as previously discussed, ensuring Li Chun remains unable to participate." Wang Jianggu set down his teacup with a sigh. "It is indeed you, Old Chu, who can refuse Old Li's conditions. If we were to intervene, we cannot possibly deny Old Li's requests. Should he arrange for Li Chun's transfer, it could lead to another episode akin to Fengguang Tai, making our positions untenable in a few years." Yet Su Yinzhou leisurely sipped his tea, pausing before saying, "If that is the case, then I fear Xia Huaichu's schemes may come a naught. My informants have indicated that Xia Huaichu's grandson's accomplices have already arrived in Shanghai." Chapter 49, The Wang Family Banquet. Chu Zai's gaze was fixed on the enigmatic Su Yinzhou before him, his voice dripping with disdain. You people from Shanghai truly possess vile hearts. That fool Li Chun, does he not possess the foresight to consider his own standing? Shanghai is your Su family stronghold. What power does he have to touch even a hair on your head? However, Su Yinzhou merely smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he gently tapped his forehead with his finger, speaking slowly. I am not like you, Chu Zai. I did not carve my path through brute force. Sometimes we must adhere to the rules. As long as we follow the protocol and proceed methodically, we can often secure victory and remain invulnerable. At that moment, Wang Jiang shook his head, reflecting, the fortunes of children and grandchildren are their own. Old Chu. The times have changed. Our relationships with those above us are no longer what they once were. While old Su's approach may seem a sign of weakness, it is, in fact, a wise choice to minimize losses. Chu Zai pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, the times had changed, and in the face of such sudden circumstances, this was undoubtedly the best solution. Who could have anticipated Li Chun's recklessness, entirely disregarding his own status, to brazenly confront Su Yinzhou, quietly calculating the potential consequences? He knew that if Li Chun were not restrained this time and were to misuse his power, it would be truly chilling. With a deep sigh, Chu Zai expressed, all we can do now is endeavor to create a relatively stable environment for our descendants. Wang Jiangge furrowed his brow, contemplating old Chu. There is something I have long wished to inquire about. I have not seen that fellow Sherming in quite some time. But recently the assistant department of the Chu Ting group reported to me that ever since the Shi family divided the Shi Yun group, a substantial sum of unidentified funds has flooded into the real estate sector. What is going on here? Upon hearing this, Chu Zai's expression instantly turned grave. Though he and Sherming had shared a bond forged in the crucible of conflict, he was more familiar with Sherming than anyone else. The Chu and Shi families resided adjacent to one another in Island City, and no one understood Sherming better than Chu Zai. Recalling his last encounter with Sherming, who had exuded an air of carefree detachment, Chu Zai hesitantly remarked, I cannot ascertain whether Sherming is aware of this matter, but it is certainly not the doing of the other two children from the Shi family. Su Yinzhou, after a moment of contemplation, responded, those two are in Shanghai. I am well aware of them. The eldest Shi is pursuing a career in politics, and Shi Nian is currently seeking investment in the market, leaving them with insufficient cash flow to support the Shi family. Are you implying that Sherming has compromised with those rascals? Chu Zai asked bitterly. Yet, neither of the others offered a response, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. Chu Zai felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, overwhelmed by anguish. He could not fathom how a once-bonded comrade could devolve into such a state. The days of mutual support on the battlefield in their youth seemed like a distant memory, yet reality was cruel, and the thought alone was heart-wrenching. While the atmosphere among the elderly gentlemen in the tea room was somewhat somber, the younger generation in the Wang family estate was filled with laughter and cheer. Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiulan stood side by side, resembling a pair of celestial beings captivating everyone's attention. Although tonight's banquet was hastily organized by Wang Jiangge, the guests invited were all renowned aristocrats from Linhai City. Despite the Chu Ting group being a leading force in Linhai, exuding unparalleled strength, Chu Tiankuo knew he had to extend the proper courtesies to the heirs of these illustrious families. As the assembled guests witnessed the entrance of this remarkable pair, they could not help but engage in hushed whispers. A female guest, holding a glass of wine, looked at Chu Tiankuo with a hint of curiosity and remarked, that must be the new president of the Chu group. I never expected him to be so strikingly handsome. Another guest beside her, equally astonished, chimed in, indeed, Mr. Wang is famously dashing. They say nephews resemble their uncles, but little Chu is truly surpassing expectations. A young man, observing the two women swooning, interjected, hey, don't underestimate this president. From what I know, the Chu Corporation has recently initiated a rigorous internal audit, resulting in the downfall of several presidents and general managers from the Chu subsidiaries. A young girl, covering her mouth, whispered, I've heard whispers about that too. The internal security and police took a considerable number of individuals from the Chu mansion. Noticing the conversation, the young man pointed out Chun Xiulan, boasting, the beautiful lady standing beside President Chu is quite remarkable as well. In my opinion, she is likely the second miss of the Qin family. The woman, puzzled, asked, which Qin family do you mean? Looking at her bewildered expression, the young man sighed, surprised that despite being from the same social stratum, there was such a gap in information. Which other Qin family could it be but the one from Jiangling? There are few families in the country that can stand on equal footing with the Chu family. The Jiangling Qin family? That is a formidable entity, the woman exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the young man's words. She glanced at Chun Xiulan again, her eyes now filled with awe and curiosity. At that moment, Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiulan stepped into the center of the crowd. Noticing the two women standing there, Chu Tiankuo chuckled softly and extended his hand, introducing himself, Chu Tiankuo. The young man eagerly shook Chu Tiankuo's hand, exclaiming, "President Chu, I am Su Zhe, the president of the Su Shipping Company from Linhai. We met at the Jiuzhou Dupu gathering before." Chu Tiankuo studied the young man's face, and, after a moment of reflection, smiled and said, "Su Zhe, yes. When I saw you that evening, the lighting made your features somewhat indistinct. I didn't expect you to have built your success at such a young age." Su Zhe, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, No, I am merely benefiting from my family's legacy. Compared to President Chu, I am still far behind." Observing Su Zhe nervously fidgeting with his clothing, Chu Tiankuo glanced at the lady beside him and teasingly remarked, "This must be your esteemed wife, am I right? Greetings." The lady, taken aback, quickly clasped her hands tightly and responded, "Hello, President Chu. I am Xian Shuangqing from Linhai Chemical, not his partner." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo contemplated for a moment and concluded that since she shared the Xian surname, she must belong to the Xian family. Greeting, Miss Xin. Welcome to the Wang family banquet. Just as Xian Shuangqing was about to say more, a commotion erupted near the entrance as guests exclaimed, "The president of the Wang family has arrived." Following the noise, Chu Tiankuo spotted a young man being welcomed by the guests. Upon seeing the young man, Chu Tiankuo's face lit up with joy as he approached him and embraced him, saying, "Cousin, it has been ages." The guests instinctively made way, allowing the two brothers a moment to reconnect. After releasing Wang Yu, Chu Tiankuo eagerly asked, "Didn't Ti Xiulan just say you wouldn't be returning? What brings you back unexpectedly?" Wang Yu, grinning, playfully punched Chu Tiankuo's arm and replied, "It's all because of the trouble you've stirred up. You always want to confront the Xia family in Shanghai head-on, and as your elder brother, I must clean up your mess." At this, Chu Tiankuo felt a blush creep onto his face. While he was capable of managing the group's affairs and steering the direction, given his previous experience working for the Shi family for a year, he was not adept at high-stakes confrontations. "I thought if our families united, we could directly squeeze out the Xia family subsidiaries in Shanghai." Or Wang Yu interrupted him without hesitation, aware of the crowd's presence and the potential for eavesdroppers. He led Chu Tiankuo further inside, continuing, "Or what? An acquisition? You're simplifying things too much. No one can match them in a straightforward financial contest. What you should focus on now is understanding their objectives to prevent them from executing their plans." Once inside, Wang Yu shut the door and observed Chu Tiankuo deep in thought, nodding with satisfaction, knowing his cousin was absorbing his words. "Cousin, we have already severed the Xia family's logistics access into the country, but we are not adept in finance, which may lead to our downfall in that area." Wang Yu, however, remained non-committal, asking, "Have you truly cut off the Xia family's logistics routes?" Chu Tiankuo lifted his gaze slightly, inquiring, "Are you referring to the Binhainu area? From my perspective, there are already ample ports in the country, and the Binhainu area may not be successfully completed." Wang Yu frowned at this, scolding Chu Tiankuo. "How can you think that a project that has been in preparation for 3 years could be halted? The construction of the Binhainu area has seen countless individuals invested in it." Chu Tiankuo, about to invoke his past experiences with the Shi family's failures, suddenly remembered that he was in a different position now, and quickly asked, "Cousin, if we merely project that the ports in Linhai and Island City are slightly expanded, that would suffice to replace the Binhainu area. I am not optimistic about this project." Wang Yu, upon hearing this, stood up in frustration. Pointing at Chu Tiankuo's head, "Let me ask you, which companies control the ports in Linhai and Island City?" The ports in Island City are primarily controlled by Chuli Logistics, Mu Shipping, and Shiyu Group, while Linhai is dominated by the Shao family's shipping logistics and the Su family, Chu Tiankuo answered. Upon hearing his response, Wang Yu realized that Chu Tiankuo was not foolish. He proceeded to ask, if the ports in both cities were to be expanded, what would the logistics landscape in the country look like? Chu Tiankuo pondered for a moment before uncertainly stating, if both cities expanded their ports, the Shao family would likely absorb the Su family's share, reaching the forefront of the 4 major logistics groups, while the Chu family would merge with the Shiyu Group and Mu Shipping's fleets, thereby surpassing the other 3 and controlling at least half of the domestic logistics volume, standing out singularly. Good, since you can envision the prospects of these 2 cities. If you were in their position, would you allow a single logistics group to control half of the nation's overseas logistics share? Wang Yu applauded, recognizing that although Chu Tiankuo was naive, he was not completely lacking in understanding. The higher-ups would not sit idly by while one group monopolized half of the logistics throughput. Currently, the four major logistics groups only held 60 of the nation's overseas freight share, and the construction of the Binhai area was a means for the authorities to maintain balance. Hearing this, Chu Tiankuo fell into deep contemplation, striving to recall the issues he had overlooked in his previous life. After the incident with Chu Li Logistics, the Shi and Mu families had acquired it, replacing its market share. Then, when the Shi family secured the Binhai area project, it seemed the authorities discovered something and halted the project. The Shi family suffered considerable losses from this, and even the shares of Shiyu Group were significantly acquired by the Mu family. Had it not been for the addition of a district in both Lin Hai and Island City, and the Shi family holding some land in the newly designated area, the Shi family would have likely struggled to survive during those years. Suddenly, Chu Tiankuo came to a realization, understanding his cousin's point. In his previous life, when Chu Li Logistics was partially consumed by the Shi family, the Shi family had essentially acted as the Xia family's representative within the country. Therefore, when the Shi family secured the Binhai area project, it was likely that the higher-ups discovered the collaboration between the Shi and Xia families, prompting them to suppress the Shi family and force them to relinquish their logistics quotas. Thus, it provides a compelling explanation for the inexplicable influx of funds in Shi's subsequent expansion project in Island City. Those funds were, in fact, compensation for the Shi family as they distanced themselves from the Shiyu Group. Following this line of reasoning, it stands to reason that even if the Tang family were to secure the project in the Binhai area, it could be abruptly halted from above, allowing another entity to take over. In such a scenario, their focus would shift away from the Tang family, creating an opportunity to undermine the Xia family's influence instead. The fog that clouded Chu Tiankuo's mind gradually dissipated. He rose, inhaling deeply, and with a piercing gaze fixed upon Wang Yu, declared, "Cousin, I understand now. I shall contact the Xiao family immediately. Our Chu Ting group will assist them in acquiring the Binhai area project." However, Wang Yu shook his head and replied, "There is no need for such complications. The Xiao family's construction enterprise ranks among the finest in the nation. Given their scale, once they acquire the Binhai area, other real estate firms will find themselves left with nothing." With that, Wang Yu produced a document from his briefcase and handed it to Chu Tiankuo, saying, "The contents herein should suffice for your needs during this time. Peruse it carefully. I must go see grandfather." As Chu Tiankuo accepted the document, he observed his cousin closely and noted that Wang Yu appeared excessively fatigued. His eyes seemed to have lost their former brilliance, his eyelids drooping slightly, and the wrinkles on his forehead more pronounced. Wang Yu's complexion was pale, devoid of any color, as if all vitality had been drained from him. He blinked occasionally, seemingly striving to maintain his alertness, yet the weariness in his gaze was undeniable. "Cousin, what is the matter with you?" Chu Tiankuo inquit ugenti. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, and gestured towards the document, saying, "I just wrapped up these matters before returning. I hadn't anticipated a family gathering occurring at the same time. Please examine it closely." After adjusting his attire, Wang Yu exited the room. Chu Tiankuo, gazing at the document that Wang Yu had so emphatically urged him to review, opened it and was instantly captivated. It was indeed him. Chapter 51. A Startling Revelation. In the room, Chu Tiankuo stared in astonishment at the photograph in his hand. He had always perceived Tang Qing as merely frivolous, but now he discovered a hidden side to him. Noting the timestamp on the photograph, it became evident that the source was someone close to Tang Qing. Chu Tiankuo exclaimed in awe, "Goodness, a no-holds-barred gathering, a crazy horse show. Any of these could significantly impact the Tang family stock prices. Tang Qing is already unpopular. It appears he will truly distance himself from the center of the Tang family." After examining the photograph, Chu Tiankuo turned his attention to the accompanying document. Upon reading it closely, he discovered evidence of financial misconduct at Material International. Material International is a prominent real estate company in Shanghai, even larger than the Chu family's enterprises. Could there be a connection between Material International and Xia Rongjie? With this thought in mind, Chu Tiankuo picked up his phone and called Wu Hanfei. "Assistant Wu, do we have any record for Material International?" "Mr. Chu, we possess the complete dossier on Material International. Do you have access to a computer? I can send it over. I have what I need. Just a moment while I boot up. Please send it directly to my terminal, and I will download it from there." Chu Tiankuo replied. "Understood, Mr. Chu. Please keep an eye out for it. Thank you for your assistance." With that, Chu Tiankuo ended the call. Once he powered up his computer and logged into the terminal, he discovered the organized materials on Material International compiled by the Chu Ting Group, causing him to furrow his brow. To his surprise, the financial reports for Material International were handled by the Yoyu Consortium, suggesting that Material International might be a mere pawn in their game. Realization dawned on Chu Tiankuo, illuminating his understanding. It was no wonder that while his side was making aggressive moves, The Tang family remained unperturbed. They had their strategies in reserve. Holding the document in his hand, Chu Tiankuo felt the weight of those few thin sheets, realizing the extent of Wang Yu's concern during this time. Merely to aid him, observing the meticulous annotations and dates on the document, he recognized that it was a labor of love, painstakingly gathered by Wang Yu. A warm current surged through him. Carefully storing the document away, Chu Tiankuo rose with a sigh, aware that the battle, though yet to commence, was already heralding the dawn of hope. At the Lin International Hotel in Shanghai, in a conference room, Xia Rongjie sat across from Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, observing the disheveled appearance of Xia Rongjie, couldn't he help but mock, "Young Master Xia, has the warm breeze of Jiangnan softened your resolve? You couldn't he even secure a trivial logistics company?" Xia Rongjie scoffed, feeling somewhat cornered, and replied, "Lin Yuqing, it seems you spent too long abroad, completely oblivious to the realities of our nation." Lin Yuqing chuckled lightly, expressing disdain. "All crows are black in this world. I refuse to believe there exists a fish that doesn't steal. Just like that Lord Li in Shanghai, his stature in Europe can command the admiration of small nations. Yet he too bows to our financial prowess." Upon hearing Lord Li's name, Xia Rongjie's countenance darkened instantly, and in a low tone he inquired, "Was it your directive for Lord Li to act against the Su family?" Lin Yuqing nodded self-satisfactorily, grinning as he asked, "What of it? The results speak for themselves. Even the Su family, who have caused you much distress, has now fled Shanghai in disgrace. Have they not?" At this, Xia Rongjie exploded like an enraged lion, shouting at Lin Yuqing, "Damn it, Lin Yuqing, I've taken a fall for you, because you sought Lord Li's assistance. He is now rendered as ineffective as a clay idol in a temple." Lin Yuqing was taken aback, incredulous as he asked, "Is it possible that someone can restrain the actions of someone as high-ranking as Lord Li?" Xia Rongjie coldly chuckled and responded, "You fundamentally misunderstand the dynamics of our nation. Power cannot be easily swayed by capital. An unwarranted strike against the Su family by someone of Lord Li's stature will undoubtedly raise questions from above. Now, he is effectively immobilized in Shanghai. What? How can this be? Aren't they supposed to be tyrants and dictators? Why are they constrained?" Lin Yuqing's expression reflected his disbelief, contradicting the ideologies his family had instilled in him since childhood. Xia Rongjie, with a mocking gaze, retorted, "Open your eyes, young Master Lin, and observe the world around you. Do not mistake this place for those minuscule territories. If they were truly tyrants and dictators, unchecked power would have obliterated this country. However, since 4 years ago, the world's center has shifted from west to east." With that, Xia Rongjie stood and moved beside Lin Yuqing, patting his shoulder as he said, "You must understand your adversaries. While abroad, you may bribe politicians to serve your interests. But this nation operates differently. Do not lose yourself in the theological texts you clutch so dearly. This country has a rich history, with millennia of experience in forming its governance. The system here effectively curtails their power." Lin Yuqing slumped in his chair, murmuring, "This country is world apart from what my parents described. I feel utterly deceived by them." Observing the vacant expression in Lin Yuqing's eyes, Xia Rongjie whispered in his ear, "Did you ever think that after merely a few hours of rest, the tides have turned? Young Master Lin, consider how you will explain this to your superiors upon returning to Europe." With that, Xia Rongjie exited with laughter, leaving Lin Yuqing wishing he could shrink beneath the table as he stared at the large screen in the conference room. From the other side of the screen came a voice, "Yuqing, return home first. I will instruct the steward to coordinate with the Xia family's actions in our nation." Lin Yuqing, addressing the screen, implored, "Chairman, please grant me another opportunity. I will rectify the influence of Lord Li's constraints." From the other side, a light chuckle resonated, as if mocking Lin Yuqing's audacity. Lin Yuqing dared not lift his head, for he was acutely aware that countless mocking gazes were directed at him from the other side of the screen. Meeting those scornful eyes would render him utterly mortified. "You, return at once to face your punishment. Do you not realize that without the assistance of Elder Li, many of our companies would suffer setbacks in Shanghai?" A piercing voice emanated from the screen, and Lin Yuqing, hunched over, felt his handsome visage undergo a kaleidoscopic transformation, shifting from green to purple in rapid succession. Finally, the presiding chairman decisively announced, "Very well, this time you shall stay in Shanghai to broaden your horizons. This operation will be led by Xia Rongjie, with you as his assistant." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing was overwhelmed with joy and hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Chairman." The chairman, with a hint of wistfulness, remarked, "I hope you learn diligently under Xia Rongjie. As for everything else, take care of yourself." With that, the screen in the conference room went dark. Lin Yuqing straightened up, intending to relax, but unexpectedly, The just-departed Xia Rongjie burst in, his eyes bloodshot, brandishing a newspaper and exclaiming, "You wretch! Look at the mess you've created." Chapter 52. The Scalpel. Lin Yuqian's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the agitated Xia Rongjie, whose eyes were rife with blood vessels. Confusion swirled in his mind. The chairman's orders had only just been issued and not yet communicated to him. Why was Xia Rongjie confronting him now? However, Xia Rongjie offered no opportunity for contemplation, seizing him by the collar and hoisting him up, gripping his throat. As Xia Rongjie tightened his hold, Lin Yuqian felt his breath quicken, his chest constricting painfully. Struggling for air, he forcefully shoved Xia Rongjie aside. After taking several deep breaths to fill his lungs, he rubbed his neck and erupted, "What on earth do you want?" His roar seemed to unleash all the grievances and frustrations he had endured in the General Assembly. Xia Rongjie was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuqian's outburst, but quickly regained his composure. His face darkening as he hurled the newspaper at Lin Yuqian and collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. Lin Yuqian hastily picked up the newspaper and was immediately struck by the glaring headline. Wuchan International accused of financial fraud exceeding 100 billion. Central investigation team has arrived. The shocking news sent Lin Yuqian reeling, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the floor. Wuchan International had long been the Lin family's operational arm in the domestic market, continuously funneling funds to them. It could be said that the Lin family's vast assets in the Dragon Kingdom were almost entirely reliant on Wuchan International's support. Now, if the investigation team uncovered any issues at Wuchan International, the Lin family's holdings in the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly suffer grievous repercussions, potentially even facing annihilation. Seeing Lin Yuqian sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, Xia Rongjie's previously ashen complexion returned to normal, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Xia Rongjie slowly raised his glass, taking a delicate sip before setting it down and reproachfully stating, "With Wuchan International under investigation, our contingency plans have been rendered moot." After speaking, Xia Rongjie elegantly rose and approached Lin Yuqian, their roles having dramatically reversed in this moment. He extended a hand to help Lin Yuqian up and earnestly suggested, "The only viable option now is to separate the construction teams of Wuchan International South Real Estate Companies and transfer them to the Tang family. We must proceed thus." Upon hearing this proposal, Lin Yuqian's expression darkened ominously, as if ink were oozing from him. The recent decision from Europe, wherein the chairman appointed him as Xia Rongjie's subordinate, had already left him feeling disheartened. Serving as Xia Rongjie's assistant was not inherently problematic. After all, Wuchan International was the primary player in this contest, and it was entirely under the Lin family's control, with executives who answered to him. When the time came for strategic maneuvering, it would still be uncertain whose orders Wuchan International would follow. Yet now, if the construction teams were handed over to the Tang family, Wuchan International would truly become a pawn, something the Lin family could never accept. Lost in thought, Lin Yuqian wore a grave expression. His gaze bore into Xia Rongjie, the conflict of emotions evident on his face, reflecting his internal struggle and reluctance. He understood Xia Rongjie's motives were transparent, yet for him, it felt akin to sacrificing flesh for survival, relinquishing the Lin family's most vital piece in this strategic game. Separating the construction teams of Wuchan International, Lin Yuqian's voice was slow and somber. Each word weighed with deliberation. "We'll sacrifice all of our interests. Once the Tang family takes over, we will need to retain a share in their company." Xia Rongjie, however, merely shook his head, a light laugh escaping him as he asserted, "Lin Yuqian, circumstances dictate actions. This is not the time to bemoan the losses of one family. You must consider the bigger picture." At this, Lin Yuqian's voice turned hoarse as he shouted at Xia Rongjie, "What bigger picture? This is merely the Lin family sacrificing for your Tang family's recovery." Observing Lin Yuqian's frantic state, Xia Rongjie smirked slyly. Recognizing that Lin Yuqian was no ineffectual scion, the current impasse was merely a matter of price. If your Lin family is unwilling to let go, then all our preparations will amount to nothing. You're not unaware that the Shao family has already begun to withdraw from real estate if we do not make sacrifices. How can we compete with them? I refuse to accept this. Lin Yuqian's inner fury blazed like wildfire, searing within him as he yelled defiantly. Xia Rongjie, cold and direct, stated, "And what of your refusal? We stand at a crossroads. Either we both lose everything or we strike at the Shao family." Lin Yuqian fell silent, closing his eyes as he weighed the validity of Xia Rongjie's assertions. Yet his fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging, and his body trembled, betraying his inner turmoil. "Very well, I accept your proposal, but under one condition you must agree to." Lin Yuqian's voice, though weary, was resolute. Once we secure the project in the Binhai New District, the profits from the Lin family's construction team must belong to us. After completing this project, the Tang family's team must return to us. Upon hearing this, Xia Rongjie pondered for a moment before responding with an indifferent smile. Deal. I can agree to this arrangement. With that, Xia Rongjie raised a hand, and Lin Yuchen mirrored his gesture. Their palms met with a resounding clap, sealing the agreement. Yet within the room, one lay collapsed on the sofa like a heap of refuse, while the other sat on the couch, drinking deeply, a testament to the arduousness of the compromise between their families. At the Wang family estate, Chu Tiankuo and Wang Yu were accompanying several elderly gentlemen in their morning exercises. After the session concluded, they settled in the garden of the Wang family estate, where Wang Yu praised Wang Jianga, saying, "Though my cousin's actions may be immature, the results are commendable." Wang Jianga smiled after making his move, responding, "Your cousin was raised in a sure family, who never taught him the ways of business. You ought to assist him more." Chu Tiankuo, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "Grandfather, my cousin has been a great help to me." Chu Zhe set down the newspaper in his hand, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired of Chu Tiankuo. "We old fellows are well aware of the materials Wang Yu brought back. We simply cannot fathom why you chose to target Wuchan International, given its vast scale. We assumed you would focus on the Tang family instead." Chu Tiankuo sat upright, responding with an air of formality. "The Xia family has clearly laid their cards on the table, intending to vie with us over the project in the Binhai New District. However, the recent maneuvers of the Tang family appear to be mere smokescreens." He then spoke in a somewhat somber tone. "If the Tang family is indeed a distraction, then their ally, Commodity International, must be the main force. Consequently, I escalated the evidence of Commodity International's fraudulent financial reports for further investigation." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. "When will you strike against the Tang family again?" Chapter 53. The Landscape. Chu's question left Chu Tiankuo momentarily speechless. His intention to take action against Commodity International stemmed from its status as a formidable conglomerate, rivaling the Chu family. Additionally, Commodity International was competing for the Binhai New District project, making it a significant adversary. With unequivocal evidence to dismantle this large corporation, he was eager to act swiftly. Yet, the Tang family was different, smaller in scale, lacking resources, and even the information Wang Yu had gathered was tied to that dandy Tang Qing, merely diminishing the Tang family's reputation without delivering a fatal blow. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo turned to Chu's and said, "Grandfather, the Tang family is merely a trivial affliction. I wish to gather more information before proceeding against them." Chu sighed and gestured to Wang Jianga, saying, "I cannot elucidate matters with this lad. Perhaps you should." Wang Jianga chuckled, praising, "Lily has a point. The Tang family is indeed a minor concern and can be set aside for now. But can the downfall of Commodity International, a conglomerate spanning several market categories, be so easily orchestrated by you?" Recalling the magnitude of Commodity International from the documents, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow. The company's primary sectors included finance, real estate, and contract manufacturing. His actions had only reported the fraudulent activities in Commodity International South financial and real estate sectors, leaving the contract manufacturing division untouched. Although the collapse of Commodity International would undoubtedly be a feast for domestic financial conglomerates, was it truly that simple? This morning, Chu Tiankuo learned that the investigative team, having scrutinized Commodity International in light of the intelligence provided by the Chu family, found no cover-ups, swiftly uncovering even more incriminating evidence. However, upon discovering this, the higher-ups sealed the evidence and are now negotiating with the consortium behind Commodity International. It is now clear that Commodity International's real estate and finance sectors are to be confiscated, leaving a void in market share that will inevitably be filled. Grandfather, I understand that the higher-ups are reluctant to act against Commodity International's contract manufacturing plants due to the hundreds of thousands of jobs across multiple electronic parks. However, the real estate and finance sectors must have been thoroughly investigated, correct? Wang Yu rose to respond. Your caution in handling matters is commendable, yet you must not be overly fixated on appearances. Hearing this, Chu Tiankuo pondered deeply, realizing that today's conversation was a test from his cousin and a few elders. Reflecting on the Tang family's previous strategies, a light bulb moment struck him, and he exclaimed, Cousin, does this imply that the penalties imposed by the upper echelons only affect the executives of Commodity International? The middle management remains unscathed. If the Lin family were to send in their top brass for consolidation, Commodity International would merely be stripped of its facade without suffering significant losses. Wang Yu shot a glance at the expression on Chu Tiankuo's face and said straightforwardly, Are you so short-sighted? Do you know why grandfather inquired about the Tang family? They have already integrated a considerable number of construction teams. If they were to absorb Commodity International's construction teams, the Tang family would transform into a formidable entity, rivaling the Xiao family's construction business. Chu Tiankuo felt as though struck by lightning, suddenly enlightened. He sprang from his chair, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I understand now, cousin. To eradicate the weeds, one must uproot them entirely. I shall summon the necessary personnel to seize this lucrative opportunity presented by Commodity International. Wang Yu observed Chu Tiankuo's eagerness with approval, offering a serious reminder. Cousin, the business realm is akin to a battlefield. As the president of a large enterprise, you bear the responsibility for the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands in the Chu group. Every decision you make must be taken with utmost caution, and each move must be meticulously considered and scrutinized. Beside them, Wang Jianga stroked his beard with a smile. His expression won his satisfaction as he advised, Little Li, remember your cousin's words. A true master not only conquers territories, but also understands how to strategize for the future, preventing minor issues from escalating and preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Although the Tang family may seem inconsequential now, they're backed by numerous powerful consortiums. Underestimating them could lead to significant repercussions. Listening to the earnest counsel from the group, Chu Tiankuo nodded, comprehending their intentions. At the Lin International Hotel in Shanghai, Tang Xian sat across from Xia Rongjie. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Xia Rongjie, Tang Xian gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Xia, what the construction team you promised me? Why have they not arrived yet? Xia Rongjie casually rubbed his wrist and replied, Young Master Tang, there is no need to rush. Those subpar workers are beside the point. I have a superior option available. Are you interested? Tang Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Despite Xia Rongjie's inconsistent reliability, the substantial financial backing of the Xia family had always favored the Tang family in their collaborations. Previously, when Xia Rongjie had aimed to use the Tang family as bait to attract the attention of the Xiao family, the Xia family had aggressively acquired small real estate companies, transferring their construction teams to the Tang family, and thereby forcibly enhancing their capabilities. At that time, Tang Xian had been incensed upon seeing those workers. The Tang family's true deficiency lay in the absence of mid to high-level designers and project managers. Receiving a bunch of substandard workers was of little use. However, Tang Xian proved to be resourceful. After streamlining the inept construction teams, he ended up with a group of agile and proficient workers, significantly boosting the Tang family's soft power without incurring any costs. With this in mind, Tang Xian eagerly leaned forward, saying, Young Master Xia, do remember me if you have something valuable. Xia Rongjie, observing Tang Xian's sudden shift from arrogance to humility, smirked dismissively and pointed to the Lin International Hotel logo, stating, Haven't you seen the news? Commodity International has been seized by the higher-ups. We plan to hand over their construction teams and project departments to the Tang family, enabling you to compete fairly against the Xiao family. Tang Xian, awakening from his stupor, incredulously asked, Will the Lin family truly agree to this? We, the Lin family, have indeed consented. Tang Xian turned to see Lin Yuchen standing there with a grave expression. Xia Rongjie quickly stood up to introduce, This is Mr. Lin Yuchen, the young vice president of the Lin family. At the Chu court building, Chu Tiankuo convened a video conference with Xiao Tianzi. Observing the markedly different demeanor of Xiao Tianzi, Chu Tiankuo chuckled softly, saying, Now that I have secured the Binhai New District for you, will you be willing to part with that subsidiary we discussed? Chapter 54, Achieving Cooperation. On the screen, Xiao Tianzi had shed his usual carefree attitude, clad in a well-tailored suit, every detail meticulously attended to. His eyes were sharp and profound, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. A subtle smile graced his lips, yet it bore an undeniable air of authority. Had Chu Tiankuo not encountered such a version of Xiao Tianzi at the Chun Xiulan villa, he might have suspected that Xiao Tianzi had a twin. As Xiao Tianzi sat before the screen, he furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's conditions. After a moment of contemplation, he wearily replied, The construction team from Wuchan International is not an essential asset for our Xiao Corporation. Your offered price is excessively high. In response, Chu Tiankuo reclined in his office chair and casually remarked, Old Xiao, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Tang Xian from the Tang family has already initiated discussions with the second heir of the Lin family. Xiao Tianzi pinched the bridge of his nose, attempting to alleviate the fatigue brought on by recent grueling overtime. The logistics division of the Xiao family ranks among the lowest of the four major corporations, previously dominated by the Bao family. However, with Chuli Logistics having absorbed the Shiyu group, it has now emerged as the leader. As the nation's development accelerates, International logistics has become a lucrative investment, prompting the Xiao family to exert every effort to enhance their capabilities in this domain. At this juncture, the Binhai New District project offered a glimmer of hope. Securing this project would provide the Xiao family with an additional port, thereby increasing their influence in international logistics. Yet, they're not the only ones vying for the Binhai New District. Owing to a prior favor owed to him by Chu Tiankuo, he persuaded all of Chu's relatives to withdraw and relinquish the project to the Xiao family. Since returning from the Jiuzhou Dupu gathering, the Xiao family has been diligently preparing for this endeavor, even recalling a portion of the construction team dispatched to Italy for the U.S. military's airport project, leading to several days of negotiations with the board. Unexpectedly, just as he had settled the board's concerns, Chu Tiankuo presented him with a significant proposition. While Xiao Tiankuo was aware of Wuchan International's participation in the Binhai New District project tender, he knew that such a critical project would not be entrusted to foreign capital. Chu Tiankuo's tactics were still somewhat naive, as he could not fathom the higher-ups' intentions. Although the Xiao family had no intention of relinquishing the Binhai New District project, Wuchan International was not among their competitors. Yet, who could have anticipated that Chu Tiankuo would extend a hand to Wuchan International, thereby transforming their construction team into a highly sought-after asset? Logically, the construction team would still be managed by the rebranded Wuchan International. However, with the tender for the Binhai New District project rapidly approaching, it was certain that Xia Rongjie would offer some compensation to the Lin family, subsequently transitioning the construction team to the Tang family. The empowered Tang family could potentially become a formidable adversary for the Xiao family. If the Tang family were to secure this project, based on Xiao Tian's understanding, it would likely face delays. The higher-ups would then dangle a few incentives to incite competition, ultimately assigning the project to a company of their choosing, leaving the Xiao family to scrape by on mere leftovers in terms of international logistics. If anyone were to dread the Tang family acquiring the Lin family's construction team, it would undoubtedly be the Xiao family. At this moment, when Chu Tiankuo personally approached him, claiming to have a method to wrest the Lin family's construction team from the Tang family's grasp, it was evident that he must possess some leverage over them. It was now apparent that the Tang family could not handle the Lin family construction team, and Xiao Tiankuo realized that Chu Tiankuo's intervention was merely a matter of timing and price. As he observed Xiao Tiankuo donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, Chu Tiankuo understood that a serious discussion was forthcoming. Thus, he took the initiative. "Old Xiao, have you made up your mind? Will you accept this construction team or not?" In response, Xiao Tiankuo's demeanor shifted. He broke into a smile and said with a hint of ambiguity, "Old Chu, let's speak plainly. Your offer is simply too steep." Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow, visibly troubled as he said, "Are you aware that this is not merely a matter of hundreds or thousands of people? The construction teams of Lin's domestic real estate companies number in the millions. Do you understand the manpower and resources our Chu family would expend to negotiate with them? It would hardly be a burden for your subsidiary. Moreover, once the Xiao family acquires this construction team, you would transform into the largest real estate company in the country. At that point, your gains would far outweigh your expenditures." Listening to Chu Tiankuo's somewhat persuasive words, Xiao Tiankuo remained composed. "You know very well that we are in an era of explosive growth in the digital realm. Is it truly so simple to take a subsidiary from the Xiao family using mere words?" Chu Tiankuo countered, "Old Xiao, you must understand that in this era of opportunity, those who control the channels stand to gain the most. If your Xiao family has no need for this, I will reach out to the Ko family. I believe they would also be quite interested." With that, Chu Tiankuo feigned the intention to end the call. Observing Chu Tiankuo's actions, Xiao Tiankuo grew anxious, exclaiming, "Don't hang up just yet. Why the rush?" Chu Tiankuo feigned a distressed expression, replying, "Every minute of delay equates to a loss of hundreds of thousands. How could I not be anxious?" Xiao Tiankuo exhaled slowly, realizing that negotiating on price was futile, and with the Xiao family in dire need of this, he conceded. "As presidents of our respective corporations, you understand that abandoning a subsidiary is a loss I cannot afford. State your price." Chu Tiankuo, aware of his concession, bluntly stated, "As I said, our Chu family requires that subsidiary. Let us not mince words. A consistently loss-making subsidiary can be exchanged by the Xiao family for several profitable real estate companies, which is a surefire gain. I will require half a day to discuss this with the board," Xiao Tiankuo said wearily, removing his glasses and rubbing his temples. Noticing Xiao Tiankuo's lack of vigor, Chu Tiankuo decided to take a step back. Now that the direction was set, everything else would be negotiable. The Chu family's team had already begun liaising with the construction workers from the team, making mutual cooperation merely a matter of time. After concluding the video conference, Chu Tiankuo interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, staring blankly as if deep in thought. Suddenly, The ringing of his phone shattered the office's tranquility. Glancing at the caller ID marked Lu Shucheng, he smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the land acquisition request he had made to Chu Real Estate in the island city. Hello, Manager Lu. How is the acquisition proceeding? Chu General. Things are not looking good. Several plots we were negotiating have been snatched up by others. Chapter 55. An increasing sense of unease. Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed at Lu Shucheng's words, his displeasure evident. The decision to acquire land was one he had made early on, with all conditions and conveniences provided. Why was there an issue now? Manager Lu, I require an explanation for this matter. His tone was devoid of warmth, each word resembling an ice shard extracted from a glacier, inducing a cold sweat on the other end of the line for Lu Shucheng amidst the sweltering summer. Realizing Chu Tiankuo was dissatisfied with his performance, Lu Shucheng hurriedly defended himself. Chu General, please allow me to explain. I'm unsure why, but the several small real estate companies we had just finalized agreements with suddenly changed their stance, acknowledging that the real estate companies in the island city were typically opportunistic. Lu Shucheng surmised that they lacked the courage to deceive Chu Real Estate. Clearly, someone else was backing their actions. Chu Tiankuo's fingers drummed absently on the documents. His brow tightly knitted as he appeared to ponder. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, Manager Lu, I expect you to thoroughly investigate this matter. With that, he ended the call, rising to the window to gaze at the bustling traffic below. Deep down, he understood that for those companies in the island city to change their minds, they must be supported by someone of equal stature to the Chu family. The contenders of comparable influence in the island city were limited to a few. Was it the Xia family? Or perhaps the Mu family, or the Shi family? Upon returning to the company, Chen Xiaolan observed the secretaries in the office huddled together, chattering animatedly about something. Curiously, she stealthily approached, enveloping Wu Jinxian in her embrace. Resting her chin on Wu Jinxuan's shoulder, and inquired, What are you discussing? It seems rather mysterious. Chen Xiaolan's sudden appearance sent ripples across the calm surface of their conversation, causing the secretaries to scatter in surprise. Casting an annoyed glance at Chen Xiaolan, Li Meng pointed discreetly towards Chu Tiankuo's office and murmured, Xiao Chun. We were talking about General Manager Chu. Ever since he entered the office this morning, he hasn't emerged. Lu Zhilan interjected, Earlier, when you asked me to deliver documents to General Manager Chu, I knocked on his door, but there was no response. Just as Lu Zhilan finished speaking, Chen Xiaolan's voice rose with urgency. What about the documents? Did you deliver them? Noting Chen Xiaolan's anxious demeanor, Lu Zhilan replied softly, Sister Chen. I asked Assistant Wu to take the documents in when he came by. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaolan let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at her watch, realizing it was nearly noon. Had Chu Tiankuo been in the office all morning? Aware that the secretaries were wary of inciting Chu Tiankuo's ire, Chen Xiaolan set her bag down gently and quietly opened the office door. She looked up to find Chu Tiankuo frowning as he scrutinized the documents in his hands. Seeing him deep in thought, Chen Xiaolan carefully closed the door and turned back to the line of heads peering from the secretary's office, whispering, General Manager Chu is preoccupied with work. There is nothing else to worry about. The secretaries collectively exhaled in relief, as it was rare to see Chu Tiankuo isolate himself in his office, save for the initial days after joining the company. Wu Jinxian rubbed her wrist, a hint of dread in her voice. When my brother went in to deliver the documents to General Manager Chu, he must have faced some reprimand. Otherwise, he would have come out looking so grim. Chen Xiaolan paused, realizing that Chu Tiankuo was not the kind of person to berate his subordinates, especially since Wu Hanfei was one of his most trusted aides. There must be something the secretaries were unaware of. Recalling seeing Chu Tiankuo frowning at a document earlier, she wondered if that particular file was the source of the trouble. In the Shiyu building of Island City, the throne once held by Shi Zoming had now been claimed by a new ruler. Shiyu sat in the CEO's office, listening attentively as the president of Shiyu Real Estate reported to her. Miss, regarding the task you assigned to our company, I have met with several CEOs of real estate firms, and they have agreed to our requirements for the Shiyu Exchange project. As she listened to Su Yunong's report, a smile graced Shiyu's face, as though everything was under her control. However, when Shiyu picked up the documents organized by Su Yunong, her expression darkened immediately. She knew well the extent of the land involved. It was the first major project she had successfully completed in her previous life. Yet, the figures indicated on the documents represented only 2/3 of what Shiyu had held back then. Raising her gaze, Shiyu fixed Su Yunong with a penetrating stare, demanding, Su, why do the numbers reported only reflect 2/3 of what I anticipated? Su Yunong offered a rueful smile, explaining, Miss, we were late to the game. Before us, other companies have been aggressively acquiring land in this area, and they have essentially cornered the scatter parcels. Shiyu frowned, pressing further, if this is the case, Many of our parcels will remain ineffective. If the opposing party has us at a disadvantage concerning the land, our substantial investment could easily go to waste. Is this the attitude you all have toward your work, Su? Hearing Shiyu's unyielding interrogation and reprimand, Su Yunong looked pained. Acquiring the land from these smaller companies had required them to offer inflated prices, as those companies were merely speculating. Had it not been for another firm aggressively pursuing those smaller companies, they would not have been able to procure the land at only a slight premium over market value. Considering the scale of those smaller companies, it was clear that any firm bold enough to challenge them must possess considerable strength, at least comparable to Shiyu Real Estate. Negotiating with a similarly scaled company would necessitate referencing the communication between their parent companies, which was beyond Su Yunong's capacity to manage easily. Observing Su Yunong's silence, Shiyu quickly discerned his thoughts. It was clear he intended to return to the headquarters to seek support due to uncertainty about the opposing company's capabilities. Su, immediately commence an investigation to ascertain the identity of that company. Report back promptly once you have results. We will reach out to them subsequently. Now, you may return to your duties, Shiyu articulated decisively. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yunong nodded vigorously as if granted a reprieve, promptly turning to exit Shiyu's office without hesitation. Once outside, he gently patted his chest, attempting to calm his racing heart. He mused to himself. This young lady has just taken the reins of the company, yet her composure and decisiveness surpass even that of President Shi. Chapter 56, Undercurrents. In Chu Ting Building, the secretaries moved with hurried steps and anxious expressions, sensing an impending storm. The atmosphere was thick with tension, making it difficult to breathe. Since noon, after Chun Xiaolan noted that Chu Tiankuo had not emerged, she had ordered a meal to be delivered to him and had not seen him since. The secretaries felt a mix of worry and fear regarding the unusual demeanor of Chu Tiankuo today. Meanwhile, within the office, Chun Xiaolan languidly reclined on the sofa, turning the pages of a book with slow, graceful movements. The afternoon sun bathed her in warmth, casting a golden glow that seemed to suspend time around her. In stark contrast, Chu Tiankuo stood by the window, glass in hand, gazing out at the bustling traffic below, sipping intermittently, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. The two were akin to parallel lines that would never intersect. Despite sharing the same room, they maintained a tacit understanding, each refraining from disturbing the other. Ultimately, Chun Xiaolan could no longer contain her curiosity. She closed her book and, glancing at the brooding Chu Tiankuo, asked, "I wonder what sort of document could trouble a paragon such as yourself." Recalling the document previously delivered by Lu Shusheng, Chu Tiankuo cast a shadowed gaze towards the window, exuding an aura of chilling detachment. "It's nothing, merely a list of competitors," he replied, his voice devoid of warmth, akin to a cold breeze that sent shivers down Chun Xiaolan's spine. Seeing the once gentle scion now transformed into a 1,000-year-old iceberg, beautiful yet formidable, Chun Xiaolan felt a reluctance to approach him, as his icy demeanor effectively repelled anyone daring to draw near. "Is this version of you not more intriguing?" she mused, a subtle smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of spring breezes stirring ripples across a serene lake. "Are you attempting to capture my attention, General Manager Chu?" she teased. Yet, perhaps the warmth of spring could not thaw this ancient frost. Chu Tiankuo regarded the poised woman before him with an unwavering expression, revealing no sign of fluctuation in response to Chun Xiaolan's words. "Leave." Perhaps even Chu Tiankuo himself was unaware of the fleeting moment when his icy facade wavered, only to be swiftly suppressed once more. Chun Xiaolan let out a light chuckle, her face adorned with a knowing expression. After tidying up the disheveled coffee table, she rose and departed the office. As she closed the door, she cast a meaningful glance at the man who had suppressed all his emotions, a slight smile gracing her lips, as if she understood the source of his distress. Once the office door was shut, Chu Tiankuo picked up his phone and dialed, staring at the familiar string of numbers. Several times he hesitated to call, forcing himself to refrain. If he were to make the call, how would he even inquire? Would he dare to ask her why she had the audacity to appear before him? It was laughable. He had resolved to distance himself from her. Yet she persistently intruded upon his world. Did she truly believe he lacked the resolve to confront the Shi family? Weary, he placed the cup back on the table and glanced at the documents Wu Hanfan had delivered that morning, his eyes narrowing as a flicker of resentment crossed them. He picked up his phone and dialed, "Cousin, I require." The Lin Family International Hotel in Shanghai. Lin Yuchen was engaged in a drinking contest with Xia Rongjie, the two taking turns, seemingly attempting to drown their emotions in alcohol. Soon, Lin Yuchen began to falter, wiping the spilled liquor from his mouth with a tissue. Observing the gleeful expression on Xia Rongjie's face, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Lin Yuchen's eyes. Tang Xian, however, wore a grim expression, watching the two drinkers as if he were suppressing something. The strange atmosphere among the trio rendered the other patrons in the private room silent, fearful of provoking them and incurring their wrath. Eventually, Tang Xian could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and asked, "Xia, when will you commence the matters you promised me?" Xia Rongjie appeared to ignore him, continuing to drink one glass after another. Lin Yuchen, with a mocking tone, interjected, "You haven't even grasped your opponent. His subordinates have already begun negotiations with our company's manager, and the price is no longer what it once was." With a crash, Xia Rongjie shattered his glass, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yuchen. "Isn't it all your fault, you second-generation heir? If it weren't for your meddling with Li Gulao, we wouldn't be in such a passive position." Lin Yuchen shrugged with indifference, candidly stating, "Shouldn't Xia reflect on the intentions behind my request for Li Gulao's assistance? As a fellow second-generation heir?" Xia Rongjie, resembling an enraged lion, retorted furiously, "If your Lin family hadn't hesitated over this blue ocean, would you have come back to the country personally? If your Lin family hadn't straddled both sides, attempting to consume the shares of the Binhai New District, would you have sought Li Gulao's help? If not for your Lin family, would I face so many constraints in my domestic endeavors?" Lin Yuchen, unconcerned, raised his glass and took a long sip before mockingly replying, "Indeed. Everything is our Lin family's fault. What? Is your Xia family's sale of spiritual medications also instigated by us? Donc sur li a cigarette." Observing the escalating tension between the two, feeling utterly powerless regarding the situation, he had initially believed that aligning with the Xia family would lead to a worry-free existence. Yet everywhere he followed Xia Rongjie, he encountered obstacles. Since the recent series of disasters at Tang South Real Estate, they had expended considerable effort to appease their homeowners. They had hoped that taking over the Lin family's project team would allow them to turn the tide, but instead, they found themselves in this predicament. As Tang Xian silently inhaled his cigarette, the animosity between the two intensified, with Xia Rongjie disregarding his image and grabbing Lin Yuchen by the hair. Tang Xian intended to intervene, but noticed the Lin family's butler stepping in to halt Xia Rongjie's actions. Whatever the butler whispered to Xia Rongjie caused his complexion to pale, and he slumped against the sofa, drinking in silence. Seeing the tension ease, Tang Xian prepared to leave. Feeling exhausted from managing the scandals surrounding the Tang family, and lacking the energy to entertain the antics of these two second-generation heirs. However, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the number, he answered with curiosity, only to hear Chu Tiankuo's cold voice on the other end. This is retribution for Xia Rongjie's disregard for rules. Chapter 57, Underhanded Tactics. Dang Suan, filled with confusion, hung up the phone, his gaze fixed on the device as he sank into contemplation. Standing beside him, Xia Rongjie initially intended to pull him away. But unexpectedly, after receiving the call, Tang Xian abruptly turned and slammed Xia Rongjie down onto the table. The surrounding patrons rushed forward, attempting to separate them. Xia Rongjie rubbed his sore wrist, ready to inquire, but caught sight of Tang Xian's bloodshot eyes, struggling to break free from his grip. Xia Rongjie was instantly terrified and fled behind Lin Yuchen, cautiously peeking out as he nervously questioned Tang Xian. "Tang Xian, what is wrong with you? Do you intend to kill me?" At that moment, Tang Xian's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze fixated on Xia Rongjie, his breathing heavy, as if he were on the verge of losing control. "What the hell have you done? Your Xia family is doing just fine. Yet the repercussions have fallen upon our Tang family." Tang Xian's words left the room in confusion. But then the Lin family's old butler whispered something to Lin Yuchen, causing his eyes to brighten with realization. Approaching the furious Tang Xian, Lin Yuchen coaxed, "Tang, you must know about your brother's situation. As long as he goes to a country without an extradition treaty with Longhua, it will suffice. Coincidentally, I will be taking a private plane back to Europe today and can escort your brother along." After patting Tang Xian's shoulder, he departed with the butler. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's expression darkened as he fell silent. The current generation of the Tang family had only 3 male heirs. The eldest, Tang Yuan, pursued a political career, while the second, Tang Xian, ventured into business. These two were the pride of the Tang family, but the third, Tang Qing, was a notorious scoundrel. In reality, resolving the matter of Tang Qing's lewd gatherings would not pose a challenge for Tang Yuan. However, the unfortunate twist was that one of the participants was the granddaughter of a local elder, only 14 years old. Without a doubt, the elder would pursue accountability from the Tang family. At this juncture, while the situation had not yet escalated and the news had not spread, arranging for Tang Qing to accompany Lin Yuchen abroad was undoubtedly the best course of action. After a few years of hiding, He could then return under a new identity. With this thought, Tang Xian felt a slight sense of relief, exhaling softly. He then approached Xia Rongjie directly and stated, "Xia, your actions in this matter have been rather excessive. The Chu family has launched relentless retaliatory actions against us. Our Tang family is too small to bear such pressure. Given the circumstances, we may have to withdraw from the bidding for the Binhai New District project. I hope you can understand and seek out someone more capable." With his words concluded, Tang Xian unhesitatingly turned and followed Lin Yuchen out. Watching the two departing figures, Xia Rongjie revealed a wicked smile. Short-sighted fools. Half an hour earlier, the sun shone brilliantly upon the coastal city, and the Chu Court building in the city center stood magnificently. Suddenly, a black Mercedes S-Class slowly emerged from the Chu Group's parking lot, closely followed by a discreet business vehicle. The two cars flowed out like fish, swiftly merging into the bustling city traffic. However, as soon as they hit the road, they became entangled in a congested sea of vehicles. Today seems rather unusual. Even before the peak hours of the evening commute, the traffic conditions have deteriorated significantly. Chu Tiankuo sits quietly within the confines of his vehicle, diligently perusing an important document. His demeanor focused and composed. Meanwhile, the driver, Lu Meng, anxiously fixates on the congested vehicles ahead and cannot resist turning back to suggest to Chu Tiankuo, "Young master, should we consider an alternate route? It appears we may be stuck here for quite some time." Chu Tiankuo slightly furrows his brow, seemingly discontent with Lu Meng's suggestion. He replies coolly, "No need, let's proceed along this route." With that, he returns his attention to the document in his hands, observing the inexplicably congested traffic. Lu Meng clicks his tongue and picks up the intercom, calling Director Wu, "Could you assist me in investigating the cause of the traffic jam on Lanhai 5th Road?" A voice crackles through the intercom. There has been an accident at the intersection of Lanhai 5th Road and Jiangling Road. The traffic police have yet to resolve it, so that may be the cause of the delay. Lu Meng glances back at the composed Chu Tiankuo, concern etched on his face as he inquires, "Young master, what do you think about this?" "Lu Gu, just follow this route. Do not complicate matters." Chu Tiankuo remains resolute. Faced with the unwavering determination of Chu Tiankuo, Lu Meng can only redirect his focus to driving. Today, the young master is indeed acting quite peculiarly. The secretaries mentioned that he has not left the office since he arrived in the morning, and even Ms. Chun was sent away when she brought him lunch. As Lu Meng ponders this, the traffic begins to inch forward, yet the drivers today seem particularly obstinate, as one car after another squeezes in front of Chu Tiankuo's vehicle. Each time Lu Meng attempts to accelerate, another vehicle cuts him off, forcing Chu Tiankuo's car into an isolated position. Observing the predicament, Lu Meng grows increasingly anxious, hoping to utilize his exceptional driving skills to extricate them from this tight situation. However, the other cars cling to him like stubborn gum, advancing alongside Lu Meng. Attempting to maintain a facade of calm, Lu Meng advises, "Young master, fasten your seatbelt and grip the handrail." Chu Tiankuo hooked slightly, sumivat nonchalantly responding, "Liu Ye." Let's follow their lead. I am curious to see how they will fare on the territory of Lanhai. Recognizing that Chu Tiankuo has made up his mind to act as bait, Lu Meng anxiously implores, "Young master, you are a treasure. Do not put yourself in harm's way." Yet before Lu Meng can finish his sentence, Chu Tiankuo interrupts, reassuringly stating, "There is no problem. I have everything prepared." Witnessing Chu Tiankuo's steadfastness, Lu Meng reluctantly returns his attention to driving, but unable to resist the urge for backup, he eventually calls for assistance. Chu Tiankuo glances at several all-black business vehicles outside his window, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, his fingers gently gliding over the document. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. The car, flanked by the business vehicles, drives into a warehouse. As dark-clad figures emerge from the business cars, Lu Meng silently braces himself. However, the relaxed Chu Tiankuo casually instructs, "Lu Gu, let us disembark." Chapter 58, Crude Tactics. In the dimly lit warehouse, Chu Tiankuo strides confidently from the vehicle, and Lu Meng quickly steps forward to shield him. To their surprise, the dark-clad figures descending from the business vehicles greet Chu Tiankuo in unison, "Young master." Their synchronized voices echo within the empty warehouse, prompting Lu Meng to realize that this is Chu Tiankuo's contingency plan. Observing Chu Tiankuo's unflappable demeanor, Lu Meng cannot help but internally critique, the young master truly has a penchant for dark humor. Chu Tiankuo, oblivious to Lu Meng's thoughts, inquires of the dark-clad man, "Have you apprehended them?" The leader responds, "They have been captured, but we have yet to interrogate them." Chu Tiankuo nods and strides deeper into the warehouse. Although the dark-clad men initially contemplate stopping him, they ultimately yield. As Chu Tiankuo ventures further, he surveys the abandoned facility and spots Wu Hanfei waiting there. He cut straight to the chase, asking, "What is the situation with this warehouse? Have we determined its ownership?" Taken aback, Wu Hanfei hesitates. Shouldn't he first inquire about the origins of the thugs? Why is Chu Tiankuo asking about the warehouse instead? Puzzled, Wu Hanfei offers an awkward smile and explains, "Director Chu, this warehouse was once a toy factory owned by the Wei family. A few years ago, they were besieged by several foreign companies and had no choice but to abandon the toy manufacturing business, which led to the warehouse falling into disuse." At this, Chu Tiankuo's brow furrows slightly as he muses. Didn't the Wei family relocate abroad? Is this matter related to them? Wu Hanfei chuckles awkwardly, then lowers his voice. The Wei family's private plane crashed shortly after they left the country, resulting in the demise of the entire direct line of the Wei family. Although the warehouse still bears the Wei name, it has effectively become ownerless. After speaking, Wu Hanfei awkwardly leads the way, intending to explain the stubbornness of the thugs. Yet he notices that there are no footsteps following him. Turning back, he sees Chu Tiankuo frowning and scanning the warehouse. After a thorough inspection, Chu Tiankuo declares to Wu Hanfei, "Notify the Wei group. I want this warehouse." Wu Hanfei stands frozen, taken aback, although the location of the warehouse is decent. Its size is far too small. While it is not far from the city center, the access routes are rather inconvenient. He had just noted that the road from the city center was nearly deserted. Contemplating how to voice his concerns, Wu Hanfei is suddenly brushed past by a gust of wind and looks up to see Chu Tiankuo striding further inside. Stunned, Wu Hanfei hastily follows suit. Upon entering the warehouse, Chu Tiankuo hears muffled thuds and looks up to see several youths hanging upside down, being whipped by a group of dark-clad figures. The whip cracks against the youths, who are adorned with tattoos and exude an air of menace, leaving bloody welts in its wake. Chu Tiankuo frowns as he approaches the dark-clad interrogators, asking, "Is it necessary to hit them so hard? What are you trying to achieve?" The interrogator, taken aback at the sight of someone nearly his height, opens his mouth to question, but another dark-clad man pulls him aside and whispers, "That's our cousin, young master." "Young master, I am Chen Weiguang, the leader of the Wang security operations team. And this is our member, Su Erling." He gestures to the one wielding the whip. Chu Tiankuo nods and turns to Su Erling, asking, "What are you using?" Su Erling scratches his head, replying with a touch of awkwardness, "Young master. These guys are far too stubborn. We had no saline solution in the car, so I poured out a bucket of alcohol to increase their discomfort." As Su Erling's words linger in the air, a heavy silence descends, leaving only the muffled groans of the youths. What a clever strategy. This way, you'll save Uncle Hat from having to tend to their wounds after you're done. Chu Tiankuo's voice slowly breaks the stillness. Hearing this, Chen Weiguang stifles a laugh, while Su Erling nods in agreement. "Young master, how did you know that was exactly my intention?" Chu Tiankuo's expression nearly falters as he turns to the groaning youths and asks Chen Weiguang. Their silence may not be due to stubbornness. Perhaps it is because you have silenced them. Chen Weiguang turned his head and, just as Chu Tiankuo had mentioned, saw that the mouths of the several young men were stuffed to the brim, leaving no room for even a whisper. They had initially thought that their faces had been swollen from the beating received during their capture, only to discover that it was their mouths that had been sealed shut. Chen Weiguang, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, inquired, "Who silenced them? Why wasn't this reported earlier?" Su Erling poked him, and Chen Weiguang impatiently brushed aside Su Erling's hand, stating, "Erling, stop fooling around. I'm trying to find the one responsible for gagging them." Su Erling Wheatspa. "Brother Chun, it was me who silenced them." Chen Weiguang turned in astonishment to look at Su Erling, and with a dry expression, asked, "Then why didn't you mention it? You were quite vigorous during the interrogation." A flicker of awkwardness crossed Su Erling's previously innocent face as he sheepishly explained, "I was having such a delightful chat with Xiaomei in the car that I forgot all about it." Chen Weiguang, observing this simpleton, quietly reminded himself, "Don't lose your temper with a fool. Don't lose your temper with a fool." Looking at the comical scene before him and then glancing at the young men suspended, he realized that they would soon extract a confession. Chu Tiankuo then led Wu Hanfei out of the factory. Upon reaching the car, Chu Tiankuo noticed Lu Meng, who was waiting with a curious expression. He gestured for Wu Hanfei to explain. Wu Hanfei immediately grinned at Lu Meng and said, "Hey Lu Ge, didn't you notice that there were two identical cars in our company's parking lot when you were driving in the underground garage?" Lu Meng pondered for a moment, then with a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. This afternoon, when I went to the car to grab something, there was a Mercedes that I couldn't unlock no matter what. I thought the key was broken, but it turned out to be a clone vehicle." Having spoken, he seemed to have more questions and turned to Wu Hanfei, asking, "Wu Zong, who would be foolish enough to provoke Chu Zong with such a crude tactic?" As he finished, he cast a sidelong glance at Chu Tiankuo, who was already seated in the car. Wu Hanfei shrugged and replied, "We'll find out soon enough." Just then, his peripheral vision caught Chen Weiguang jogging towards them, and he pointed, saying, "Look who is here," just in time for the results. Chapter 59. Questioning Xia Rongjie's intelligence, Chen Weiguang hurried to Lu Ming, eager to report, but was stopped by Lu Ming's hand. "Lu Gu, stop messing around. I need to report to the young master," he said, struggling to free himself. Lu Ming chuckled, holding Chen Weiguang back, and gestured toward Chu Tiankuo, whispering in his ear, "Calm down, Brother Chen. Your Lu Gu would never sabotage your good fortune." Chen Weiguang exhaled, and as Chu Tiankuo approached them, he reported, "Young master, those rascals have confessed. They mentioned someone named Xia Shao paid them 30,000 yuan to beat you up." Chu Tiankuo's eyes widened in astonishment as he retorted, "I heard it was 5 million? He was taken aback, recalling how earlier that morning, Chun Xiaolan had requested Wu Hanfei deliver a document stating that a bounty of $5 million had been placed on his life in the black market. Chun Xiaomei had intended to take down the bounty, but as soon as it was posted, someone had already taken the contract. Hence, he had called the Wang family's security team, prepared 2 identical cars, and created a traffic jam, never anticipating this outcome. Frowning, Chu Tiankuo continued, "What about the Wei family? Is there any connection between them and those attackers?" Chen Weiguang, looking puzzled, replied, "This place has been deserted for a long time, originally serving as a gathering spot for idle youths. They thought the area was desolate enough to carry out their plot against you. Chu Tiankuo not det tao gu fun, yin. Investigate this thoroughly." He then turned and headed toward the car. Lu Ming, reveling in the situation, patted Chen Weiguang on the shoulder and hurried to catch up, driving the convoy back. Chen Weiguang, watching the departing vehicles, felt a sense of helplessness as he looked at Wu Hanfei. Wu Hanfei sighed and said somewhat resignedly, "Let us investigate." Chu Zong initially wanted the Wei family's factory. Chen Weiguang gazed at Wu Hanfei's retreating figure, silently lamenting the misfortune that seemed to plague him. After a moment of self-pity, Chen Weiguang intended to return to the factory to continue his investigation, only to see Su Erling's robust figure sprinting toward him. Just as he was about to ask if there were any updates, he noticed Su Erling running faster and faster, sending a chill down his spine. He shouted, "Brake, quick, brake!" However, Su Erling, carried by his momentum, was unable to stop in time, and the two collided with a resounding thud. Wu Hanfei had just entered the car when he witnessed this comical pair tumble to the ground and quickly urged the driver, "Hurry, drive away." In Shanghai, Xia Rongjie was on the phone, reporting to Xia Huaichu, who reprimanded him without mercy. "What were you thinking? Have you lost your mind after all those years in Europe?" Xia Rongjie stammered, "Grandfather, it's not that I wanted to do this. It's that Chu Tiankuo is being exceedingly unreasonable. Why does he target me at every turn?" Hearing this, Xia Huaichu coughed in anger. He is a scion of a prominent family. On the day of his engagement, his fiancée was taken away by you. After he called off the engagement, he doesn't even want to see her again. Why would you fool, go to him seeking attention? If not him, who else would he target? Moreover, there are profound grievances between the two families. The Xia family had been driven out by the Chu family's forces in Island City. At this juncture, to naively ask why he was being bullied was infuriating. If Xia Huaichu didn't have another grandson, he would seriously contemplate drowning him. Recalling how Xia Rongjie had nearly caused a major scandal, Xia Huaichu, filled with frustration, said, "He has the backing of numerous powerful families across the nation. Why would you be so foolish as to provoke him directly?" Xia Rongjie, defiant, replied, "I simply cannot stand it. Why should he before he could further defend himself?" Xia Huaichu cut him off, "And look at what you've done. You publicly recruited thugs online. Do you think you can manipulate the Dragon Kingdom's internal network?" "Grandfather. I don't call me grandfather. I have no grandson like you. Ugh, I can't believe you're my grandson." Xia Huaichu was so exasperated that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. On the other end of the line, Xia Huaichu was genuinely alarmed. As the first to breach the rules, he was acutely aware of the methods employed by powerful families. If he had decisively aligned himself with outsiders, they would have long been annihilated, and now, there was no way they could tolerate Xia Rongjie creating chaos domestically. Reflecting on how Xia Rongjie lacked parental guidance, Xia Huaichu softened his tone slightly and said, "Rongjie, you must understand that in that ancient land, powerful families adhere strictly to rules. Once the Binhai New District project is secured, return promptly." Xia Rongjie, feeling discontented, retorted, "Grandfather, I can't return until I've dismantled the Chu family. They have caused us immense losses." Listening to Xia Rongjie's obstinacy, Xia Huaichu could no longer suppress his fury and shouted, "The losses they've inflicted were anticipated. But do you even comprehend how much trouble you've caused during your time here? just by cleaning up after you. Those officials connected to us have been affected to some extent. Moreover, you were the first to break the rules. Do you realize that this invites retaliation from the Dragon Kingdom as powerful families? Do you understand the magnitude of the losses this will incur? Grandfather in the courtyard of Wang Hui, Chu Tiankuo, sat opposite Wang Yu. Observing the dejected expression on Chu Tiankuo's face, Wang Yu jested, "What troubles you? Are you dissatisfied with the way things are unfolding?" Chu Tiankuo nodded gloomily, slightly leaning against the white jade railing, his hand reaching over to dip into the cool stream, savoring its refreshing touch. "Cousin, I had thought that Xia Rongjie would be a formidable opponent, yet I never anticipated he would be so feeble. Were it not for the protection he currently enjoys, I would have retaliated long ago," he lamented. Wang Yu poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and chuckled lightly. "You seem unfamiliar with your adversary. However, I have heard whispers about his reputation. It is said that he was notorious abroad, known as the cold-faced judge." As Chu Tiankuo's hand explored the stream, he fished out a bottle of beer, wiped it dry with a towel, and drank deeply. The icy liquid soothed the simmering anger within him. That was abroad, a realm unlike Long Nation. Now he boldly confronts me, standing against all the influential families. Who would have thought he would engage in such a thankless endeavor? Those I know have been questioning whether your grand alliance is merely a jest aimed at fools. Chapter 60, Dealing with the Tang Family. Hearing this, Chu Tiankuo fell into contemplation. Although he had been fostered by the Shi family since childhood, he often participated in gatherings of aristocratic families in Island City. Thus, he was well aware of their taboos. His bounty was already posted online. The families in the country undoubtedly had received the news. Their silence was merely due to the Chu family not having made a move yet. Xia Rongjie had overstepped. And it was not just him. Even the Tang family, represented by Tang Xian, would face repercussions. After a moment of reflection, Chu Tiankuo picked up his phone and called Chu Tianqing. The call was quickly answered, and Chu Tianqing's voice came through. "How do you intend to handle this matter?" he asked directly. "Brother, I would like you to issue a warning to Tang Yuan," Chu Tiankuo replied calmly, as if Tang Yuan were merely some insignificant figure. On the other end, Chu Tianqing chuckled, teasing, "Are you planning to ensnare all three of the Tang family's young masters? You were the one who leaked their gathering, weren't you?" "Indeed, it was I who informed them," Chu Tiankuo admitted candidly, a hint of disdain in his tone. "Those southern media outlets are merely mercenaries. Let them indulge in their own dog-eat-dog antics." Chu Tianqing's laughter resonated through the phone, carefree and somewhat approving, using a spear to counter a spear. "Little Li, you have grown lately. Brother, one must always evolve. Now that they have committed a faux pas, I had intended to delay my actions against the Tang family. But with Xia Rongjie handing me an advantage, how could I not seize this opportunity to strike?" Chu Tiankuo replied with a confident smile, his tone composed. "Since you have made up your mind, I shall suppress Tang Yuan and impede his promotion," Chu Tianqing remarked lightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo became animated. "Yes, let us proceed with this plan. I appreciate your assistance, brother." "Very well," Chu Tianqing affirmed before hanging up. Gazing at his phone after the call ended, Chu Tiankuo shook his head in exasperation, then took a hearty swig of beer. Wang Yu, observing the triumphant expression on Chu Tiankuo's face, couldn't help but furrow his brow. After a brief silence, he inquired, "From what I gathered from Tianqing's earlier call, does this mean Tang Yuan is poised for another promotion?" Chu Tiankuo nodded vigorously in affirmation, then added with a touch of wistfulness, "Indeed, Tang Yuan is quite remarkable. At just 33 years of age, he has ascended to level 15 in administration without any patrons to elevate him. However, with my brother intervening, he can forget about advancing this year." Wang Yu, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of regret and sympathy. After all, he and Tang Yuan belonged to the same generation and were acutely aware of the hard work and dedication Tang Yuan had invested over the years to achieve his position. Yet now, merely due to a word from Chu Tianqing, all of Tang Yuan's years of effort would go to waste, delaying his ascent to level 14 by at least another year. This thought left Wang Yu sighing in pity. Tang Yuan has brought this upon himself. Chu Tiankuo. The Tang family has rapidly expanded after consuming numerous resources, so it's fitting to teach them a lesson, reminding them of the rules that govern aristocratic families. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu narrowed his eyes and asked, "The construction issues within the Tang family are numerous. Our family cannot absorb them all." Previously, the Tang family as project in Jiangnan took the Ko family over half a year to manage. Chu Tiankuo stretched lazily, responding with a hint of nonchalance. "We are not lacking allies at present. Although the Tang family has many messes to deal with, we stand to gain from the current situation." As he spoke, Chu Tiankuo's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he raised the phone, saying, "Brother, look, isn't it true that when you talk about a person, they appear?" "Hello. Lao Su, what's the matter?" Chu Tiankuo answered the phone with a casual tone. On the other end, Su Huanshan chuckled, teasing, "Who doesn't he know by now that the president of the Chu Ting Group is only worth 30,000? Chu Tiankuo's expression darkened instantly, biting his teeth as he coldly retorted, "One wonders who was driven out of their ancestral home by a crowd of misinformed citizens." Hearing this, Su Huanshan jumped in indignation. "Lao Chu, that is uncalled for. You can insult without bringing up old grievances." Chu Tiankuo chuckled awkwardly, countering, "Wasn't it you who initiated this?" Su Huanshan found himself momentarily speechless, then, attempting to appease, said, "To be honest, Lao Chu, that brat Xia Rongjie has committed a taboo for the second time. Last time, it was due to Li Ge Lao's intervention. This time, he cannot escape. How do you plan to deal with him?" Chu Tiankuo sneered, his voice icy. "Since he has so many friends domestically, let us clip his wings." Conveniently, the Tang family's burdens have become quite significant, allowing us to lighten their load by dealing with their negative assets. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Huanshan fell silent, realizing the gravity of the matter. It was clear that Chu Tiankuo was serious. The Tang family's pillar industry was real estate, and if Chu Tiankuo were to revoke all their existing projects, it would be a catastrophic blow for them. Su Huanshan, somewhat dryly, stated, "Our Su family's real estate scale is too small. We can only absorb the Tang family's projects in Shanghai at most. That will suffice. I will reach out to a few more firms, and we shall take action against the Tang family," Chu Tiankuo decisively replied, assuring Su Huanshan. On the other end, Su Huanshan intended to confirm further details, but was met with a beeping sound of disconnection, indicating that Chu Tiankuo had taken another call. Looking at the bustling crowd outside, Su Huanshan chuckled softly, finally seeing a chance to avenge previous grievances. Meanwhile, Chu Tiankuo was locked in a verbal duel with Xiao Tiankuo, both parties exchanging barbs, unwilling to back down. "What is the matter? Mr. Xiao, the subsidiary you promised me still hasn't materialized, and now you are asking for the Tang family's project? Do you take me for a wish-granting machine?" Chu Tiankuo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. On the other end, Xiao Tiankuo replied dryly, "We are still negotiating. As soon as Mr. Chu's conditions are met, I will promptly arrange for the subsidiary's transfer." Chu Tiankuo, akin to a sly fox, grinned widely, his eyes gleaming with delight. Gazing at his quirky cousin, the teacup in Wang Yu's trembling hands nearly slipped from her grasp, for she had never anticipated that her cousin, who usually presented himself as a refined young gentleman, harbored such a mischievous penchant. A gentleman's word is his bond. I shall swiftly reach out to several others to confront the Tang family. Chapter 61. Arrival at Island City. At the airport of Island City, a succession of luxurious private jets descended gracefully. The engines of the aircraft roared in a rhythmic symphony akin to a grand aerial gathering. At the VIP reception area, a formidable convoy of opulent cars awaited, as numerous individuals, brimming with anticipation, prepared to welcome these esteemed guests. They were either elegantly attired business magnates or prominent social elites, each exuding an extraordinary vitality. To the onlookers passing by, the scene before them sparked a sense of curiosity. They gazed intently at the seemingly endless line of luxury vehicles, speculating on the identities and status of the passengers aboard the planes. The reception area buzzed with activity as people's eyes converged upon the airport exit, eagerly anticipating the identities of the arrivals. One by one, young and old alike emerged from the airport, enveloped by an entourage, dressed in exquisite attire. They radiated an air of elegance, their every gesture betraying an aristocratic bearing. Behind each individual trailed a competent team, subtly forming a protective circle that shielded them from prying eyes. Observing this, the throng at the reception area hurried forward, some extending smiles and handshakes, while others engaged in hushed greetings, conveying their respect and welcome. Simultaneously, several individuals emerging from the VIP passage recognized many of the newcomers, exchanging glances with familiar faces and inhaling sharply in astonishment. "Is that not the patriarch of the Wu family from Infant? I once accompanied our manager to pay him a visit. Little did I expect this elder to also arrive in Island City. Moreover, we have the fourth son of the logistics industry and the twin stars of the pharmaceutical realm, figures currently in high demand. It seems a storm is brewing in Island City, with so many heirs and heads of illustrious families arriving discreetly. Who can say? To us, these individuals are akin to celestial beings beyond our reach. We can merely observe the unfolding drama." Ignoring the commotion surrounding them, each convoy, having picked up its passengers, began to depart from the Island City airport, resembling a series of dark dragons gliding away. Meanwhile, within the Shi family's villa, Shi Meng furrowed his brow as he listened to Shi Zhoming's report. Upon hearing that numerous prominent families had gathered in Island City today, Shi Ming's brow creased slightly, as if contemplating their intentions. Noting his father's pensive demeanor, Shi Zongming quietly speculated, "Father, could it be related to the bounty placed on that lad from the Chu family? As you are aware, the bounty on a family heir is a profound taboo." Shi Ming was taken aback, frowning as he inquired, "What? Has Xiaoli been placed under a bounty?" Shi Zongming nodded vigorously, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. That young man lacks restraint in his actions, and now he finds himself in this predicament. He must surely be troubled by it. Seeing the glee on Shi Zongming's face, Shi Ming snorted coldly and admonished, "Xiaoli has been fostered in our family for these years. The previous matters stem from your and your wife's failure to guide him properly. It is a testament to his magnanimity that he harbors no resentment towards you." Shi Zongming's expression grew awkward at this remark, for the Shi family had thrived under his leadership, effectively draining the Chu family's resources, and had risen to a formidable position in Island City. Yet since Chu Tiankuo had annulled the engagement, the fortunes of the Shi family had steadily declined. First, the lucrative Shiyan group was severed from them and returned to the Chu family, and then he himself was ousted from the presidency by a board vote. Although his daughter had taken over, recalling that rebellious girl left him feeling stifled, all his previous plans were rendered obsolete with her ascension, as if erasing his legacy within the Shi family. Just as Shi Zongming was about to retort, he noticed the butler approaching with an invitation. Before he could inquire, the butler had already placed the invitation into Shi Ming's hands. Shi Ming furrowed his brow as he perused the contents of the invitation, looking up in surprise to ask the butler, "Old Su, who sent this invitation?" "It is from the butler of the Wu family in Minfan," Old Su replied respectfully. Shi Zongming, observing his father's astonishment, cautiously asked, "Father, is there something amiss with this invitation?" Shi Ming handed the invitation to Shi Zongming, who opened it and exclaimed in disbelief, This is an invitation jointly signed by the native factions' families, inviting us to a banquet." Shi Ming, weary, closed his eyes and sighed, then spoke. "The Chu family is one of the leading families of the native faction. Now that their heir is under a bounty, the native faction will surely take action. I simply did not expect their first move to target the families of Island City." Shi Zongming's expression darkened as he asked, "Father, should we attend?" "Yes, have the butler make preparations. You shall accompany me this evening." "Understood." At the landmark building of Island City, the Night Rain Pavilion was bustling with guests as the heads of various families arrived in succession. In the conference room, observing the family scions taking their seats, the patriarch of the Wu family from Minfan cleared his throat and began, "I trust everyone understands the purpose of our gathering today." Hu Tingshan chuckled mischievously, somewhat irreverently remarking, "Old Master Wu, why do you personally attend such a trivial matter? This is something our younger generation can handle." The Wu patriarch chuckled back at Hu Tingshan, jesting, "You little fox, your grandfather is reluctant to appear himself, so he summoned me here, fearing you might not exercise due caution." Chu Tianqing rose and approached Hu Tingshan, halting his impending words. He offered an apologetic nod to the Wu patriarch. "Old Wu, my sincerest apologies. We have not been strict in our guidance. Please forgive us." The Wu patriarch responded amiably, "No trouble at all. It is delightful to see your youthful exuberance before me." Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the crowd. Although the Wu family had maintained its prominence over the years, Old Wu's grandson was notoriously unruly. Just 2 years prior, he had estranged himself from the family over a penniless girl, and since then, Old Wu had exercised remarkable leniency towards his descendants, often reminding them that each generation must find its own fortune. His presence today was to ensure that this group of youngsters would not act recklessly. For despite the current weakness of the Tang family's main lineage, their branches still held significant contributions to the nation. Should they truly annihilate the Tang family, it would bring sorrow to friends and joy to foes alike. Observing the upright Chu Tianqing, Old Wu sighed softly, understanding that his role here was to provide a safety net. He then smiled and said, "Since Tianqing is here, I shall not intervene tonight. I will converse with Old Mu and Old Shi." "Thank you, Elder. We have already made a determination regarding the Tang family matter. We shall not harm their roots." Chapter 62. An Unpleasant Banquet. At the Night Rain Pavilion, as the lights illuminated, the banquet hall brimmed with guests. The antique decorations, in harmony with the dazzling lights, conjured an atmosphere reminiscent of a bygone era. The attendees, clad in formal attire, navigated the hall as if transported back to a time of grandeur. On the ancient walls hung exquisite calligraphy and paintings, showcasing a rich historical heritage. Red lanterns were suspended high, casting a warm glow that added a festive spirit to the entire banquet hall. In the center of the hall, exquisite rosewood tables and chairs were arranged, laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies. The enticing aromas wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Several local minor families encircled one another, savoring the exquisite cuisine while discussing the purpose of today's banquet. The head of a small, aristocratic family gestured towards the second floor and remarked, "The airport in Island City is bustling today. At least half of the local aristocrats have arrived, and they're currently on the second floor." "Heh, Lao Huang." Can you guess the purpose of their collective arrival? A nearby family head chuckled as he inquired. Huang, the family head, responded with a hint of disdain. What else could it be but to lend support to the young master of the Chu family? How could you not know this, old Lien? Upon hearing this, Lien's face exhibited a fleeting moment of embarrassment as he awkwardly chuckled. Hee, I just returned from abroad. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so out of the loop. At that moment, a young man from the Mu family approached from behind, raising his glass in jest and saying, TSK? If it weren't for the butler of the Minfan Wu family personally visiting, wouldn't you, old Lien, still be reluctant to attend the banquet? Young Master Mu, do you happen to know the significance of today's banquet? Our sources are not as extensive. We are utterly in the dark and feeling quite anxious. Lien inquired with a hint of concern. Young Master Mu scoffed derisively and replied, It's merely that some audacious individuals have boldly posted a bounty on the young master of the Chu family on the internal network. The heads of several families gasped in astonishment. The internal network was currently the domain of a local faction. Following the incident with the blog, the foreign capital faction had been firmly suppressed, unable to make any inroads. Moreover, the last time a family heir had a bounty placed on them was over a decade ago. Back then, the individual who issued the bounty was still foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains with their 9 clans. It is well known that although local families engage in commerce and politics, there exists a certain decorum among them. They possess the means and tacit understanding to keep their conflicts within limits, especially when it comes to heirs. The last individual to breach this taboo, though not of local aristocratic lineage, belonged to a family that had thrived on this land for centuries. Due to the disgrace caused by that incident, the elder had personally decreed the exile of 9 clans. It's understood that the elder typically does not concern himself with the actions of the lower families, as long as they adhere to a certain decorum that does not impede the governance. The fact that it has come to the elder's attention speaks volumes about the severity of the situation. Huang trembled as he asked, Young Master Mu, does this mean we are to witness a repeat of events from over a decade ago? Young Master Mu regarded them with a hint of disdain, seemingly mocking their lack of courage while they claimed to be family heads. That won't happen. Among those who have come to Island City this time are the eldest son of the Chu family and the head of the Minfan Wu family. They will keep this matter under control. Upon hearing this, the family heads exchanged glances, collectively letting out a sigh of relief. Lien, somewhat reflective, remarked, A banquet is never truly enjoyable. The other family heads fell silent upon hearing this, gazing at the table laden with delicacies, knowing that even if they tasted them, they would be as flavorless as chewing wax. They glanced towards the affluent family heads outside, who were engaged in lively conversation, feeling a twinge of envy. Sometimes, ignorance is indeed a form of bliss. As young Master Mu had noted at that very moment, an intense negotiation was underway in the lounge on the second floor of the Yeyu Guanlan. Hu Tingshan was nonchalantly berating Tang Hao, the head of the Tang family. Your second son behaves like a fool, trailing behind that scoundrel Xia Rongjie like a dog, barking incessantly. And your third son? Just ask around Island City, from the elderly to toddlers. Who doesn't he know that the Tang family's third son is a beast, not even sparing young girls in their teens? If your third son were in Jiangnan, I'd have his head. Tang Hao sat silently across from Hu Tingshan, his expression as dark as ink, thick enough to drip like liquid. With at least 7 or 8 heirs from various families seated around, he struggled to contain his rage, fixing his gaze intently on Hu Tingshan. Noticing Tang Hao's intense glare, Hu Tingshan took a sip of water and continued to taunt him. What else with that look? Tang Hao, your eyes are bulging like light bulbs. Are you feeling defiant? Should we have a little contest to see whether your Tang family is stronger or whether the Hu and Ko families behind me hold more power? Tang Hao, suppressing his anger, clenched his teeth and questioned, What exactly do you intend to achieve, whose brat? Seeing the veins bulging on Tang Hao's forehead, Chu Tiankuo interjected calmly. Tang family head, you must understand that while the elder has stated that families cannot indiscriminately target the affluent, he has not said that families must persist in enduring the situation. You should consider the hardships your eldest son has faced over the years. Chu Tianqing's words struck Tang Hao like a bucket of cold water, sending chills through him. He clenched his fists, acutely aware of the struggles his eldest son had endured. Although the Tang family was an affluent family, they stood a mere breath away from the aristocracy. As the eldest son, Tang Yuan had carried the weight of the family's expectations since childhood. He recalled how his eldest son, once pampered, had toiled in impoverished regions for years to reach this point. He realized that if he were to act impulsively now, with Chu Tiankuo's status, a few words could easily dismantle his eldest son's reputation. Tang Hao's hands tightened in a fist beneath the table as he inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Young master of the Chu family, what exactly is your intention? Tang Hao redirected his gaze toward Chu Tiankuo. However, Hu Tingshan interjected, Tang family head, if mistakes are made, punishment must follow. We don't demand much. Recently, your family has had several unfinished projects, right? Let's show some goodwill and take those projects off your hands. You are merely stripping our Tang family of its flesh. Tang Hao replied through gritted teeth. Tang family head, you must consider. Do you want the projects, or do you wish to preserve the Tang family? After stating this, Hu Tingshan returned to his seat. Meanwhile, after listening for some time, Chu Tiankuo also spoke up. The Tang family has been expanding too aggressively lately. You should know that what we seek does not harm the very foundation of the Tang family. It's merely some matters you cannot afford to touch. Chapter 63. I have warned you, this fellow is quite fierce. Tang Qing, who was eavesdropping at the door, now had bloodshot eyes and clenched fists. Listening to Chu Tiankuo's condescending tone in the meeting room, Tang Qing gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, his crimson eyes reflecting a murderous intent. He was inherently a rogue, having gone to great lengths to host a lavish party merely to indulge himself and forge connections with those aristocratic heirs. However, if the Tang family were considered a top-tier aristocracy, the young masters attending the party were merely third-tier, mostly local gentry. Recalling how Chu Tiankuo had exposed certain matters about him, and hearing his father begging in a lowly tone, Tang Qing tightened his fists, wishing to barge in and confront Chu Tiankuo about his relentless targeting. He had never harbored such animosity toward anyone. Yet this individual had merely lifted a finger to force him down from the heights he once occupied. Peering through the slightly ajar door, Tang Qing fixed his gaze on Chu Tiankuo. If looks could kill, Chu Tiankuo would have died countless times by now. Seeing his father nearly bowing his head to the table, Tang Qing could no longer contain himself. He could not bear to watch his father endure such humiliation on his behalf. Bang! Tang Qing flung the door open. Instantly, all eyes in the conference room turned toward him, a mixture of pressure, skepticism, and curiosity emanating from every corner, making Tang Qing's scalp tingle. However, when he met the bewildered gaze of Tang Hao, his fury surged once more, his eyes turning crimson as his breath became ragged. Feeling the weight of everyone's attention, Tang Qing steeled himself and made his way toward the head of the Wu family. As Tang Qing approached with an air of determination, the head of the Wu family inquired, "Who are you?" Stunned into silence by the question, Tang Qing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The venerable patriarch of the Wu clan observed the bewildered Tang Qing and shook his head, remarking to himself that even after his recovery, the boy still drooled. The two parties stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Whether it was Tang Qing's slow reaction or his mind being momentarily blank, he was almost amused by the absurdity of the situation. Who am I? He thought, pointing to himself and then to Tang Hao, who was gazing down at the ground. He addressed the Wu patriarch with a sharp tone, declaring, I am his father. No, wait. He is my father, and I am his son. How dare you insult my father? You old fool. Before Tang Qing could finish his retort, Tang Hao abruptly rose to his feet, launching a flying kick at Tang Qing. He followed up with a series of punishing kicks while the latter lay on the ground, dazed and frothing at the mouth. Observing Tang Qing's unconscious state, Tang Hao forced a smile and said to the elderly Wu, Old Wu, you may not know, but my third brother has some issues. It's my failure to discipline him. With a disdainful snort, Old Wu reprimanded, If he has issues, then keep him from embarrassing us in public. I was initially concerned that those young rascals would be too harsh on you Tang clan, but it seems that without a show of strength, you stand on shaky ground. Hearing this, Tang Hao's heart sank. He understood that Old Wu was serious. Just as he sought to plead for leniency, the door that had just been shut was kicked open. Tang Xian entered alongside Lin Yuchen, scanning the room filled with attendees. Lin Yuchen, smirking with a hint of derision, remarked, Uncle Tang, is this the lot that makes you bow your head? You. Before Lin Yuchen could finish, Tang Xian swiftly covered his mouth, having realized that the room was filled with the scions of prominent families. Pulling Tang Xian's hand away, Lin Yuchen spat a few times, puzzled. Why did you stop me from speaking, Tang Xiao? Tang Xian forced a smile and whispered in Lin Yuchen's ear, Lin Xiao, don't you want to see the heirs of our local aristocracy? These are the successors of the native factions. At this revelation, Lin Yuchen was momentarily taken aback. Upon entering, He assumed Tang Qing on the floor was merely a victim of a rural scheme concocted by a girl. He had not anticipated it was a scheme involving the aristocratic families, leaving him at a loss. As the two exchanged whispers, Hu Tingshan, unable to bear it any longer, pointed at Lin Yuchen and shouted, "You over there, stop crawling into your man's embrace in broad daylight. Have you no shame?" This outburst sent laughter rippling through the room of young masters. Feeling the scornful gazes directed at him, Lin Yuchen lowered his head, wishing he could disappear. Aware that the situation was turning against them, Tang Xian quickly helped Tang Qing to his feet and seized Lin Yuchen's hand, leading them towards the exit. "What? Are you sneaking away with your brother and your lover?" Hu Tingshan jeered. Tang Xian, his face flushed with discomfort, shot back, "What more do you want?" "Ask Tang Yuan what he is willing to sacrifice for your family," came a voice from the side. Tang Xian fell silent at this. The Tang family aspired to elevate themselves from mere wealthy merchants to a prestigious clan, and Tang Yuan had invested considerable effort. Yet, given the current predicament, it seemed that both the Tang family and Tang Yuan would have to make sacrifices. With a darkened expression under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Tang Xian picked up his phone and called Tang Yuan. As the call connected, Tang Xian urgently said, "Brother, it's me. Xiao Xian, is CEO Chu with you?" Tang Yuan's voice on the other end was tinged with urgency. "Yes, he is here. What do you need?" "Dang Suan in Guit. Tell CEO Chu that I have decided to go to Yunnan and ask them to spare the Tang family," Tang Yuan's weary voice stated, and then he abruptly hung up. Setting down the now silent phone, Tang Xian turned to face CEO Chu, stating, "CEO Chu, my brother has agreed. He will immediately hand over his work and then head to Yunnan." After a moment of contemplation, CEO Chu responded, "For now, consider this matter settled. The Tang family should expedite the transition with everyone." "I understand, CEO Chu," Tang Xian replied reluctantly. Observing Tang Xian's unwillingness, Hu Tingshan concocted a mischievous suggestion. "Brother, let's give the Tang family this opportunity. As for the other one, shall we send him to Africa to mine?" Hu Tingshan's comment elicited a chorus of coughs throughout the room, as many pointed at him, wanting to object but hesitating. After all, he was a young master from a prominent family abroad, not to be underestimated among those present. Chapter 64, Suppression. Lin Yuchen glared intensely at Hu Tingshan. Noticing a glint of mockery in his eyes, anger surged within him. "How dare he? We have no grievances between us. Why do you target me repeatedly?" Lin Yuchen intended to confront Hu Tingshan directly, but suddenly recalled that he did not even know his name, resulting in a vague inquiry. As the onlookers reveled in the unfolding drama, Tang Xian leaned in and whispered to Lin Yuchen, "This is Hu Tingshan, the eldest grandson of the Ko family in Jiangnan. Next to him are Chu Tianqing, Chu Tiankuo, Zhao Xian, Xiao Linsong, and Su Huanshan." Lin Yuchen's gaze hardened, his anger barely contained as he stared down Hu Tingshan. "As the eldest grandson of the Ko family, I expect an apology from you." Hu Tingshan chuckled, turning to the Chu brothers and quipping, "Cousins, this fellow wants me to apologize." In response, Chu Tianqing merely nodded with a smile, while Chu Tiankuo regarded Lin Yuchen seriously, saying, "Do you realize that even if your father were to come to Longhua in person, he wouldn't dare demand an apology from us? What gives you the audacity, Lin Xiao?" As he spoke, Chu Tiankuo approached Lin Yuchen, looking down on him. "Lin Xiao, have you lost your senses? Do you really think this is Europe, and that your connections reach so far?" "I have not lost my senses." Lin Yuchen's eyes reddened as he roared, startling everyone in the room. Remembering Chu Tiankuo's identity, Lin Yuchen found it increasingly difficult to contain his anger. This very man had toppled his support even before he had landed, and had taken away the construction department of the International Property Company, selling it for a handsome price, uprooting the Lin family's lucrative ventures. Recalling the relentless questioning he faced at the Maritime Conference, Lin Yuchen could no longer restrain himself, ignoring Tang Xian's attempts to dissuade him. He hurled a punch at Chu Tiankuo's face, swift and forceful, nearly connecting with his nose. In a calm demeanor, Chu Tiankuo effortlessly blocked Lin Yuchen's punch and forcefully thrust him to the ground. As Lin Yuchen lay there, Hu Tingshan sneered from behind Chu Tiankuo, "Lin Xiao, your impotent rage is truly unbecoming." "Enough," Chu Tiankuo coldly interrupted him, addressing Lin Yuchen. "Your Lin family ought to present a satisfactory offer. Otherwise, this matter will not simply resolve itself." At this very moment, Lin Yuchen, lying prostrate on ground, bore an expression of sheer astonishment, his mind incessantly replaying the moment when Chu Tiankuo had casually hurled him to the floor with a display of astonishing strength. He couldn't help but ponder, is such power even real? Just then, Tang Xian, noticing Lin Yuchen's stunned demeanor, hastened to assist him to his feet and whispered urgently in his ear, "Young Master Lin, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Let's endure for the moment." As Lin Yuchen rubbed his painfully bruised posterior and slowly regained his footing, he cast a ghostly pallor towards Chu Tiankuo, a frigid smile curling at the corners of his lips as he inquired, "Is this truly how Mr. Chu treats his guests?" However, perhaps due to a stroke of ill fortune or a lapse in his awareness, when Lin Yuchen sought to deliver a few cutting remarks before making his exit, he unexpectedly found his left leg entangled with his right, causing him to stumble forward completely unprepared and crash to the ground. The conference room descended into an eerie silence, the onlookers' expressions resembling that of spectators witnessing a silent play. After being assisted back to his feet by Tang Xian, Lin Yuchen's face displayed a bewildering array of colors, as if he had overturned a spice jar, green, red, and purple, struggling to maintain his composure. "Chu Tiankuo, you have already taken so much from the International Property Group. What more do you wish to extract from the Lin family?" Observing Lin Yuchen's feigned bravado, Chu Tiankuo recognized that his mental defenses had reached their breaking point. With lowered eyelids, he appeared to be contemplating something profound. After a moment, he spoke, "I require all of Lin's projects in Lehigh, as well as a commitment from the Lin family." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchen's expression darkened ominously. If relinquishing the Lehigh projects was akin to sacrificing flesh, demanding a commitment from the Lin family felt like drawing blood. "Mr. Chu, you must understand that such matters are not within the purview of a mere heir like myself. Some things are understood without needing to be articulated." Chu Tiankuo, regarding Lin Yuchen's countenance, chuckled lightly, dismissively asserting, "Lin family has long been scheming in Lehigh. Did you truly believe no one would notice your transparent intentions?" As he concluded, Chu Tiankuo's words were as chilling as a millennium of ice, enveloping Lin Yuchen in a shroud of cold dread, causing him to tremble slightly. "Truly, Mr. Chu is impeccable. Our Lin family has operated so covertly, yet Mr. Chu has seen through it all." Lin Yuchen reflected, pained, closing his eyes. He recalled how the Chu Ting group had thoroughly scoured Lehigh in recent days, uncovering numerous plots tied to the Lin family, and he felt a lingering sense of dread. "Young Master Lin, what are your thoughts?" "Dang Suan in Guit," Lin Yuchen, eyes tightly shut and fatigue etched on his face, hoarsely replied, "I'm most curious about how you intend to deal with Xia Rongjie." Chu Tiankuo, surveying the room with a grave demeanor, responded, "We are all gathered here to address the troubles instigated by Xia Rongjie. It is worth noting that the heads of our families have already taken an interest. Rest assured, the Xia family will pay a far greater price than the Lin family ever could." Upon hearing this, the weight that had burdened Lin Yuchen's heart finally lifted. Yet he steeled himself to respond, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, Mr. Chu, I hope you will always remember that a momentary victory does not signify the end. The Lin family will inevitably rise again." Having spoken, Lin Yuchen resolutely turned and strode purposefully out of the conference room. Meanwhile, Tang Xian cast a contemplative glance at Tang Hao, before leading Tang Qing to follow Lin Yuchen without a backward glance. As for Tang Hao, he rose somewhat dejectedly, offering a respectful bow to Chu Tiankuo before hastily exiting. Watching the others depart, Chu Tiankuo exhaled slowly, having initially intended to deal harshly with the Tang family, only to find the Lin family inadvertently colliding with him. Chapitre 65, Dialogue. "Ladies and gentlemen, we must deliberate on how to confront the Xia family," Chu Tiankuo announced, surveying the assembly. "The actions of the Xia family are patently evident. Even without our intervention, you have successfully thwarted their aims, have you not?" Upon hearing this, Shi Meng's brow furrowed slightly, his grandiloquent speech eliciting discomfort. Chu Tiankuo regarded Shi Meng thoughtfully, arms crossed over his chest, stating plainly, "Elder Shi, if the Shi family wishes to abstain from this matter, we will not impede you." With that, he gestured towards the door. Shi Zoming slammed his hand on the table, rising to point an accusatory finger at Chu Tiankuo, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How can you betray the earnest teachings of the old master?" Hearing Shi Zoming's outburst, Chu Tianqing, who had remained silent until now, fixed his intense gaze on Shi Meng and questioned, "Elder Shi, is your son speaking the truth?" Listening to Chu Tianqing's unrelenting inquiry, Shi Meng sighed, reflecting, "Tianqing, I can honestly say I have no regrets regarding my guidance of Tiankuo." However, Chu Tianqing cast a skeptical glance at Shi Meng, cryptically remarking, "One can never be sure how much truth lies in your words. Anyone can speak well." "You," Shi Zoming, observing Chu Tianqing's disregard for him, attempted to press forward with his inquiry, only to feel Shi Meng discreetly tugging at his sleeve beneath the table, compelling him to retreat. Seated beside Shi Meng, the elder Mu stroked his beard and chuckled at Chu Tiankuo, saying, "Young master of the Chu family, share thoughts. I suspect that the absence of the Shao and Hu families here indicates they have other plans." Zhang's wisdom is indeed sharp. This evening, they prepared extensively to orchestrate this scheme, including Hu Tingshan diverting attention to obscure their true numbers. This strategy had been conceived hastily, as the international airport in Island City was not under the control of the local factions. Thus, they had not concealed their arrival. However, after Xiao Tiankuo and Hu Tingyu exited the airport, they swiftly turned back and departed on a private jet, attempting to escape Island City, which had been thoroughly concealed, yet still caught the attention of Elder Mu. With a wry smile, Chu Tiankuo addressed Elder Mu. You truly possess remarkable insight. Our purpose in coming here is quite simple, to address the Tang family. Yet, who would have thought that the Tang family, faced with such aggression, would capitulate so easily? What murderous intent could a mere youth possibly harbor? Observing Chu Tiankuo's awkward demeanor, Elder Mu analyzed his objectives with a hint of disdain. Contrary to expectations, Chu Tiankuo confidently rebutted this assumption, declaring, "No, our current aim is to engage in dialogue with the local factions, seeking to elevate our collaboration to new heights." As soon as these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. As the leader of the local factions, the Chu family's heir was now seeking to converse with them, aiming for a deeper cooperation, complicating the situation that had initially seemed straightforward. Elder Mu's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he scrutinized Chu Tiankuo, seemingly searching for clues in his expression. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Forging an alliance with the local factions and venturing abroad to combat them is no simple task. It requires the consent of the family heads. His words trailed off, and Chu Tiankuo understood the implication. Yet, since the onset of the conflict, they had been on the defensive against Xia Rongjie's onslaught, and he was no longer inclined to remain passive. This is, after all, no trivial matter, and we, the Shi family, do not concur. Just as Chu Tiankuo's words fell, Shi gestured for Shi Zongming to speak. Once Shi Zongming began, a profound silence enveloped the room. The representatives of the prominent families in Island City, the Shi and Mu families, had unequivocally expressed their dissent, indicating that Chu Tiankuo and his associates had only fulfilled half of their objective in coming to Island City. Chu Tiankuo was acutely aware that their choice was a perilous gamble, one that the elder would undoubtedly oppose. Currently, the foreign-funded families were being fiercely suppressed by the domestic factions. Should Chu Tiankuo's decisions lead to a significant blow to the domestic families, it would likely result in a detrimental impact on the lives of the common folk. Achieving stability under such circumstances was inherently challenging, as any methods employed domestically had their limits, while abroad, the law of the jungle prevailed. Chu Tiankuo could not guarantee a victorious outcome overseas. Hence the elder would remain steadfast in his refusal. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense as Chu Tiankuo leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, while Shi Zongming observed him with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. We, the Mu family, have consented. A melodious voice broke the silence of the conference room, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance, where Mu Chunshun, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, gracefully entered. Fixing her gaze on the composed Chu Tiankuo, she spoke with profound implication. Ali, what you proposed, we, the Mu family, agree to. Let us engage them overseas. Shi Meng, his expression as still as water, cast a scrutinizing look at Mu Chunshun, and quietly remarked to the elder Mu, Mu Yu, your granddaughter is indeed well taught. Ha, let's take our leave, Shi Meng replied. We are simply an obstruction here. The elder Mu regarded his proud granddaughter, who now looked at Chu Tiankuo with eager anticipation. Observing the scene, Mu Yu felt a surge of helplessness, yet managed a faint smile as he followed Elder Wu out of the conference room. In a similar manner, Shi Meng and Shi Zongming, with equally grim expressions, departed as well. Once the group had entirely exited the confines of the conference room, Shi Meng finally mustered the effort to speak, his voice gravelly as he inquired of Mu Yu, did you conspire with that insufferable brat from the Chu family beforehand? Mu Yu gently stroked his chin, a glint of cunning in his eyes, before a mysterious smile graced his lips as he replied, Ha, since I stepped down, the Mu family is beyond my reach. My descendants will have their own fortunes. Perhaps they will achieve a resounding victory overseas. However, Shi Meng, upon hearing this, could only scoff derisively, retorting, such hubris. Those inexperienced youths have no comprehension of the formidable strength their opponents possess. Chapter 66. Bid opening in a banquet hall within the Jinshui building of Tianjin. A palpable tension hung in the air. Xiao Tian sat in his seat, his gaze fixated on the ongoing bidding process for the Binhai district. His heart raced, and his palms were slightly sweaty, betraying his inner anxiety. District Chief Ma stood at the podium, solemnly detailing the intricacies and requirements of the bid. Xiao Tian's listened intently to every word, fearing the omission of any crucial information. His eyes frequently darted between the bidding documents and presentation materials, striving to comprehend and analyze the key elements therein. As time progressed, the bidding intensified, with each competing team exerting their utmost to showcase their strengths and proposals. Hu Tingyu sat quietly beside Xiao Tian's, continuously presenting various critical data, allowing him to maintain a composed demeanor, confident in navigating this fierce competition. Upon witnessing several formidable new companies unexpectedly emerging, Xiao Tian's turned to Hu Tingyu and quietly inquired, "What is the situation? Have we discerned the background of these contenders?" Hu Tingyu adjusted his glasses slightly, responding in a steady voice. Identifying their true identities is not particularly challenging, but the issue lies in determining which of them are colluding with Xia Rongjie. Damn it, we are far too passive against their covert maneuvers. Xiao Tian's glared at the escalating bid prices on the screen, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. Hu Tingyu listened to the prices being announced one after another. His brow furrowed as he gravely remarked, "Once they reach the prices they have quoted, it will be detrimental to us. We can only place our hopes on District Chief Ma." Xiao Tian's observed as one company after another withdrew from the competition, his impatience growing. Although many had exited in the previous round, the remaining competitors remained elusive, making them difficult to gauge. At such a critical juncture, relying solely on personal connections felt utterly unacceptable. Hu Tingyu gently reassured him, "Since we are fully supporting the Xiao family's bid, should they be unsuccessful, we will employ alternative methods to assist them." After contemplating Hu Tingyu's proposed strategy for a considerable time, Xiao Tian's voiced his concerns. "If we forcibly seize the Binhai New District project from them, will District Chief Ma?" Hu Tingyu smiled confidently, whispering in Xiao Tian's ear, "In the past, with the transition in Steel City, the Chu Group invested significantly there. District Chief Ma still owes us a favor. Then we shall accept your favor." Within the Night Rain Pavilion, Chu Tiankuo and Mu Chunshan lingered in the banquet hall, wine glasses in hand. After downing his drink, Chu Tiankuo gazed at the exquisitely composed face of Mu Chunshan, her playful demeanor prompting him to swallow hard and forcibly divert his attention. Sensing the man beside her stiffen involuntarily, Mu Chunshan flashed a sly smile, leaning towards Chu Tiankuo. However, instead of feeling the warmth of his broad chest, she was enveloped by a mingling scent of flowers and wine, causing her nose to twitch slightly in delight. The individual holding Mu Chunshan smirked, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Miss Mu, shouldn't you emerge from my embrace now?" As the melodious chime of his voice echoed in her ears, Mu Chunshan's cheeks flushed crimson, lowering her head like a timid quail as she rose from Chun Xiumei's embrace, unable to meet her gaze. Observing the peculiar atmosphere between the two, Chu Tiankuo discreetly gave Chun Xiumei a thumbs up, truly worthy of her reputation as a captivating woman. For even Mu Chunshan could not resist her allure. Chun Xiumei glided gracefully towards Chu Tiankuo, like a blooming lotus, and gently pinched his ear, softly admonishing, "You reckless fool. If you dare to wrong my sister, do not blame me." Just as her warning hung in the air, her right hand formed a scissor shape, playfully waving in front of Chu Tiankuo's eyes. This series of swift, decisive movements sent a chill coursing through Chu Tiankuo. He understood that Chun Xiumei was not jesting. Her warning was sincere. Immediately adopting a sycophantic demeanor, he reassured her, "Rest assured, elder sister, there is truly nothing amiss between Su Lan and me." As he spoke, he donned an innocent smile, resembling a pleading puppy. Yet, within the depths of Chun Xiumei's bright and captivating eyes, there flickered an elusive shadow of unease. Despite Chu Tiankuo's own uncertainty regarding her feelings for Chun Xiulan, she is acutely aware of the special affection that Chun Xiulan harbors for her. Their initial interactions stemmed from Chun Xiulan's desire to playfully tease Chu Tiankuo. However, as their exchanges progressed, it became evident to Chun Xiumei that Chun Xiulan was utterly sincere. "Xiaoli." Chun Xiumei's expression flickered under the lights. "What is the matter, Meijia?" Chu Tiankuo, while communicating about the bidding scene with Hu Tingyu via his phone, glanced curiously at her. Before Chun Xiumei could articulate her thoughts, Chu Tiankuo raised a hand to interrupt her, pressing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. "Hello, Assistant Wu. It's me. Please expedite the investigation into the organizational structure of the companies I sent you earlier and relay the information back to me swiftly." Chu Tiankuo spoke rapidly into the phone. Observing the man before her, whose eyes darted about with fervor, Chun Xiumei quickly deduced his intentions. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she teased, "What, planning to borrow our terminal Weibo again? Borrowing is acceptable, but you must first agree to one condition from your sister." Chun Xiumei began, only to be interrupted once more by the ringing of Chu Tiankuo's phone. "What? No results found? Not even in the databases of the Who and Co firms? What is it you all are doing? Have there been any significant recent changes in equity or mysterious investments? What? Nothing at all? You still need to investigate, right? Very well. You better provide me with results before 9 o'clock, or you know the consequences. You must relay the information to the bidding site promptly. Although no results will be announced today, nevertheless. Director Chu, we have discovered something unusual. Chapter 67, Jingzhou Construction. Recently, Jingzhou Construction in Jiangling has suddenly received a substantial influx of investment, revitalizing many of their projects that I had previously assessed would surely incur losses. Upon hearing this news, Chu Tiankuo instinctively furrowed his brow. Jingzhou Construction is a cornerstone of Jiangling City's construction. How could they suddenly accept foreign capital? Moreover, reliable sources indicate that this funding originates from a large investment firm in the provincial capital, Wuhan continued. A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Tiankuo as he recognized that this signified not only the control of numerous foreign capital groups by his competitors, but that they also wielded considerable domestic capital. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Wuhan quickly compile the data on Jingzhou Construction, especially the specifics of their new projects. The more detailed, the better. I need to comprehend their true intentions and strategies, then forward a copy to Tingyu and Xiao Tian's at the bidding site. Understood, Director Chu. I will handle it immediately. As he listened to the busy signal on his phone, Chu Tiankuo pondered. The competition for the bidding was intensifying. He must devise a more formidable strategy. If it were merely this, he mused, then it would be no more than a trivial matter. Xia Rongjie, are you prepared to face my retribution? At the bidding venue, Director Ma scrutinized the quotes in his hand, his brow furrowing. He then rose and approached the podium, surveying the room before stating, "We have received notice from above that today's bidding session is temporarily postponed. We are aware of each company's bid thresholds, so please return for now. The specific results will be published on the project website." With that, Director Ma departed with the team from Binhainu District, leaving a group of corporate leaders exchanging bewildered glances. As Director Ma left the venue, his expression was grim as he turned to his secretary, questioning him. "Why was I not informed in advance about the issues with Jingzhou Construction? Do you understand the magnitude of the Binhainu District project?" The secretary, looking aggrieved, replied, "Sir, I was unaware that there were problems with Jingzhou Construction. Isn't it a subordinate unit of Jiangling City Construction? If Jiangling City Construction were behaving properly, that would be one thing. But it appears that the young lords there are oblivious to Jingzhou Construction's intentions," Director Ma said with urgency as he walked. "Sir, what shall we do now?" Lu Cixi has inquired multiple times about the Binhainu District project, the secretary pressed, hurrying to keep pace with Director Ma. Upon hearing Lu Cixi's name, Director Ma halted, then waved his sleeve in irritation, stating if it weren't for Lu Cixi, the Binhainu District project would have been finalized long ago. With that, he hurried into the elevator. Meanwhile, at the bidding venue, Hu Tingyu was discussing the issues surrounding Jingzhou Construction with Xiao Tian's. Observing the suave president of Jingzhou Construction in the hall, Xiao Tian's frowned and asked, "Are you saying that this situation is forcing Director Ma to reconsider?" Hu Tingyu nodded affirmatively, gesturing toward the man across the room. "We were unaware until we investigated. It's shocking. Jingzhou Construction has encountered problems with several projects due to these young lords, and now, with a sudden influx of funds, Director Ma cannot help but be concerned. So how do we respond to this unexpected situation?" Xiao Tian's inquired, his gaze sharp. Director Ma's side is undoubtedly under scrutiny from multiple parties. For now, we can only wait for a resolution from above regarding the issues that have arisen in the bidding, Hu Tingyu said, somewhat dejected. Xiao Tian's nodded, acknowledging that this was the only course of action. Originally, the Xiao family's interest in this project was unprecedented, and they had even sacrificed a subsidiary to exchange for Lin's construction team from Chu's firm. Should they fail to secure this project, coordinating resources merely to sustain that construction team would become a daunting challenge. As they pondered, the two walked side by side toward the exit of the venue. In the elevator, Hu Tingyu suddenly relaxed her previously tense demeanor, a gentle expression gracing her face. Perhaps this is for the best. From today's bidding session, it seems that the higher-ups do not wish to entrust the Binhainu District solely to one company. Now that Jingzhou Construction has first raised issues, they will likely be excluded from consideration. Xiao Tian's fell silent for a moment, recognizing the validity of Hu Tingyu's reasoning. The Binhainu District has become a coveted prize among local factions, and the higher-ups would be reluctant to easily assign it to a single entity for the sake of balance. The elevator soon reached the underground parking lot, and as the two stepped out, they found Wuhan waiting by the car. Approaching them with a serious demeanor, he announced, I have just received news that the funding chain issues at Jingzhou Construction may be more severe than we anticipated. We must act immediately to prevent them from engaging in unfair competition during this bidding. Xiao Tiankuo and Hu Tingyu exchange a knowing glance, fully comprehending the implications of Wu Hanfeng's words. What unfair competition could there be, if not those young lords leveraging their family influence to pressure Director Ma? As the three entered the car, Xiao Tiankuo, who had remained silent for some time, finally spoke. Director Ma will undoubtedly withstand the pressure. Now it depends on how Chu Tiankuo responds. At the Yiyu Guanlan venue, having set his phone down, Chu Tiankuo rose slowly with a smile, walking toward Chen Xiumei. Upon reaching her, he elegantly extended his right hand, gesturing an invitation. Chen Xiumei furrowed her brow, yet understanding his intent, she nodded in agreement. Accompanying him as they exited the banquet hall. Outside the banquet hall, a tranquil and beautiful scene unfolded. The winding path, flanked by an array of exotic flowers and plants, led to a breathtaking sea of blossoms, their delicate fragrance invigorating the spirit. Yiyu Guanlan itself is an expansive Hui-style garden, imbued with classical charm and luxurious Huizhou architecture. The unique style of the buildings within the garden, characterized by white walls and black tiles, with their upturned eaves, vividly reflects the essence of the Jiangnan water town. The pavilions, towers, and scenic rockeries within the garden are meticulously arranged, evoking a profound sense of tranquility and depth. Amidst this picturesque landscape, Chu Tiankuo and Chen Xiumei stroll leisurely, their steps light and unhurried. Upon reaching a gazebo, they sit opposite each other. Chu Tiankuo retrieves a chessboard from beneath the stone table, gesturing for them to engage in a game. Chen Xiumei, with a relaxed demeanor, places a piece and teasingly remarks on Chu Tiankuo's handsome visage. What is it, our esteemed young master? Do you have something you wish to ask your elder sister, but are unsure how to articulate it? Chu Tiankuo, somewhat taken aback, nods in acknowledgement, realizing that these seasoned foxes of the business world can see through him. Although he had not taken many actions, she had still discerned his intentions. Observing Chen Xiumei, who giggles like a cunning fox while covering her mouth, he pleads, Sister, this matter originates within your Jiangling territory. You must assist me. What could possibly trouble our young master to the point of feeling helpless? Chapter 68. The Source of Confidence. It is not that I am incapable of handling it. Rather, you are a scion of a prestigious family in Jiangling. With your profound connections and foundation in the area, if you cannot resolve this issue, who else can I turn to? Wouldn't it reflect poorly on you? Thus, aside from relying on your esteemed presence, I truly have no other recourse. Chu Tiankuo gazes at Chen Xiumei with a hint of flattery. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiumei's hand, poised to place a piece, halts mid-air as she furrows her brow and gazes intently at him. Noticing the sincerity in his expression, devoid of any pretense, she allows a smile to grace her lips, then decisively places her piece, instantly severing the grand dragon Chu Tiankuo had painstakingly nurtured. Oh, so, in the entirety of Jiangling, it seems that only our Chen family has garnered the attention of young Master Chu. What have we done to incur your displeasure? Chen Xiumei's tone remains calm, yet her gaze is piercing, as if she seeks to penetrate the depths of Chu Tiankuo's thoughts. No, absolutely not. How could I harbor such thoughts? It's merely that our recent activities have been rather frequent, and I fear it may provoke the discontent of Elder Hu. After all, he is not someone to be trifled with. Thus, I thought to enlist your assistance, dear sister, to personally intervene in this matter. Chu Tiankuo, his forehead glistening with a sheen of perspiration. Speak plainly, do not feign modesty. Your pretentious demeanor is quite off-putting. Chen Xiumei bluntly exposes him, her eyes reflecting clear disdain. In response, Chu Tiankuo offers a resigned smile, opting for candor. You must have heard of Jingzhou Construction, correct? Chen Xiumei furrows her elegant brow slightly, regarding him with a hint of confusion. Are you referring to that group of frivolous youths involved with Jingzhou Construction? As far as I know, their business does not intersect with your Chu group. It is not a matter of business conflict. Rather, my assistant recently uncovered some intriguing circumstances. However, due to the involvement of others, we cannot intervene directly. Therefore, I hope to leverage your esteemed reputation to admonish them. With a gentle sigh, Chu Tiankuo elaborates on the situation's intricacies. After absorbing the details regarding Jingzhou Construction, Chen Xiumei nods thoughtfully, signaling her understanding, before falling into a contemplative silence. The moonlight, like flowing water, cascades down, draping Chen Xiumei in a silvery veil, rendering her as enchanting as a celestial being descended from the moon. Coupled with the gentle babbling of the stream in the garden, this scene unfolds before Chu Tiankuo like a vivid painting of a graceful lady. After a moment, Chen Xiumei lightly parts her lips, I'm aware of the issue you mentioned. I will notify their elders to guide them properly. It was wise of you to seek me out, elder who has been quite exasperated with them, and with your identification of their mistakes. I believe they will mend their ways thereafter. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo is elated, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, sister. We truly underestimated the situation this time. Very well. What you must do now is to clip their external wings. You know that it takes two to tango without external interference. They would lack the audacity to act so brazenly. Chun Xiaomei observes the playful Chu Tiankuo with a mix of exasperation and amusement, pondering how a seemingly affluent young master could be so whimsical in private. Rest assured, sister, we have already made arrangements with the foreign investors. In the bustling heart of Shanghai, the Lin International Hotel stands tall and prominent. At this moment, Xia Rongjie's countenance is as dark as a storm cloud, glaring at the discarded luggage. Clenching his fists in anger, he fixes a wrathful gaze on the apologetic butler of the Lin family, forcing out the words through gritted teeth. Are you truly prepared to sever all ties with the Xia family? In the face of Xia Rongjie's inquiry, the butler remains impassive, though he leans slightly closer, whispering into Xia Rongjie's ear. Young Master Xia, this directive comes directly from the chairman. The incident was instigated by you, leading to consequences that are far too severe. Even our Lin family has been implicated. As he speaks, the butler gestures towards the Lin International Hotel, continuing. Now, even this hotel where you are staying has been compensated to the Su family group in Shanghai by the Lin family. How could this be? Xia Rongjie, whose face once carried an air of charm and mischief, is now filled with shock and disbelief. His eyes widen as he points accusingly at the Lin International Hotel, his voice rising an octave. If we lose this hotel, how will the Lin family be left with anything but some processing contracts in Longhua? With a slight sigh, the butler reflects on how he initially believed that the chairman had sent Xia Rongjie to Longhua to benefit from his exploits, only to realize that Xia Rongjie was merely a shield against the fallout of his own actions. From the initial request to Elder Li for intervention, being reprimanded by the chairman, to now, where Xia Rongjie has disrupted the established order, the Lin family's international assets have been devoured by local factions. He cannot even extricate himself without significant sacrifice. Within a week of Xia Yuqing's arrival in Longhua, the Lin family suffered losses exceeding hundreds of billions. Were it not for the faction behind Xia Rongjie allocating some resources to compensate the Lin family, he would have found it nearly impossible to withdraw from this predicament unscathed. Recalling the trouble Xia Rongjie has stirred, the butler's typically stoic face betrays a hint of mockery as he observes the once proud Xia Rongjie, thinking to himself that while he still has the opportunity, he might as well make a scene. When the repercussions come, he may not even have the chance to protest. The Lin International Hotel, situated in the bustling center of Shanghai, naturally becomes the focal point for a gathering crowd, drawn in by the spectacle. They form a circle, eyes glued to the commotion, punctuating the atmosphere with laughter and gossip. Faced with this sea of onlookers and the biting jeers, Xia Rongjie feels utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Realizing that lingering here would only exacerbate his embarrassment, he shoots a venomous glare at the butler and retorts, "Just wait. Once I return to Europe, you will see what I am capable of." No sooner had he spoken than he began dragging his luggage, determined to hail a passing taxi and leave the scene. However, the guards, who had been lying in wait, denied him that opportunity. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xia Rongjie? We would like your cooperation regarding a case involving bribery." Chapter 69. Is this merely a game that one cannot afford to play? In the interrogation room, Xia Rongjie is relieved of his hood. As Summer Rongjie gazed upon the two figures seated before him, their striking resemblance sent a chill coursing through his veins. With their stern countenances and piercing gazes, their lineage was unmistakable. His presence in this place could only herald dire consequences. One of the guards, poised with a pen, prepared to take notes, while the other inquired, "You are Summer Rongjie, correct? Do you know Wang Jianxin?" At the mention of Wang Jianxin's name, a flicker of panic crossed Summer's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of composure, replying, "Who is Wang Jianxin? I have never heard of him." The guard chuckled softly, extracting a stack of photographs from a folder and presenting them to Summer one after another. Upon seeing the images, his expression darkened. They depicted clandestine meetings between him and Wang Jianxin, suggesting the photographer had been tailing him for quite some time. "This is slander. I have never met this person," Summer stammered, his face paling as he protested. "Moreover, the individual in the photograph is so blurred. How can you ascertain that it is me?" Amused by Summer's feeble denials, the guard smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes, and said, "I apologize, Mr. Summer, but we seem to have made an error with the photographs." At his words, Summer exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for his keen observations, he might have been easily deceived. He was aware that news of Wang Jianxin's investigation had not even reached him, and given Wang's stature, he would not easily divulge information that could jeopardize the safety of his family abroad. I told you I know nothing of Wang Jianxin or Ma Jianxin, he insisted. However, his confidence was short-lived as the guard produced a document and handed it to Summer, saying, "Please take a look at this document, Mr. Summer, and see if you recognize its contents." Confused, Summer accepted the file, only to find it contained high-definition photographs of his encounters with Wang Jianxin, alongside images of Wang being taken away for questioning. The evidence was irrefutable. His face drained of color once more, and he realized he was truly ensnared. "Xia Rongjie, what do you have to say for yourself now?" The guard asked coldly. In a moment of desperation, Summer exclaimed, "I am a British citizen. I possess diplomatic immunity, and I have not given Wang Jianxin any gifts. You have no right to detain or judge me." The guard regarded the frantic Summer with an amused expression, lightly applauding, and said, "If we were indeed the guard you think we are, we might have offered you some leniency. Alas, we are not." Taken aback, Summer stared intently at the two young men before him, recalling his grandfather's descriptions of the guards, those who blended seamlessly into crowds. Yet, it was clear these two were military personnel. Reflecting on their earlier intimidation tactics, Summer felt a wave of nausea, his body succumbing to faintness as he fell to the ground. The guards exchanged glances and shared a bemused smile. They had anticipated a tougher opponent and dispatched the elite action team from the Wang family. To their surprise, it took little effort to subdue Summer, who had practically surrendered. As Summer regained consciousness under the warm sunlight, he was met with an unexpected sight, a monkey's face mere inches from his own. Startled, he let out a scream and instinctively attempted to flee, only to find his legs bound by some unseen restraints. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The monkey, witnessing his plight, screeched with delight, seemingly mocking his predicament. Filled with rage, Summer gritted his teeth and struggled to free himself from the ropes around his legs. Once upright, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the desolation, a barren landscape filled only with trees and those bothersome monkeys. Anger boiled within him as he contemplated his situation, yearning to confront Chu Tiankuo and demand, "Are you truly incapable of handling this?" Suddenly, he felt a slick sensation on his backside, and upon inspecting it, his face paled in horror. Despite his mental preparations, he could not suppress his nausea. For someone who typically wouldn't even bother to wipe, finding himself in such a state was unbearable. After finally cleaning his hands on a tree, he caught sight of the mocking monkey once more. Reaching his emotional limit, he picked up a stone and hurled it at the creature. Watching it scamper away, he sneered, cursing, "Even you, wretched monkey, dare to provoke me? I wonder how many eyes Lord Summer has." Yet, just as he relished his small victory, he heard the unmistakable chattering of monkeys overhead, followed by the sound of branches swaying. Glancing up, he was met with a horde of monkeys swinging through the trees, their eyes glinting with malice as they descended upon him. He retreated, desperately seeking cover, but the monkeys, agile and relentless, encircled him, led by the very monkey he had just driven away. Suddenly, the lead monkey screeched, signaling the attack. Summer's heart raced as beads of sweat formed on his brow. He grasped a nearby branch, attempting to fend off the advancing monkeys, but they were undeterred, launching themselves at him with ferocity. His clothing was torn, and his skin bore scratches as he finally broke free from the circle of monkeys, his appearance a disheveled mess. Before he could catch his breath, the monkeys spotted him once more, though they seemed hesitant to approach, viciously screeching from the trees. Seeing them halt, Summer's spirits lifted, and he taunted the monkeys. "Come at me." They seemed eager to charge, but the older monkeys held back their younger counterparts. One elder monkey picked up a stone and hurled it at Summer. The unexpected projectile startled him, prompting him to duck behind a tree. The others, observing his reaction, followed suit, pelting him with stones. As the barrage continued, Summer felt a wave of embarrassment and helplessness wash over him. He dodged left and right under the rain of stones, but escape proved elusive. His face turned pale, dread and despair filling his gaze. Chapter 70, An Uninvited Guest. Summer ran through the forest, desperately evading the relentless stone assault from the monkeys. The rocks struck the ground around him, creating a cacophony of noise as his heart raced and his breaths quickened. Cursing the sudden onslaught, he searched for a refuge. In his frantic state, he stumbled upon a cave and, without hesitation, darted inside. Although a strange odor lingered within, it offered at least a temporary reprieve from the monkey horde attacks. Nervously leaning against the cave wall, he listened intently to the sounds outside, hoping that the troop of monkeys would soon disperse. After a while, The cacophony gradually faded, and Xia Rongjie finally exhaled in relief, sliding down from the cave wall. Suddenly, he felt something jab against his backside from his pants pocket. Upon investigation, he discovered a lighter, observing the dim light within the cave. A confident smile crept across Xia Rongjie's face. Chu Tiankuo, perhaps you never anticipated this. I've already mastered wilderness survival during my first year abroad. Gathering some dry grass, he removed the tattered remnants of his clothing and fashioned a rudimentary torch by wrapping it around a branch, then proceeded into the cave, torch held high. Meanwhile, in the night rain pavilion, Chu Tiankuo opened the window, basking in the sunlight that graced his face, revealing a hint of contentment. Glancing at his watch, he turned back inside to tidy up. Upon exiting the villa, he was met by Wu Hanfeng, who had traveled all the way from Linhai and was now standing in the hall of Night Rain Pavilion. Noticing the deep circles under Wu Hanfeng's eyes and the sparse stubble on his face, it was evident he had not rested at all the previous night. Chu Tiankuo sauntered towards the dining room, with Wu Hanfeng silently trailing behind. The two entered a vacant private booth in unison, closing the door behind them. When the waiter brought their breakfast, Chu Tiankuo shook his head with a slight smile and said, "What's this? Were you planning to perform a silent act if I didn't ask you anything?" Wu Hanfeng paused for a moment before managing a bitter smile. After flying from Linhai to Shanghai and coordinating matters with Xia Rongjie, he had rushed to the island city, having not slept a wink throughout the night. He was taken aback to encounter the waking Chu Tiankuo so soon after his arrival. "Chu, I was pondering whether it was truly wise to abandon Xia Rongjie there." Observing Wu Hanfeng's worried expression, Chu Tiankuo scoffed lightly and reassured him, "Rest assured, there are no ferocious beasts lurking there. As for whether he can find his way out, that depends on his luck." On hearing this, Wu Hanfeng finally relaxed, realizing that Chu Tiankuo had indeed been quite ruthless, sending Xia Rongjie deep into the mountains. According to the action team, that mountain was called Wolf Mountain, which only heightened his concern. It is known that in Longwa, intentional homicide is a grave offense, and the upper echelons impose even stricter regulations on signs of prominent families. If the internal guards were to discover such an incident, it would escalate into a far graver matter. Holding a glass of milk, Chu Tiankuo spoke casually, "While the higher-ups have granted us some leeway, the restrictions we face will only grow more stringent. This is the delicate balance they maintain. Take the third young master of the Tang family, for instance. Though he merely engaged in promiscuous gatherings, the presence of underage girls among the participants led to the Tang family swiftly arranging for him to be sent abroad, despite their status as the foremost family in the island city." At this juncture, a slight sigh escaped Chu Tiankuo's lips. The current aristocracy is merely a pack of hounds kept by those above. As soon as he finished speaking, the booth fell into a heavy silence. Observing Wu Hanfeng's rigid posture, Chu Tiankuo sighed softly and reassured him, "You should eat first. I need to step out for a moment. After you finish your meal, go directly to the manager and have him arrange a place for you to rest." After giving Wu Hanfeng's shoulder a reassuring pat, he strode out of the booth. Initially intending to seek a quiet corner for breakfast, the bustling atmosphere of the dining room quickly dissuaded him from that idea. Exiting the dining area, he contemplated taking a moment in the floral hall of Night Rain Pavilion when he unexpectedly encountered the imposing figure of Chun Xiaomei approaching. As she reached Chu Tiankuo, her eyebrows arched in displeasure, and she tugged at his ear, chiding, "You fool. What do you think Xia Rongjie is? Was it necessary to provoke the higher-ups by breaking their rules?" Realizing her concern for him, Chu Tiankuo felt the pressure of her small hand gripping his ear and shifted his body in response, exclaiming, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Sister, I only intended to teach him a lesson. I never meant to end his life." At this, Chun Xiaomei released her grip, and after delivering a playful kick to his leg, she indignantly took a seat on a bench in the floral hall. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Tiankuo approached her side, attempting to curry favor with a hint of flattery. "Sister, do not underestimate me. I too am a scion of an aristocratic family and understand what can and cannot be done." Upon hearing these words, Chun Xiaomei's previously subsided anger surged back, her finger jabbing at Chu Tiankuo's forehead as she reprimanded, "Do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? Yesterday, you sent someone to apprehend Xia Rongjie in Shanghai. An elderly was immediately irked with Elder Hu. Is elderly really so impatient?" Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing that elderly had taken action, as if this matter weighed heavily upon him. Observing that Chu Tiankuo remained unfazed by the gravity of the situation, Chun Xiaomei sighed softly, expressing her exasperation. "Do you know that this morning, Elder Xiong from Jiangling contacted me? He mentioned that while your actions were provoked, you can injure him, but you must not take his life." Acknowledging Elder Xiong's intervention, Chu Tiankuo nodded in silence, understanding that the course of retaliation had already been set. He then recounted his mischievous plan to Chun Xiaomei. When she heard that Chu Tiankuo had cast Xia Rongjie into Wolf Mountain, Chun Xiaomei burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she doubled over with mirth. She was all too familiar with that location and knew it would serve as an excellent lesson for Xia Rongjie. Just as they were engaged in idle conversation, the manager of Night Rain Pavilion hurried over to Chu Tiankuo, whispering urgently, "Young master, someone insists on seeing you, and we are unable to stop him. Assistant Wu has asked me to notify you." Noticing the genuine anxiety on the manager's face, Chu Tiankuo's curiosity was piqued regarding the identity of the visitor. It was well known that behind Night Rain Pavilion stood Chu Tianxing, and few would dare to brazenly intrude. Rising to straighten his attire, Chu Tiankuo extended his hand towards Chun Xiaomei, inviting, "Might I be fortunate enough to have you accompany me, sister?" After rolling her eyes at his playful banter, Chun Xiaomei slowly rose and placed her hand in his. Upon reaching the front courtyard of Night Rain Pavilion, Chu Tiankuo's eyes narrowed at the spectacle presented by the visitor. Clearly, this arrival was not benign, for those with good intentions do not come unannounced. Chapter 71. A humorous blunder. The hall of Night Rain Pavilion was bustling with noise as a young man, accompanied by a group, forcefully attempted to enter. "What is this?" Has the eldest son of the Leaf family from Huaishi completely abandoned all semblance of dignity? Chun Xiaomei's voice echoed from a nearby corridor, and the previously raucous hall fell into a profound silence upon hearing her reprimand. The expression on the Leaf family's eldest son's face darkened as he recognized the familiar voice. His gaze fixated on the source, murmuring uncertainly, "Miss Chun?" Turning around, he was met with the sight of Chun Xiaomei and Chu Tiankuo emerging from the floral hall corridor together. Chun Xiaomei leaned closer to Chu Tiankuo and whispered, "This is the eldest son of the Leaf family from Huaishi, Li Yuanchun." Upon hearing the name, Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed slightly, his voice tinged with inquiry. "Is he the Leaf family's disgrace?" Chun Xiaomei applied a slight pressure on Chu Tiankuo's arm, seemingly to confirm his suspicion. Chu Tiankuo Li Yuanchun, taking in the heavily made-up figure before him, making it difficult to reconcile this appearance with that of the eldest son of the Leaf family from Huaishi. It was well known that during his time with the Shi family, he had almost severed contact with his elders, limiting his understanding of the aristocracy in the island city. Upon his return to Linhai, he found himself subjected to an intense and thorough review of familial alliances and the names and images of heirs within the Wang family's library. Relentlessly pressed by Wang Yu, the name Li Yuanchun had crossed his eyes in the archives. He was aware that the eldest son of the Huaishi Li family had been cast out for a foreign woman, forever marked by his expulsion from the family tree. While the name matched, the image did not. Records described him as a dashing young gentleman, yet now it was difficult to suppress doubts regarding his sexual orientation. Recalling the question posed him earlier by Chun Xiaomei, it seemed evident that his presence here today was likely due to one Summer Rongjie. "Master Chu, what have you done to Summer Rongjie?" Li Yuanchun approached Chu Tiankuo with an assertive stride, his tone bordering on confrontational. Chu Tiankuo chuckled lightly, feigning indifference as he replied, "Why, Master Li, what interest do you have in a man? Could it be that after such an extended stay abroad, your orientation has shifted?" Upon hearing the provocation laced within Chu Tiankuo's words, Li Yuanchun's expression darkened instantly. "Chu Tiankuo, do not defy the established decorum," he warned, his words as unyielding as ancient ice, exuding a chilling aura. "You must comprehend that here in Longwa, should you truly have harmed Summer Rongjie, the higher authorities will not let you off lightly." Listening to Li Yuanchun's threats, Chu Tiankuo felt an immediate disinterest. It seemed that these foreign-born heirs returned only to engage in bluster. One must understand that in the domestic arena of noble families, threats held little weight. It was the cunning of each individual that dictated the outcome. "You are aware this is Longwa. Such a sizable individual cannot simply vanish," Chu Tiankuo scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Li Yuanchun's warning. Li Yuanchun narrowed his eyes, observing the gathering of onlookers from noble families who had encircled them, instantly realizing he had posed a foolish question. If one were to claim that the most flamboyant heirs in the world resided anywhere, it would undoubtedly be Longwa, for his noble scions abroad never concealed their predilections. He had recently received word that their financiers' kin in West Asia had been captured by mercenaries, purportedly at the hands of the Longwa's ghostly figures from the maritime era. The mere mention of the woofing pirate crew had nearly sent him reeling, for during the Ming dynasty, the woofing fleet had been closely tied to his only family. Moreover, their financiers' kin's adversaries had recently acquired a significant cache of weaponry, allegedly from negotiations with northern industries. Recently, several logistics conglomerates associated with Longwa had been frequently shipping steel pipes, gas canisters, sugar, and fertilizers to West Asia. To any discerning eye, It was clear whom these goods were intended for. His intent in coming to Longhua was to leverage his status as a noble heir to negotiate with northern industries, hoping to offset previous orders directed towards West Asia with a substantial new contract. To his astonishment, upon his arrival in Longhua, he learned that Xia Rongjie had been taken away in Shanghai by the internal guards, prompting him to hastily seek an audience with elderly, given their shared lineage. A mere inquiry revealed that the internal guards had received no orders the previous night. A deeper investigation uncovered that the chief assistant of the Chu group had hurriedly arrived and departed from Shanghai, allowing him to deduce who had been responsible for the night's actions. Thus, he rushed over, eager to clarify matters directly with Chu Tiankuo. If Xia Rongjie were alive, it would be simple to secure his release. If he were dead, it would be even more advantageous for negotiating terms with the Chu group. Yet, he had overlooked one critical point. Although Longhua's noble heirs may flaunt their eccentricities abroad, they adhered strictly to decorum at home. Having spent too long in Europe and witnessing the behaviors of affluent heirs there, he had forgotten the intrinsic dignity upheld by Longhua's noble families, leading him to hastily confront Chu Tiankuo with a rather foolish inquiry. Now recalling the awkward situation, Li Yuanshun forced a laugh. I must have been muddled from last night's revelries. My apologies for disturbing you, Master Chu. I shall take my leave. As he turned to exit, fatefully, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xia Rongjie. Li Yuanshun's expression soured. During his time abroad, he had frequently dealt with this cunning old fox and understood just how much he valued Xia Rongjie, the last scion of his line. The scene before him resembled being cornered on a narrow bridge, with wolves ahead and tigers behind, leaving him trembling in isolation. In this precarious predicament, he had little choice but to choose the lesser of two evils. Gritting his teeth, he answered the call. Hello, Elder Xia. There are quite a few people here. It's not convenient to talk. I've heard you've arrived in Island City. Have you uncovered Rongjie's whereabouts? Xia Rongjie's hoarse voice came through the receiver. Upon hearing this question, Li Yuanshun silently lamented. As a scion groomed by a prestigious family, he was keenly aware of the delicate balance required in dealing with domestic noble families. With the protection of the Huaishili family, Chu Tiankuo could not harm him here. Yet, facing the old rogue Xia Rongjie, he could not straightforwardly declare that his unfortunate grandson was unharmed, merely having faced some retribution from the heir of the Chu family. Such words, once uttered, would surely invite death at the hands of assassins dispatched by Xia Rongjie upon his departure from the country. Elder Xia, I have yet to see him. Please wait until I do, and I will certainly inquire on your behalf. No need for inquiries. I am right here. How about it? Elder Xia, would you care to speak with me directly? Chu Tiankuo's voice interjected, instantly rendering Li Yuanshun's delaying tactics a farce. Who is it? Who is beside you? Xia Rongjie's voice brimmed with suspicion, directing his inquiry at Li Yuanshun. Li Yuanshun surveyed the assembly of noble heirs encircling him, many of whom were childhood acquaintances, their eyes glistening with amusement. This made him feel utterly humiliated. Who was Xia Rongjie? No one understood better than these local noble heirs, the very first to be expelled from Longhua by the united front of local families. Back then, how vast was the commercial empire of Xiaoyu Holdings? How many resources did it command? Even the local families had to exert considerable effort to dismantle Xia's commercial stronghold overnight. Had it not been for the Li family of Hedong seeking assistance from the then Minister of Justice, Xia Rongjie would have indeed been delivered into the hands of local authorities. Seeing the circle of onlookers, Chu Tiankuo recognized the inappropriateness of addressing Xia Rongjie in such a public forum. He gestured for Li Yuanshun, who was nearly sinking into the ground with embarrassment, to come closer. Li Yuanshun seized the opportunity as if he had discovered a lifeline, hurrying in the direction Chu Tiankuo had indicated, alongside Chen Xiumei. With the protagonists departed, the spectators lost interest and began to gather in groups, discussing how Chu Tiankuo would handle Xia Rongjie. Master Mu, observing the trio's departure, spoke disdainfully. What has become of Li Yuanshun? When I first encountered him years ago, he possessed a certain vigor befitting a noble heir. Now he has transformed into a mere shadow of himself. Coincidentally, Hu Tingshan, walking nearby, perked up at these words, feeling a kinship in thought. Truly, it seems that heroes share similar views. May I inquire, which family do you hail from, young sir? Upon noticing Hu Tingshan, Master Mu's eyes brightened. As a scion of the Mu family, attending such gatherings was merely to forge connections with distinguished families like Hu's. Now that Hu Tingshan had approached him, Master Mu quickly seized the opportunity, introducing himself. I am Mu Yunfan, a side branch of the Mu family in Island City. Hu Tingshan regarded the spirited Mu Yunfan with admiration, exclaiming, when winds rise and waves crash, there will come a time to hoist the sails and navigate the vast seas. The expectations placed upon you by the parents of Master Mu are considerable indeed. Mu Yunfan seems rather pleased by Hu Tingshan's praise, modestly responding, "Oh no. You flatter me, Master Hu." Observing the somewhat awkward young scions of minor families beside him, and then glancing at the poised Mu Yunfan, Hu Tingshan could not help but nod inwardly, recognizing the abundance of talent within the Mu family of Island City. First, there were the Mu sisters who dominated the business realm, one managing external affairs while the other oversaw internal matters, ensuring the Mu enterprise was impeccably organized, with scarcely a bidding error to their name. Now, the young gentleman before him from the Mu family also proved to be an exceptional talent. Given his dignified demeanor and interactions today, it would be effortless for him to manage a subsidiary with a market valuation in the hundreds of billions in the future. Reflecting on this, Hu Tingshan shook his head and, with a light chuckle, remarked, "Your perspective resonates closely with mine. First, there's Lin Yuqing, and now Li Yuanshun, both, from our viewpoint, exhibit a rather flamboyant demeanor." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfan curiously inquired of Hu Tingshan, "Master Hu, would you enlighten us on whether they truly are as you describe?" In response, Hu Tingshan chuckled and began to recount the transformations of Lin Yuqing and Li Yuanshun, provoking hearty laughter from those around them. Meanwhile, the young scions accompanying Mu Yunfan inwardly lamented their plight, while the more influential heirs were unperturbed by the Li family's reputation. They, as lesser families, could hardly withstand any potential retribution from the Li clan. Inside the flower hall, as the three settled in, Chu Tiankuo gestured towards Li Yuanshun, still on the line, indicating he should activate the speakerphone. Li Yuanshun promptly complied, resigned to the current predicament. Traveling abroad was no longer an option, and he could only wait for the Chu family to dismantle the Xia enterprise before making any moves. Should the Chu family fail to eradicate Xia, he'd have no choice but to return and inherit the family business. With this thought, he leaned against a pillar, adopting an expression of detached amusement. Observing Li Yuanshun's compliance, Chu Tiankuo was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the eldest son of the Huaishi Li family to be so accommodating. Thus, he addressed the phone, saying, "Senior Xia, how about we have a discussion?" Upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's voice, Xia Huaichu hesitated before querying, "You must be Chu Tiankuo, right? I recall you are the son of Chu Chun." "Indeed, you remember my father." "I'm pleasantly surprised," Chu Tiankuo replied candidly, feeling there was no need to conceal this from Xia Huaichu. Who could say whether remnants of the once mighty Xia Yu holdings still lingered among the high-end venues of Island City? After the return from Juzhou, the Chu family had spearheaded a thorough cleansing of the four major logistics groups, uncovering several instances of infiltration by Xia Yu's remnants. Had they not discovered this in time, the consequences could have been catastrophic, with countless ships docking daily at the four logistics hubs. Upon hearing Chu Tiankuo affirm his identity, Xia Huaichu fell into a contemplative silence before slowly asking, "What have you done with Rongjie? If anything has befallen him, I will not let you off easily." "Not let me off easily? Are you suggesting that someone like Xia Rongjie would attempt to have me assassinated?" "Senior, please engage your antiquated mind. What era are we in? Still resorting to blades and firearms? Threatening others is the hallmark of a petty thug, and no amount of street wisdom will alter that. If one possesses a modicum of intellect, they would never choose to treat me in such a manner." "Cough, cough, cough. You little scoundrel, like your deceased father. You are insufferable. Are you not afraid of meeting the same fate as Chu Chun?" Xia Huaichu seemed incensed by Chu Tiankuo's remarks, a series of coughs emanating from the phone. Hearing Xia Huaichu insult his father, Chu Tiankuo narrowed his eyes, while he was generally good-natured. He was not one to tolerate disrespect. "Old man, do you honestly believe that even with your family wiped out, I would perish? Do you think that after your demise, I wouldn't arrange for a group to dance on your grave? Lack of upbringing is simply that. No wonder you ended up with a dead wife and son." "Oh, I almost forgot. Had certain individuals not knelt before the Liu family in Hedong, they might have had their ancestral graves unearthed." Assistant Wu, intensify the pressure on young Master Xia. Don't let him enjoy himself, Chu Tiankuo commanded before abruptly hanging up. The two individuals in the pavilion stared at Chu Tiankuo, dumbfounded, evidently astonished that such venomous words could emerge from the lips of this noble young man. "What's wrong? Why are you both looking at me like that?" Chu Tiankuo asked, perplexed by their astonishment. "Well, you've certainly taken a rather extreme stance," Li Yuanshun replied somewhat dryly, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Chun Xiumei rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on from Chu Tiankuo's earlier remarks, which had been exceedingly provocative. "Shaoli, you've lost your composure. As the pillar of this generation's prominent families, you must maintain your image in public." Unable to resist, Chun Xiumei offered her admonition. Chu Tiankuo regarded the two with a hint of seriousness, asking, "Am I mistaken? Isn't Xia Huaichu merely a petty thug?" At this, Li Yuanshun couldn't help but give Chu Tiankuo a thumbs up. After all, with Xia Huaichu's current status and power, it had been a long time since anyone dared to mock him so brazenly. "Young Master Chu, I'm impressed. You truly embody the leading figure of the local faction. Li Yuanshun Ramarka. And you, young Master Li, are no less an elite of the foreign investment faction. Otherwise, you would have been sent to replace Xia Rongjie." Chu Tiankuo's words were devoid of any pretense, yet they sent a shiver down Li Yuanshun's spine. The mention of Xia Rongjie served as a clear warning for him to behave while in the country. If he were to act out, he could easily become a cautionary tale like Xia Rongjie. Li Yuanshun, not one to be easily intimidated, suppressed his anger and retorted, "I'm still a son of the Huaishili family. I understand the customs of a local faction, but young Master Chu, do not overstep your bounds." Chu Tiankuo chuckled lightly, recognizing that Li Yuanshun was on the brink of losing control. "Very well, let our business dealings determine the outcome." With no further progress to be made, Li Yuanshun took his leave, departing with an air of indignation. Observing Chu Tiankuo's indifferent demeanor, Chun Xiaomei curiously asked, "What is the matter? You weren't so accommodating when dealing with Xia Rongjie and Lin Yuqing." Chu Tiankuo lazily stretched, subtly commenting, "If Xia Rongjie is a pig, and Lin Yuqing a rat, then the esteemed young Master Li here is merely a dog, a guard dog, to be precise. In Longwa, without the backing of a powerful family, those like him, akin to rootless duckweed, are merely the fattened prey in our sights." Seeing Chu Tiankuo's confidence bordering on arrogance, Chun Xiaomei couldn't help but pour a cold bucket of water on him. "You might be underestimating young Master Li. That is hardly a wise habit. Remember, he is hailed as the most outstanding heir of the Li family in this generation. The second son, Li Yuanjie, at merely 24, has already been appointed as county lieutenant. And even he deems himself inferior to Li Yuanshun, indicating that he is not as lacking as you suggest. Li Yuanshun is indeed competent, but he lacks conviction. If not for the matter concerning Xia Rongjie, I would have given him a second thought. However, under the pressure from Xia Huaichu, he appears to me as a dog on a leash, easily led, hardly a threat." As the words fell, Chu Tiankuo rose with a semblance of nonchalance. Effortlessly locating the liquor cabinet within the floral hall, he withdrew a bottle of vintage wine and took a delicate sip. Observing the dazed Chu Tiankuo, who held a wine glass, Chun Xiaomei raised her eyebrows slightly, taken aback by the unexpected growth he had exhibited in just over a month. In the Shishir building, within the office of Shiyu, her newly appointed assistant, Zhao Yi, was reporting the recent happenings in Island City. Many questioned the credentials of this woman, who had just graduated and ascended to the position of assistant to the general manager. Nevertheless, Shiyu resolutely disregarded the dissenting opinions and promoted Zhao Yi to her current role, particularly in light of the events that had transpired at Yeyou Guanlan, which now lay before Shiyu, showcasing Zhao Yi's capabilities. Looking at the seemingly fragile woman before her, Shiyu felt a surge of admiration. In her past life, this woman was a formidable figure in Island City, a wife of a wealthy heir who, amid the fierce competition for inheritance, adeptly transformed her husband's nearly defunct subsidiary into a company valued at billions, solely through her indomitable will and exceptional vision. Yet now, she found herself merely a fresh graduate, struggling to secure employment, while Shiyu had seized the opportunity to bring her under her wing during this transitional phase. As Zhao Yi succinctly analyzed the recent occurrences in Island City, Shiyu's expression darkened upon encountering a photograph within the material she provided, depicting Chu Tiankuo with Chun Xiaomei. Gazing at the radiant woman in the picture, Shiyu's eyes narrowed. She instantly recognized Chun Xiaomei, who in her previous life had been renowned alongside Mu Chunshun as the twin jewels of the business world. It was she and Mu Chunshun who had wrested control of Chuli Logistics from Shi's grasp. Now, standing unabashedly beside Ah Chu, it should have been me at his side. Shiyu fumed, her resentment boiling as she recalled the despair of that moment, nearly crumpling the documents in her hands. Noticing the silence from Shiyu, Zhao Yi, who had been reporting, quickly inquired, Shirzong. The sound of her voice snapped Shiyu back to reality, and with a hint of embarrassment, she explained, "I apologize, I was reminded of some past events." Observing her assistant's bewilderment, she recognized that Zhao Yi had yet to gain prominence in the circles of Island City's elite, and her thoughts had strayed. Thus, Shiyu offered a gentle smile, reassuring her, "Your analysis captures the overall direction accurately. However, you have yet to grasp the critical nuances. Please allow me some time to reflect alone. You may go for now." With that, she dismissed Zhao Yi and returned her attention to the documents on her desk. Relieved by Shiyu's comforting words, Zhao Yi exhaled softly and quietly closed the office door. Upon returning to her desk, she pondered where she might have faltered. Yet, as she sat at her workstation, she remained perplexed, unable to discern her misstep. Recalling the moment when Shiyu had paused during her report, she promptly opened her computer to investigate. Meanwhile, Chun Li, having organized the day's materials, noticed Zhao Yi's troubled expression as she sat before her computer, seemingly struck by some setback. Intrigued, Chun Li approached her, curious about what had caused Zhao Yi's distress. After all, when Shiyu had elevated Zhao Yi to the position of assistant, some of the veteran employees had harbored doubts about her competence, questioning why a young woman should occupy such a position above them. Yet, once Zhao Yi joined the assistant department, she managed her tasks with remarkable ease, handling matters deftly. This was the first time Chun Li had witnessed her in such a state of uncertainty. Zhao Zong, why are you hunched over your computer? You might strain your neck. Shen Li remarca. Oh, Shenjia, weren't you supposed to be in Linhai today? You startled me. Zhao Yi exclaimed, astonished to see Chun Li behind her, as she had expected her to be on a business trip. Upon hearing about the trip to Linhai, Chun Li's expression darkened. She had been ready to depart yesterday, only to be informed by the subsidiary that her visit was unnecessary, as the land had been snatched away by another party. Only two companies had managed to acquire land from Shi's Shooting Group and Zhao's Construction, both of which were beyond the reach of Shi's enterprises. Realizing the bitter disappointment reflected on Zhao Yi's face, Chun Li chuckled lightly and inquired, I changed my plans at the last minute, but why do you look so glum? Feeling somewhat dejected, Zhao Yi asked, Chunjia, do you think I'm very foolish? Why would you think that? You are the only one so young and already serving as the president's assistant. Sure Zong values you highly. How could you possibly be foolish? Chun Li responded, taken aback. But I can't even get a single document in order. Although Shi Zong hasn't voiced it, I can clearly sense her displeasure. Zhao Yi lamented, recalling the crumpled document that had slipped through her fingers. Noticing Zhao Yi's despondent demeanor, Chun Li asked, what document? May I take a look? It's just a report from the Island City Daily, stating that several domestic company presidents visited Island City yesterday, possibly with intentions to invest in the newly established district. Zhao Yi recounted with confusion. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Chun Li narrowed her eyes. It was well known that nearly all industries in Island City were dominated by the Shi family, with even the previous heiress, Shi Nian, now relegated to Shanghai. Presently, domestic groups understood that unless the city government personally engaged in investment solicitation, it was rare for external companies to establish a foothold in Island City. With this in mind, Chun Li quickly inquired, which company presidents are mentioned? There is Chu Tiankuo from Jiuzhou Group, Chu Tiankuo from Shooting Group, Xiao Linchong from Linxiao Pharmaceuticals, Qin Xiaomei from Jiangling Group, and Yang Luqing from Jingzhou Heavy Industry. Zhao Yi listed off the names from the newspaper. Upon hearing the names of the two Chu family presidents, Chun Li immediately grasped the reason for Shiyu's momentary lapse that had startled Zhao Yi. Reflecting on her own speculations regarding the real estate issues in Linhai, Chun Li deemed it best not to report further. Seeing Zhao Yi still wearing a troubled expression, Chun Li offered her a sympathetic glance before turning to head to Shiyu's office. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi remained at her desk, her face still clouded with concern as she cross-referenced the names on the newspaper. On a sweltering summer day, atop Wolf Mountain, Xia Rongjie was desperately fleeing. At the bottom of a small lake, he clutched a reed tightly, holding his breath in silence. Not long before, in a bid to escape a troop of monkeys, he had hastily sought refuge in a cave. After taking a brief rest, he ignited a torch to explore the cave, accidentally setting fire to the dwelling of its owner. At this moment, the enraged cave dweller was on the shore, seeking an opportunity for revenge. Utilizing the cover of the aquatic vegetation, Xia Rongjie cautiously surfaced, his gaze fixed on the departing brown bear, a flicker of self-doubt creeping into his mind. How could there be bears in Shanghai? He was acutely aware that he had not been unconscious for long, and judging by the sweltering weather around him, he was undeniably still in the southern regions of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, the presence of a brown bear, which should not have been there, was utterly perplexing. Having already endured an attack from a troop of monkeys, and now facing a bear, Xia Rongjie found himself uncertain of his whereabouts. He would even believe it if a panda were to chase him. As he watched the brown bear gradually retreat, he swiftly swam to the shore, removed the fabric strips from his body, wrung them out, and feeling his stomach rumble, he recognized it was time to heed his instincts and begin foraging for food. As the sun dipped behind him, Xia Rongjie walked along the lakeshore, acutely aware that the upstream area likely held an abundance of succulent fruits. However, having gone an entire day without sustenance, the energy reserves within him were perilously low, especially after narrowly escaping a harrowing chase that had drained him of all his strength. A momentary lapse in caution caused him to trip over a protruding tree root, sending him tumbling to the ground with a jarring impact, his lips meeting the earth and tasting a viscous, unidentifiable substance. At that moment, he could not concern himself with the cleanliness of the lake water. He dashed into the lake, plunging his head beneath the surface. Once he had thoroughly washed away the grime from his face, Xia Rongjie was struck by the stark realization that he was still very much alive. Just as he prepared to dip his head once more to cleanse his face, he caught a glimpse of a figure reflected in the water, prompting him to leap back into the depths, seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit of a brown bear behind him. At the Island City International Airport, Chu Tiankuo and Chen Xiaomei arrived with their respective assistants. While the assistants arranged for their boarding, the two exchanged laughter and conversation as they made their way into the VIP lounge. Before they could settle into their seats, the door swung open once more, revealing the unexpected arrival of Xia Rongjie and Shiyu. Their presence did not astonish the pair, as they had both flown in on private jets to exert pressure on the Tang family. However, the coordination of such flights was no simple matter. It required the application of flight paths, and they had capitalized on a brief window of opportunity to land one after another in Island City. Yet, upon their departure, the process would not be so intricate, as most would opt for commercial flights rather than waiting for flight approvals to return. After all, these executives were exceedingly busy. Shiyu initially felt a flicker of relief upon spotting Chu Tiankuo, as her intention had been to take a gamble by insisting on accompanying Xia Rongjie. To her dismay, she witnessed Chen Xiaomei naturally link her arm with Chu Tiankuo's, causing her complexion to pale dramatically, as though struck by a profound blow. The last person she wished to encounter stood before her, prompting Chu Tiankuo to frown and attempt to pull Chen Xiaomei away. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Xiaomei remained seated, an amused expression on her face as she regarded Shiyu. Observing this silent tableau, Xia Rongjie approached Chu Tiankuo with a stern countenance and quietly inquired, "Mr. Chu, would you care for a drink?" Chu Tiankuo responded with equal coldness, "Since Mr. Xia has so cordially invited me, I would be remiss to refuse. Waiter, bring a bottle of whiskey." "Whiskey? No, waiter, 2 bottles of 53-degree Baijiu." "Surely Mr. Xia isn't afraid to drink? 53 degrees? Bring me 60 degrees. In the VIP lounge of Island City International Airport, Chu Tiankuo and Xia Rongjie sat across from one another in silence, their glasses filled and emptied in rapid succession. The two ladies observed the escalating tension with growing anxiety. The door to the VIP room had been effectively barricaded by several assistants, each a figure of considerable stature in their own right, standing in stark contrast to the lofty positions of the executives they served. Many CEOs preparing to depart from the airport glanced at the row of assistants, pondering who could be occupying the VIP room to warrant such a spectacle. Wu Hanfei and his companions sighed in frustration, forced to smile and hand out business cards, directing the waiting CEOs to alternative VIP lounges. However, the executives were no fools. With assistants from the Chu family group and several similarly sized enterprises presenting their cards, they recognized the need to show respect lest they encounter these individuals again in the business arena. Consequently, numerous executives offered flattering remarks to Wu Hanfei and his colleagues before departing. Yet, a number of young scions bristled at the situation, questioning why they should yield to anyone, especially since they had not been informed that the best VIP room at Island City International Airport was being monopolized. "What is this Chu family group? I've never heard of them," exclaimed one. Another echoed, "Since when can anyone simply commandeer the VIP room at Island City?" As the raucous voices of the wealthy youths drew attention, passengers from other waiting rooms began to emerge in curiosity. However, upon seeing the 4 assistants standing firm, many spectators regarded the wealthy youths with a mixture of pity and disdain. Inside, the 2 men engaged in a drinking contest were also affected by the commotion, prompting Xia Rongjie to rise and exit. Upon hearing the raucous outcry, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. "Mr. Chu, it seems your Chu family group is not as formidable as you claim, if mere commoners can so easily belittle it," he remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Huh, they may not have heard of the Chu family group, but have they heard of Mr. Xia's Lin biology?" Chu Tiankuo replied icily as he stepped out of the lounge, his gaze piercing as it swept over the group of wealthy youths. The moment the youths laid eyes on Chu Tiankuo, they fell silent, for he was a prominent figure on the country's most popular social media platform, a paragon of the privileged young elite. The allure of his status was undeniable, making it clear that these young scions were ill-equipped to contend with him. Realizing this, one after another, they hastily offered their apologies to Chu Tiankuo, their bravado evaporating in an instant. Observing their subservience, Chu Tiankuo's desire to pursue the matter dissipated. He considered retreating back to the lounge, but quickly changed his mind. Seizing the opportunity, to make an early exit. Chu Tiankuo, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, looped her arm through his and announced to Xia Rongjie, "Mr. Xia, our flight is likely about to begin boarding, so we shall take our leave." With that, she led Chu Tiankuo away. As they departed, Shiyu hung her head, biting her lip to suppress a sob, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. She stood there silently, tears streaming down her face, not so much devastated by the actions of Chu Tiankuo and Chu Tiankuo, but by his utter disregard for her presence. Despite her efforts to engineer a chance encounter, he had acted as though she were invisible, leaving her world in shambles from the weight of his indifference. Xia Rongjie, witnessing Shiyu's quiet anguish, allowed a heavy sigh. While heartache may fade and memories may blur, those who leave an indelible mark upon our hearts remain forever ensnared within. Turning his gaze to the raucous, wealthy youths still lingering nearby, a flicker of malice crossed Xia Rongjie's features as he instructed his assistant in a hushed tone. "Investigate their families and backgrounds. I want to ensure that they can never afford to sit in first class for the rest of their lives." The assistant nodded, casting a sympathetic glance at the affluent youths. Having worked at Linsha Biology for many years, he was acutely aware of the formidable web of connections that lay behind the company. The reckless behavior of these young scions could very well implicate their families and businesses, providing Xia Rongjie with a much-needed outlet for the frustration he had long harbored. Meanwhile, at Xinyu Holdings, Li Yuanchun sat in his office, engaged in a video conference. As he gazed at the imposing figure of Xia Huaichu on the other end, a trace of derision crossed his features. "Mr. Xia, you know well that it was not my unwillingness to assist Xia Rongjie, but rather that the young master of the Chu family left me no opportunity to do so. I have but this one grandson. If you fail to rescue him, do not blame me for retracting my support during the upcoming election." Summer Huaichu's voice, raspy yet laced with menace, echoed ominously. At these words, a fleeting glimmer of hostility flickered in Li Yuanchun's eyes. Although this old man wielded limited power, his influence among the elder statesmen was considerable. Why had he been ousted from his family? It was solely to establish an enterprise that could rival the illustrious Li family of Huaishi. However, if this old codger chose not to back him, his ability to siphon resources from the council would be severely compromised, thereby hindering his future endeavors. Rest assured, old Summer, you must understand that Chu Tiankuo is a scion of a prominent family. He will exercise restraint. Li Yuanchun forced a smile, suppressing the anger that simmered within him. That lad cannot compete with Rongjie head-on, and thus resorts to underhanded tactics. They have already secured the Binhai New District, yet he still harbors thoughts of revenge against Rongjie. Just like his deceased father, lacking in foresight, Summer Huaichu muttered, frustration evident in his tone. Observing Summer Huaichu's animated gestures from across the screen, Li Yuanchun smirked disdainfully, recalling how this very man had been verbally eviscerated by Chu Tiankuo over the phone just the previous day. "Understood, old Summer. I shall promptly contact Governor Liu to exert pressure on Chu Tiankuo to rescue young Master Xia." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Yuanchun terminated the international conference call and slumped back in his chair, allowing himself to relax. Contemplating the tasks assigned by Summer Huaichu, he smirked derisively and murmured, "Ah, Summer Huaichu, you truly lack an understanding of the aristocracy of Longhua. Your confrontational approach with Chu Tiankuo is nothing short of self-sabotage." With that thought, Li Yuanchun picked up the internal phone and called for his secretary. "Chow, please come in." "Mr. Li, I've begun to uncover some leads on the matter you asked me to investigate." Chapter 78, A New Project. The airplane descended gracefully upon the Linhai International Airport, where a convoy from the Chu Ting group awaited. Upon disembarking, Chu Tiankuo entered the same vehicle as Chu Tiankuo. Inside the car, Chu Tiankuo regarded Chu Tiankuo with a hint of playful mockery. Her lips slightly parted as she mused, "I never anticipated you would be so heartless. Are you not concerned that the young lady might take drastic measures?" "Not at all. She is not as pitiable as you perceive," Chu Tiankuo replied, casting her a sidelong glance, unfazed by her teasing demeanor. In his previous life, he had waited alone in his apartment for her to return. Yet what had he received in return? Only the solitude of that lonely dwelling, which now felt like a distant memory. As he recalled the sorrows of his past, his eyes narrowed slightly, thinking of Xia Rongjie, whom he had raised in the wild Wolf Mountain. He would ensure that Xia Rongjie would not have an easy time. Noticing the shifting expressions on Chu Tiankuo's face, Chu Tiankuo's curiosity piqued, and she waved her hand in front of him. Chu Tiankuo grasped her hand firmly, frowning as he inquired, "What is it, sister?" It's nothing. I just noticed you seemed lost in thought," Chu Tiankuo replied, retracting her hand somewhat awkwardly, her delicate features tinged with a hint of shyness. Unbeknownst to Chu Tiankuo, he failed to perceive her embarrassment. He retrieved a document from his briefcase, casually flipping through its pages before handing it to her. After Chen Xiaomei finished perusing the document, she fixed him with a skeptical gaze. This document bears Mu Qinchen's signature? How could that fox be so benevolent? With a light chuckle, Chu Tiankuo explained, the Mu family has been striving for external development in recent years, but their results have been less than satisfactory. Hence, they sought my assistance. Chen Xiaomei fell silent, closing the document contemplatively. Indeed, as Chu Tiankuo had asserted, the Mu family's performance had been subpar, yet they would not relinquish such a significant opportunity without a fight. Are you intending to involve the Chen family in this project? She asked hesitantly. Seeing her incredulous expression, Chu Tiankuo replied cheerfully, it is not about dragging the Chen family in. Rather, the Mu family will provide funding, while the Chu and Chen families will contribute technological expertise. Chen Xiaomei paused, momentarily taken aback. Where would the Mu family procure such funds? Hasn't their financial situation always been precarious? Although the Mu family was a prestigious lineage, the nature of their industry dictated that they lacked substantial cash flow. From Chen Xiaomei's perspective, completing this project would require an investment of hundreds of billions. So where would the Mu family find such liquidity? Chu Tiankuo gestured towards the document, indicating the companies involved. Chen Xiaomei glanced at it, her eyes widening in surprise. Using Yuanmu as collateral? Are they not severing their own lifeline? Yuanmu Logistics is the very backbone of the Mu family's logistics operations. Such a move would hand control of their exports to the Chu group. If a conflict arose between the two parties, the Mu family would be in dire straits. Moreover, even if no discord occurred, the Mu family would incur significant annual expenses in overseas logistics. Although Yuanmu is substantial in scale, the Mu family's international exports heavily rely on Chuli logistics. Currently, Yuanmu seems more like a double-edged sword for the Mu family. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Chu Tiankuo pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled deeply. Upon reopening his eyes, it was as if a radiant moon illuminated before him, and he found Chen Xiaomei gazing at him with curiosity. Shiyu, are you concealing something from me? Chen Xiaomei's tone was enigmatic, her inquiry resembling a statement of certainty. Secrets? Chu Tiankuo's heart tightened. He had numerous secrets hidden from her. Who could discern which one she referred to? Although anxiety coursed through him, he maintained an impassive facade and replied, Sister, you should know me better than that. Have I ever been anything but sincere? Seeing his earnest expression, Chen Xiaomei playfully covered her mouth, chiding, who doesn't know that you, little rascal, appear serious, yet are quite cunning behind the scenes? Seemingly recalling something, she added cryptically, isn't it true that someone learned a few tricks from you as a child? Leaving his companions, yearning for more? Oh, so you fear being duped by me? Chu Tiankuo's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, now settled. He realized that his earlier performance had likely dispelled Chen Xiaomei's doubts. Observing her radiant smile, he surmised that her spirits were undoubtedly elevated. Seizing the opportunity, while Chen Xiaomei was in high spirits, Chu Tiankuo prepared to smoothly advance the project. Although her inclusion in this initiative had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, the expertise of the Chen family's top-tier talents would significantly enhance the project's margin for error. After all, he had previously relied on Chen's hastily assembled team to address issues, and their programmers were undoubtedly among the industry's elite. Sister Chen, does the Chen family have any interest in this project? All that is required is for them to dispatch a project team to participate, and they would secure a 20% stake in the venture. Chen Xiaomei's smile faded momentarily upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's proposal, only to re-emerge with renewed enthusiasm as she declared, the Chen family will invest an additional $5 billion for a 33% stake. Deal! Chu Tiankuo exclaimed, elated by the simplicity of Chen Xiaomei's terms, which exceeded his expectations. At the Xiao Corporation, Xiao Tian's was receiving District Chief Ma's visit. Once District Chief Ma arrived at Xiao Tian's office, the two exchanged courteous gestures before taking their seats. Holding his teacup, District Chief Ma, with an inscrutable expression, addressed Xiao Tian's, Mr. Xiao, this project was initially destined for Jingzhou construction, and I had to advocate strongly for it to be assigned to the Xiao Corporation. I hope you will treat this opportunity with the utmost seriousness. Upon hearing the words of District Chief Ma, Xiao Tian's immediately grasped the underlying message. It was a subtle admonishment directed at him. The essence of Chief Ma's statement was clear. The project in the Binhainu area has been entrusted to you, and you must ensure its successful execution. Xiao Tian's promptly thumped his chest and vowed, our Xiao construction has hundreds of project teams and millions of workers. We will undoubtedly see this project come to fruition flawlessly. Chief Ma, somewhat non-committal in response to Xiao Tian's assurance, candidly remarked, I do not require you to shout slogans here. I merely hope that you, Mr. Xiao, can remain true to your conscience. Having said this, Chief Ma did not linger. instructing his secretary to provide Xiao Tiankuo with copies of documents and files pertaining to the project issues, leaving him with a bland admonition to take care before departing. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, Xiao Tiankuo watched the convoy depart from the Xiao building, a self-satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 77, Leverage. In the top-floor office of the Chu Ting building, Chu Tiankuo had just hung up the phone, reflecting on the information uncovered by Wu Hanfei. A playful smile spread across his face. Rising from his desk, he made his way to the underground parking lot and addressed Lu Ming, who was waiting. "Brother Lu, we're heading to Xia Garden." "Young master, are we truly going to Xia Garden?" Lu Ming inquired, seeking confirmation on their destination. Chu Tiankuo simply nodded with a light chuckle, as the car slowly exited the underground parking lot and raced toward the outskirts of the city. The urban landscape transitioned from towering buildings to charming little bridges and flowing streams, evoking an ethereal sense of time. The vehicle came to a gentle halt outside Xia Garden, and as Chu Tiankuo stepped out, he surveyed the grand, classical garden before him and shook his head, perplexed by the recent fascination with Huizhou-style gardens. At this moment, the steward of Xia Garden was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Tiankuo, he approached and gestured for him to enter the garden. Inside Xia Garden, a long and wide avenue stretched endlessly before him. On either side, ancient trees stood in neat rows, tall and majestic, their branches lush and verdant. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that resembled golden raindrops, gently falling upon the avenue. Venturing further in, the path meandered into secluded corners. Winding trails led to courtyards of varying sizes and heights, each exhibiting distinct architectural styles, yet all emanating an air of antiquity and elegance. Pavilions and terraces harmoniously complemented the waterside pavilions, creating a picturesque tableau. Not far off, several artificial lakes glimmered with crystal-clear waters, where exquisite pleasure boats drifted lazily, imparting a sense of tranquility and peace. Following the stewardess' lead, Chu Tiankuo strode purposefully deeper into the garden, and before long, they arrived at a large courtyard filled with a myriad of vibrant flowers, each vying for attention with its brilliance. It was midsummer, and several gardeners were tending to the blossoms with great care. As Chu Tiankuo strolled among the flowers, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He inhaled deeply, the fragrant aroma enveloping him, refreshing his spirit. As he passed, many gardeners paused their tasks to greet him with various titles: young master's son, little master, each indicating their different familial backgrounds. Chu Tiankuo acknowledged them with nods as he waved his hand. In the center of the flower hall, a middle-aged woman reclined on a lounge chair, cradling an orange cat. The icy coldness emanating from the stone table's ice basin dispelled the heat within the hall. Observing this scene, Chu Tiankuo raised a hand to signal the steward to halt, silently taking a seat on a stone bench, perhaps sensing the presence of an unfamiliar figure. The lazy orange cat leapt up and began to circle around Chu Tiankuo. The woman on the lounge chair, feeling the weight of her burdens lift, rubbed her brow and rose to search for the cat. Upon discovering Chu Tiankuo playfully engaging with it, she admonished, "Little Li, do not play with your little uncle." Startled, Chu Tiankuo loosened his grip on the cat toy, prompting the cat to lose interest, meowing a couple of times before leaping onto the courtyard wall and dozing off. Turning his head cautiously, Chu Tiankuo noticed the woman had produced a ruler, and he could only smile helplessly, extending his palm obediently. The ruler struck his hand repeatedly. Though the sound was sharp, the sting was equally felt. Observing Chu Tiankuo's nonchalant demeanor, the middle-aged woman pinched her brow in exasperation. "Little Li, how is it that the obedient child you once were has turned so mischievous?" "Grandma, I merely wish to tease him a little," Chu Tiankuo replied, gazing down at his toes. Seeing his relaxed posture, his grandmother, Xia Rongjie, raised an eyebrow and scolded, "Lift your head, straighten your chest, stand tall." What the etiquette you learned growing up. Chu Tiankuo felt a sense of resignation. It had been a long time since he last visited his grandmother, and he had almost forgotten her strict adherence to propriety. He complied with her instructions. Xia Rongjie observed Chu Tiankuo, now standing upright and poised. From a distance, he appeared dignified in his well-fitted attire, his tall and slender figure exuding an air of nobility. Satisfied, Xia Rongjie beckoned her beloved grandson closer and inquired, "You've been in Linhai for quite some time without visiting your grandmother. What brings you here today?" After pouring a cup of tea for Xia Rongjie, Chu Tiankuo sat down and, after a moment of silence, queried, "I wish to ask if any of the Xia family cousins are involved in underground banking?" Upon hearing this question, Xia Rongjie furrowed her brow. The Xia family had always prided itself on scholarly pursuits, and after marrying Wang Jianga, she had devoted herself to nurturing her children, rarely venturing beyond her home, appearing destined to spend her days in Xia Garden. However, her grandson, who typically led a busy life, had come to visit her, and his first query revolved around the Xia family's underground dealings. His intent was unmistakable. Are you suggesting that Yuan Ling and the others are engaged in illicit activities? Although Xia Wanni's voice remained calm, the slight tremor of her fan betrayed her unease. Grandma, the eldest son of the Li family from Huaishi has recently returned. While he has not directly wronged me, there have been mysterious funds flowing from Jiangsu and Zhujiang into Chun Yuan Holdings during this time. Being from Jiangsu and Zhujiang, you should be aware of their methods. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanni immediately understood Chu Tiankuo's implication. Children have their own fortunes, she thought. She was aging and wished to withdraw from such matters. Next Wednesday evening, I will host a family banquet in Xia Garden, and your cousins from the Xia family will return. You may discuss things then. The implication was clear. She was reluctant to involve herself deeply in the affairs of the younger generation, preferring to act merely as a bridge for communication. Although the Qinjun Xia family was a prominent clan in Jiangnan, circumstances often dictated actions beyond their control. As Chu Tiankuo suspected, such matters were likely conducted in secrecy, and a light reprimand would suffice. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of the Xia family itself being involved. That would lead to an undesirable confrontation for all parties involved. Typically, someone like Chu Tiankuo, upon acquiring a lead, would confront the issue head-on. His visit to his grandmother today was, in fact, a precaution against potential fallout. Yet, Xia Wanni had her own ulterior motives for hosting the banquet. Though the Qinjun Xia family was vast, with numerous branches, her branch, while not prominent, could still seek a suitable noblewoman from another branch to match with Chu Tiankuo. Gazing at her gentle-faced grandson, Xia Wanni waved her hand, and Chu Tiankuo withdrew. Stepping out of the flower hall, Chu Tiankuo noticed his uncle scrutinizing him with keen interest. With a light chuckle, he scooped up the large orange cat and proceeded toward the gazebo. Just as he settled down, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he casually answered. "Hello, Sister Chun. I've discovered a loophole." "What kind of loophole?" Chun Xiaomei's voice on the other end was tinged with confusion. Aside from discussions about a new collaborative project, they hadn't signed any new contracts. "We need to approach the bank to unlock the online payment feature. Are you concerned about someone using this opportunity for money laundering?" "It's not that I'm worried about money laundering on this platform. Rather, this method of laundering is rather commonplace," Chu Tiankuo remarked, gazing at the vibrant lotus flowers in the pond, feeling somewhat reflective. Chun Xiaomei, on the other end, fell silent for a moment, clearly taken aback. What he was suggesting was incongruous with their status. They belonged to a distinguished lineage, a hidden privileged class in the country, akin to parasites in society. Money laundering should not be a concern for Chu Tiankuo. Rather, it was their superiors who needed their cooperation, not the other way around. Such matters should not be our concern. As long as we ensure our dealings remain untarnished, we should be fine, Chun Xiaomei advised, her tone laced with caution. For them, as long as they developed normally, no issues would arise. Some things were best left untouched. In this ancient land, successfully laundering money required either influential connections or the audacity of a desperate outlaw. As she reiterated the notion of status imbalance, Chu Tiankuo pondered if he hadn't inquired. Those individuals would have remained oblivious to their existence. "It's not that I am meddling. I merely sense that this could be a significant channel for the inflow of their funds into the country." He softly articulated his speculation. After a prolonged silence, Chun Xiaomei finally spoke, her tone slightly haughty. "When you have time, let's visit some senior figures in the banking sector. I recall your uncle is part of the banking system." "Sister, there's a gathering at Xia Garden in Linhai soon. We can liaise with the banking system after the event." "Very well. I shall await your invitation." As he glanced at the disconnected call in his hand, Chu Tiankuo sopti. In truth, Chun Xiaomei was quite right. He indeed should not entangle himself in such matters, as they did not align with his identity. With his self-deprecating smile, he reflected on how he had always been expected to embody a figure of elegance. Yet his mind was clouded with too many distractions, making it difficult to maintain his integrity. By the time he returned to his residence, after leaving Xia Garden, dusk had already fallen. At the community entrance, Chu Tiankuo instructed Lu Ming to leave first while he headed to the supermarket to purchase some daily necessities. Upon returning to the apartment building, he spotted a young man sitting cross-legged in the lobby, with a butler beside him trying to persuade him to leave. "Mr. Li, please vacate the premises. The person you seek is not here." However, the young man's eyes lit up upon seeing Chu Tiankuo. He pointed excitedly, exclaiming, "I'm here to find him. Brother Chu, Brother Chu." Taken aback, Chu Tiankuo was certain that he had never encountered this youth before. Yet the boy had already dashed to his side, whispering, "Brother Chu, I am Yuan Shang from the Li family." "Yuan Shang from the Li family?" Hearing the name, Chu Tiankuo frowned. Given the boy's age, he matched the profile of the Huaishi Li family. Yet to his knowledge, none of the Li family heirs were named Yuan Shang. However, standing here was not conducive. When he chose his apartment, it was merely a selection from the Chu Ting Group's project. Yet, everything available for his selection was anything but ordinary. For instance, this apartment complex was the finest in Linhai, with chefs and butlers on each floor, accessible only to owners. His presence here was indeed a conundrum. He beckoned the butler and inquired, "Is this Mr. Li also a resident of our building? I have no recollection of him." With a slight bow, the butler explained, "Mr. Chu, this gentleman is a friend of the resident on the 12th floor. He just moved into our community today." After a moment's contemplation, Chu Tiankuo nodded slightly. As long as he had a residence, it was manageable. Take him to the 12th floor to verify. If the keys do not match, he must be removed. Lingering in the lobby is unacceptable. "Certainly, Mr. Chu, I will see to it immediately." With that, the butler reached for his intercom to summon security. Seeing the security approach, Li Yuan Shang attempted to flee, only to collide directly with them as they emerged from a concealed room nearby. Faced with the imposing figures surrounding him, Li Yuan Shang felt despair wash over him and cried out towards Chu Tiankuo, "Mr. Chu, you're disrupting the rules of the underworld, disregarding the principles." Chu Tiankuo nearly chuckled at the absurdity of the statement, pondering how someone could utter such childish words. Surely, this individual had been raised in a sheltered environment. Observing Li Yuan Shang's futile struggles, Chu Tiankuo commanded, "Take him to confirm his identity and inform him that if he wishes for a formal meeting, you should schedule an appointment at the Chu Ting building." After delivering his instructions, he turned to ascend the stairs, only to hear a cool voice call out from the entrance of the apartment, "Stop." Curious, everyone turned to see a strikingly elegant woman striding in with an air of competence. Tall and dressed in a flowing gown, her beauty outshone even the most vibrant of reds, her visage radiant as if adorned with roses. She seemed to possess an innate magnetism that commanded respect and rendered others hesitant to meet her gaze. Chu Tiankuo regarded the woman, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Hua Jingwen?" Without a word, Hua Jingwen silently raised her gaze, locking eyes with Chu Tiankuo. Her features reminiscent of memories long past, her youthful exuberance tempered by time, her countenance now softer and more refined. "After all these years, the young master Chu has lost none of his charm," she remarked, her voice melodious, akin to the sound of jades striking against each other. Chu Tiankuo for a moment as a recollection stirred within him, but he quickly suppressed the tumult of emotions and turned to the still restrained Li Yuan Shang, gesturing towards him to inquire about Hua Jingwen's purpose. Following his gaze, Hua Jingwen recalled her objective and addressed Chu Tiankuo, "This is my younger brother. He has been following a recent buzz on Weibo and came to Linhai to pursue his idol." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo shifted his attention to Li Yuan Shang, his expression skeptical. Observing their similar features, he changed the subject. "I recall you inherited the Hua family's business in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. What brings you to Linhai?" Noticing Chu Tiankuo's attempt to divert the conversation, as if he had discerned his thoughts, she replied softly, "Isn't it to help the young Master Chu with his troubles? This afternoon, all the prominent families in Jiangsu and Zhejiang received word that you were planning to take action against the moneylender." Taken aback, Chu Tiankuo suddenly comprehended, lowering his voice as he suggested, "This isn't the place for such discussions. If you don't mind, we can convene at my residence." A glimmer of amusement danced in Hua Jingwen's eyes, yet she acquiesced gently, "All right." With that, the two proceeded toward the elevator, leaving Li Yuanshang behind, his expression one of utter disbelief. Where had gone the sister who was once so formidable and decisive? Chapter 79, The Hua Family of Jiangnan. As the two entered the apartment, Hua Jingwen meticulously surveyed the layout within. The understated wooden flooring and simple decor complemented each other beautifully. The sparse furnishings were arranged with precision, revealing the owner's minimalist yet tasteful lifestyle. As Chu Tiankuo turned to the still-standing Hua Jingwen at the doorway, he invited her. "What brings you here? Please come in. However, I usually receive no visitors and have not prepared any slippers, so there's no need to change shoes." Awakened from her reverie, Hua Jingwen hurriedly stepped into the apartment. By the time Chu Tiankuo returned, having set down the daily necessities he had purchased and carrying a cup of tea, he found Hua Jingwen already leaning against the sofa, drowsy. After placing the teacup before her, Chu Tiankuo directly broached the subject. "Miss, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" His demeanor shifted from earlier cordiality to a deep, resonant tone, as if each word had been meticulously contemplated. "Zhu Li, since you have asked, I shall be forthright. You are aware that our Huajia has operated a money house in the Jiangnan region for centuries, correct? However, in recent years, We have become entangled in some dubious dealings. Hua Jingwen sighed softly, her words tinged with reluctance. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise and skepticism crossing his features. He understood the Huajia to be a long-standing prominent family, with a significant standing in the Jiangnan business world. What could possibly be so egregious that it would leave the young lady of the Huajia hesitant to speak? Was it possible that the Huajia was involved in laundering money for the Jiangsu and Zhejiang business sectors? Such an involvement seemed utterly incongruous with their resources and connections. They should not risk descending into such depths. Hua Jingwen sighed once more, a faint hint of helplessness evident in her expression. Chu Li, you must understand. Once one ascends to a certain position, one becomes a pawn in the game of power. The Huajia holds considerable influence. Yet even those in such a position may find themselves compelled to act against their will. Chu Tiankuo's gaze deepened, clearly dissatisfied with Hua Jingwen's explanation. He pressed on then. What exactly do you wish to accomplish by seeking me out today? Taking a deep breath, Hua Jingwen resolutely replied, in this world where there is demand, there will inevitably be a market. You are aware that with such vast profits at stake, there will always be those willing to fill the void. Our Huajia has an agreement with higher authorities. We remit a portion of foreign funds while refraining from engaging with domestic ones. However, your recent investigations have attracted considerable attention, even alarming those above us. The pressure on our Jiangsu and Zhejiang money houses has escalated, particularly with your recent stirrings in the business realm. Chu Tiankuo fell silent, understanding that Hua Jingwen represented the Jiangsu and Zhejiang money house community, seeking a truce amidst significant stakes, so much so that even her superiors could no longer bear the pressure. You are aware of the direction of the funds I am investigating. Your actions have crossed a line. I trust the esteemed Miss Hua Jingwen is cognizant of the upheaval in Jiangling, where numerous individuals have been taken down. Surely, you are not oblivious to that. Hua Jingwen stiffened at his words. She was indeed aware of the turmoil in Jiangling, where a thorough investigation had implicated many, including retired officials and even a minister of the Ministry of Revenue. It was shocking to realize that such a monumental disturbance had been instigated by the very person before her. In her memories, Chu Tiankuo had always been a refined and dignified scion of a noble family, far from possessing such formidable capabilities. Taking a deep breath, she questioned him. In a time when every money house in Jiangsu and Zhejiang is on edge, Chu Li, can you not grant us a reprieve? Chu Tiankuo, with his hands interlocked and a profound gaze, replied slowly, I may grant you a temporary reprieve, yet I cannot assist those involved in the Jiangling incident. You know there are certain matters we cannot afford to touch. At his words, Hua Jingwen's shoulders sagged, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted. She began to articulate her thoughts clearly. Chu Li, the relationships among the prominent families in Jiangsu and Zhejiang are intricate, interwoven with interests. You may think we united to cover our tracks, but we are all vigilantly guarding against one another, ensuring our movements remain concealed. Chu Tiankuo not det tao gu fun. I understand the complexities involved. The winds have shifted. It won't be long before the upper echelons delve into this murky affair. Miss Hua Jingwen, I would appreciate your assistance in discreetly investigating which money house dares to launder funds for that scoundrel Li Yuanshun. A flicker of surprise crossed Hua Jingwen's features as she pondered. Li Yuanshun. Has he returned? Chu Tiankuo nodded in silence, realizing he had underestimated Li Yuanshun's significance, particularly his connections with the distinguished families domestically. He recalled their previous encounter in Daohai, which had ended on a sour note. Hulun salet, Chu Li. I trust you know that Li Yuanshun's identity is a taboo among the Jiangnan families. However, rest assured, I will arrange for an investigation upon my return. Yet, this endeavor carries substantial risks, and may take some time before yielding results. Chu Tiankuo nodded, extending his hand towards Hua Jingwen. Their hands clasped, and he murmured, May our collaboration be fruitful. Hua Jingwen gently withdrew her hand, her gaze involuntarily lingering on Chu Tiankuo, a trace of unexplainable sentiment glimmering in her eyes. It seemed as if the passage of time had transformed the man before her into a rich, aged wine, growing ever more profound. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered the delicate atmosphere between them. Hua Jingwen promptly answered, regaining her composed demeanor. Sister, why haven't you come down yet? Came the voice of Li Yuanshang from the other end. Little brother, hold on a moment. I'll be right down, she replied. After hanging up, Hua Jingwen expressed a hint of regret. It has been too long since we last met. We should have shared a meal to catch up. Unfortunately, my little brother has an urgent matter. Chu Li, we shall meet again. Chu Tiankuo regarded her with a meaningful glance and replied nonchalantly. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. We shall reconvene another day. Feeling somewhat unnerved under his gaze, Hua Jingwen hastily rose and fled Chu Tiankuo's apartment. Chu Tiankuo watched her retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The young lady of Huajia had traveled far to show vulnerability before him, a notion that seemed almost incredulous. Nonetheless, the interaction between them was purely transactional, as Chu Tiankuo had requested Chu Tianqing to probe the fringes of Jiangnan, which had evidently aroused suspicion among the Jiangnan families. Otherwise, the esteemed Miss Hua Jingwen wouldn't have gone to such lengths to stage a reunion. Chapter 80. A Minor Reprimand. Brother. I received contact from the Huajia. It's the eldest sister and the younger brother making an appearance. Oh, I recall when you were still young, spending the holidays at our aunt's in Jiangnan, and that little Huajia girl insisted on bringing you back as her childhood husband, didn't she? The voice of Chu Tianqing on the phone was laced with teasing. This unabashed mockery left Chu Tiankuo exasperated. Being overshadowed by Hua Jingwen in his childhood was a part of his life he wished to forget. Brother. The important matter is that the eldest sister of the Huajia has traveled a great distance to stage this reunion with me. Do you not find that suspicious? After a moment of hesitation, Chu Tianqing chuckled softly. Honestly, you need not worry. We are somewhat aware of the dealings of the prominent families in Jiangnan and their connections to the fringes of business. Now that the Huajia's leader is here, it is clear they are aware of something but have not become entangled. Rest assured, the items you seek from the Jiangnan families will soon find their way to you. Reflecting on the miserly nature of the Jiangnan families, Chu Tianqing sighed. Moreover, the pressure from that little Xia Rongjie may compel those prestigious families to act. While the benefits brought by Li Yuanchun are considerable, they pale in comparison to the goodwill garnered by Dr. Xia. Brother, I may have underestimated Li Yuanchun, focusing instead on how manageable Xia Rongjie and Lin Yuqing are. As Lin Yuqing stepped beyond the borders of Longhua, his private jet abruptly lost contact. News relayed to us from our European division. Chu Tiankuo's voice bore a weighty tone, suggesting that the pressure from Li Yuanchun was considerable. Since returning from Yiyu Guanlan, Chu Tiankuo had been engrossed in the collaborative projects among the three families. Yet he had not anticipated that Li Yuanchun would establish a commercial empire in the domestic market through the simplest of methods. It is worth noting that both Xia Rongjie and Lin Yuqing share a prominent characteristic. They are oblivious to the intricacies of the prominent families within Longhua. In contrast, Li Yuanchun is different. Hailing from the prestigious Li family of Huaishi, he is the meticulously groomed heir, well-versed in the domestic rules and adept at adhering to them, rendering him somewhat infallible. Moreover, a significant distinction exists among the individuals involved. Xia Rongjie and Lin Yuqing often rely on their family connections to facilitate relationships, aiding domestic entities in laundering money through established channels, a practice that, while clearly transgressing domestic regulations, is occasionally overlooked by the local aristocracy. However, Li Yuanchun has taken a diametrically opposed approach, seizing control of the underground banking operations of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang families abroad, laundering vast amounts of money into domestic investments, and aggressively acquiring and merging small companies within the downstream market, swiftly carving out a significant presence. Are you feeling disheartened? This is uncharacteristic of you. Remember, these are merely peripheral setbacks that cannot truly impede your progress. Your only flaw lies in your excessive ambition, remarked Chu Tianqing, sensing the despondency in his brother's tone. Brother, I can't shake the feeling that someone is concealing him from view. From what I understand, the company he currently oversees has already gained control over numerous aspects of the downstream industry, making him a formidable opponent. Chu Tiankuo responded with a hint of melancholy. At times, Chu Tiankuo felt as though fate was compelling him. The very location where he once began his journey now stood in direct competition with Xinyu Holdings. In a previous life, he had toiled for Shiyu, and due to the failure of the Binhai New Area project, Shi's cash flow had faltered. The construction site initially involved the building of worker accommodations and dining facilities, which he deemed a waste of resources. As a pivotal figure for Shiyu, he began to explore ways to economize, starting with the dining and sanitation projects. The project department had submitted a budget in the millions, yet upon conducting further inquiries, he discovered a suitable locale, an obscure town manufacturing kitchen equipment for the domestic market. From this town, he placed an order for a central kitchen, as well as the various commercial kitchenware required for the construction site dining facilities. He also uncovered an interesting fact. The fencing and temporary structures needed at the site could also be sourced from this town at prices significantly lower than those reported by the project department. Consequently, he embarked on a new venture, outsourcing. With numerous engineering projects under his purview and the town's production capacity fully capable of meeting demand, he could even save a bit of budget by assigning projects to them. After saving millions in initial funding, he stumbled upon another intriguing revelation. Foreign kitchen equipment was neither as advanced as its domestic counterparts nor competitively priced. Thus, leveraging the logistics capabilities of the Shiyu Group, he initiated a series of clever maneuvers, simply packaging the products and shipping them globally, thereby flooding foreign markets with high-quality, reasonably priced goods. This strategy proved lucrative in his previous life, allowing him to earn considerable profits for a time. Now, with the imminent commencement of the Shaoxbinhai New Area project, Chu Tiankuo recalled that this town also produced construction boards. He dispatched a manager from the Chu Ting group stationed locally to acquire several color-coded factories. However, the manager reported that, apart from a few early established companies, the remaining entities were either subsidiaries of the Chu family or had already been acquired by Chunyu Holdings. Initially uncertain upon receiving this news, Chu Tiankuo quickly realized that, following the establishment of the Wufeng fleet, his two packaging companies had been thriving abroad, ruthlessly driving numerous similar foreign companies into bankruptcy. Although the profit margins were meager on a per item basis, the volume of goods he could offload abroad made the overall profit substantial, enough to make the eyes of the old fat cats green with envy. Upon discovering Chunyu Holdings' interference, Chu Tiankuo commissioned an investigation into their capabilities. To his astonishment, he learned that substantial sums of money were being transferred daily from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions to the company, which upon receiving funds, aggressively acquired domestic low-end industries. From artisanal workshops to micro-enterprises, various subcontractors and processing plants were absorbed into Chunyu Holdings, which subsequently reinvested and integrated them. This maneuver significantly expanded Chunyu Holdings' territory, nearly rivaling the scale of the Chu Ting Group. It is essential to recognize that the Chu Ting Group is a product of collaboration between the Chu and Wang families, encompassing an extensive array of industrial projects that few companies can rival. Yet, Chunyu Holdings achieved an unprecedented leap in a short span, placing Chu Tiankuo in a precarious position. We must send a warning to him, applying minor penalties to his subsidiaries while ensuring we preserve our workers' jobs. Chapter 81. The Auction. Brother, rest assured, not only does he require skilled technicians and established production lines, but we do as well. I simply did not anticipate his unconventional strategy of competing not through financial might, but by shifting focus to small processing enterprises. It is crucial to recognize that every industry leader is supported by a plethora of small enterprises, as exemplified by the foundational steel industry of the Chu Ting Group. A comprehensive steel consortium must encompass iron ore mines, limestone quarries, iron smelting plants, steel mills, rolling mills, coking plants, refractory material factories, and machine repair shops, among others, along with auxiliary units such as supply, transport, sales, and service companies, in addition to the management structure itself. The Chu Ting Group also boasts affiliated design and architectural units, research and development entities, analytical laboratories, and intelligence units. The reason Chu Tiankuo has taken such a bold stance against Li Yuanshan is precisely that Li has encroached on his territory, aiming to undermine the foundations of the Chu Ting Group. It is critical to note that many of Chu Ting Group's downstream industries are situated in the eastern region of Lu, and after securing substantial funding, Li Yuanshan began to squeeze and acquire companies with ambiguous ties to Chu Ting Group, resulting in significant client losses for Chu Ting Group. He even extended his reach to disrupt Chu Ting Group's burgeoning automotive business. Recently, steel mills under Chunyu Holdings have resorted to purchasing scrap metal at prices exceeding market rates, thereby undermining Chu Ting Group's steel mills. This constitutes a form of vicious competition. It is important to note that Chu Ting Group already offers the highest prices for scrap metal. After ascending to his position, Chu Tiankuo recognized that maintaining cash flow is essential for sustaining supplier relationships. Unbeknownst to him, the steel mills under Chunyu Holdings have been employing unscrupulous tactics, enticing scrap collection station owners with inflated prices and promissory notes, deceiving many of Chu Ting Group suppliers. Given that many subsidiaries of Chu Ting Group operate on a self-sustaining basis, this strategy aims to stifle the survival of these subsidiaries. Without the support of a vast array of subsidiaries, can the Chu Ting Group maintain its position as the industry leader? I have also investigated the situation you mentioned, and indeed, their operations exhibit irregularities. They are not even compliant with tax regulations, and the owners of the scrap collection stations face challenges in conducting their modest businesses. Without any credit period or written documentation, merely a simple note sufficed to dismiss those small business owners. Chu Tianxing sighed softly, seemingly holding Li Yuanshan's actions in disdain. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo also expressed his indignation and helplessness. However, it did give rise to certain connections with those who accepted the notes from the small business owners. After those connections were exhausted, the prices were often lower than the cash offered by our Chu Ting Group. Sensing Chu Tiankuo's despondency on the other end of the line, Chu Tianxing pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. A group of ignorant and foolish citizens misinterpreting decay as fragrance and fragrance as decay, mistook malice for benevolence. What they see before them is the high quotes from the steel mills under Chunyu Holdings, which leads to greater profits for them. Even when their notes are reclaimed by Chunyu Holdings, they fail to realize their earnings have diminished, for such practices are common across all steel mills. When you ascended to power, although Chu Ting Group underwent a series of reforms, can you truly guarantee that the cash flow of those subsidiaries will support continuous cash settlements? While your intentions are commendable, the execution by those beneath you often falls short. Once your measures are implemented, those small business owners will eventually recognize the benefits you offer. There is no need for haste, as the fermentation of reputation requires time. Chu Tiankuo was taken aback. He had not anticipated such practices within his subsidiaries. Brother, I understand your point. I will ensure that these matters are monitored moving forward. Indeed, we shall discuss the specifics further during the gathering at Xia Garden in a few days, as this year's charity auction will be hosted there. On the other end of the line, Chu Tianxing sounded fatigued, with a palpable weariness in his voice. Chu Tiankuo glanced at his watch and noted it was already 11:37. Typically, by this hour, Chu Tianxing would be resting. The burden of his affairs had unwittingly caused his brother to investigate further, which was indeed exhausting. Brother, please rest. Do not overexert yourself. After the call ended, Chu Tiankuo gazed out at the nightscape, his thoughts drifting far away. During the previous charity auction, he seemed to recall being dispatched to Europe by the esteemed Zoming. At the time, he had been puzzled by the sudden relocation. In retrospect, it had merely been a means to evade an encounter with his grandmother. Had he been too lenient towards the Shi family? Chu Tiankuo couldn't help but feel a touch of self-mockery. Within the Chu Ting building, after several busy days, Chu Tiankuo finally found a moment of respite. Accompanied by Wu Hanfei, he had conducted inspections of the subsidiaries of Chu Ting Group and discovered numerous issues. For instance, the unions were inactive, projects were only granted acceptance to suppliers, and financial approvals were mishandled, leading to a series of complications. While some of these practices were industry norms, comparison breeds discontent. Why would one choose a less competitive offer? Consequently, Chu Tiankuo dismissed a significant number of senior executives from the subsidiaries, relocating them to different positions. Once he engages headhunters to find suitable talent, he would proceed with replacements. Reflecting on this surreal journey, Chu Tiankuo sighed. Managing such a large entity as Chu Ting Group sometimes felt deceptively simple, with a capable assistant team to alleviate many issues. Yet, certain matters remain undiscovered unless one delves deeply into them. The president of the headquarters and the presidential assistant are akin to celestial beings to the lowest tier subsidiaries. They have only heard of each other, never having met. Having uncovered so many issues, Chu Tiankuo had ample work ahead of him. And now he awaited Hua Jingwen to deliver evidence of Li Yuanxuan's money laundering, providing him a reason to confront him. While Chu Tiankuo was resting in the office lounge, he was abruptly pulled up by Chen Xiulan, who was dressed in ancient attire. Groggy, he followed her down to the company parking lot, where Maybach awaited. Before he could fully process the situation, he found himself ushered into the car by Chen Xiulan, awakening from his stupor. Observing her, he playfully inquired, "Miss Chen, what prompts this departure from your usual low profile? Have you summoned the driver?" Chen Xiulan secretly clenched her small fist, maintaining a composed demeanor as she replied, "Today, since President Chu has graciously agreed to accompany me to a banquet, I must extend the highest courtesy in hosting you." Perhaps it was due to his residual sleepiness. But Chu Tiankuo sensed a hint of biting intent in her words. Considering the elongated, specially customized vehicle, he wondered if Chen Xiulan might be unwell. Tentatively, he reached towards her forehead, ostensibly to check for fever. Feeling his warm hand on her brow, Chen Xiulan shyly swatted it away. "What are you doing? I merely wish to ascertain if you were feverish. Your behavior today seems rather unusual." After being rebuffed, Chu Tiankuo felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing his actions had crossed a boundary. Chen Xiulan shot him a disapproving glance, her words laced with mock irritation. "Why must you be so infuriating? I can almost bite you." However, her last remark was barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum, and Chu Tiankuo barely caught it. Feeling a touch disgruntled, he withdrew his hand and sat obediently in his seat. The car glided smoothly down the road, and Chen Xiulan leaned back slightly, stretching lazily and yawning, appearing somewhat drowsy. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder and instinctively attempted to push Chu Tiankuo away. However, upon turning her head with difficulty, she found him fast asleep beside her. With a soft sigh, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. She was unsure of what had transpired during his recent business trip, but he certainly appeared fatigued. Observing him slumbering like a child, she reached out, gently brushing her fingers across his brow as if to smooth away his weariness. Despite his commanding presence that typically exuded invincibility, he remained, in essence, a youth freshly emerged from the ivory tower. The atmosphere within the car fell into a tranquil silence. As the vehicle came to a gradual stop at their destination, the driver opened the door, only to find the two sleeping figures nestled against each other. He quietly closed the door behind him. Although he had been careful, the faint sound still roused both Chu Tiankuo and Qin Xiulan from their slumber. As they blinked awake, they awkwardly discovered their bodies closely intertwined, breaths mingling in the air, creating a subtle, charged atmosphere. Chu Tiankuo's gaze was momentarily dazed as he attempted to shift, only to find his arm pinned beneath Qin Xiulan. A faint blush crept across Qin Xiulan's face, prompting her to hastily withdraw her hand and attempt to sit upright. The two exchanged an awkward smile, and for a moment, an unusual silence enveloped the car, broken only by the faint sounds of their breathing and heartbeats. They silently adjusted their attire, striving to minimize any further contact. Once they disembarked, the Chen family's driver regarded them with a hint of teasing in his gaze. Chu Tiankuo and Qin Xiulan hurried into the store, as if fleeing from the driver, who loomed over them like a ferocious beast. Upon entering the store, the two tidied their clothes, and only then did Chu Tiankuo raise his gaze to observe the shop's decor. Exquisite and luxurious garments adorned the display windows along the corridor. As he approached a robe intricately embroidered with 9 phoenixes, Chu Tiankuo fell into a contemplative silence, struck by the craftsmanship. This technique, it bears an uncanny resemblance to that of Yu Shui Yigu, he hesitantly remarked. Qin Xiulan, with a playful expression, replied, "Indeed. This is the Yu Shui Yigu. What is the matter? Did the esteemed young master Chu doze off in the car? We are still in Yangzhou." Chu Tiankuo suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Was it truly necessary to make such a grand affair out of merely purchasing a garment? However, Qin Xiulan, with utmost seriousness, corrected him. "Who said the Yu Shui Yigu is exclusive to Jinling? We have one in Linhai as well, but its location is rather elusive to most." Upon hearing that they were still in Linhai, the weight that had hung heavy in Chu Tiankuo's heart finally lifted. Had they truly reached Jinling, he would have found himself questioning his very existence. It is well known that the Yu Shui Yigu represents the pinnacle of Su embroidery. As early as the Ming dynasty, the family of the East Master of Yu Shui Yigu had relocated to Jinling, establishing their roots and flourishing there. Although they never moved to Shuntian, the reputation of Yu Shui Yigu continued to resonate far and wide. In years past, when the former East Master of Yu Shui Yigu took over, he merely showcased a fraction of his talent, astonishing all and even inciting the noble families to compete for his creations. Regrettably, in recent years, the transition of power at Yu Shui Yigu had rendered the new East Master increasingly enigmatic, with few reports of any new works emerging from their hands. Today, being brought here by Qin Xiulan, it was evident that this new master resided in Linhai. "You cannot possibly expect me to come to Yu Shui Yigu merely to retrieve a garment," Chu Tiankuo thought, feeling a headache brewing. After all, this was Yu Shui Yigu. Qin Xiulan playfully pointed to the robe and said, "I recall you mentioning your admiration for Zhang Jiangling during our previous conversation. So I asked Sister Xiu to personally craft it for you." With that, she playfully winked at Chu Tiankuo, gazing at the robe hanging in the display. Chu Tiankuo fell silent. While he did appreciate Zhang Jiangling's artistry, the enormous 9 phoenixes felt a tad too ostentatious. "Such a significant favor. I feel undeserving," he said dryly, seemingly wishing to decline, but unable to detach himself from the offer. Yet Qin Xiulan seized his arm, playfully coaxing. This robe was painstakingly crafted at Sister Xiu's request. Do not let her heartfelt effort go to waste. Having never witnessed this side of Qin Xiulan, Chu Tiankuo knew he could not possibly resist the charms of an exceptional beauty. Just as he contemplated yielding to her request, 2 voices rang out from behind. "Let her go." Hearing those familiar voices, Chu Tiankuo turned with difficulty to find Shernyan and Qin Xiumei glaring at him, and his heart sank. He inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad," glancing down at Qin Xiulan, who was stifling laughter while gripping his arm. He realized he had fallen prey to the cleverness of this little vixen. He had been outsmarted today. Chapter 83, The Embroideress. Faced with the unexpected arrival of Shernyan and Qin Xiumei, Chu Tiankuo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had not anticipated encountering them here. Shernyan approached, her gaze fixed on Qin Xiulan, who was entwined with Chu Tiankuo's arm. Disbelief etched across her features. She bit her lip lightly, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Shaoli, how could you so swiftly abandon Xiaoyu? I thought, Chu Tiankuo family into Xiniang." His expression resolute and voice calm, yet unyielding. "Annie, sure, my affair with Shiyu is in the past. There is no possibility for reconciliation between us. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise and secret delight crossed Shernyen's eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure. Nodding gently, she looked at Chun Xiaolan beside him, feeling a pang of discomfort, but knowing she had no grounds to question Chu Tiankuo's choices. Xiao Li, as Xiao Yu's aunt. I cannot speak ill of her, but I hope you find the happiness that truly belongs to you. Chu Tiankuo remained silent in response, genuinely taken aback by the simple act of retrieving a garment leading to this encounter with Shernyen and Chun Xiaomei. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaomei hastened toward her sister, her gaze lingering on Chu Tiankuo for a brief moment before turning to Chun Xiaolan with a puzzled expression. Xiaolan, how did you end up with Xiao Li? What's going on here? Chun Xiaolan lifted her head, her eyes filled with a mix of apology and complexity, softly explaining, Sister, I merely intended to tease him. After all, he was being quite arrogant. As Chun Xiaolan met her sister's questioning gaze, she appeared particularly anxious, akin to a quail caught in a misdeed. Lowering her head, she nervously twisted the hem of her garment and cautiously retreated to her sister Chun Xiaomei's side, unwilling to meet anyone's eyes. The atmosphere among the four suddenly grew tense, enveloped in an awkward silence. Just when they were all standing there in discomfort, a voice emerged, shattering the peculiar ambience. Oh, what a delightful silent performance you all have going. If it weren't for the fact that Yushui Yagu rarely sees visitors, you would surely draw every gaze in the vicinity. Su Xiuqing approached gracefully, her footsteps light, her eyes scanning the gathered group with a hint of curiosity and amusement. The others looked at her with intrigue, quickly discerning from her words that this ethereal beauty, seemingly emerged from an ancient painting, was indeed the proprietor of Yushui Yagu. Upon seeing Su Xiuqing, Chun Xiaolan rushed forward as if she had grasped a lifeline, embracing her with a beaming smile of relief. Xiuqing, you've finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is my dear friend and the newly appointed owner of Yushui Yagu, Miss Su Xiuqing. Chu Tiankuo, Chun Xiaomei, and Shernyen exchanged polite yet curious smiles, nodding in acknowledgement to Su Xiuqing. Miss Su, it is truly a pleasure to meet you. Who would have imagined that the mysterious proprietor of Yushui Yagu is such a beautiful lady? Chu Tiankuo remarked graciously, embodying the poise expected of a scion from a prestigious family. Xiuqing, it has been too long. I did not expect you to inherit Yushui Yagu, Chun Xiaomei added, her tone laced with surprise and nostalgia, having not anticipated that this celestial figure before her was an old acquaintance. Shernyen offered a slight smile. Simply greeting, hello, I am Shernyen. Su Xiuqing returned their warm smiles, her gaze seemingly perceptive enough to penetrate the nuances of their interactions. It is truly an honor to have the esteemed young master of the Chu family, the eldest daughter of the Chun family, and the esteemed aunt of the Shi family gracing Yushui Yagu today. It makes me feel quite honored. Chu Tiankuo replied courteously, you are too kind, Miss Su. Your reputation for unparalleled craftsmanship precedes you, and it is indeed an honor to witness it firsthand. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiuqing glanced at the Taoist robe hanging in the display case and then cast a sidelong look at Chun Xiaolan, who appeared to be clinging to her like a koala. With a sudden shift in tone, a hint of playfulness and teasing crept into her voice. It seems that Xiaolan's prior insistence for me to personally stitch that Taoist robe was specifically prepared for young Master Chu. With a light chuckle, she continued, the fabric chosen for this robe is quite extraordinary, sourced from the Yinshi branch in the Jiangnan region. Each year, the premium cloth produced is primarily reserved for the patriarch, while the remainder is almost entirely hoarded by Xiaolan. At first, I was puzzled by her generosity. How could she be so lavish? But after seeing young Master Chu today, I dare say I too might find myself utterly enraptured by his charming allure. She exaggeratedly recounted her thoughts, yet her gaze frequently flitted between Shernyen and Chun Xiaomei, as if she were acutely aware of the subtle and intricate competitive dynamics at play, perceiving the minutiae with keen insight. At that moment, Chun Xiaomei suddenly interjected, Xiuqing, matters concerning Xiaolan should be investigated internally within the family. It would be best if you refrain from meddling too much. Her tone was notably grave and serious. Shernyen chimed in, every family has its own intricacies. What Su Dongzhu said is indeed not entirely accurate. Thus, the two of them seamlessly steered the conversation away from the topic at hand. However, keen observers would note that the interactions among the women, while ostensibly amicable, were rife with undercurrents, each subtly showcasing their charm and stances without overt displays. Deep within the wild wolf mountain, sunlight filtered through the tangled leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the winding path. At this moment, Xia Rongjie was sprinting desperately, his heart pounding like a drum, his steps chaotic, each breath accompanied by a searing sensation in his lungs. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, splattering onto the dry leaves below, and as he felt the sharp pain in his chest, he knew he had sustained irreversible damage. Not hearing any sounds from behind, Xia Rongjie exhaled in relief. Hiding behind a large rock, his eyes bloodshot and darting around, as if danger could strike at any moment. His clothes were in tatters, merely held together by a few strips of fabric for modesty, and his arms and back bore the marks of claw scratches. Blood still fresh, evidence of his escape from a mob of monkeys. Seeing that the monkeys had not pursued him for a while, Xia Rongjie finally relaxed. No one could fathom the tribulations he had endured during this time. Having just escaped from a bear's den, he relied on his scant wilderness survival knowledge to follow a stream, only to find himself deeper in the heart of Wild Wolf Mountain. After indulging in a few half-raw wild fruits, he had been relentlessly chased by the monkeys for days. Chapter 84. The Unfortunate Xia Rongjie. Xia Rongjie crawled to the stream's edge, using the cool water to wash away the dried filth from his face. The memory of the relentless shower of excrement falling like rain caused him to shudder uncontrollably. Those monkeys, devoid of any moral compass, had wielded such filth as weapons. Once he had cleaned himself, he gazed at his reflection in the water, a wave of despair washing over him. Perhaps he should never have returned to his homeland, never have provoked Chu Tiankuo, and certainly not have hastily placed a bounty without considering the consequences. Reflecting on his arduous survival in Wild Wolf Mountain, a tumult of emotions surged within him. The word unfortunate scarcely encapsulated his plight. It felt as though he had been under the watchful eye of a misfortune star, bringing calamity wherever he went. Suddenly, the birds in the forest fell silent, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath, with only the occasional low growl of a beast piercing the stillness. The rustling of leaves drew his attention to the distant treetops, quivering with movement. He realized that the monkeys were swiftly approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Rongjie splashed through the stream and bolted forward. The sound of splashing water piqued the monkey's interest. A massive monkey screeched, and a horde charged in his direction. Soon, Xia Rongjie found his stamina depleted, tripping over a tree root and collapsing into the grass. His expression one of utter despair. He lacked the strength to rise again. The outcome awaiting him was painfully evident. The monkeys had also discovered him. Leaves mixed with excrement rained down upon him, burying him beneath the filth. Lying helplessly, he was engulfed by the suffocating stench that filled the air. He closed his eyes, his life flashing before him like a revolving lantern. Reflecting on his recent tribulations, a thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps dying here wouldn't be so bad. As he gasped for breath, the filth on his face was inhaled, choking off the flow of fresh air. His breathing grew labored, the fiery pain in his lungs intensifying as his consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking dogs erupted, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps and human voices. The hunting dogs had arrived, and from the traces left on the ground, it was evident that the young master had passed through here recently. Indeed, several strips of fabric clung to a nearby branch, the same color as what the young master had been wearing when he went missing. They needed to act swiftly. It had been over 10 days, and if they failed to locate the young master soon, they would have to fend for themselves. As this realization sank in, a hush fell over the group. They were acutely aware that after Xia Rongjie was captured, Xia Huaichu had truly gone mad. Currently, the Lin family and the Xia family were at odds, with even the primitive tribes they controlled in Africa embroiled in conflict. If they could not find Xia Rongjie, he would surely be sent to the battlefields of Africa by Xia Huaichu. It was known that even the Lin family, of comparable stature to the Xia family, received no favors from Xia Huaichu. As soon as Lin Yuchen's plane left Dragon Country's airspace, he was abducted by agents sent by Xia Huaichu. Thus, upon arriving in Dragon Country, they had expended significant resources to trace the road surveillance footage, meticulously piecing together the vehicle's path to Wild Wolf Mountain. However, the mountain was vast, and despite hundreds of them conducting a net search, Xia Rongjie remained elusive. In desperation, they turned to hunting dogs, which finally led them to some traces left by Xia Rongjie. Yet, the deeper they searched, the more their hearts sank. They had entered the mountain fully armed, having gone to great lengths to smuggle in 2 hunting rifles due to Dragon Country's prohibition on firearms, while the rest were equipped with machetes and crossbows. Yet, during these days of searching, they had already lost several lives, and seeing the traces now, they recalled that a herd of beasts had recently passed through, causing their spirits to plummet. What are we still doing here? Hurry and search, the leader among the black-clad figures commanded. As if awakening from a dream, the group of black-clad individuals began to advance cautiously. As they walked, 2 of the figures approached the spot where Xia Rongjie lay buried. One of them glanced at the accumulated excrement with a look of surprise. Well, I didn't expect this creature to be rather civilized, even piling up its waste. If my buddy hadn't been quick, he might have stepped right into it. The other black-clad figure echoed his astonishment, saying, I too find myself in dire need. I might as well relieve myself here. We must maintain our civility upon returning to our homeland. With that, 2 warm streams cascaded onto Xia Rongjie's face, washing away the dirt and filth. Feeling the warmth on his face, Xia Rongjie instinctively opened his mouth, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The 2 men clad in black, upon catching sight of the face that lay exposed on the ground, hastily dropped their trousers and hastened to report via radio. Captain, we have located the young master. Excellent, came the response. I shall commend both of you for your efforts. We have recently established 2 new parks in northern Myanmar. You shall be appointed as the security department managers. Understood. Thank you for your support, Captain. Once the radio was silenced, they were struck by the gravity of their earlier actions. A glance exchanged between them revealed a shared trepidation. Yet, the one who had initially urinated experienced a sudden spark of inspiration. Addressing his companion in a hushed tone, he remarked, Look, the young master is still not fully conscious. We should cleanse his body. Otherwise, he is covered in filth, don't you think? Indeed, you have the right idea. No wonder you are the elder brother. His companion replied. With that, they suppressed their disgust and extracted the young master from a pile of excrement. They carried him to the nearby stream, and upon releasing him, he emitted a cry before losing consciousness once more. Meanwhile, Li Yuan-chun of Chunyu Holdings was engaged in a phone conversation in his office. Have you found him? Good. What? He was discovered in a dung heap? Has it been cleaned up? Hurry and send him to the hospital. He is already at the hospital? Make sure those who found him are generously rewarded. What's his condition now? A broken leg? Multiple contusions? Impaired lung function? He cannot engage in strenuous activities? Is there nothing else wrong? What? Impaired reproductive function? Can he undergo in vitro fertilization? What? Complete removal is necessary? Stop the doctor immediately. Have him do everything possible to save him. After hanging up, Li Yuan-chun shook his head bemused. Who could have anticipated that the dandy, Xia Rongjie, would end up in such a predicament? Reflecting on the tension brewing in Europe, he felt assured that now that the young master was located, that old man, Xia Huaichu, would have to behave himself. Chapter 85, Chunyu Holdings. At the very least, this development would provide Xia Huaichu with an explanation. Just as Li Yuan-chun let out a sigh of relief, a sudden knock echoed through the office door. Gumin, the secretary entered, placing several documents on the desk. Mr. Li, here are the acquisition cases you instructed. They have all been resolved. Hearing this, a flicker of regret crossed Li Yuan-chun's face, as he found the ease with which the goals were achieved to be lacking in challenge. Leave them here. I will review them later. Observing Li Yuan-chun's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, the secretary felt a surge of admiration, realizing that he had perhaps overestimated the complexity of the situation. Very well, Mr. Li. I have categorized the acquisition projects for your convenience. You need only to sign where indicated. After the secretary departed, Li Yuan-chun gazed at the documents before him, muttering to himself, Chu Tiankuo, without the support of those foundational industries, I am curious how you intend to stabilize the situation at Chu Ting Group. As he casually flipped through the names on the documents, a smile crept across his face. Achieving industry leadership requires a vast array of technology. The only place in the world with such an ecological environment is Longwa Dragon Country. His visit to Longwa was aimed at addressing Chunyu Holdings' shortcomings, all while making a substantial profit in Europe. He had been closely monitoring the recent maneuvers of Chu Ting Group, which, leveraging its price advantage, had severely impacted the commercial kitchen factories in Europe. Although each order was relatively modest, ranging in the hundreds of thousands to millions of euros, the sheer volume of orders made for considerable income, enough to incite envy even in him. It was known that during his time abroad, he had clandestinely laid the groundwork domestically. Previously, Longwa's products had been unable to penetrate the international market. Yet, during those years abroad, he had established connections and, with a mere change of branding, had profited handsomely. Were it not for the blockade imposed by the Li family of Huaishi, he could have claimed a substantial share of the European market single-handedly. At that time, he had aspired to be a wolf rather than a mere dog serving squid. Regrettably, during his attempts to mend relations with the Li family of Huaishi, an unexpected obstacle emerged, tearing a piece of flesh from his grasp. He had initially intended to deliver a crushing blow to Chu Tiankuo. Yet the thought of Tiankuo's methods of retribution sent shivers down Li Yuan-chun's spine. That individual possessed formidable strength, but was excessively fond of leveraging circumstances. From dealing with Xia Rongjie to uniting the 4 major logistics families against Lin Yuchen, he had effectively stripped Lin's assets in Longwa clean. As he absent-mindedly drummed his fingers on the desk, he pondered the subsidiaries now under Chunyu Holdings' control, contemplating his next moves: construction, manufacturing, textiles, steel, logistics, security, deep-sea mining, and electrolytic aluminum. The more he thought, the greater his headache grew. He had not anticipated that Chu Ting Group would dominate so many industries. To conquer it, he could only nibble away at it bit by bit. Chu Tiankuo, I have already made my move. I wonder how you will respond? Just as the Yuan Shun was lost in thought, the office door swung open. Instinctively, he reprimanded, "Didn't I say to knock before entering? Young master, here is an invitation that requires your presence." Within the Yushui pavilion, Chu Tiankuo was trying on a variety of outfits with an air of indifference. The women, who previously seemed to harbor undercurrents of tension, had reconciled upon arriving at Su Xiuqing's workspace. However, they had now turned their attention towards Chu Tiankuo. Initially, the women tried on Su Xiuqing's creations: RU skirts, palace dresses, and horseface skirts. Their competition to showcase their beauty provided Chu Tiankuo with a visual feast. For such a spectacle of ethereal women performing a fashion show before him was rare indeed. However, after some deliberation, the women concluded that this still did not do justice to Chu Tiankuo. With just a slight suggestion from Su Xiuqing, he found himself helplessly standing as a model. It is worth noting that Yushui Pavilion's ancestors had once served the Hongwu Emperor as embroiderers. Thus, they boasted an extensive repository of styles and designs for official garments. Thus began Chu Tiankuo's arduous ordeal. From the garments bestowed upon 4th and 5th ranking officials to the 3rd ranking bullfighting attire, and then to the 2nd ranking flying fish robes, and even the python robes, the 4 notable garments of the Ming dynasty. Chu Tiankuo endured them all, being a noble scion meticulously cultivated by a prominent family. His posture and etiquette were impeccable. When he donned a flying fish robe, he resembled a true aristocrat. This prompted the women to incessantly photograph him, demanding he pose in various ways, leaving him utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Chu Tiankuo could no longer tolerate their endless requests and slumped down, exclaiming, "Enough. I am not a puppet for your amusement. Is there no end to this?" Little did he know, upon hearing his words, the women exchanged glances and commenced their performance. Tears welled up in Xia Rongjie's eyes as she grabbed a handkerchief from the nearby work table to cover her face, beginning her act. "You ungrateful child. How could you forget the years I spent nurturing you, caring for you through thick and thin? Back then, I was merely in my 20s. Do you know how much gossip I endured as a young woman, raising a boy?" Upon hearing the words, Chu Tiankuo was momentarily taken aback, a dark line of thought crossing his mind. Although Xia Rongjie's account was somewhat exaggerated, he could not deny that during the years when he first arrived at the Shi family, it was Xia Rongjie's meticulous care that had helped him navigate the depths of despair following the loss of his parents. "Whatever you ask me to change, I shall comply." Chu Tiankuo wearily waved his hand, reluctantly acquiescing. The few young women exchanged glances, a glint of cunning sparkling in their eyes. Clearly, they were quite pleased with Chu Tiankuo's reaction, secretly rejoicing. The plan had succeeded. Xiao Li, I wish to see you don that Taoist robe." Xia Rongjie exclaimed with excitement. "I remember how much you adored wearing Taoist robes when you were younger." Her voice resonated with anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to see Chu Tiankuo clad in the attire. Chu Tiankuo paused, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. The robe in question had been painstakingly crafted by Chen Xiulan at the behest of Su Xiuqing, and he was reluctant to don it, for it was indeed difficult to bear the grace of a beauty. However, his words were abruptly cut off by the interjections of the other young women. "There are no buts, just put it on," they urged, as they gently pushed Chu Tiankuo into the private room. Before long, Chu Tiankuo emerged, adorned in the pristine Taoist robe. The sight was striking. He strode forward in an elegant white robe, his figure exuding an ethereal grace. The exquisite garment, coupled with his extraordinary features, rendered him akin to a celestial being descended upon the earth, captivating the attention of the young women. The soaring 9 phoenix embroidery on the robe further accentuated his innate nobility. Su Xiuqing gazed at Chu Tiankuo with awe, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly my most flawless creation. Xiulan mentioned your admiration for Zhang Taiyue, and thus I embroidered a 9 phoenix. Upon reflection, perhaps I should have stitched a crane." Chen Xiumei raised an elegant brow and remarked, "While cranes soaring to the skies carries a lovely connotation, it may be too ostentatious. The 9 phoenix is quite fitting." As Zhang Taiyue is also from Jiangling, Xia Rongjie nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, a 9-headed bird in the heavens, and the Jiangling folk below? Xiulan's taste is truly impeccable." Upon hearing the praises, Chen Xiulan bobbed her head affirmatively, saying, "Yes, Sister Xia Rongjie is correct. The 9 phoenix best represents Zhang Taiyue. Moreover, If we were to embroider a crane and present Chu's zone with a whisk, accentuating his brow with cloud patterns, wouldn't he resemble a true Taoist immortal? Su Xiuqing's eyes lit up at Chun Xiulan's suggestion, and she promptly retrieved a jade whisk from a nearby box, presenting it to Chu Tiankuo. With a hint of confusion, he accepted the whisk, only to be firmly seated by Su Xiuqing. As Chu Tiankuo began to inquire, he was interrupted by her command, "Don't move." With that, she produced a wolf hair brush from her makeup kit and meticulously began to paint a cloud pattern on his forehead. The artistry enhanced his ensemble, imparting an otherworldly air. Su Xiuqing admired her handiwork, unable to restrain herself from commenting, "Truly, as a scion of the Su family, I initially thought Chu Tianqing was the epitome of earthly beauty. Yet you surpass him." The other young women were equally taken aback, nodding in agreement with Chun Xiulan's design. Indeed, who would have thought Xiulan's judgment to be so astute? Upon closer inspection, Shaoli is indeed a vision of earthly splendor. Shi Nian praised as she gave a thumbs up to Chun Xiulan. Chun Xiumei, with graceful steps, approached to scrutinize, playfully teasing her sister, Xiulan, with such talent. Why toil away at the Chu family? You might as well become a designer for Xiuqing. However, Chun Xiulan, usually composed, puffed up her cheeks, evidently displeased with Chu Tiankuo's current appearance. Su Xiuqing, seizing the moment, playfully lifted Chu Tiankuo's chin, teasing, "Young man, you have captured my attention." Seeing Chu Tiankuo being teased by Su Xiuqing, Chun Xiulan, in a huff, interjected, "Stop. Chu Tiankuo is my partner for the evening. What are you trying to do? Steal him away?" Upon hearing the term partner, Chu Tiankuo's muddled mind finally recalled the important matter at hand. "Chun Xiulan, when is the banquet you asked me to accompany you to begin? Are we not running late?" His urgency was palpable. He was eager to escape, feeling like a marionette manipulated by several women, and the fact that he had not lost his temper was a testament to his self-restraint. Chun Xiulan raised her wrist in surprise, glancing at her watch. "Oh dear, we have lingered here too long. Time is slipping away. Chu's own, we must depart. Indeed, we cannot delay any longer. With so many garments here at Su Tiangong's, we shall try them another day," she said as Chu Tiankuo seized her hand, leading her toward the exit. Su Xiuqing, observing their theatrical performance, could not help but rub her temples, addressing them. All right. The Xia Garden is merely a few hundred meters away. Even if you walk, it will not impede your timing." She was reluctant to expose their charade, as no embroiderer could resist the allure of their own creations adorning a model of impeccable grace. Upon hearing Xia Garden, Chu Tiankuo returned to the private room to check his phone, exclaiming with a touch of exasperation, "Is today truly the 28th? With all my recent travels across the country, I completely forgot that there is an auction at Xia Garden. Ladies, I must go greet the guests at the entrance. Farewell." He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, attempting to leave Chun Xiulan behind. It was essential to note that the current matriarch of Xia Garden was his grandmother. If he could manage to bring Chun Xiulan along, and she happened to see them, there would be no need for a formal concert. He could simply fast-track to the wedding, as many local elite families had their offspring in attendance. Yet, no matter how swiftly Chu Tiankuo's mind raced, he was intercepted by Su Xiuqing before he could exit. Gazing at her beaming countenance, he sighed, "Su Tiangong, if you wish to avoid tomorrow's rumors regarding a union between the Chu and Qin families, please allow me to leave alone." However, Su Xiuqing pointed at the Taoist robe he was wearing and said, "Has young Master Chu forgotten the attire he currently dons?" Looking down, Chu Tiankuo suddenly remembered that he had been so focused on escaping that he had neglected the implications of his outfit. A Taoist robe, meant for casual wear, would surely raise eyebrows if you were to greet guests in it, while local elites might overlook it. The presence of families like the Liu from Hedong would certainly lead to whispers of his arrogance for standing at the entrance in such garb. "Su Tiangong, I hope you can prepare a proper suit for me," Chu Tiankuo urged, for Xia Garden was his grandmother's domain, and he could not afford to tarnish his reputation. Others might dress as they pleased, but Chu Tiankuo was different. In his own territory, he needed to personally ensure that everything was presented in its finest form. Seeing Chu Tiankuo's urgent demeanor, Su Xiuqing replied, "I have a selection of formal attire on hand. I just wonder if it will suit your taste." Chu Tiankuo's heart soared at the prospect of changing out of the Taoist robe. That alone was more than enough for him. Time is an unrelenting force, and thus, Chu Tiankuo hastily made his way to the private room, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the gown from Su Xiuqing as subordinate. At the entrance of Xia Garden, Chu Tiankuo wore a somewhat rigid smile as he observed the incessant stream of guests, letting out a faint sigh. Had he known that Xia Garden would be graced by such a multitude today, he would have certainly lingered at the Yushui Yiga for a while longer. Passers-by, drawn by his elegant attire, paused to offer their compliments, astonished by the unexpected arrangement of having the young master of the Chu family welcome guests. Who could have imagined that our Chu general would be here to greet visitors? One can only hope he does not end up weeping to seek solace from his grandmother during the upcoming auction. As chapter 87 unfolds, Lu Ziyu enters the scene. Chu Tiankuo was preoccupied with attending to the incessant guests at the entrance when he lifted his gaze toward the source of a taunting voice and encountered the smug face of Li Yuanshan. Leaning against a stone lion at the door, Li Yuanshan smirked with a hint of arrogance. Mocking Chu Tiankuo, is there truly no male heir in the Xia family that they allow an outsider to receive guests here? Are they not afraid of being ridiculed? At this remark, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow slightly. From his encounters with Li Yuanshan over the past few days, he recognized that the latter was not a fool. The audacity to speak so boldly today suggested there were forces backing him. Li Yuanshan, he retorted, no amount of your rambling can alter the fact that you are but a disgraced dog, cast out from the Huaishili family. Instead of barking here, how about contemplating how to shamefully return to your clan? The tension in the air was palpable as onlookers began to distance themselves from the fiery exchange, anxious to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Some astute individuals had already handed their invitations to the servants of Xia Garden, eager to vacate the contentious atmosphere. Li Yuanshan's expression darkened instantly. Being expelled from the family register was a sore point for him. Even though his relationship with the Huaishili family had somewhat improved, there was no indication that he would ever be reinstated in their lineage. Exposed in public as Chu Tiankuo laid bare his wound, Li Yuanshan's eyes burned with rage. Itching to confront him, leave now. This is a gathering of noble families. Someone of your diminished stature should not sully this space with your presence, Chu Tiankuo asserted, his words laced with a sense of urgency, for this auction was presided over by his grandmother, and a scandal would reflect poorly on all involved. Yet, Li Yuanshan remained unfazed, leaning against the stone lion in silence. Hey, it seems you're just as useless as a bug that crawls out while trying to crack seeds. Have Li family not taught you proper decorum? Hu Tingshan strode out of Xia Garden, casting a derisive glance at Li Yuanshan. Chu Tiankuo, intrigued, asked, what brings you out here? Weren't you meant to be with your grandfather? Hu Tingshan sheepishly replied, grandfather finds me bothersome. A friend I met in Island City has arrived, and I came out to greet him. Understanding the dynamics, Chu Tiankuo nodded, with Chun Xiulan and others accompanying Chu Zhe. The presence of Hu Tingshan was indeed unnecessary. Go greet your friend. This is not your concern, he instructed. Hu Tingshan pointed toward the Yuanshan, curious, cousin. What's going on? Why is this fellow just standing there in silence? An uninvited guest was barking earlier, but I silenced him. Chu Tiankuo nonchalantly waved off the topic. Indeed, he didn't retort at all, resembling a foul stone in a latrine. Both stinky and obstinate, Hu Tingshan nodded in understanding. Hu Tingshan then approached Li Yuanshan, coldly stating, you, young man, whether through ignorance or audacity, you cannot enter Xia Garden today. Li Yuanshan remained silent, a chilling smile etched on his face. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, just as the standoff persisted, a voice emerged from the back of the crowd. If Li Yuanshan is barred from entry, then can Lu Ziyu of the Hedong Lu family enter? The crowd parted, revealing a young man striding confidently toward the entrance of Xia Garden. Chu Tiankuo, upon recognizing him, spoke with a flat tone, Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu approached Chu Tiankuo, a sneer curling his lips. Chu Dishao. Is it the Xia family's way to obstruct guests from entering? Without hesitation, Chu Tiankuo shot back, Lu Ziyu, why are you not diligently practicing law in Deep City? What brings you here to embarrass yourself in Linghai? Lu Ziyu's previously confident demeanor faltered, his smile vanishing as he coldly responded, if memory serves. Xia Garden did extend invitations to our Lu family for the auction. Am I not welcome? Chu Tiankuo scoffed, Hedong Lu family? Let's not forget the theme of today's auction. All proceeds are to be donated to impoverished regions. Your family, known for its litigious pursuits, has never participated in such philanthropic endeavors. Lu Ziyu hesitated, knowing that had it not been for his family's insistence, he would have surely declined the invitation. The Hedong Lu family had become notorious, and had it not been for ties with the Vice Minister of Justice in Europe, the local aristocracy would have long since devoured them. Chu Tiankuo, do not presume that only your local aristocracy cares for the nation. The Lu family has consistently engaged in public legal aid, Lu Ziyu countered. What a load of nonsense. Oh, it's merely Lu Ziyu from the Lu family. Hu Tingshan interjected, growing impatient. I shall not engage in a battle of wits with you. We shall see who prevails at the auction. With that, Lu Ziyu hastily pulled Li Yuanshan into Xia Garden. Chu Tiankuo narrowed his eyes at their retreating figures, instinctively sensing that their union would not bode well. Turning to the gathered guests, he clapped his hands, drawing their attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to commence. Please proceed into the lakeside boat, where designated personnel will assist you with your bids. I need not say more. I wish you all success in acquiring your desired items. With that, Chu Tiankuo turned and entered Xia Garden, where a vibrant display of flowers competed for attention. In preparation for this auction, Xia Rongjie had commanded the gardeners to induce an early bloom, transforming Xia Garden into a veritable sea of blossoms. Upon entering, Lu Ziyu and Li Yuanshun were guided by a servant toward the boat. Along the way, Li Yuanshun curiously inquired, "Ziyu, what brings you here? Did the chairman not reach out to you?" Lu Ziyu's expression soured. Due to the Lu family's previous maneuvers, they faced relentless suppression from the local aristocracy. Were it not for their influence in communications, they would have long fallen to the status of a third-rate family. While the local aristocracy turned a blind eye to the Lu family's plight, Lu Ziyu felt a pang of discomfort as he recalled the pressures from the chairman. Had it not been for my father's insistence, I would never have set foot in Linghai, he muttered. Understanding the implications, Li Yuanshun recognized that the chairman had undoubtedly applied pressure on Lu Ziyu's family, especially given the proximity of their grandson to peril. If I may suggest, with the Lu family having garnered support from so many prominent families, why not unite to exert pressure on the local aristocracy?